Base hit would definitely tie the game and would likely put the Giants ahead. Bailey on the ground. Horner has it, and he throws him out. The game is over. Giants come so close, but they fall a run short. And the Cubs have won the game and taken the series 2-1. The final score today, the Cubs win 6-5.
That's our man, Dave Fleming, on the call. And no, baby, the Giants lose 2-3 once again. They lose 2-3 to the Angels over the weekend. They lose 2-3 to the Chicago Cubs, the final 2 games of that series. They get 2 runners out at the top of the 9th inning. First and second, 1 out. But our boy, Heli Ramos, maybe it's the morning roast cheeks. He grounds out in the bottom of the 9th inning. Then you heard Patrick Bailey right there ground out. And the Giants rally falls short after a grand slam from Jorge Soler in the top of the 8th inning, 6-5. But that felt like it was secondary compared to what's been going on around his parts. Obviously, Willie Mays passing away at the age of 93. Today at Oracle Park for the Rickwood game, they're going to open the gates at 12 p.m. at Oracle Park. They're going to open the gates at 12 p.m. so that everybody can pay their respects to Willie Mays. Sign a condolence book out there on the warning track. First pitch for Rickwood, 4:15. The Rickwood game is officially here. And look, we're going to continue to talk Willie Mays, 888-957-9570. We'll talk about the Giants and what they're doing. We'll talk about free agency. Gary Payton II gets his option picked, or he picks up his own option, a player option, at $19.1 or $9.1 million. So a lot going on here on the Morning Roast on a Thursday, man. The week is flying by, but feels like we're still going to be deep into Willie Mays, man, because everybody had nothing but nice things to say about him all day yesterday. You just read all the stories just coming out, Shasky. Just funny story after funny story after great story after great story, as everybody around the baseball community, hell, the sports community, pay their respects to the great say hey kid, Willie Mays.
There's no doubt. And I think at the core of so many things is that it was how he made people feel 50 years removed from the last time he even put a glove on professionally. I want to read a text that I got this morning to wake me up from my buddy Paul Simpson, 71-year-old man, class of Reardon alumni. He goes, Shasky, I played 2 seasons with Willie at the Stick. I was a vendor at Candlestick in 1966 and 1967 when I was 13 and 14 years old. Mays was in his prime. Vendors had to get to the ballpark 3 hours before the game. You got your assignment, and then you went out to watch batting practice. We all did. What a thrill. Then we watched the game while selling peanuts and sodas. We just stop and watch. Saw more than 100 Willie games those 2 years. The greatest job I ever had. Willie Mays had an aura of happiness and enthusiasm for baseball that was infectious. He instilled a love in the game for me that carries on to this day. His passing marked the end of a 71-year-old man's youth. I will miss him immensely. And he calls himself Pablo, a.k.a. Paul Simpson. And so, Paul, if you're out there, it almost brought me to tears. I've seen an outpouring from people we all know, whether it's Keith Hernandez, whether it's other people in the Giants organization. I know Bob Melvin had some just incredible things to say about Willie Mays. We've heard all the crazy stories. We're going to hear from John Miller this morning.
Dave Stewart as well.
I don't think we can stop talking about Willie Mays. And this is not just somebody, at least in this area, that we can ever forget. Now, I love hearing those kinds of stories because I truly believe that sports at its core is about an emotional attachment. It's kind of the same conversation we've been having for 5 years regarding the Farhan stuff. Look, it's not transactions. It's not just about winning. There's more to it. And I think the more and more and the deeper I get with the whole Willie Mays connection to everyone, very few people bring up the amount of MVPs or even the amount of home runs or the amount of World Series wins, which is only one. It's more about how he made you feel. It's more about the joy that he exuded as a player. And I think that so many times in this modern, and we're guilty. I'll raise my hand. We're guilty. The way we talk about sports is so like, he won 6 titles and that guy won 11 titles and he only won 1. And I'm not hearing any of that with Willie Mays. And I think the purity of the love of the game and how a player played is the biggest takeaway for me. And I feel like I need to do a better job as someone who's in front of a microphone, kind of campaigning and championing those who exude that, like a Steph Curry, even like a Patrick Mahomes, even though he has the winning attributes and things like that. That we need to get back to the meat and bones, the heart of the game.
What I thought about yesterday a lot, thinking about the Warriors and what they're going to do with their roster. And I wonder, 888-957-9570, because obviously we have a lot of people who've called the station yesterday with memories of Willie Mays. And they've been fortunate to watch Willie Mays, and they've been fortunate to watch Stephen Curry. I would love to hear from people who have watched both, because I see the joy that Steph Curry plays with. When I watch Steph Curry over the years, and I've been very, very blessed to be able to cover Steph Curry in most of his career, you just get joy. You get a smile. You get a smile when you watch him play. You get a smile when he's dribbling the ball. You get a smile when he's hitting the three and he's shimmying or whatnot. He just plays with that boyhood joy, that kid joy that we had when we were 10, 12, 14 years old, picking up the game for the first time and playing the sport and watching the legends and having that same enthusiasm for the game. I get that from Stephen Curry all the time. You get that from Mahomes all the time. But for people here in the Bay Area who've been blessed, Mays, McCovey, Rick Barry, Wilt for a couple years, Nate Thurman, Al Addles, later on Chris Willard, Tim Hardaway, Mitch Richmond, obviously Montana, Rice, Lott. But when it comes to Curry, because he seems like he has that gravitational pull and that connection to the community where he's embraced this community, whether it's Oakland, Alameda, San Francisco, it doesn't matter. He's a Bay Area guy now. And Willie became a Bay Area guy, basically spending the rest of his life here in the Bay Area. For the people who have been fortunate to watch both of them, how similar are they when it comes to bringing a joy to their individual professions? What is the joy? Because that's every time I see Willie Mays highlights, he's smiling left and right. And whenever you watch a Steph Curry highlight, he's smiling and having fun. And that connection he has with kids, Willie had it. He had that same connection.
It feels like to me so many of the people from his own generation and then the next generation after him, I'm talking about Willie for a second here, they wanted to play like Willie. They wanted to run like Willie. They wanted to play defense like Willie and carry themselves like Willie. It does feel similarly an entire generation of players in basketball post Steph Curry sure as hell try to play like him.
Right.
And they all seem to have unbelievable respect for him. Now, there's a whole nother conversation about, his contemporaries, his peers who played alongside of him and went against him. I think it took a little longer for those guys to embrace him. But now you're seeing even LeBron James, one of the number one foes to Steph Curry. And Steph came for all the things LeBron thought he was going to have. Even he has not bowed down, but he's acknowledged the greatness of Steph Curry. You can't watch a youth basketball game today without seeing the impact of Steph Curry.
No doubt.
I see it all the time. Doubt. I mean, I see it in the layup line. Now we don't do layup lines. You know what we do?
They pull up from three.
Well, you're working on your mid-range. You're working on your three-point shot in the layup line. And that never was a thing.
So Willie Mays been a five-tool player. And the five tools of baseball, obviously, he's hitting for average, hitting for power, fielding, throwing, and running. And Willie Mays can do all those things. He can field, he can throw, he can hit for power, he had speed, he had arm strength. And you think about the joy he brought with those tools every single day on the baseball diamond. And Stephen Curry bringing that same joy. And you can, whether or not he's a two-way player on the basketball court, a defensive stalwart, Steph Curry's devastation offensively would just blow teams away. It was overwhelming. It was just they couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle it at all. But we've been fortunate. Think about that Bay Area. We've had Joe Cool, Ronnie Lott, Roger Craig, Jerry Rice, Rick Barry, Mays, McCovey, Bonds, Kit, all these stars, Lincecum, Baumgartner, Kay, later on down the road, Pablo Sandoval. Of course, you have Patrick Willis and company. I would stack our legends with any region in the country.
Don't you think Lincecum? He's not. I'm not even trying to compare Lincecum to Mays, but the aura of Lincecum is so unique. It truly does feel like no other pitcher will ever be able to capture our hearts the way Tim Lincecum did.
No, there's nothing like it. And that's why we talk about that void that Willie Mays left by passing away, being an ambassador for this franchise. Obviously, you're not going to be able to fill that void up. You're not going to be able to fill that void. But you see Barry Bonds out there at Rickwood in Birmingham, Alabama with the softball game and say, hey, it was really cool.
Those old Yankee jerseys. I'm just such a sucker for those.
I'm not sure if Bonds even wants that role, to be that type of ambassador like his godfather, Willie Mays. There can only be one Willie Mays. Bonds he doesn't have the charisma as a Willie Mays. I think he could, but his relationship with the media was so bad that there's no coming back from that. Barry's not going to sit down with just anybody and talk shop. He's not. He's warming up. He's starting to open up with a lot of people. But that's not what Barry. So a guy like Tim Lincecum, and look, I'm sorry, I didn't name the A's. You're right. Reggie Jackson, Vida Blue, Catfish Hunter, Canseco's. I'm sorry, A's fans. I didn't mean to do it. But you also had your stars as well. So add that to the equation. But I just don't know what Giant retiree is going to be able to have that same connection 40 years down the line. Like, is Posey going to have that same connection with this community? I don't know. He's a little understated.
He is, but I mean, in terms of, are we talking like getting a loud pop, or are we talking about just being mystified to be in someone's presence? Because that's what it feels like from the older crowd and even the younger crowd, like to be like literally like you're touching someone who almost felt holy.
Not only that, but who can like resonate 40 years down the line? Because I don't know if Lincecum 30 years from now, how many kids are going to be like, oh man, the great Tim Lincecum? Are they going to talk about Lincecum the same way we talked about Mays without watching Mays play?
Well, I didn't watch Marichal, and I still think of him in that mystical way.
Exactly,
but he's levels down, and I'm not trying to diminish Juan Marichal's significance, but he feels levels down from where Mays was. I mean, Mays felt one step away from a Greek god. You know what I mean? Like that's, and I think Bonds at a time, I do believe when Bonds is at the game, I feel it in the stands. People go crazy.
They go crazy. But how crazy?
But he's not Mays.
He's not Mays.
Mays was universally beloved.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And so that void, it just stinks. It just stinks. And I'm just thinking about all the days where they're going to be honoring, the 62 Giants team, or, honoring individual accomplishments, and how Mays is not. I still haven't gotten over that aspect, is that Mays is not going to be there at the yard anymore. I'm like, one of my favorite things, and when I get to New York this summer, I'm going to New York later on this summer, and I get there the day of Old Timers Day at Yankee Stadium, and I was like, damn it, I wish I had an earlier flight, because that's something I always wanted to experience, to see all the old Yankee legends, because I'm a sucker for that stuff. When the legends come back, when you see all the 49ers and you see the six-shooter, Tim Harris, walking in the back of the end zone, and he's chopping it up with Bryant Young. You get what I'm saying? And you got Jesse Sapolo and Guy McIntyre at training camp. And Keena Turner is always walking around. I'm a sucker for that stuff. And our legends, slowly but surely, there's a big gap with the Giants. Now we got Will Clark, but where's Kevin Mitchell at? He hasn't been around as much. Well, you know what I mean?
You bring that up, and every time somebody gets to third base, and I see the Marine, aka Matt Williams, there, and Matt played for a couple different teams after the Giants. Like, I feel a certain way. Like, I see him, he's got that look in his face, and he wears his pants almost identical to the way he wore them in the late 80s. It's just, I don't know, man. I feel a certain way about it. But again, Matt Williams is levels below what you're talking about. But in terms of my nostalgic connection, I still do get that with certain players. And Will Clark, I does that to a degree for me.
So, you ask why nobody ever brings up Willie Mays' 2 MVPs in 22 years, or just one championship, even though he went to 3 World Series.
It's just not a part of...
It's not a part of the lore. We also understand how hard baseball is.
Yeah.
We understand that. At 510 Xfinity Mobile text line, baseball's never about championships growing up. So many great players do win championships. Billy Williams, Ernie Banks, Carl Yastrzemski, Willie McCovey. I was D-Ted Williams won a World Series championship, and we still love Ted Williams. So the conversation, and as 510 said, you appreciated great players for their performances no matter what. They gave it all they had. New York fans give automatically. They love him, despite only going to 1 postseason.
It's a game of failure.
Yep.
That's the number one thing. And I think the sports narrative over the last 15 years has been hijacked. Let's put that to the side for a second. Failing 7 out of 10 times means you become Willie Mays.
Yep.
A 301 lifetime batting average. It's a game where, if you can get into the 6th or 7th inning as a starting pitcher, you've done well, right? Whereas almost all the other sports, it's a game of 50% or better in terms of what you're trying to achieve for success rates. Like it's a game of failure, and you're going to have errors. You're trying to limit the amount of damage that's done. And I think that's the hardest part when I look at like the current modern game relating to the youth. One of the biggest difficulties I have with 9, 10, 11, 12, 13-year-olds up to 15, accepting that you're going to fail way more than you're going to succeed. And it's very difficult to get through that mental hurdle. So as you talk about, all these guys who didn't win championships, one of the greatest pitchers of the last 40 years is Clayton Kershaw. His entire career is rife with failure.
Yep.
And yet he is one of the most prolific left-handed starters the game's ever seen.
Yep, especially failures in the postseason on the biggest stage. That's why it gets heightened a little bit there. But even I think about Charles Barkley and the way Charles Barkley's talked about. People forget. They don't even know that Charles Barkley had 44-24 in a Game 7 against Seattle to go to the NBA Finals.
Baddest
44
we all
points and
ever
24
seen.
rebounds.
Come on.
And, he kind of is a laughing. People laugh at him because of his TNT takes. But people forget Barkley was a badass. We don't talk about him much, but Karl Malone was a badass. And I know he's got some stuff off the court that I don't condone, but he was a damn badass.
As time's gone on, do you think we look, because I saw A-Rod and Jeter yesterday on the field, do you think people still, A-Rod is one of the greatest baseball players of all time. Yes, he did steroids. He's got the longest suspension in the history of the game.
Got one ring. But
he's one of the greatest, most talented baseball players who ever lived.
Ken Griffey Jr. never won a ring. Think about how revered.
I love Ken Griffey.
Think about how we talk about Ken Griffey Jr. He could do no wrong.
They had a side-by-side, and there was a lot of people from the 90s saying, Griffey's my favorite player or one of the greatest players I ever saw. And it was Willie Mays, all his stats alongside Griffey. And
it blew him away.
It wasn't even close. Griffey's one of the greatest players and has a 13-year run that you could compare to anyone not named Willie.
Yep. No, we don't ever bring up the fact that Ken Griffey Jr. never won a World Series. We don't do that so much in baseball. That is
because it's a game of failure.
In baseball, it's almost acceptable. It's like, man, if you do get there to the World Series, it's an accomplishment. We understand how hard it is, but we don't knock people for not winning World Series per se. Like Bonds. Sure, he'll get there. He never won a World Series. But we also understand the dude was all-time great.
Come on.
The dude was all-time great. We do it in football and basketball so damn much. And even in basketball, you look at all the teams that have won rings.
Yeah.
It's not a lot. It's the Celtics with 18, the Lakers with 17, and then the Warriors with 7. And then you got a bunch of teams who's won basically 4. The Spurs with their 5.
But I think
that's it. It's not like it's been some parity-driven league.
No. But I would say this. I do believe the way we talk about sports is heavily dictated as a society, at least externally. I don't know what conversations amongst friends are probably different, and it varies along generation lines and demographics. It feels like the line of demarcation for me was LeBron James, Skip Bayless. And that's when this entire, just the sports joy and how we talk about sports, everything kind of changed right then and there. Like, for example, Tom Brady. I believe Tom Brady is one of the greatest football players of all time. But everyone immediately brings up 7 rings.
Yeah.
Instead of, I think he's the smartest pre-snap player, even more so than Peyton Manning I've ever seen in my life. I think he's deadly accurate. I think he had a completely underrated arm. I thought his pocket presence in terms of feeling the pressure for a guy who couldn't move as well as some of his contemporaries is one of the greatest ever. Yet you never hear any of those things. It's like, well, he just won the 7 rings. And it does feel like the national narrative has been hijacked in terms of
it has
actually, and you say this all the time, can we just talk basketball? Yeah. Can we talk hoop? And I think a lot of these things have been hijacked by our media, and when we're a part of it.
And it's kind of shaped the way people like to inject their sports conversations. Debate shows.
Yeah.
Debate shows, debating, well, he ain't got a ring. Oh, he's not getting a ring. Like the Niners have had all-time great years. And Debo and Kittle and Juszczyk and Warner may never win a ring. We'll remember them as great 49ers, but nationally they'll get forgotten.
Of course.
Because they didn't win the ring.
Look at Willis.
That's unfair. That is unfair. It is very unfair, but that's the culture we're in. So how do we get it back? I don't think we're ever going back as long as these debate shows are existing. Getting back to just appreciating. Because everybody always goes, well, what did he do in the playoffs? For a long time, Barry Bonds had one great postseason.
Yeah, it was 0-2.
0-2. Other than that, he failed. But you don't get to the postseason without a Barry Bonds.
No.
Nobody ever brings that up.
Well, the sample size is really small. I mean, I look at the Dodgers last year, and I said to everyone, I was like, hey, look, it's Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts, and the two of them could just have a bad 4 or 5 games. Right. It happens. It's baseball. Small sample size. I'm watching Michael Conforto. He's 3 for 47 since coming back from the IL. He could easily, flip it around and be 14 of 25 in a 7-game stretch and be red hot. So, yes, to your point, like anything can happen. And that's where I go back to like someone like Derek Jeter, and you look at his postseasons, and he had a big body of work, and it was outstanding.
It was outstanding. He came through. 888-957-9570 if you want to share more stories about Willie Mays. The Rickwood game is today. Rickwood, Birmingham, Alabama. Oracle Park will be showing the game. If you could get down there at 12 o'clock, that's when the gates open. You'll be able to sign some condolences books on the warning track during the game. Gates open again at 12 p.m. and you could remember Willie Mays down there at Oracle Park. I saw a text there because I was wondering, because I'm not going to lie to you, I've been looking for a Willie Mays jersey, and the one I found was like $700.
Oh, that's the Mitchell and Ness one.
Yeah, no, it's just Mitchell and Ness don't even have them on their site.
I know,
this was Fanatics.
Yeah, but
it's Mitchell and Ness,
it's a Mitchell and Ness,
but they don't even sell it at Mitchell and Ness.
Because I got that from my dad years ago. And it was like $4.99 at the time.
It's pretty expensive.
It doesn't have his name on the back. It's 24. It's kind of like an off-white. It's really nice.
I know we got a break. I know, Loveman. We'll break. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. More coming up. Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now at O'Reilly, get 2 bottles of Lucas.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
All right, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. A lot of people still talking about Willie Mays, and as we should, as he left this world Tuesday afternoon at the age of 93. They're going to honor him today at Rickwood, the oldest baseball stadium in America. Rickwood looks good. They'll be playing in Birmingham, Alabama, where Willie, of course, grew up. They had a big mural, revealed a big mural of him yesterday out in Birmingham, downtown Birmingham. So it'll be fun between the Giants and the Cardinals today as they pay homage to the great Say Hey Kid, Willie Mays. And we're talking about, yesterday, Matt Nahegan, our program director, sent us a text before the show saying, not one call yesterday brought up the stats. Some people brought up the 660 home runs and 3,000 hits and a 300 batting average and over 300 steals or whatnot. But most of it was just talking about the man, the smile, how he played with grace and swagger, and how everybody loved him. It didn't matter. Nobody ever brought up, he only won one World Series. They didn't bring up how they lost in 62 to the Yankees in Game 7. They didn't bring up how he lost as a New York Met to the Oakland A's. They didn't bring up how he lost in 51 to the New York Yankees in 6 games to Joe D, and Yogi Berra, and Mickey Mantle. Just brought up how great Willie was, how impactful he was. Some guys, you don't even need to bring up the numbers because they're that great, and Willie falls in that category.
There's no doubt about it. And it is interesting because baseball is a counting stats sport for a lot of people. Not necessarily for me, but it is for a lot of people. And it is interesting to me that I honestly think Bill James has done more harm than good to the game of baseball, because that was like the first sport to truly embrace advanced analytics. Yep. And I think what we've seen is people realizing that there's more to these games than numbers. And I understand those who maybe want to try to crunch numbers to quantify greatness. Sometimes aesthetics overrides it. I'm a big believer in art over science. Not all the time. There's a blend of both. Yep. But I believe in art, right? And when I watch for sports, I'm talking about for sports here. And when I watch people who are artists, I think Steph Curry's an artist. I really do. And when I watch an artist at the top of their craft, do what they do, there's something innate about it that makes me feel like I'm young again. Right. There's a youthful quality of joy that I immediately attach to that, and I enjoy that. And that to me is why I love sports, not because of what somebody's WAR RC plus is or BABIP is or any of those things. Those are fine tools, I guess, when we get deep down the line. But when it's all said and done, I'd rather talk about the 3-pitch strikeout and how you took one right down the middle and then you were lunging and swinging forward on a ball that split down into the ground 4 feet in front of the plate. That to me is much more of a compelling conversation and a view, from my couch, than just what does he hit against lefties?
Right.
I don't know. I feel like the Willie Mays thing now has actually hammered my belief that the over-reliance on numbers is driving me insane.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you got to keep it simple, right? You keep it simple. And everybody has their own method. Everybody has their own way of arguing about a game or a stat. And analytics make it interesting. There are some really good analytics, and there are some really good things that I pulled from analytics. And, with pitchers facing the lineup 3 times, facing the lineup 4 times, the way you use your bullpen nowadays, the way the platooning happens left and right. I'm not a big analytic guy because I grew up with home run, strikeout, or walk. Batting average. Like batting average to me, when I used to watch the league leaders in batting average, for example, Tony Gwynn's at the top of the list. And you see in the American League, Paul O'Neill's having a big year with the New York Yankees. I remember when Paul O'Neill was a Red. I had never watched him play other than seeing the Giants, 7 or 8 times a year in the old NL West with the Reds in it. But other than that, you just look at these numbers, you're like, wow, batting average. I still am a sucker for batting average. Now, I understand some people don't emphasize batting average as much. Like Kyle Schwarber has a place in this league now. If Kyle Schwarber played in the 90s, I'm not sure if he's getting 400 or 500 at-bats because of the batting average. It's just the way of the times right now. So I embrace some of the analytics, but when it comes to Willie, nobody looks at the splits. Nobody looks at, they just see 660, but they also see it with their eyes. At some point, you have to look at your eye, look it through your eyes and say, you know what? That guy's a great player.
Yeah,
that guy's a great player. Like whenever you see LeBron on the court,
yes,
there's a difference. When I see LeBron against Clay and Steph and whatnot, they're all great. There's a difference, though. It's like, wow.
Ponte, we went to the Super Bowl, and we were watching Patrick Mahomes warm up. Just watching him warm up. And it was like, oh, yes, the setting, the Super Bowl. That's Patrick freaking Mahomes. And I think he's a great example of the perfect blend of the modern game. When you talk about Mahomes, yes, we talk about the rings, but also I believe, and I'm happy that society's this way, right. There's an intoxication that overcomes you watching him. He is such a compelling watch. And when you and I debate and argue and talk about who our favorite players in the league are, I don't think anybody says like, well, he did throw 50 touchdowns his first full season in the like. You don't even remember. You're just like, dude, he's just awesome. He's clutch. Awesome. He can make every throw. You never can sack him.
And it's when he makes the throws.
Yeah, exactly.
3rd and 10, AFC Championship. You'll throw the deep pass to a guy who's been dropping passes all season long. And what's his name? Valdez-Scantling.
Yeah, Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
He's dropping passes all year, Spadoni. And on 3rd and 10, and the biggest play of the year to go to the Super Bowl, he throws a bomb to MVS, and they're going to the Super Bowl. It's plays like that. You don't bring up the fact that, hey, maybe they ran the ball a lot, they adjusted their offense. It's when he makes a throw, the timing of those throws, and when it happens.
100%.
3rd and 15, Super Bowl 54.
And like then I see, it kind of drives me crazy. Then I see people like, Josh Allen hasn't won anything. It's like, are we watching the same thing? Like, honest to God, like, are we watching the same sport? Well, Josh, are you kidding? Josh Allen? You think Josh Allen sucks? Well, like, what? He's amazing.
Well, that's the thing, is we don't, as a sports society anymore, I try to take a step back and somebody say, now, Bonte, you always say Super Bowl or bust. Yeah, with this 49ers roster, those are the expectations. They place those expectations onto themselves. Did you not hear them last training camp saying anything less than the Super Bowl? Yeah, probably be a disappointment.
It's the Yankee mentality.
It is. There's some teams have it, some teams don't.
Exactly.
The Niners have it right now. But we understand how great they are. But when a guy like Josh Allen doesn't come through in the playoffs, or Lamar Jackson, quote unquote, doesn't come through in the playoffs, and he throws a terrible pick in the AFC Championship game, I try to personally take a step back and say, well, you know what? You're not in this position without these guys.
Lamar Jackson's a great example.
You're not in a position without him. I saw him on Christmas Day, Shasky.
He was amazing.
And some people could say, hey, I'll take Brock Purdy over Lamar Jackson.
Okay, fine.
Lamar Jackson in the pocket. I mean, that's one of Fred Warner's worst games, because he was just like, Lamar Jackson has me.
That run?
He was
remember that
dizzy.
40-yard run where he made like 7 guys miss?
I'm telling you, man, it was just some guys are just different. And from all the calls that I've heard yesterday on 95.7 of the game, Mays was like that. He was just different. How do you stand out? And when you stand out, some guys, it doesn't matter that they didn't win a ring or they just won one ring or whatnot. It's fine.
When I think of the guy that you work with on the pre- and post-game show, for example, Chris Mullen, every kid I knew wanted to be Chris Mullen White guy, shooter,
Lefty.
wasn't the fastest player, even though I think we've underrated how athletic he was. He wasn't, wasn't the number one skill set in a league of freak athletes. I just want to make that clear. Like, to the average person, he is. But like, little hard step in, bang, let me hit you with the left-hand jumper from the sides. Like, he was spectacular, and there was something intoxicating about watching Run TMC. They didn't win anything. Yet when you talk to people who grew up in that era, Tim Hardaway and Mitch Richmond and Chris Mullin, and the way that they played basketball overrode their lack of winning.
So
there was an aesthetics.
We never bring up the fact that Mullin didn't win a ring.
Ever.
We understand how great he was. Final Four, St. John's, won a Big East championship. I was at Chase. I had to pick up something at Chase Center yesterday, and I'm walking, and there's Rick Barry's plaque on the ground. There's Will Chamberlain. And there's number 17, Chris Mullin. Just forget how great he was. Yeah, he got close with the Pacers, got to an Eastern Conference final. They had Jordan down 10 in the second half of the Eastern Conference finals in the Game 7. They were close. But whenever we discuss Mullin, it's a great point. We never bring up the fact that he didn't win a championship.
Freaking legend.
We know he's a championship player.
Yeah,
he had a championship mindset.
Of course.
It's the same thing with Charles Barkley.
Original dream team member.
Championship mindset, Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley, man, the Phoenix Suns had a stretch where they won 60 games, at least 60 games for 3 straight years. Unfortunately for Charles Barkley, they ran into Michael Jordan and then Hakeem Olajuwon in back-to-back seasons. And Hakeem Olajuwon, I saw a video yesterday. He's 61 years old.
I saw that.
Still fading away.
He looks amazing.
Doing pivots. So sometimes you just run into greatness.
It happens.
It happens.
It does.
Not everybody's going to win a ring. So I don't think. I try not to shame players for not winning rings. We talk about it, and you're right. That conversation, we all get sucked into it.
But no, I'm guilty.
But sometimes you got to sit back and say, you know what? This guy's a great player.
Come on.
He's a great player. All right, we'll break. You're right, Lubman. We got to break right now. Got to break right now, Lubman. Brought to you by, John Miller's coming up at 7:20.
I can't wait.
Don't want to miss that. John Miller, 7:20. Dave Stewart, 8. What time is Dave Stewart? 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock for Stu. We're going to go John Miller, then Stu. Smoke, baby. Smoke. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bake. Celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safe.
What up? What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I love this. Hall of Notes, baby. I can't go for that. Go for that.
Can I ask you a question?
No, you cannot. As long as it's brought to you by Go to Say Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToSayLumber.com. Now you can ask a question.
Without being criticized by anyone, what's your favorite team of all time for the Giants?
93.
Okay.
93.
All
Hands
right.
down.
That's your favorite team.
It's my 89 holds a special place in my heart because that was the first team I remember.
Yeah.
The 89 Giants that advanced to the World Series. I was six years old when that season started. I was 7 by the time the season ended. That was the first real year that I remember Giants baseball.
Okay.
I don't remember much about 87 when I was 4/5. So I don't remember much about the Cardinals, Giants, NLCS in 87, in which the Giants had a 3-2 lead going back to St. Louis for the last 2 games. Don't remember much of 88. Don't remember 88 at all, actually. But 89 was the first team I grew up to love with Kevin Mitchell and Will Clark and Kurt Manwaring and company. But 93 is a team.
Okay. Well, what about for the Niners?
Ooh, favorite team with the Niners. It's going to be controversial.
I know which one it is for me.
2011 Niners for me.
It's the exact same thing. It's one of my favorite teams of all time.
No way. Seriously?
How could you not? It was one of the greatest.
I'm just asking them because they didn't win the Super Bowl. We saw the 94 Niners.
Team was amazing.
We saw 89 and 88, but 2011 to me, because watching Frank Gore, Willis, Staley, turned into winners and how much that season meant. So that's my favorite all-time Niner team.
And I would say the Warriors, for me, my favorite team was the 2016 team that didn't win it, even though I've never had more fun watching a team win. Every night was like the greatest show I'd ever seen.
I 73-9 team.
This is the greatest show I've ever seen in my life.
They went out like champs, even though they didn't win it. See, I wasn't devastated over that. I've told you this before. I told you this before, and a lot of people laugh at me, and I just said, remember being there, watching that game, and walking around the locker rooms or whatnot, driving home from Oracle Arena, Father's Day of 2016. I'm such a history nerd when it comes to sports that I just said to myself in my Toyota Camry at the time, I just saw history. And I know my team was on the wrong side of it, but damn it, my team won 73-9 and pushed the Cavaliers to the brink, knowing that Iguodala was compromised, knowing there was no Andrew Bogut, knowing Harrison Barnes was on the milk cart, and knowing that Steph Curry was gutting it out with one knee. Steph Curry was like 60%. And he never used it as an excuse. That's what makes it, to me, that's why I elevate him, because he never used that knee as an excuse. He wasn't walking up to podiums with a cast on his wrist or whatnot. He was like, look, I'm on the court. We came up short. We'll wear it. And then obviously that pain dissipated when 2 weeks later you signed Kevin Durant. But that team, I was proud of that team.
Well, I guess where I'm going with this is that it's so funny how the way we talk about sports from a national media perspective and a local media perspective, and yet the reality is that it's deeper than yes, winning is what the ultimate goal is, and everyone wants to win, and it's very profitable for a variety of reasons. Winning it all, and we all want to win it all. Like it devastates me that Bonds never won a championship. I wanted to. That's my guy. It devastates me that Frank Gore and Patrick Willis didn't get that championship. Like I don't want to see this version of the Niners,
no doubt,
go through another run and not get that title.
You want to see Warner get that championship.
Of course, because it does feel like it validates everything. But where I'm going at with this is that we act like it's the end-all, be-all, that if you win, we'll automatically love you. And if you win enough, no matter what, it'll be interchangeable and you'll just buy in. And I was thinking so much about just like the strategies of teams in this crowded market that we're in. Just look around, like you're fighting with Apple Plus for time, Disney and this. And now we have WNBA. There's a million different options for a busy person to try to, hey, I got to focus on something. If you're not tugging at my heartstrings, I'm probably out. And I think about that 2021 Giants team and how like a lot of the data people going back to the data, it's one of the greatest teams of all time. Nobody, if I said to Giants fan, list your favorite 5 teams in Giants history.
Nobody's bringing up 2021.
Nobody. And it's the most prolific in terms of wins that you'll find. And it was a fun season, but like in my life, it's not even close to a top 5 team.
93, 02. Even I was talking to Matt about this. I was talking to Matt about this Bonds hit the 73 home runs. They didn't make the playoffs that season.
No.
Nobody ever brings that up.
No.
Nobody ever brings that up. So, one, nobody brings it up because you had the star power in Barry Bonds, and he hit the 73 home runs. And two, they were entertaining. The reason why the 2021 team is going to fall flat is because, they had some entertaining moments, but the way they won with all the platooning, the bullpenning, you're coming down the stretch. Logan Webb was great. He popped in that NLDS against the Dodgers. I thought he held up very, very well. Logan Webb in those 2 games. Obviously, game 1, he was electric. Game 5, he got outlasted by Mookie Betts and company. Of course, Camilo Duvall gives up the single to Bellinger. But 2021, it almost brought us back. But then that all season, you lose Chris Bryant, and then you lose Buster Posey. He retires. And you don't replenish that well. And all of a sudden, you fall flat on your face. So, teams that we love, there's a lot of teams I love that didn't even win.
I agree.
That's why 93, I cried, and I still cry for that team. Every time I see D. Lewis, shout out to Darren Lewis. Every time I see D. Lewis, I think about, damn, he deserved one that year.
I know. And then you think of Solomon Thomas over Ricketty, all the different decisions that happened.
Torres, yeah.
So, I where I'm going at is that Willie Mays superseded all of the stats, all of the winning, everything. He tugged at your heart. And if I was running one of these pro teams, you got to win. We understand all that. But you got to also tug at my heartstrings. You just have to. It is an entertainment entity as well. And I don't know how you find those types of players. It's just so difficult. And it's so much easier said than done.
That's what's missing with the current Giants.
No question.
That's still one thing that's missing. And when you go to the yard, and I talk to everybody who goes to the yard. That Yankees series, the Yankees came out at the perfect time, I believe, because the Giants are coming off that fun road trip against Pittsburgh and the Mets. They're rallying and coming back from 3-run deficits, 4-run deficits, whatever it is, and they're coming back and winning in the late innings. You're like, wow, maybe this team is turning a corner. And then the Yankees come in with their stars, Soto and Judge, and Stanton is an afterthought when it comes to stardom in New York right now. He's getting a little older. He's been battling injuries. But even Stanton would be the biggest star on this current Giants team. And they're like, oh, wow. That's what it's about right there. You can win. You can win these 4-3 games. You can do it in your style. But you better have something who could transcend. Or when I go to a yard and you see a guy, you're like, okay, that guy's great. I'm ready to go see him. There's not one player in the Giants. Ramos is playing well. He gave us a great interview, and we're going to track his stats post-morning roasting. Go ahead and do that, Lubbock.
0 for 8 in 2 games since coming on the roast.
So he's toast. The morning roast toast.
The morning roast toast. The morning roast jinx. Wow, 0 for 8. With how many strikeouts? How many strikeouts, Lubbock?
2 strikeouts, 1 walk.
Oh, boy.
So it's still salvageable.
He needs a big day at Rickwood. He needs a big day today at Rickwood.
So I look at the Warriors, and they have Curry. And he's the guy that's going to connect. So like building around Steph Curry or maintaining what you have or however you want to view it, like they're in a very good position because the emotional attachment to Curry is never going to dissipate.
No doubt.
It's never going to dissipate.
And he doesn't need another ring, personally, to validate anything.
Nothing.
He's got 4 rings, 4 NBA World Championships. He's 2 below Michael Jordan. Can you believe that? He's 1 behind Kobe and Duncan.
So
he's tied Shaq. He's got more than Larry Bird.
And I'm going to say something that's very controversial, but I want you to just hear me out. Hypothetically, if the Niners today removed Brock Purdy from the equation and brought in Kirk Cousins and they won the Super Bowl, I'm telling you, we'd be so happy that they won the Super Bowl, but I don't think there'd be the connection that because everyone's just winning the Super Bowl, getting some mercenary out of nowhere to just come in and play quarterback. If it's not Tom Brady's different because he's a local guy. I think it's different. I don't think it would hit the same.
Kirk Cousins.
I don't think it would hit the same at all. And I know that sounds absurd.
Nah,
there's a connection.
I'm going to tell you why I disagree with that. Because that connection would start a trading camp. First of all, if you brought in Kirk Cousins, in this hypothetical, it would start a trading camp where he gets to know the feds. He's out there slinging it. It's preseason. And then you go through that first month. And what if you go 3-1? You go 3-1 because there was a connection with Jimmy out of nowhere.
Yeah, but Jimmy
games.
felt like ours because we found him. Like when we traded for him, we prioritized him to be like. There's something about Brock right now with this fan base.
It's great.
They feel galvanized.
It does.
And I'm just saying, like if you removed Brock and he wasn't acquired, you brought in Kirk Cousins.
I think
there'd be a chunk of people that would be.
I disagree.
Pissed.
I disagree. Well, they'd be pissed originally about bringing in Kirk Cousins.
Well, that too.
But if you win, they'll be pissed about bringing in Kirk Cousins. But if they're rolling, and you get midway through the year, Kirk Cousins out there throwing the ball around and having MVP-like numbers like Brock, and he's doing it in his offense, and the Niners are winning, the Niner fans, they'll love Kirk Cousins.
Really?
And if he won, he would be elevated so high.
Oh, my goodness.
People will place him above Jeff Garcia. They place him above Jimmy Garoppolo. They place him above Colin Kaepernick, Alex Smith, you name it. Whoever wins the Super Bowl.
But wouldn't you be removing the journey of what we're going through with Brock Purdy currently? Like that would, I think, because I saw it with Alex Smith and Kaepernick was drafted by the Niners. There were a lot of Niner fans. Not that they were rooting against the Niners.
Kaepernick's jersey was like the number one selling jersey.
No, I know, but there were a lot of Niner fans like, you got to get this job back to Alex.
Yeah, well, somewhat. And then Kaepernick came back for 17-0 against Atlanta. You get to the Super Bowl.
That's true.
And the big talking point after the Super Bowl is, why didn't you run the ball one time? That was the talking point. What was Harbaugh doing? You threw 3 straight passes, and remember, they would have ran the ball on second down, but the play clock was running down, and Harbaugh had to burn a timeout. And it was going to be a quarterback keeper. It was going to be Colin Kaepernick against Ray Lewis, 1-on-1, and the Niners were set up to score a touchdown on that play.
So you think because the Niners have had such a long drought, they're a little unique in this equation?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll
meet you in the middle.
Nobody would be scoffing at a word. It's been since 94, Shasky. It's been 30 years.
I know.
All right?
Well, I look at the Lakers. Does the Lakers...
Kirk Cousins, Peyton Manning, insert quarterback name. Jimmy Garoppolo could come back and win a Super Bowl, and it'd be all good.
Yeah, but there's already a connection.
But let's take a random quarterback. Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I don't think it would hit the same as Brock Purdy, but that's a different question. That's a totally different question. Like I look at like the Lakers with LeBron. I know from Laker fans it doesn't hit the same. I know it doesn't.
Well, because it was so hard though because we couldn't go outside. Like we couldn't celebrate. I mean, although in LA they did during the pandemic, and there was a bunch of Lake fans outside breaking quarantine, but that was such a unique one. Had he done it in a regular year, it might have hit different because they were a really good team that year throughout the regular season. But that whole thing was so unique for everyone.
I believe if there's no pandemic and the Lakers win it, it hits. It hits.
There was no parade. They never got to have a parade.
They never have a parade. Exactly. No parade for LeBron. No parade.
So then the drought of the Niners kind of changes the equation. Okay.
I'm with 408 here on the Xfinity Mobile text line. I'm with 408 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. It's past that point the Niners just need to win the Super Bowl. Doesn't matter how or who plays quarterback. It doesn't matter. God bless me for saying this.
What are you going to say?
And we know he has a lot of baggage now. But the Niners, I don't want 408 here. They're so past the point of no return when it comes to a Super Bowl drought that Deshaun Watson could play quarterback and win a Super Bowl here. And
my God.
And people will be losing their minds.
I'm just going to not comment on that.
No, you can comment on it. It's the truth. He's playing football.
I know.
He's not. He hasn't been. I didn't say I condone anything that he does. But I'm just making a point. I'm making a point, though, that it doesn't matter who plays quarterback. If you win a Super Bowl right now with the 49ers,
all right,
people are going to celebrate it like it's the one.
He'd be a legend in Cleveland. Are you kidding me? If the Cleveland Browns won the Super Bowl this year, he'd be up there with LeBron James. Now, that's not fair because of what LeBron actually means to that state. But that's what football's different.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, all right. Well,
there's not a Niner fan out there that if Deshaun Watson, and I hate using him
I was
for
going to
this
say
equation,
Phillip Rivers. So
but I'm telling you, go ahead.
No, the year that Brock got hurt. Let's say they find a way to miraculously win that game with Josh Johnson, okay? And then they sign Phillip Rivers for the Super Bowl, and they win the Super Bowl. That was going to happen. That's what their plan was.
Right. And if he wins a Super Bowl,
it would have been the most absurd.
Yeah.
No,
it would have been absurd,
that's my favorite championship.
We're down there doing our show on the parade route, going crazy, losing our minds, and the Niners broke the drought. And we're talking about how remarkable the story is where Phillip Rivers goes from his trailer and all his kids to coming out and practicing during the Super Bowl and winning a Super Bowl. He gets his ring. Shanahan gets elevated.
He's a Hall of Famer.
It's new. Shanahan gets elevated. All that stuff.
So, okay, the drought then changes the equation.
Absolutely.
All right. I will.
Absolutely.
I'll meet you in the middle on this. But I do get the sense, and I don't think it's everyone. I'm not trying to put everyone in the same bucket, but like I do feel the Kevin Durant years for a lot of people don't hit the same as some of the other years. And Now we're comparing championships here,
Right.
so it's
Which is
very
crazy
different.
to me. Like you're like, yeah, a lot of Warrior fans will say, yeah, we like the first championship and the last championship a lot more than those two championships.
If I said you get to choose one of two, the 2018 Warriors or We Believe, what are people taking?
If the answer is We Believe, then I'm going to say, when does that crack come into play?
I appreciated and loved the KD years, but I'm just asking, like,
so the cocaine's happening.
In my mind, I do think more people than we want to admit, we're going to go with the We Believe.
They are.
And I'm going back to the Willie Mays thing of, like, winning isn't always everything.
Right.
Now, it is the ultimate goal. You want to win championships. I want to win championships. Winning is so much better than losing. I hate losing. But I'm telling you, you'd be shocked how many Warrior fans are out there who might actually believe that.
Well, wow.
I know it sounds absurd.
Well, no, it is absurd. It is absurd. I'm taking now. With that said, some of my favorite teams didn't win championships, but the We Believe team, all right, they're a second round team that lost in 5 games, and we understand the impact of not making the playoffs.
And that team, because of the drought, because of the playoff
they get
drought,
elevated.
It was completely elevated.
Well, they had going back to back, winning 3 and 4.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. When does that crack come into play? Did I read the league already? No? Yes? All right.
When does that crack come into play for you?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We got John Miller coming up at 7:20, and John Miller has been excellent the last 2 days. I mean, he was educating everybody yesterday during the broadcast on what Juneteenth is and the celebration of Juneteenth and how this country has finally started to honor Juneteenth and make it a national holiday, even though I had to work yesterday. I'm not going to.
Michelle had the day off, and her and my mom and the little guy went to the Oakland Zoo, and she said it was packed.
Yeah, it was packed. It's packed.
Oakland Zoo's awesome.
She said the same thing, and she also said the weather was like 40 degrees hotter in Oakland yesterday.
Oh, did you go out there and feed the baby goats? Oh, baby Ches loves the Oakland Zoo. Maybe you can get a membership there. I do love the SF Zoo too, though. We do have a membership still there. I love me some SF Zoo, even though whenever I take Ches there, we don't make it to the actual animals. We get to the carousel, and then we get to the playground, and that's that.
Well, at the San Francisco Zoo, you can go see the ocelots there, right?
The ocelots.
Yeah.
The ocelots.
Very cool.
Yes, sir. We love the penguins outside, too.
I was just going to say the penguins.
The frolicking penguins?
No, that's the Academy of Science.
There's a smell.
There's a good smell.
They frolic in their own way, too. At the
They do
SSU.
frolic. Hey, Ches does love that. Papa, they caca. Papa, they go, ah.
Did you see Pablo and Brandon Belt out there, the giraffes and the pandas?
I did see them. I do see them. Oakland Zoo is the second best zoo in Cali. San Diego Zoo is dope. I've been down to San Diego Zoo. You been down there, Spinone?
The place is massive, too. It's very fun.
Wait till you get LJ down there. It is huge.
That and the Wild Animal Park they have, too, in San Diego. Also very cool to check out.
What Wild Animal Park?
It's like almost like a bigger version, I guess, of the San Diego Zoo.
Really?
It's like, kind of like the African safari type deal you can take. I mean, I hope it's still there. It's a while ago I did it. But yeah, they have like little like Jeep tour they take you through, and it's pretty cool.
There you go. I can go there. You can go there.
Well stated.
Don't get her started. I would ask the fans this. Bomani Jones joined Steiny and Guru yesterday. Great guest list, by the way. Bob Costas on with Willard the Dibs. What do you think about what Bomani said about the 1954 catch Willie Mays made in Game 1 of the 54 World Series?
I mean, as iconic, it's probably number one. The only problem with it is I don't think that people have an appropriate context in modern times, because when you see the clip, all you see is Willie Mays running in a straight line, catching the ball, stopping, throwing it back at the fence. But if you don't understand that the fence is 480 feet away, I don't think, I don't think you have a proper grasp on what we're talking about here in terms of turning around and running it down. Like if the fence is at 405, right? How impressive is this thing that we're really talking about here, and stopping on a dime and turning around and throwing it back into the infield? When you really know those numbers, now it's something else.
Yeah, I think he's wrong on the reasoning. I get the context portion. To me, it's advent of television, everyone coming back from World War II. Like you have to like remember where America was at that particular time. Yankees being one of the, excuse me, not Yankees, but the Giants being one of the biggest brands in sports because they're playing in New York. And yeah, all of that baked into it is part of it. I don't know if it's number one all time in sports. Like I don't know. I don't know. I feel like we're very close to what just happened with Willie, and so we're obviously elevating that. I'm not sure where that falls in the heart. Like a lot of the younger people, I don't know if that's what they're going to go to.
Yeah, a lot of younger people don't know about it, right? It happened in 1954, and they're probably like, oh, that's an easy catch. But it was not. Nobody was doing that catch. Nobody was making that play before Willie Mays.
Yeah, but I don't know how many people know that there were runners on first and second and the significance of the throw back into the infield.
Well, the way he threw it back into the infield, you got to know that somebody was on base.
Yeah.
You don't twirl around and get the ball out of your glove so fast without having somebody on base. One of the more iconic moments in sports, it is one moment that I first learned about as being a Giants fan. The highlights get played over and over. Giants telecast all season long. At some point, they're going to show that play. And as a kid, it's been ingrained in my mind.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times I've seen that play.
Me too. And look, this is not, I'm not trying to equate, but just like memories in my head over time. And again, not plays, but just things that I think of. Jordan, because of the commercial, going right to left in the lane against the Lakers.
Game 1 NBA Finals, 1991.
Right.
Or Game 2, excuse me. Chicago
Jordan
Stadium.
fade away against the Jazz. The little turnaround, not fade away, but the crossover.
The pull up.
Thank you.
Game 6.
Kobe and Shaq alley-oop. Like, I'm just trying to think of, like, images in my head. The catch, Dwight Clark, I think is one of them. Joe Namath coming off the field with the one up in the air.
The Immaculate Deception.
That's another one. That's absolutely another one. The home run for Kirk Gibson.
Walk off. And you see the cars in the back leaving the parking lot.
To me, that's like one of the all-time, moments. Joe Carter's walk-off home run. But again,
6, Philadelphia.
I'm not diminishing. Saying go fair, go fair, go fair.
And Bill Buckner. How about Bill Buckner, 1986?
Absolutely, Bill Buckner.
Game 6. And what's crazy, the Red Sox ended up losing that World Series to the Big Red Machine in 7, and Bill Buckner and the Red Sox had a 3-0 lead in Game 7.
Vinatieri in the snow.
Yeah.
I mean, like, Vinatieri in the snow is all time, I'm not diminishing. I think football now, because of where it is in the modern landscape, all the football moments are like elevated.
Right.
You got to remember where baseball was in the 50s.
It was the sport. I did a project in college on the first televised night game in the NFL. It involved the Philadelphia Eagles, and where the NFL was at compared to baseball. Yeah, baseball was the premier sport. All right, this is going to be fun. We're going to get John Miller on, one of the many great voices of the San Francisco Giants. He's been just waxing poetic the last couple days on the broadcast. They're down in Birmingham, Alabama for the Rickwood game that'll be on Fox 2 tonight. Gates open up at Oracle Park. If you want to go down to Oracle Park and watch the game, gates open up at 12 o'clock. You can sign a condolence book for Willie Mays down there. You can memorize Willie Mays, go take a picture in front of the statue, but gates open at 12 o'clock, and they'll be showing the Rickwood game between the Giants and the Cardinals today at Oracle Park. First pitch at 4:15. But let's get to John Miller, the Hall of Fame broadcaster for the Giants. He's going to join us on the roast next. Brought to you by KTVU, Fox 2, Fox streaming app, KTVU's Fox local streaming app for your connected TV, live stream mornings on 2, the 10 o'clock news, and all Fox 2 newscasts, plus watch Like It or Not, and more. Fox Local, free and easy to use. No subscription required.
Remembering the great Willie Mays. Icon.
It's because of giants like Willie.
Bonte and Shasky.
For many, many years, Willie Mays broke in 1951. He played games here, has had great moments here. And Willie Mays' name has been much on our minds with the Giants special game the night after tomorrow coming up in Birmingham, Alabama, where Willie began his brilliant and fabled career at Rickwood Field with the old Birmingham Black Barons of the so-called Negro Leagues. But we are very sad now to relay this information that has just been released by the Giants, that the great Willie Mays has passed away. He passed away peacefully this afternoon at the age of 93.
I was John Miller during Tuesday's telecast, Giants and Cubs at Wrigley Field, and John Miller has done an excellent job alongside Dave Fleming the last 2 games of interjecting the Willie Mays stories and what he's meant to not only the Giants but the game of baseball. And John Miller, a historian, one of the best broadcasters we've ever been privy to right here in the Bay Area. We've been blessed in the Bay Area with some great voices, and John Miller has been the primary play-by-play voice of the Giants since 1997 on the radio side of things. He also does TV in the middle innings, but John Miller being here since 97, we got to grow up and know him as the voice of Sunday Night Baseball alongside Joe Morgan. They spent many, many years together, and I don't believe, Shasky, Sunday Night Baseball has been the same since John Miller and Joe Morgan split up. When John Miller left Sunday Night Baseball, it just hasn't been the same.
It's not even close. And, Joe Morgan is just a baseball lifer that we miss dearly. We miss his commentary on the game, even though I didn't always agree with every single thing that he said. I appreciated his perspective, and I thought that he represented a particular era and a way to play the game. And he obviously loved the game at its core. Yep. Not that the people that are broadcasting currently don't. It's just he also just had a way of delivering things that was very endearing, and their combination and their chemistry. And you and I talk about this all the time. Chemistry matters in broadcasting, and their chemistry was just incredible.
I mean, it's chemistry with the Giants, whether it's Krug, whether it's Kite, whether it's Flem. He's just good, easygoing, and I can't imagine a better broadcaster for that moment. I know Krug and Kite, they don't travel, outside of the NL West, and Krug doesn't travel at all anymore. Kite travels to the NL West teams, but he's obviously not in Chicago. So having Flem and having John Miller there has been great. And the Giants have got a big coup. I don't know what the hell the Baltimore Orioles are doing letting them go, but John Miller's going to join us in moments here on the Morning Roast. Let's play some sound, though. Bob Costas joined Willard and Dibs yesterday, and he had plenty of stories on Willie Mays. And look, man, here's what he said about seeing Willie play in New York City.
My dad took me to one game at the Polo Grounds. We're seated down the right field line, and I'm on my father's shoulders when he says to me, "Bobby, look, see that player right there? That's Willie Mays." As if he was saying to his son the equivalent of, "Son, that's the Washington Monument. That's the Grand Canyon. You'll never forget having been here. That's Willie Mays."
Well, that's on the Say Hey Kid the documentary on HBO Max. Here's what he said yesterday on Willard and Dibs about Willie Mays being a showman.
The numbers themselves are staggering, but his charisma, his presence, the flair and genuine style, not something contrived, not the kind of exhibitionism you sometimes see today. A guy hits a double in the 4th inning of a game on July 8th and acts as if he climbed Mount Everest or something. Willie had actual style in everything he did, even fielding a routine fly ball with that basket catch, or the way he loped out of the dugout back to the outfield as an inning began, or walked from the on-deck circle to the plate. Everything about him exuded style and dynamism and excitement. So it's one thing to be great. Even if he was boring, the statistics tell you that he was indisputably great. One of the greatest ever, just based on the pure objective accomplishments. But then there is the presence of Willie Mays, and he was well aware of that, and he often said, "You have got to entertain the people."
Got to entertain the people. Entertainment.
There's just like an aura for certain athletes on how they walk on and off a floor or jog on. Like when Mahomes, like I can imagine Mahomes now,
jog,
like waddling over the way he does pigeon toed over to Andy Reid.
Where he looks hurt, right?
Yeah.
Kind of looks like something's up with him.
There's just
but he's shaking his head. He can't stand it, but he knows what we're talking about.
You know exactly what I'm talking about, right?
Yep.
And there's just a way. Some guys have it. Some guys just absolutely have it. Like Aaron Judge, when I watched him come out of the steps and he's got his hand on his knee and he's coming up off the steps to get into the on deck circle. It's like, wow.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Well, it was funny because Teller's like, yo, he's about to step up out the dugout any minute now. Judge, watch when he pops up. And he just pops up. He pops up. It's like hitting those little Jack in the Box things. You're winding it up. It just pops out. And Judge out of nowhere just pops up. And you're like, damn. And then he gets into the on-deck circle with the 99. You're like, dude, is that Paul Bunyan? What the hell's going on here? And then he goes into the box and he smacks 2 home runs. You're like, oh, yeah, he's got it. Willie Mays would have loved that. Willie Mays had it, right?
Absolutely.
Now, he had some obstacles, though. He had some obstacles, which Costas touched on.
Willie was not embraced as enthusiastically as you would think. Part of the reason was that although Joe DiMaggio never played in the National League, obviously was a Yankee, he was a San Franciscan, and he had played in the Pacific Coast League, and people felt a certain allegiance to Joe DiMaggio, another great center fielder. And maybe some Giant fans, it seems so peculiar now in retrospect, they wanted not someone they adopted from New York, they wanted their own guys. And almost as soon as they arrived, along comes McCovey and Cepeda. So they were San Francisco Giants in the minds of some fans, at least initially. And Willie was a transplanted New York Giant. But in the long run, even though Cepeda and McCovey were Hall of Fame players, not only the greatest Giant of all time, but arguably the greatest player for any team of all time is Willie Mays. So the weight of the evidence just made the case for Willie, not just as a player, but as a presence, because he was not only the best player, he was the most entertaining and exciting player to watch.
And that's, I can't help but think of Stephen Curry when I hear that.
No doubt.
When he's talking about being the best and the most entertaining. Now, is Steph Curry the best player right now in the NBA? You can argue that he's not. He's still on the short list of one of the many great players, but 2015, 16, you done in this MVP, back-to-back MVPs, there's no doubt he was the best player, but what separated him was not only was he the best player hitting all those threes and going to the lane, he was entertaining. But the double bang shot with Mike Breen, the 35-footer, that is great. Bang, bang, oh, what a shot. But it's the celebration and the showmanship on the national stage after that where you're like, oh, this guy's box office. Yeah, this is my guy.
Dismissing the portion where, he was someone else's player. Like, that's the thing with Willie. Like, when he came to San Francisco.
Adopted. He was New York.
Yeah. There are some parallels where it's not like Curry came in as the savior day one and was immediately, universally beloved as some superstar. Now, Willie was already a mega star, having done it in New York for close to 7 years or whatever it was. When Curry was here early on, it was Monte's team.
Yep.
That he was on. Not that it was like, people had to choose between either or, but there are some similarities there where it did take, and in retrospect, it sounds dumb.
No, but it was. It was when he got traded, Monte Ellis, there was a thing, Team Monty or Team Steph.
Thank you.
And I'd be lying when that trade went through, if I didn't get up and say, what the, WTF? WTF? What? What are we doing? That's our borderline all-star. Curry's got no ankles. You know what I'm saying? That was the rhetoric. It really was. So we're going to get John Miller on in just a second here. He's live in Birmingham, Alabama. He knows the game inside and out. He's a local guy as well, obviously growing up and practicing his calls at the old Oakland Coliseum, watching the A's teams of the 70s. John Miller, one of the best out there, is joining us, the Hall of Famer, in just a second here, Shasky. But it is that entertainment value that Willie Mays brought. And we heard about it, even though we didn't see him play. So let's bring in the Hall of Famer, one of the many great voices of the Giants. He's been with the organization since 1997. And John, good morning to you out there in Birmingham, Alabama. I got to say, the last 2 days, what you've done on the broadcast has just been absolutely special. It's tugged at all the fans' heartstrings as you discussed the great Willie Mays. So I say good morning to you. And the first question I have for you, John, is when did you first meet Willie Mays, the great Say Hey Kid?
Well, I felt like I have known him my whole life because he made me into a baseball fan. So I've always been very grateful for that I grew up a Giants fan, and they had Willie Mays, who, when I look back on it now as a kid, I think I looked at Willie as a superhero. In fact, I think the Marvel movie studio, the Marvel Comics, would probably have a whole new franchise now if they had a Willie Mays superhero character who was a great baseball player, could do anything, and maybe he would save humanity or something like that as well. But they'll have to figure that out. But for me, and I feel like I met Willie for the first time at a banquet, and I don't know when it was, years ago. I was doing games in Baltimore and ESPN, and was invited to come out to the San Jose area, Santa Clara, for their hot stove league dinner that they have every year, and Willie was there, and it was around the time the Giants were trying to get a ballpark built in Santa Clara. You remember that? Mm-hmm. I mean, years ago. Yep. And it was going to be up for a vote, and it got defeated, but Willie was down there, and so I got to sit at the head table with Willie. So I had a million questions for him and whatnot. So that was one of the great pleasures of actually coming to work with the Giants. That when the team was home, Willie was often in the clubhouse before games and often at the ballpark where you could see him. And so I had so many great moments. I remember so many things about Willie that he did that were sort of extraordinary. And one of those games, the Giants almost never televised any games back in the day. And the Dodgers were the same way. So Stoneham and O'Malley, the owners of the two teams, both agreed that it was probably better never to televise games, and they only televised the games against each other when they were on the road. And so we had those 9 games that they played in LA at the time, and that was it. So it might have been right when Dodger Stadium opened. I'm a little vague on that. But Felipe Alou was the right fielder, and there was a fly ball to right, and the camera had a shot of Felipe, and in the background, 50 feet behind him, almost like he was in the dark and he was kind of out of focus and whatnot, there was Willie, and Willie made the catch 50 feet behind him, and Russ Hodges kind of went nuts, like, wow, I've never seen that before. It turned out that Felipe didn't have any idea where the ball was, but Willie Mays is over there making a basket catch like he had it all the way. So I was able, 50 years later, to ask Willie about that play, and he remembered it and just said that, Felipe told him there was a blind spot in those lights in right field. It was a new ballpark, and so maybe if he had a chance on a fly ball to right, maybe he might trail over there just in case. And sure enough, but the thing was that Willie not only went over there, he caught it as if he were the right fielder. So Willie was just kind of extraordinary in that way. And he always was noted for that catch in the World Series 1954, and still I think most people feel it's the greatest catch in World Series history. And it could only have happened at the Polo Grounds because it was 483 feet to the straightaway center field at the Polo Grounds. There was so much acreage out there. The Polo Grounds, it would be as if at Oracle Park, beneath the scoreboard out where the garden is, that the scoreboard would be the center field wall. And that's how far away the center field wall was at the Polo Grounds. So Willie had so much time to go catch that ball. But Vin Scully always insisted that his greatest catch was in the regular season at Old Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. In the bottom of the ninth, with a 1-run lead for the Giants, the Dodgers had the bases loaded, and Jackie Robinson hit a shot into the gap in left center field, and Mays took off and made a dive for the ball. They had a cinder warning track. It was almost like all these little lava rocks or something on the warning track, and he made the dive, which immediately cut up his arms and wrists and whatnot. And he caught the ball, and his momentum on the dive carried him into this cinder block wall. There was no padding. They didn't have padding in those days. And his head hit the wall and knocked him out. But he held onto the ball, and Jackie Robinson ran out there almost as if worried about if Willie was okay. But he just went out there and looked into his glove to make sure that he actually did catch it. And when he saw that he did catch it, he just turned around and ran back into the clubhouse. So game was over. So then he always felt like that was Willie's greatest catch. So, but he was always doing something and always sort of inventing something. I think he was a genius of the game. And people do make a mistake when they, I think, say that Willie was just a natural player. I think he had natural God-given abilities, there's no question. But he was a great student of the game and for me, a genius of the game, where he was just improvising things as the game would go along. And, so I think that, for Willie, he was a great player, but he was also a guy who was so much more than that. And anyway, so that's why we miss him and why it's been such a blessing to have been a Giants fan all this time, because it was the team of Willie Mays, and why they still have New York Giants fans, people in New York who still are Giants fans to this day. And when you ask them, it was because of Willie Mays. It was the team of Willie Mays.
You know, John, you're such a historian, and you know all the little nuggets and all the untold stories. I mean, I'm learning stuff about this is my dad's hero. You know, this was my dad's favorite player of all time. And I thought I knew a lot about Willie, and I'm learning things that I had no idea about. And that's what's special about him. But he had like a Forrest Gump quality to him. He played in the Negro Leagues. He served in the Army, played at the Polo Grounds, was on deck for the Bobby Thompson shot heard around the world, beat the Indians in a sweep, was one of the greatest American League teams of all time, winning 111 games. Goes up against Don Lemon, Hall of Famers, was there with Johnny Roseboro. I mean, it's just thing after thing after thing from him where he's at all of these events, these connective tissues. What's the one for you that's maybe like a little nugget that you find the most intriguing about his career?
Well, for me, a personal experience, 1970, the Giants played a Sunday doubleheader. And, it was still a time where they scheduled doubleheaders. They have one on the schedule this year. Did you know that?
Yeah, it gets Colorado, right?
Yeah, July the 27th, a Saturday.
Hey, John, get some sleep for that.
I'm looking forward to it, because when I was a kid, that's when we went to the games at Candlestick. That was a promotion, and they would have all the teams that figured to be bad teams when they were in on Sundays. They would have a doubleheader with them. So we would always go because my dad wanted the best deal, and that was the best deal. 2 games for the price of one. Are you kidding? And he knew that I wanted both games to go extra innings, and I wanted the day never to end at Candlestick. But 1970, I was in college, and I went to see a Sunday doubleheader. They played the Phillies, and they lost the first game, 13 innings. Now the second game, and they started the second game like 20, 25 minutes later. So as soon as the first game was over, the pitchers for game 2 went out to the bullpens with their catchers, and they started warming up. It happened fast. So Willie Mays, it was May the 3rd. I looked this up to verify it. It was May the 3rd. So Willie was 3 days away from his 39th birthday. So he was an old man in baseball terms, and he just played 13 innings in that first game. And McCovey was 34, 35. He just played 13 innings, but they're both in there for game 2. And Willie hits a 2-out single in the bottom of the first. So he's at first, and McCovey comes up, and they go into this big shift. And Candlestick was just being rebuilt, for the 49ers at the time, and they had just put artificial turf in. And with this big shift on, McCovey, who was the reigning MVP in the National League at the time, McCovey laid down a bunt on the third base side, and he bunted it hard. The ball rolled along the third base line, past the bag, and started down the left field line. And Willie Mays, the runner at first, about to be 39 years old, scored. And McCovey ended up with a double. And I told that story a few times on the air, and Darren Chan found the tape in an archive at the radio station, and Russ Hodges just aced the call, and it's just sort of a treasure for me because and Russ Hodges' immediate summation of, and the crowd just goes nuts, and I remember going nuts when that happened. I just couldn't believe it. But Russ Hodges said in the summation, not summarizing the bunt, but saying Willie Mays scored all the way from first on a bunt that was a double. And and he didn't add that he was about 39 years old and just had played 13 innings. So for me, that kind of says it all. Willie was very proud of the fact, and if you mention it to him, he would bring that up and tell you, because he had the same size waist and weighed the same in his final year in 1973 when he was, 42, 43 years old, as he had in his rookie season. He didn't put on an ounce, and he had the same waist size and whatnot. And he was proud of that. That didn't just happen. He worked at it, and he took care of himself. And his dad always had told him, when Willie was starting out in the Negro Leagues with the Birmingham Black Barons, that's where we are right now, and that's why we're here. But he told him, he says, you've got to take care of yourself. You got to get your rest, and do not get hurt. Don't go crashing into outfield walls, and don't run into another outfielder going for a fly ball, because if you get hurt, and I could always imagine him, his dad saying this, and young man, if you get hurt, what good are you to your team? What good are you to you? And what good are you to your family if you get hurt and you can't continue to play and make a living? So Willie always was proud of that too, that he never got hurt, and he never had to go on the disabled list, and he never collided with another player except the one time where he and Bobby Bonds went for a fly ball at Candlestick, an afternoon game in right center. I'm sure you've seen the films of it, where they both leaped for the ball, both great, gifted outfielders with great speed. And the best part of that story was, there's a beautiful documentary out about Willie, and I recommend it. Everybody, I think you can get it on
HBO Max, John. Yes, they say Hey Kid.
HBO Max. Yep. Nelson George was the director, and so Barry Bonds is very much in that. And we had the world premiere of that film at the Castro Theater a couple of years back, and Barry Bonds was there. We were all on stage to talk about Willie and about the film and whatnot. It was the greatest night for Barry Bonds interacting with the public that I've ever seen, because he's a very private guy, but he loved Willie so much, and but he told the story about Willie and his dad Bobby Bonds colliding, and Barry was still, he was a young guy, and when Willie McCovey was going to come up in an inning, Barry would make his way out into the right field bleacher area. And in Candlestick at that time, they had these old, they looked like high school football stadium bleachers. There were like 3 sections of these bleachers. But, and you could walk around out there. And he wanted to get a Willie McCovey home run ball. So he would go out there in anticipation of that. And so he was out there when Mays and his dad collided. And he was horrified. And after the game, because Willie caught the ball and then hit the deck after the collision and hit his head and was knocked out. And Barry did describe it as a great outfielder, said that he believes that that's the greatest catch of all time right there. He went one better than Vin Scully's recollection of Ebbets Field, and he makes a good. You can't dispute him. He's Barry Bonds. Willie's one of the only guys who ever won more Gold Gloves than Barry did. So anyway, but he also added to the story that he got in the car with his dad to go home after the game. And he says, Dad, and he scolded him. He says, Dad, you hurt Willie. Don't ever do that again. When Willie's going for a ball, you stay away from him. Don't hurt him. And his dad would say, son, we were both going for a fly ball. And it's just, I'm telling you, don't do it again. You hurt him. And hopefully he's going to be okay, but don't ever do that again. So, and even then as a kid, he loved Willie so much. And I love that little anecdote. So anyway, so that's, and I think it is one of the real kind of, for me, it says so much about Willie and his relationship with his godson. But when they had a Barry Bonds day at the ballpark and retired Barry's number 25, and Willie was not scheduled to make any kind of speeches or anything, but he was on the field for it. And then he just decided, spur of the moment, and this happens a lot, where Willie just decided, I have something to say and I need to say it. It's important for me to say it. And he got up and basically made an impassioned plea to the voters in the Hall of Fame balloting that, being in the Hall of Fame was one of the great joys and honors of his life. And when he goes to the Hall of Fame now, he said, that is still one of the great pleasures to be there with the other Hall of Famers in Cooperstown. And he feels that Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer and did all the things necessary to be in the Hall of Fame, and he deserves it, and he needs to be there. Put the person who deserves to be there in the Hall of Fame. And let's face it, there he was, 90 years old, basically blind, and not scheduled to make a speech, and it was an emotional speech for him to make. And for me, that really said it all about who Willie Mays was.
It's well said, John. The great voice, John Miller, Hall of Famer, longtime Giants broadcaster. And that's a speech we played yesterday all day long on our show, John, was that speech at Barry Bonds Day when he got the number 25 retired there. John, you're saying so much. We could get into, the old gangsters at the Red Rooster in New York telling Willie, go home. It's 9 o'clock. You need to get rest. You go play at the Polo Grounds. Or the Dodgers whiffing saying, hey, let's send our scout to go see Willie Mays. And the scout coming back saying, yeah, Willie can't hit a curveball. Well, thank God the scout misread that one because Willie became a Giant after that. But you're down there at Rickwood Field where Willie Mays played in Birmingham, Alabama. He played in the last Negro League World Series back in 1948. What does it mean to you to see Major League Baseball take the game back to Rickwood Field, the oldest stadium in baseball here in America?
Well, I know when we opened in New York last year, the Giants played the Yankees at the beginning of the season, and this group of Giants fans, they had the New York Giants Preservation Society that was formed way back in the day when the Giants left, and it's kind of been passed along from the parent to the offspring, and so a lot of the people who are members of that now are people whose parents remember being Giants fans and Willie Mays fans. But they had a special tour in the area in Harlem where the Polo Grounds had been, which now has these tall towers, these projects, the Polo Grounds towers. And so we went up there, but included in that was the building where Willie lived, where you see the film and the photographs of Willie playing stickball with the kids, right outside of where he lived in this apartment with a couple who had the apartment. And that's all still there. And so a young guy who was born in the Polo Grounds towers and still lives there to this day, he came along on the tour and wore a Willie Mays jersey, and then he got a broom handle, and when we were in front of Willie's old apartment, apartment where he lived with the couple as a young guy. He did some swings out there and sort of reenacted Willie playing stickball on that street. It was kind of a thrill to be in that neighborhood. And then we walked the stairs that Willie would have walked down Coogan's Bluff to the Polo Grounds, and we walked through the Polo Grounds towers. Everything, all the signage and everything is in black and orange colors, the Giants' colors. And this is all because of Willie Mays. We also went to the Boys and Girls Club that's there by the Polo Grounds towers. And the kids, and not professional artists, but the kids did a very professional and beautiful mural that's in that Boys and Girls Club that shows the timeline of all the things that were there on those grounds, including polo fields at one time in the 19th century. And then when the baseball park was built, the Polo Grounds, and all the things that have occurred there since. But Willie Mays is featured in that mural maybe 3 or 4 different times, because that is why people care about that area. And that's part of the history of that area, that, hey, this is where Willie Mays, the greatest player who ever played, this is where he played. And so that was kind of fun. You know, I'd heard about stuff like that, but I'd always been fascinated with the Polo Grounds growing up a Giants fan, because in the Giants yearbook, you know, I saw my first game there in '62 at Candlestick, so we bought a yearbook, and they had a page that showed aerial photographs of all the stadiums in the National League. That included the Polo Grounds, because '62 was the year that the Mets were born, and they played in the Giants' old ballpark while Shea Stadium was being built. And I remember looking at it thinking, wow, that park is nuts. And it was 279 feet down the left field line, 257 down the right field line, and 483 to straightaway center. The power alleys were so far away that the bullpens were on the field, in the outfields, by the 446-foot sign in right center and the 440-foot sign in left center. That's where the bullpens were. And so you would think a great ballpark to hit home runs, and I think it was a good home run ballpark, but pitchers would try to make them hit the ball and keep them from pulling the ball. And then it was really big. And that's where Willie made his reputation, because he had the speed and he had the great ability to get a read on a fly ball, and he could just run forever to go catch a fly ball. So, and he often did. So anyway, so that was, for me, that was a Willie Mays pilgrimage to go to that area. But it's for me, a great story. When the Giants won the World Series in 2010, they called the Mets and the Yankees and asked for permission to bring the World Series trophy and Willie Mays and Buster Posey to New York for the New York baseball writers' dinner that happens every year. And, you know, Buster was going to get an award, and there were things going to happen at that banquet involving the Giants. And the Yankees and Mets both said, oh, great, that's great. And they had a function at the public school that was near the Polo Grounds, near where Willie lived when he played there. And every kid in the school had an assignment to do a paper about Willie Mays, who he was, do the research. And so everybody in that school knew all about Willie Mays. And Willie came to the school and spoke to those kids. They had a big assembly. And then he presented awards to the kids for, you know, who got straight A's, and kids who got the honor roll, and kids who had perfect attendance, and, you know, whatever, all the awards that they had. And Willie was giving out signed Giants caps that he had signed, and jerseys and all this kind of stuff. And then there was one last kid, and there were no more hats and no more jerseys, no more Willie Mays gloves, whatever that he was handing out. And he looked at the kid. It's like a 10-year-old kid who kind of had that look in his eyes. And so Willie pulled out his wallet out of his pants pocket and took $100 bill and signed the $100 bill and gave that to the kid as he apologized for not having a hat or a jersey or whatever for him. So that was so cool that Willie Mays was back by the Polo Grounds, and the kids who live there today all could see this guy, and they'd all heard about him and knew about him. Now they drove from there, Upper Manhattan, Harlem, to Midtown, where they were going to meet with the New York Giants Preservation Society, where the people could have a picture with the trophy in, and meet Buster Posey. So then Willie, while they were going down there, said, listen, were you planning to do a little interview with Buster to speak to the people? I said, yeah. And he says, well, if you don't mind, I want to interview him. Willie Mays wants to interview Buster Posey. And I thought that was just so cool because Willie saw a lot of himself and his story in Buster. And he was into that. Because Buster came up in 2010 in late May. The Giants were kind of stumbling around. Willie came up to the Giants in 51 as a 20-year-old, right after his 20th birthday, in late May. And the teams got better when those two players arrived. Giants history kind of repeated itself. And then Buster, he took Willie one better. He helped the Giants get to the World Series, and then they won the World Series. And in 54, or rather in 51, Willie helped them get there from impossible odds, I might add, the greatest comeback in history. Giants were 13 and a half behind the Dodgers with 44 games to play. And they caught him and had that incredible playoff with him. But Willie was a big reason for that turnaround, an incredible stretch run. So anyway, I just thought that also told you this about the humanity of Willie Mays and how much a giant he was, because he saw in Buster Posey something he had not seen in a Giants young player since himself. And so he was the one who he had a few questions for Buster that day, which is just so cool. So anyway, that's part of the Giants, and part of the history of the Giants is it's all about Willie Mays.
Yeah. And today will be all about Willie Mays. You brought up Buster Posey getting called up. That July, Shasky and I were talking about it yesterday. He batted .418 in the month of July as a 20-year-old with 7 home runs and 24 RBIs. And, of course, the Giants win their first World Series in the city of San Francisco. But, John, you're amazing. What you've done the last 2 days. I want you to enjoy this day as we celebrate the great life of Willie Mays. And we'll see you guys when you get back to the Bay Area. John, have a good day. Enjoy Rickwood Field, and we'll hear you on a call on St. Louis, John.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a special day. And I think there more than 60 of the living Negro Leaguers, there are about 100 or so still alive, and around 60, 65 of them are supposed to be here today. They're having a luncheon in a little while, and we'll be at Rickwood Field tonight. So, and the Giants have had Randy Wynn and Jeffrey Leonard have flown in from San Francisco, and they've been doing clinics with kids from the neighborhood and trying to explain to them about the way life was. And, in this area, Martin Luther King once said that he thought Birmingham was the most segregated city in the whole country. And that was one of the amazing stories that it also had to make me laugh that, the broadcaster for the Birmingham Barons, whose ballpark it was, and the Birmingham Black Barons of the Negro League would rent out the ballpark. So basically, every other week, the Black Barons would be playing there, and they talked about Willie being a high schooler, so he could only play on the weekends because he was in school during the week. And the Black Barons fans got a chance to see Willie Mays play, and they talked about every other Sunday, because all the black churches, everybody would leave church after the services, and they'd all head over to Rickwood Field for the game. And that was part of the black community and a social occasion to go enjoy the ball game, and especially go enjoy this young kid, Willie Mays. It's so exciting. to see. And so that was a phrase that they used every other Sunday, the Birmingham Black Baron. They've given us all, with the Giants traveling party, the Black Barons jerseys and the Black Barons caps. So we're going to wear them over there tonight. Dave Fleming, Hunter Pence, and myself, Darren Chan, our producer. So we're all going over there for that. And but Bull Connor was the broadcaster, and I thought, Bull Connor, I remember that name because some of the worst things that happened back in the 60s in the civil rights movement, when there were peaceful marches and demonstrations. And Bull Connor was in charge of the police department and the fire department, and he had to bring out the fire hoses. And what they hadn't anticipated was that television news was now omnipresent. And those images, those films of people in peaceful protest were set all over the country. And it was really a turning point in the civil rights movement, where the federal government got involved and said, okay, this is enough. We're not going to have this in America any longer. And but Bull Connor, before that, had been the broadcaster for the Birmingham Barons, the white Barons. And somebody mentioned to Willie one day, says, what about the Bull Connor? What did you think about that? And he said, yeah, I remember Bull Connor was the broadcaster. He was pretty good.
That's amazing.
Anyway, and for Willie, he just remembered him, and he gave his little scatter report. Oh yeah, he was pretty good. Yes, but he was so good. In fact, that the history of it is apparently he was so good. In fact, he parlayed that into a political career, and they had the political office where, I don't know, they call it the safety office or whatever, and he won and was in charge of the police department and the fire department in Birmingham, and that ultimately led to those horrific incidences in the civil rights movement. So anyway, even Bull Connor and Willie Mays has a link in history.
I just see that you brought up Martin Luther King Jr., John, before we let you go, and there's a picture of Martin Luther King Jr. in awe of being in the presence of Willie Mays. This is Martin Luther King Jr., and he's looking at Willie Mays like he's God. So it's unbelievable the impact that Willie Mays had on his community here in the Bay Area, but around the country and around the world, to say, hey, kid, you don't hear a bad thing about him. John, enjoy your day in Birmingham, Alabama, and we appreciate the 30 minutes, man. This was great stuff. We're probably going to replay this. You've been excellent. You don't need to hear that, but we have to tell you that because you have been the perfect guy to tell these stories about the great Say Hey Kid, Willie Mays. Thanks so much for the time today, John.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anytime. John Miller, the Hall of Famer, here on the Morning Roast. And wow. We're going to keep going here because we got Stu coming up. But first, your injury report, Spadoni.
Ow!
Right. We're not breaking here. We're calling the audible. Omaha. We're going straight to Stu after the injury report, and we got some bad news. Stanford's own Cameron Brink. She was off to such a great start with the LA Sparks in the WNBA. She suffered a torn ACL in Tuesday night's game against the Connecticut Sun. Connecticut Sun 13-1 right now on the season. They're rolling, but Brink slipped while making the drive to the basket and had to be helped off the court. And she is out for the rest of the season and also out for the Olympics. She was going to participate in a women's 3-on-3 basketball tournament in the Paris Olympics this summer. And it's not going to happen as she tears her ACL. Get well, Cameron. Get well. We're rooting for you here as Cameron Brink tears her ACL with the LA Sparks and her rookie season gets cut short. That is the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. We're going to continue to roll. We're going to continue. I'm going to do the legal. I'm going to shout out YouTube. I'm going to shout out Twitch. I'm going to shout out Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We go from John Miller to Dave Stewart. Stu, at DSmoke34 on Twitter. Big boxing fan. I can't wait to talk some boxing with him. Maybe not today, but in the future here. But Stu, thanks so much for joining us, man. Of course, 2-time World Series champ, 3-time champ, 89 World Series MVP. And Stu, good morning to you. Welcome back to the Morning Roast with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. And Willie Mays obviously left this world Tuesday afternoon at the age of 93 to say, hey, kid. And I know you grew up playing baseball as an African-American in Oakland, California. Probably watched a lot of Willie Mays. What did Willie mean to you, Stu? And good morning to you.
Well, he meant the world to me. Being San Francisco being the only team in the Bay Area when I was in my early youth. My father was a longshoreman, worked at Pacific Maritime over in San Francisco, and we went to a lot of Giants games. It was always debatable, especially, when my family were playing bid whist games or playing dominoes. You have a group of people over partying and you get to talking about sports, which happened a lot in my house. The debate would always be who was the best player in the game. And without hesitation, everybody said Willie Mays. And so, having an opportunity to watch the Giants, back in those days, we watch a lot of Giants and Dodger games, but watch the Giants in general. Watching Willie play the game and having an opportunity to meet him at a young age and watch how he interacted with fans really made a huge impression on me and set a standard for me once I became a major league player.
Where was that first time you met Willie Mays?
Candlestick Park, 1962 bat day.
Wow. How old were you?
7 years old.
Wow. And were you just a kid, running up to the front of the grandstands or something? Like where were you? Like, I'm just curious.
My dad made a point that we were going to wait for Willie to come out of the ballpark after the game, get the bat signed, and we waited. He signed autographs for about 2 hours before he got to me.
Wow. And that was when they gave out the big bats, huh? No, because I got
That's right. That's when they gave out the real ones. But they were only real until they connected to a baseball and then it immediately. It's that cheap wood.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And my he was my dad's hero, and so he became my hero, especially over the last couple of years. And there was something intoxicating about the way that he conducted himself, swinging 3-4 bats in the on deck circle, the way he glided on the field, the way he ran the bases. Everyone wanted to run the bases like him, flipping the helmet off. What was it for you? What was the thing for you that when he was on the field that you just couldn't stop staring at?
It was just the impact of when you're a young kid, especially 6, 7, 8 years old, and you're watching a 24, 25-year-old athlete. When you're 7, you think that 25 is old. And so, when you're watching him steal bases and run down baseballs, those were the things that I remember most about him stealing bases. I don't remember so much Willie Mays hitting the home runs, but I do remember him stealing bases, running around the bases, his cap flying off, playing center field, running down baseballs, basketball. And anybody that watched him play, you have to remember the basket catches. That was standard for him. Those are the things that I remembered about Willie Mays.
Dave Stewart here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, a 4-time 20-game winner, a 3-time World Series champion, one with the Dodgers, one with the A's, and, of course, one with the Blue Jays. Here talking about Willie Mays. Of course, you catch him on the A's Cast and A's pre- and post-game on NBC Sports California. What does it mean to you that Major League Baseball decided to bring this game between the Cardinals and the Giants back to Birmingham, Alabama, to Rickwood Field?
When I first heard about it, I thought that it was a great idea, and when they said that they were honoring Willie, I thought it was a tremendously great idea. To play this game in Birmingham, in the oldest ballpark known, I thought it was a great idea by whoever thought about it at the commissioner's office, obviously. all credit goes to Rob Manfred and Major League Baseball. But I just think that it's great that they've taken the step to honor the Negro Leagues, Willie Mays, and Negro League Baseball.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty incredible because I know the video game, because I play video games, has incorporated all of the old legends from the Negro Leagues, and I've learned so much because they've got these different modes where you play a Satchel Paige and you start off, as a young Satchel Paige, and you work your way to where he's 58 years old and he's still playing in the game. It's really cool to bring this to the light, and I think the thing that people don't understand is that once the door opened up, I mean, Bonte, I was reading the 10 MVPs, the 10 years after Jackie Robinson breaks the color barrier. I mean, it's a who's who of all of the greatest African-American players in the history of the game. And so it's a shame that it didn't happen sooner, but immediately you saw that impact. And within 4 years, there's Willie Mays, playing center field for the New York Giants.
I mean, it's just there's a lot going around the Negro Leagues now. Adding them to the record books officially, I think, is another outstanding tribute to the league and the players in the league. Major League Baseball is, and I call this intentional. They're making an intentional effort to honor these players in the way that they should be honored, and they should have been honored over the years.
No, you're right about that, Stu. They should have been honored over the years. What's your top Willie Mays moment? When you look back at all the highlights, obviously everybody looks at the 1954 World Series Game 1 catch, the basket catch over the shoulder, and then he twirls and throws it back into the infield in a split second. What's your top Willie Mays moment on the baseball field?
I mean, obviously in '54, I wasn't around to see that play or be a part of that play, but the Pirates game that I went to, he was 3 for 5 with a double, and he made 2 catches in center field at that time. And that's the game that I remember. And I tell you what, 1962, I didn't even recognize the fact that Roberto Clemente was playing on the other side.
Wow.
I never even recognized it. I mean, but that could be one of two things. It could be that, Roberto Clemente didn't do very much that day, or Willie Mays was just that good that day.
Is there a player, because my dad, he had said that the only guy that he thought reminded him of Willie Mays, and again, no one's going to come close, but recent memory, the tools and the way that he runs the bases and the moxie and the power and the stature, not being a huge guy. My dad said Mookie Betts was like one of the closest players that he had seen who can kind of play the way Willie played, where he didn't have a hole in his game, and the joy with which he plays. And it hurts because my dad was a Giants fan, and seeing a Dodger play like that. Is that a close comparison for you?
I would say I would have said that a couple of years ago, but as the years have gone on, the number of stolen bases is decreasing for Mookie Betts, and he doesn't, at least it appears, he doesn't have the, I don't know what the word is, but stolen bases are not a big deal for him. Willie Mays played every aspect of the game. He stole bases. He hit home runs. He was a tremendous defensive player. He was just good at every aspect of the game, and he felt that every aspect of the game was important. I would say that about Mookie 3 years ago when Mookie was stealing bases and playing that part of the game. But I guess if there's a player today where every piece of the game still matters, you might have to look at Acuna.
Ronald Acuna Jr., yeah, legit. He's out with a torn ACL, but 40-70 last year. Now I got to know, Stu, because you had to stare, you had to glare. You gave us nightmares from the 89 World Series, no doubt, when you were named World Series MVP. How would Dave Stewart have pitched Willie Mays?
I was was talking about Willie the other day, and I was fortunate to be in his company with a bunch of Hall of Famers, and I believe this was for Ricky's Hall of Fame induction. And sitting around with Bob Gibson, Willie, and Sandy Koufax was there. Ernie Banks. I mean, there were a bunch of Hall of Famers, and Willie was talking about his first time hitting against Bob Gibson. I'm sorry to make this a long story.
No, you got all the time in the world, Stu.
Yeah, give it to us.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He was talking about his first time hitting against Bob Gibson. And the way I took this, because I couldn't go back that far, my guess would be that Bob Gibson had been in the league a little bit longer than Willie. And so when Willie's first at bat against Bob Gibson, and Willie's trademark is to step in the box and to dig that toe hole in that back foot, so he can get it. And he was really grinding it in there. And he said he had heard the reputation of Bob Gibson, but in that moment, he had forgotten that Bob Gibson was the pitcher. And so while he was digging that toe hole and making sure he, had a spot to sit that back foot, he said he then finished doing that, and he looked up, and he saw the way Bob Gibson was looking at him. He said he immediately got on his knees and with both hands covered up that hole that he had dug. And so, yeah, when you hear the story, it was hilarious. And he said, sure enough, first pitch, Bob Gibson threw one right underneath his chin. He said, bat gone, helmet gone, feet up. He said, man, he was, and Willie had a high pitched voice. So when you listen to him tell the story, man, it was the funniest thing I said, the funniest thing I'd ever heard. So for me, Willie's first step was, as people would say, that front foot was in the bucket. And so that meant that Willie wanted anything that he could get on the inner portion, a part of the plate, and fastball, middle portion in was his hit zone. So I think what I would try to do is obviously pitch off the plate inside to just get his attention, but try to get my outs away with him. And if you're going to be away, at least you got a chance to keep him in the ballpark. So I would probably throw him hard away and soft away. That would probably be the way I'd try to approach him.
You got to have confidence to be an all-time great. Everybody knows that. And you played with some confident guys, Ricky being one of them, who also wore 35 and 24, the Willie Mays number as well. Is Willie one of the more humble, though, superstars you've been around? Because you've probably been around the legends of the legends of the legends. He had an aura about him, and he came off as humble. I had never met him.
He did come off as humble. But not only that, he was accessible, which, a lot of guys, man, when they reach a certain level of fame and obviously when you become Hall of Famers, you're not always easy. It's not always easy to communicate and get in touch with them. And if you listen to anybody and everybody that talks about Willie was always open to communicate, to speak with, to share any of his experiences that may be helpful to you as a player to be able to play this game in the way it should be played.
Stu, I know we're talking about Willie, but I got to ask, because I don't know if you watched the documentary, but the Say Hey Kid doc on the HBO Max, I found it hilarious that when Willie would go to the Red Rooster, a hangout spot after the games in the Polo Grounds in New York City, he'd have his back room. But the gangsters and everybody who was betting, they was like, hey, it's 9 o'clock. We got to get Willie home. He needs his rest. It was basically Harlem looking out for Willie, saying, you represent us. You're opening doors for Black Americans all over the country. We need you out there to play at a high level. And they would look out for him. Who was that person to look out for you, Stu, as you were coming up, knowing you were on the right track to go to Major League Baseball? But you always know there's a little distraction here and there. Who were some of those people that looked out for you, Stu, over the course of your career?
Well, the non-playing guys, the people that didn't play the game, but the people that I grew up with. I mean, there was, I had Warnell Simpson, there was Jeffrey Cunningham, Tack Wilson, Jeffrey Pete, who had a place in Oakland that people went to called, what was Jeffrey's place? Joe Nels. And so those were the people that didn't play the game that watched out for me, especially when I got back to Oakland. The people in the game, and oh, by the way, Jeffrey's place was also his namesake, Jeffrey's. And then there were people in the game, the first people to watch out for me and show me the ropes and really talk about what it meant to be a professional were Don Newcomb and Roy Campanella. Those were the first two people I met when I became a Dodger. And then after that, it became Reggie Smith and Davey Lopes. And one of my best friends today and my brother, Dusty Baker. Those guys took me under their wing and they showed me the ropes. And, Dusty was quick to say, "Hey, look, Stu, get up. We're going to breakfast." I asked him where. He said, "You don't need to know where. Just put your clothes on and come on." And so we get up, we get ready to go have breakfast. And sure enough, we get to breakfast in Atlanta. It's Hank Aaron, or if we were in St. Louis, I get a chance to sit down with Bob Gibson. And Dusty was good at that, man. And we'd go out to dinner and I'd sit with Gary Matthews or Ralph Garr and really get an opportunity to listen at them talk about baseball, talk about the hitting aspect of the game, which was helpful to me to learn about my approach to getting hitters out.
Dave, I know you've thought about this because everyone thinks about this. When you're a kid, back in the day, you're in the front yard, you're down at the park, you're playing with all your boys. What's the same? Because Rickwood is... I didn't know enough about Rickwood until this week, right? And in my mind, I've always wanted to, hit a home run at the Polo Grounds, for example, or see what Ebbets was like. You're on the mound. You get to visualize it. Who's the guy you're pitching against? Where's the stadium? What's the moment in time that you wanted to be involved when you were a kid just playing ball with your buddies in the neighborhood?
Well, this is the honest to God's truth. My brother Gregory, who's 5 years older than me, is the person that taught me everything I know about any sport, whether it was football, basketball, or baseball. And we used to play a game in our backyard called Strikeout. And our baseball was a sock with aluminum foil surrounded by tape. And we would get in the backyard and we'd play a game of Strikeout. And obviously, he's 5 years older than me. And so it was easy to get me out. And so when I became the pitcher, and this is the honest to God's truth, my brother used to always put me in every negative or possible negative situation you could be in. And he would always say, it's the bottom of the ninth, bases are loaded, score is tied, and Willie Mays is at the plate.
Wow.
And that was what my brother used to do to me all the time. And when I was asked a question about, my playoff record, which is 8-0 in the league championship playoffs, the reporters used to ask me, how was I able to accomplish that? And I always pointed back to my brother, put me in that situation all the time when I was a little kid growing up and learning to play baseball.
Wow.
It's a great story.
Stu. Great stuff, Stu.
I'm tearing up. It's a great story.
Good stories all around, man. Thanks for the time, Stu. Next time we're going to talk boxing. Wow. I don't know if you knew this, Shasky, but Stu, big-time boxing fan. How about Tank Davis over the weekend? We got some big fights coming up, Stu.
Oh, boy, I love it, man. I love it. How about Benavidez going up in weight? I was expecting him to knock him out, man, but going the distance and getting that unanimous decision, I'm loving it, man. They're talking about Crawford fighting Canelo, man.
Yeah. If Crawford's, I'm probably going to go down to that fight August 3rd down in L.A. It's going to be a fun one. Whatever that, it's some great things, Shasky, about going to the newsroom. I can just see Stu and we just talk boxing for like 30 minutes. We don't even talk baseball, football. We just talk boxing.
Stu, just stare at him.
That's it, man.
Just stare at Bonte and scare him.
No, he already
right?
has.
Just stare
he already has. He's like, Bonte, I need a link for boxing. Okay, Stu, here you go. Here you go, Stu. You need something else, Stu? I got you. No, man, Stu. No, honestly, thanks for the time, man. You're good. You're always good to us, man. You're doing a hell of a job as always on TV as well.
All right, you guys. Love you, brother. You guys take care of yourself, and thanks for having me on.
Anytime. Love you too, Stu.
Nope.
Dave Stewart, John Miller. That was that last hour
was baseball.
Put it on your resume. Hang it in the Louvre.
The Louvre. As I always, every time I read it, I hang it in the Louvre. Yeah. One thing about Dave that he did there, and I think that's the thing that I always think about. And I do believe that there are times in life where we get jaded and we forget about like what brought you in, like what brought you into the tent, the circus tent of sports. And it's like me and my brother, or me and my dad, or me, coaching or whatever. And we would do that. Like, all right, 1st and 3rd, 2 outs.
Yeah.
And here comes Reggie Jackson, and you're pitching in Yankee Stadium.
Right.
Right. It's Giants-Yankees World Series, like, when he brought that story up, and then he says it's Willie Mays, I mean, gosh, I wanted to cry right there, because who can't relate to that?
Yeah, everybody can, right? I mean, you got the Nerf hoop in your room. They go off 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're playing against the Boston Celtics at the Boston Garden.
Exactly.
You're going against Jordan in Chicago Stadium.
Exactly.
You're at the Great Western Forum, or you're at Cameron Indoor Stadium going up against Coach K. You're playing for Cal Berkeley.
Exactly.
He's making up scenarios left and right.
At the Chase Center.
Well, like me and my cousin Mike, we would be in his backyard. I would be Steve Young, he would be Brent Jones, and it's the final 3 minutes, and we're playing the Cowboys or the Packers. You know what I mean? Like, that's what we would do, and we'd have to march down the field with no timeouts. Like, that's like every kid relates to that. And when he said he's in the backyard, his brother's putting him in those situations. Because you and I have said this to him. We've had many conversations with him. I have a short list. I'm talking about playoff guys I'm handing the ball to.
Dave Stewart is one of them.
It's Dave Stewart. It's a very short list. My life on the line.
I mean, think about those A's teams. And I know I brought up all the legends we have with the Giants, but you can't forget about Oakland and all the great Raiders with Gene Upshaw and Art Shell and Kenny Stabler and all the great players they had in silver and black. And, of course, those great Oakland A's teams of whether it's the 70s or the late 80s, early 90s. Stu had 4 straight seasons winning 20 games.
Yeah.
4 straight seasons where he won at least 20 games. And then the playoff record, as he mentioned, he was 8. What the hell she? I mean, come on.
I mean, they had the best starting pitcher in Dave Stewart and the best closer in the game in Dennis Eckersley.
100%.
Both of them from the Bay Area, and both of them's favorite player growing up was Willie Mays.
It's incredible.
Incredible.
By the way, him saying, real quick, when he was saying, I don't want to be long-winded here with this story, after we just had John Miller on, and you asked 3 questions to the guy, we were all thinking it. Come on.
I love John Miller. That was the easiest hour of radio I've ever done.
But you know what, though? When you get legends like that on, you don't interrupt them.
Gold.
They can talk for 15 minutes straight, 8 minutes straight. That's what we're here for. That's what sports is about. He's long-winded. He's telling us a story about, he's at a table with Bob Gibson, Sandy Koufax, Ricky Henderson, for crying out loud.
The drops, I just couldn't keep up.
I was in the podium. I felt like I was in church listening to him do a homily. That's what it felt like.
You know what I'm saying?
Those are guys you move breaks for.
Right, exactly. Dusty Baker's telling him, hey, you're coming to breakfast with me. And you go to breakfast, you get ordered an omelet, and Hank Aaron walks into the room, you're eating breakfast with Hank Aaron. Come on, man. We stay for those stories. That's what the legends are all about. So I'm fortunate. You mentioned how I work with extra Chris Mullen. When Chris Mullen and Dave Stewart in a room together.
I mean, that's 1980s, 90s.
And I'm just sitting there, and they're just laughing, and then Richie's on the side, Richie Ray. I'm just like, we're lucky. This is why we do it. And I want to bring up something on the other side about why we do this, because Willie Mays did it for the joy. You can hear the Dave Stewart's voice. He did it for the joy. John Miller calls games because the joy of the sport, the love of the sport he has. So we'll do that on the other side. We got Fremont Bank celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises and Meineke Car Care Centers.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
What up, Suchi? Suchi, man. What's happening? Maybe we'll see him at the summit. Like I said, it got announced. Fremont Bank in Fremont. Oh.
In the bank?
In the bank.
Should I wear an old president's mask like we're, I guess that's probably not a smart thing to say out loud.
Lucky us.
Are we actually doing the show at a bank?
Well, you said it's at Fremont Bank.
Well, I thought it was at Fremont Bank, right? Sorry, I got my baby's camera.
I don't think you're going to be like a bank teller or anything hanging out behind there, but maybe the parking lot area. I'm not sure.
We need some details about that one. It made me sick.
Like we come in jumpsuits and rubber presidential masks like we're robbing the place.
Depending on where it's at, I maybe come up sicker.
Stop it.
Hey, man, I don't have a babysitter tonight.
Don't talk about that. We'll just call in Bob Fitzgerald and he'll wax poetically about the Warriors.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Hey, Fitz, man. Hey, Steiny was not ready for that Bob Fitzgerald smoke.
My favorite
that he
part,
brought on, what was that, Tuesday, right?
Yeah, it was great. He goes like, hey, I was the longest tenured guy at the other station.
Yep.
Like dropping it casually. On top of him doing 6 Olympics.
Oh, well.
And Bob Costas throwing it to him.
Let me tell you.
And golfing with Steph and, talking with Fred Warner.
How tight he is with him.
Hey, well,
God, Fitz, I'm so jealous.
So I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Fitz has been great to me. He has really been great to me.
You're part of his family.
Yeah, I'm part of his family now.
Full disclosure, Fitz is not a Shasky guy, is he?
I don't know. I'll
put you on the spot.
Yeah,
Just totally put you on the spot.
So what?
I
Yeah.
don't know. When I talk,
Stay
when I'm
off
having
of Twitter, Shasky.
Don't say that again.
When I'm having a conversation, we're talking about life and things that I've done.
People always ask me about you everywhere I go.
They ask
How's
me.
Bonte?
No, Fitz didn't ask me. A lot of people asked about you, but in this particular conversation, you didn't come up. And Fitz, because I sent them something about awful announcing. He was like, hey, Fitz, man, this is crap. You're not the worst broadcaster. They voted the worst broadcast
I didn't even click on that stupid article.
It was silly as hell. It was so damn silly. But Fitz, he was laughing about it. He's like, look, man, I don't care. He didn't care because you know what? Zero stress. The ratings have been high. And look, he's had 31 NBA seasons.
Wow.
6 Olympics.
31.
6 Olympics. 5 Emmys. He's done playoffs for TNT. Done ESPN playoffs. 29 years it came. 29 years at the other station. 20 years with the SaberCats.
Wow.
24 years NFL play-by-play.
Look at Mark Grebe.
6 years ESPN NBA 2K. I think his career worked out for him well. So, Bobby Fitz. And Steiny had... I was there for the Steiny facial expressions when Fitz said, hey, look, if Draymond plays, they win 53, 54 games, and you're a 4 or 5 seed.
The amount of times Steiny just didn't even look. He looked at Evan and me for reactions. That's all he was looking for.
He wasn't a guru. Oh, Fitz! He's not lying, Steiny. And Steiny had nothing.
Guru, I love Guru. I should call him the pendulum. That no one will swing from one side of the room to the other.
Oh, you're one to talk.
Him. I mean,
you
I'm
are one
him.
to talk. You and Guru are right there, neck and neck. Right there, neck and neck. Don't be coming at Goo.
So this is Goo's softball bat. This has got to be one of the original softball bats. This thing's got to be from the 70s. I mean, it's literally just named Easton. It doesn't even have a name. That's how old it was. Like, Easton came out with one bat, and they're like, yep, we're just going to call this Easton.
Guru, you and I, share the same half of the medallion that we wear around our neck.
Oh, that is unbelievable. Oh, Guru is feeling it. Guru is feeling it. Sorry, I was looking for the Larry Holmes.
Exploding with sound.
No, because you brought up Easton, and I thought of Larry Holmes and his nickname because he was from Easton, Pennsylvania, I believe. Yeah,
not Easton Stick.
Yeah,
Easton Stick.
Easton Stick. He was the Easton Assassin, Larry Holmes.
Oh,
the Easton Assassin. So whenever I think of Easton, I think of the great Larry Holmes, heavyweight champion.
I think of crummy bats from the 90s that were like -2 or drop 3 or drop 4 that was still too heavy for me to swing.
Yeah, I wonder why Steiny didn't come back. Well, he said he was a guest, so he didn't want to come at Fitz. He wanted to just let him go. But Fitz is almost like
they were celebrating him doing the Olympics. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to get into it today.
He never gets into it with Fitz. He knows.
Well, Fitz gasses him up, too. We have so many drops from the old station that we couldn't bring over here, but there's so many times where Fitz is just waxing poetically about Steiny's basketball. Oh, yeah. He gasses him up. He loves it.
Fitz knows how to gas. This is one thing, Fitz. Wow. I love Fitz, man. He makes me feel good on the crossover. I may say something totally ridiculous, and Fitz will somehow bring it back. So, Bonte, you're on it. You're on it. It makes me feel, I don't know why it makes me feel so good when he's like, Bonte, you're spot on.
So I just asked you a question.
I just love it when he says, Bonte, you're spot on here. Let me add something to it. And it's just like, it's Fitz, man. Love it. Love it. Willie Mays.
People. I love these people. They're part of my family.
They are.
It's an incredible drop. Almost as good as the Steiny D drop.
Oh, my God. Don't
give it to me. I need to laugh. We need to break up.
I'll be a D, and I'll take the D.
Pause.
Give me the meat.
Pause.
Give me the meat.
Pause.
Were you ever hard?
Oh
my God. Don't talk about that.
Oh my God.
Stop it.
I don't think Fitz doesn't hate you, man. Don't think that, man.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
Love you. I mean, Mully loves you. How many times Mully brings you up on the television?
Yeah, I feel like Mully looks into the camera and is twinkling at me directly. You see them shots that Clay's generating tonight, Bonte?
What about?
And he like stares into the camera.
Well, even
He's talking right through my soul.
Yeah, no, we all are. We all are. We're like, yeah, Joe Sasky.
I mean,
sometimes I do look at the camera like, hey, Joe, you see that? And all you roasters out there, they know. And then sometimes Fitz, you hear him. It just started. One time Fitz goes, and the nasty dialogue about Klay Thompson. Just reckless. He said the recklessness when it comes to the conversation about. And I was like, yeah, he's definitely talking to Shasky. Because I'm not going to lie. I love Fitz so much. One day, and I thought it was spam. I was like, there's no way this is, and I forget, I'm all these emails with, with the broadcast or whatnot, and there's Fitz's email just one Saturday afternoon. Warriors going to have a game.
Damn, I had a rattle. He was hitting you on Saturdays.
No, on a random Saturday, I get an email from Fitz about Klay Thompson's numbers. How he's one of 15 players to do this and one of 5 players. And you know what I said? I said, Fitz, you're preaching to the choir. I've been trying to explain this on the morning roast.
Chamber.
Oh, straight just I've been preaching to the choir. Just people don't want to listen. Say they don't know basketball. Blah, 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 blah.
Don't know anything.
Don't know anything. As the Giants are at Rickwood Field today to take on the Cardinals, celebrating a great life of Willie Mays. John Miller, you just heard from him. You just heard from Dave Stewart. Dave Stewart, somebody on the text line. I'm just laughing. Oscar EPA. What about Festus saying Willard and Diz ask stupid questions on the broadcast? Remember that? What did I do to that?
I thought that was kind of a little unfair.
What did I say?
That was unfair.
He goes, I went on some radio station. They asked me some stupid question. I said, Willard and Dibs.
Jeez Louise. Bonte, like, tag me in.
I came off the top rope with the elbow.
Come on, man.
I got you.
Dibs was giving us love yesterday, dude.
Well, about time. I mean, he gives us love yesterday. Now here comes 2 years full of hate from Dan Dibley. No. I'm kidding, Dibs. You know I love you.
So let me ask you a fun question. They're going to play at Rickwood, and I didn't know a whole lot about Rickwood. I freely admit it. And
I didn't either.
As is with what I do in life, when I don't know something, I go down what I call the research hole. And I start researching stuff, and I look stuff up on the internet. I look stuff up on YouTube, and I try to like find stuff out. Of all the stadiums, you could pick any sport you want. What is the stadium that you would like to be able to go back and just either participate or be a participant in the stands, if you will, to watch something? I'm not saying like I want to be at the 1915 World Series and see the. No, I'm talking about like a specific. Like for example, we were talking about the Polo Grounds, and I know that John Miller was going on and on about the Polo Grounds. Every time I play MLB The Show and it's an exhibition game, I play it at the Polo Grounds. I think it's super cool. I would have loved to have played at the Polo Grounds. Try to pull one down the line and hit a home run. I often wish that I could play Madden and go back to Candlestick. Like that's just me. Like I would like to do that. I want to get to Lambeau someday. I really want to get to Lambeau. I would love to have been able to play catch at the old Yankee Stadium. What would it be for you if you had to narrow it down?
So I'll go each sport.
Okay.
I'll go each sport.
You've thought about this.
Oh, you guys laughed at me about this one, but I said I wanted to be at the Boston Garden.
Okay.
During the height of Larry Bird.
Okay.
Now, Inglewood would be great at the Great Western Forum.
Wow.
That would have been amazing to see Showtime
Just
and all the celebs.
walking by it, I got the feels.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's the Great Western Forum.
It was really cool.
The Fabulous Forum.
Yeah, right
you know
next
what
to
I'm saying?
SoFi.
Right there. But the Boston Garden is one place that I always wanted to go to. That's just in basketball. When it comes to football, it's Lambeau Field up there. I definitely want to go to Lambeau Field. I've always had this little weird thing with Joe Robbie Stadium down in Miami. Now it's Hard Rock, but I always loved Joe Robbie for some reason with Dan Marino and
It
company.
looks cool.
It looked cool, but now they've renovated it. But Lambeau Field will be at the top of the list when it comes to football. And I've knocked off Soldier Field, new Soldier Field, which is great. When it comes to baseball, I always wanted to see a game at the old Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
The old Yankee Stadium. And you know what? A sleeper for me, before Camden Yards, what did they call it in Baltimore? I think it was Baltimore Stadium or whatnot, but the old Baltimore Stadium where they won World Series with Jim Palmer and company, Eddie Murray, then later on Cal Ripken Jr. in the early 80s. That's two stadiums I always wanted to go to in baseball.
I like that. I like that a lot. I still want to play catch on Fenway. I think one day I'm going to find a way to make that happen. I don't know how. I want to play catch at Fenway somehow, some way. I've been to Fenway. I thought it was one of the coolest. I mean, just one of the coolest experiences of all time.
It was great.
But if I could go back, I still want to see Ebbets. Like I in my mind, I can't even see like Polo Grounds. We have a lot of old footage and the old dimensions and everything, and they did do a really good job archiving it. I feel like I don't know enough about Ebbets Field because those that went to Ebbets always talked about how special it was.
Isn't Barclays built where Barclays Center built where Ebbets Field was? I think it may be, if I'm not mistaken, out there in Brooklyn. But just to be in the middle of the street, just a neighborhood stadium. That's why Wrigley Field is so special. I'm watching Wrigley yesterday, and just the aura of Wrigley Field. Now they've got the scoreboards up, and balls aren't going out to Sheffield Avenue and Waveland Avenue like they used to, but Wrigley Field, you got that history, that aura. You're right about Fenway Park. I didn't get it so much at the new Yankee Stadium because the old Yankee Stadium used to be across the street. Hell, I wanted to go to old even the Yankee Stadium that got renovated in the 70s. Like you look at the one that was in 1951, Yankee Stadium, was a lot different than the Yankee Stadium that we saw in the mid-90s.
I mean, look at Candlestick and the evolution that had with the cyclone fence and it being completely open in the back. And then when they got it ready in the 70-71 offseason for football, they added turf. And like when you see Willie Mays, his 3,000th hit, go between short and third base and it's on turf, it just doesn't look right.
So they have the Ebbets Field flagpole, the original one that was there, and it's outside to commemorate that. Obviously,
it's
that
outside
of Barclays Center. So
didn't know that.
I don't know if it's built right on top of it or just in the area, but they do have the original flagpole there as a little monument, which is pretty cool.
It's interesting. I actually have thought about it. Like, let's say I was a team that had minimal identity. What would I do with my stadium? I would try to combine features from an old school stadium that is defunct and try to put something together. That's something that I've often thought about. If I was really trying to endear myself, especially in baseball, because the dimensions can be so unique. If I was just an expansion team, let's say they expand in Nashville, and I know they want to have their own spin on it, but why not go to Crosby and try to incorporate certain things? Like that's one thing about Oracle Park. They tried to incorporate AT&T, Pac Bell, whatever you want to call it, Old Steel Stadium. And
which is a stadium I wish we went to, and now it's the old shopping. Like whenever I go there, not to cut you off, but I think of the Safeway, and I'm like, this was a baseball stadium.
It's a double play. The bar was literally where second base was. It is. It's absolutely crazy. So like that's something that I think that Oracle, part of why it hits the way it does is because they paid that homage to the old school stadiums. And so it's just something, that I always consistently think about. And when I look at like the A's they've been, all these old A's stadiums and let's try to get a stadium. And, if they were smart, you'd want to have a new design or whatever, but maybe make those outfield wall dimensions unique like one of those old school stadiums.
Baltimore Memorial Stadium is what I'm thinking of, where the old Baltimore Colts used to play and the Orioles used to play until they moved to Camden Yards. Got a good one here from Oscar EPN on the Xfinity Mobile text line. B, what about Wembley Stadium? So now that I feel like I'm well-rounded now and I'm watching other sports and other countries, Wembley Stadium's up there. I want to go to Wimbledon. I want to go to Roland Garros for the French Open. I want to go to Liverpool and I want to go to Chelsea I want to go to all these stadiums now that because you see the history with those stadiums now. And they're renovating them, but all those soccer stadiums are in the middle of neighborhoods. Like you could be living, and in your backyard, Liverpool's playing. One of the top teams in the Premier League, right? It's so cool. There was a team, Spadoni, you may know this, that got promoted to the Premier League. And their stadium was literally in the middle of the neighborhood, and you had to walk through like these little closed doors, like you're walking into somebody's house to get inside the stadium. It seated like maybe 10,000 people. But they just got promoted. They didn't do too well, obviously. They're a little...
Luton Town FC. That's
Luton Town
look it up. It's Kenilworth Road is the name of it. And
not
it's
Abbey Road.
No, it's literally like in a community. Like you could just think of like a small town, and someone just built a soccer field there. That's what it is. You can go through someone's house to get to the game.
Yeah, you go through somebody's backyard to go to the bleachers, and it's just like game today, Luton Town versus whatever.
Versus
and you're
Man
like walking
City.
in. It's like walking into a liquor store. You're walking into a liquor store, and then you walk through these stairs, and then all of a sudden, boom.
That's crazy.
And it's like the camera angles they have is almost like at Cameron Indoor, where it's like you feel like the camera angles are so different because the thing's just so small. It's crazy.
So like today, I did it last year and the year prior when they had the Field of Dreams game. I was all in on the whole pomp and circumstance. The second they have the pregame, I'm tapped in, and I want to see all the, like they had Kevin Costner way back when. I remember he did some narration, and then he came out of the cornfield, and here come all the players, the old school Yankee uniforms, the old school White Sox uniforms. It just presented so well on television. I'm here for today.
Oh, today's going to be great.
I am
in
so
4K,
here for all of this.
And it's going to be in 4K. It's
going to be
You
awesome.
want to watch it down at Oracle Park. Gates open at 12 p.m. down at Oracle Park, where you can honor Willie Mays and watch the Rickwood Field game in honor of the Negro Leagues and Willie Mays today at Oracle Park. They're going to show the entire game on the scoreboard. You could sign a book to commemorate the great Willie Mays, drop some flowers off at the statue or whatnot. Somebody asked me about a hockey arena. It's off the top of my head. Mellon Arena, the Igloo in Pittsburgh with the Pittsburgh Penguins. That's just me. It's just, you know me. I'm well-rounded.
Joe Louis Arena in Detroit.
That is a good call.
Hockey Town, USA.
That is a good call.
No, I want the worst hockey experience as possible. I want where the Phoenix Coyote have been playing, which is like a 2,000 seat.
Oh, Arizona State. They're playing at Arizona State.
The tiniest stadium ever. No, I'm teasing there.
I'd be curious what the Cow Palace was like for Sharks games that first year they played there.
Did you ever go to a Bulls or Spiders game?
No, not there. I can't remember the last time I've either been to the Cow Palace, but no, I think the only time I've ever been to the Cow Palace was when they had the dog show there.
Dog show.
I don't know what that says about me, but you were talking about
Barry
old
Bonds
stadium.
had a dog at a dog show in New York.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
That's right, he did. Yeah, a few years ago. Yeah, that is a true story.
Yeah, we look at Barry Bonds' Instagram because he's been active on Instagram.
He's got the dog in him.
Dude, he no joke. Barry Bonds'
And then
Instagram's
Jerry
funny.
West brought out his wolf.
That's right, he did. A real wolf.
Real wolf. Dude,
That was best of show right there.
Dude, Barry Bonds just on the
Here's
show.
Jon Snow with his, what is it? What was
Dire Wolf. Yeah.
Dire Wolf, yeah.
There's this cool show on Netflix where it's this card collector. And he's looking for the greatest cards, and Barry Bonds is on that show. Out of nowhere, it's like, Barry's getting active here. But what's the famous dog show in New York?
Westminster.
Barry Bonds had a
the
dog
worst week of the year.
Well, they always have it's always on Thanksgiving, right?
ESPN.
Something like that.
I'm
Or
like,
maybe
what
it's
are
a
we
different one.
doing? This isn't sports.
Yeah, Barry Bonds had his dog.
Tell that to the dogs.
I don't think it placed or anything like that, but Barry Bonds, man, he was juiced about it. Juiced about that dog show. Yeah, Barry Bonds. You never know. John from San Jose, 408. Memorial Stadium in Baltimore, where I saw the Orioles beat the Dodgers in Game 2 of the 1966 World Series. Wow. 415. Grandmother was in a nursing home right behind Wembley Stadium for over 20 years. And every match final played at Wembley, it had extra meaning because she could hear every match. That is awesome. That is awesome.
No, if we're talking old stadiums that you'd like to go to that you can't go to anymore, for me, top of that list is probably the old Orange Bowl. RIP OB down in Miami.
Yeah.
I've heard stories about what it was like there. When I was in Miami, it was pre-renovations of Sun Life Stadium, now Hard Rock Stadium. Like Sun Life, it was a dump. It was honestly worse than the Coliseum is right now. It was pretty bad. But I was never really there in Miami to see like good times, to see like how excited that crowd could be. But I hear those stories about what the old OB was like, and oh man, I really wish I could have been there.
Watching that game, watching that stadium, whether it was the old Orange Bowl, the FedEx Orange Bowl that you played on New Year's Day or whatnot, or Miami, Florida State. And in one of the end zones, I think it was like, it wasn't.
They had to bring in the extra bleachers.
They had to bring in the extra bleachers. At times they didn't have the bleachers. I think White Right won. There was no bleachers back there. I think it was just like the old little setup with the palm trees and a little tent. And it was just the aesthetic and the big scoreboard. The scoreboard right there at the old OB. When I went to Marlins Park, a lot of people were talking about it there because it was on the grounds of the Orange Bowl.
Well, yeah, they have a really cool mural out, I believe, beyond left field, beyond the Clevelander there, that pays tribute to the Orange Bowl and everything. And it's a really cool mural. Yeah. It's just unfortunate that, they did have to get rid of it for Marlins Park and the ugly story that was behind that. But yeah, for a time, that old Orange Bowl, it was a true landmark in the city of Miami that, the city had to itself, and would have loved to be able to see just so many iconic moments that happened there. Just going back to that the 83 title game, the battles against Oklahoma, it's just so many great moments. All the times they beat Nebraska, great times there.
When's your next pilgrimage to Miami?
That is a very good question. I will let you know as soon as I have an answer.
I have to find out when Meg the Stallion's playing
Miami.
What is it? It's not called Crypto.com anymore. What's the new Miami arena called?
It was FTX Arena.
And that's what
Is it Kia?
Well, it lost the FTX sponsorship.
Well, they were trying to get Bang Bros to do it for a second, so let's see what they got.
No, don't talk about that. It was called the American Airlines Arena. I remember when I was there. I still refer to as that.
It was, though.
My boy Russell Gatewood. What up, Russ? Hope you're doing well out there. Football, Lambeau. Also, the old Cleveland Municipal Stadium, where the Indians and the Browns shared the stadium. You had the mistake on the lake against the Raiders back in 1980. Kezar Stadium. Nobody said Kezar out here.
Well, I've seen high school games at Kezar.
Yeah, but you
the
haven't
stadium
seen 49.
looks totally different
it looks
now
totally
than what
different
it
than the
used to
Niners. I played at Kezar. It's a great stadium.
I think Kezar's basketball stadium's getting renovated over the next couple of years.
Yeah, I can't wait for that.
What?
I can't wait for that.
Look, there's
hopefully they'll take the springs out.
Why?
No, I'm saying hopefully they don't take the springs out. Because, you get those extra hops.
There's certain dead spots on that floor.
Yeah, no doubt.
But there's something about an old, musty, moldy gym that is dank. I don't know. There's just something cool about it.
Basketball, the Spectrum in Philadelphia is one stadium he would like to go to for basketball. Obviously, if it comes to basketball, Boston Garden. I've yet to watch a game at Madison Square Garden, a real regulation game. The All-Star game I was there for at Madison Square Garden. That was pretty cool to hear their organs, but I want to see a Knicks game at Madison Square Garden. 888-957-9570. Giants are at Rickwood Field to take on the Cardinals. What is a venue you would love to go to? Past, present, one that's gotten torn down, one current stadium. We can do that here. As the Giants are in Rickwood, we'll play some Yaz Sound, who joins Sam Lubman on the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. We'll do that on the other side. And that is all brought to you by nobody.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total car care. With over 50 years of experience and financing options that let you fix now and pay over.
Listen, Playboy.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
This is Adam in the City, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back here. Adam in the City, what is happening? Having a fun show. John Miller, in case you missed the interview, joined us at 7:30, and he waxed poetic for about 30 minutes. And then we followed that up with Dave Stewart. Smoke joined us, 4-time 20-game winner, 3-time World Series champ, as they both gave their memories and thoughts about Willie Mays and gave us some great stories there. Dave Stewart with a great story of being at the Hall of Fame with Bob Gibson and Ricky Henderson, and who else was it? Sandy Koufax at the table. I mean, a who's who. Just legend on top of legend. And then, of course, John Miller doing what he does, telling the stories from the 50s, 60s, 70s, doubleheaders, games that he's seen left and right. So a lot of fun here. A lot of fun on the Morning Roast as the Giants are in Birmingham, Alabama, to play at Rickwood Field in honor of Willie Mays and the Negro Leagues. And, hold on. Hey, we love the pop out. I love the pop out last night. Did you check anything about the pop out?
Kendrick
Lamar? Oh my God. It was a fun.
I popped in at the pop out at the very end.
Amazon Prime. You think Jeff Bezos knew what was going on this streaming? What is going on here?
He doesn't care.
He doesn't care
about the views, and there were a lot.
And there was a lot of views.
Just the algorithm hit.
As it was a sick West Coast gangster party down at the Forum.
So,
Russell Westbrook, did you see him dancing on stage?
Don't care.
Hey, no. Oh, I loved it. Oh, Westbrook lives for those. You know what? I appreciate Russell Westbrook more so than anybody these days.
Did you see it?
We had
Did you see it?
Oh, yeah, I did see it. Westbrook, yeah, we know about. Wow, that was 8 years ago or 7 years ago.
Talking to me.
Now we got that. Which has replaced that. Boy, I'm not gaining a good reputation with some of these high-profile NBA stars.
Draymond.
Dude, your greatest hits is going to be awesome.
No, my greatest hits will be lowlights. Listen. No, Westbrook was gigging, man. He can dance. Hey, man, he's living his life, man. He's living his life. But the pop-out was really fun. Dom Kennedy was out there. Tyler, the Creator, was out there having hits. It's great. Kendrick Lamar right now, ending Drake's career. Drake, I don't know if he can come out with new music right now. May have to wait it out. Like an old boxer gets knocked out brutally where he just waits a little while to come back into the ring.
Well, that's
have to wait a while.
At the break, as I was running in while the show was started, I was talking.
It's just another day that ends with the letter Y.
Yeah, talking with Steiny.
That's pretty lame.
And Nahegan, the show, in between the show, if you will. And we were just talking about beloved characters, because obviously Willie Mays is clearly beloved. And there was almost insatiable thirst from baseball and Giants fans for more Willie at every single turn. I think a part of it is obviously the era that he came up in and how we didn't get a lot of footage and all that stuff. But very few athletes in the last 40 years, let's say the ESPN era, right? Are we like, hey, I need more of? Michael Jordan's still one of those. Like, I feel like people have an unquenchable thirst for Jordan stuff. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, yeah.
Old docs, highlights, stories.
I still watch The Last Dance. Sometimes I get bored. I throw The Last Dance on just to throw it on.
Locally, I do feel like Lincecum might be at the top of the list when it comes to people just cannot get enough of him, and he hasn't given you really a whole lot. And so, I don't know, man. I find him to be one of the more mysterious characters, and I feel like he is as universally beloved. Like, is there any person, if I say Bonds, you'll get people like, Roids, he was kind of a jerk. Like, you'll get, some conversations. Is there anyone who has a higher approval rating than Lincecum?
I don't know, but
I know Curry. I know Curry's very beloved.
Because Lincecum was a comet, and he helped with the turnaround of the Giants. He was part of the forefront, being the face of the Giants when we were searching for a face post Bonds. Thought it'd be Barry Zito for a little bit, but it was Lincecum, who, and even more so to Kane, even though Kane was here before Lincecum. But Lincecum, just with the stature, the frame, his style, his delivery, the nasty junk that he was throwing up at the plate, being that small in that frame, where a lot of people say, he can't last more than 2 years because of that torque that he has in his body. True. But you know what? He lasted as long as he did. And look, it was short-lived, but we didn't see much of him after his career. We see Kane. Mm-hmm. We hear from Kane. We see Vogelsong. We hear from Ishikawa. We hear from all those guys. But Lincecum just kind of disappeared. And I remember the last memories of Lincecum, one of the few interactions I had with him, I was wearing a Candlestick Park hat.
Yeah.
The old school Candlestick Park hat. I walked in the clubhouse, and I'm a young Bonte Hill trying to break into the business. And Lincecum had this OG throwback Seattle Supersonics hat. The old logos with the early Sean Kemp, the old early Gary Payton, you know, the 80s with Xavier McDaniel. And Lisco goes, oh, man, that hat's dope, man, blah, blah, blah. I said something about his hat. And he goes, man, I haven't seen you in here a while. Like, he just saw my face. He's like, that's good to see you, man. And he gave me like young Bontail 5 minutes of some talk. I think we were talking about bridge to bridge or whatnot. I was like, man, this guy relates. He relates to his sense of humor, the way he looked. He looked like us. He looked like a San Franciscan who smoked his weed, but it was cool. It was acceptable.
If you saw him in The Mission, if you saw him in The Sunset, if you saw him in Hate, like, he looked like he belonged, right?
He looked like he belonged. And the fact is, when Bochy got honored, it wasn't lost on me that Bochy gravitated towards Tim Lincecum. And he's like, where's Timmy at? And it was Tim, I forgot who else it was, but it was Lincecum and Bochy holding court hours after that celebration. Because Bochy was like, that was my young son. And it was always, I remember hearing murmurs like, oh, Bochy doesn't really rock with Lincecum. He drives him crazy. I don't know. It was something, or no, we know what it was. It was, Posey doesn't like catching Lincecum or blah, 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 blah.
Well, Eli Whiteside originally that year did have a little more success, and then the playoffs happened.
No doubt. The playoffs happened, and it was like, oh, yeah, this is legit. But Bochy loved Timmy. He like was grinning ear to ear when Timmy was at that celebration. And I think it's like the last time we've seen him at Oracle Park.
Can't think. He used to live in, and I don't want to get too deep into it, but he used to live in St. Mary's Park, which is where him and his wife, and I'm sure he had multiple residences, but they would be seen around the neighborhood by my grandpa when my grandpa would be walking around, when he still did that, walking the dogs. And, she had some health stuff and passed away, which was really sad and tragic, and nobody sees him anymore.
Nobody.
And it's... I
hope he's doing okay. His father would always come on the other station, and he was locked in, but I missed him. I missed him because he was one of us. And that's why it's good to see Sergio Romo come back, because Romo was like that. He had that same type of characteristic where he was endearing and he would always give you a minute. By the way, I want to read this statement as we talk about Rickwood Field. I'm going to play the jazz cut about playing at Rickwood Field in just a second. Lamba did this on the Garlic Fries Baseball Guys podcast, but Willie Mays gave a statement to Dusty Baker on Monday, a day before he passed away, to share with the city of Birmingham. And Dusty got this message from Willie, and it says, I wish I could be with you all today. This is where I'm from. I had my first pro hit here at Rickwood as a Baron in 1948. Wow. And now this year, 76 years later, it finally got counted in the record books. Some things take time, but I always think better late than never. Time changes things. Time heals wounds. And that is a good thing. I had some of the best times of my life in Birmingham. So I want you to have this clock to remember those times with me and remember all the other players who are lucky enough to play here at Rickwood Field in Birmingham. Remember, time is on your side. And I thought about, when I read that yesterday, immediately I thought about his Hall of Fame speech, or the speech he made at Barry Bonds' Hall of Fame induction into the Giants Hall of Fame right away. I thought about that speech Willie Mays gave saying, hey, get him into the Hall of Fame. It's not too late. Let's do this before time flies by. So right there, that message, I thought about it right away where he says, time changes things and some things take time.
One thing that I've questioned with the Giants for the longest time is, what is taking so long on the statue for Barry?
Oh, no.
Why? Like, I don't get it. I don't get why we've been waiting so long for a Barry Bonds statue. It to me, that should have been done at least 4 or 5 years ago.
Actually, I'm glad they got his number up there at 25. He's retired. And the statue, look, I don't mind about the statue, but what gets me a little more,
because I would have gotten more proactive if I was the Giants, seeing that the country's not going to recognize him.
The statue, I think, will be there one day. At least they got the number up there. But one thing that bothers me is, why is Jeff Kent's number not up there? I get more upset about Jeff Kent not being recognized and honored more so than the Bonds statue, because at least I know Bonds' number's up there and he's going to be around and the statue will come one day. I truly believe that. But Jeff Kent just gets forgotten about.
Did you see him all over the internet yesterday?
No.
Jeff Kent his son is playing in the College World Series.
For who?
I forget who.
Is it for A&M or Florida?
Burgundy Red team.
Oh, Texas A&M.
Yeah, it's A&M versus Tennessee.
There you go. What's his name though? Cada.
So his son's playing on that team
or something like that.
So he was in Omaha.
He's sitting in the stands, looking exactly like you would expect Jeff Kent to look.
Caden.
What?
Caden.
Okay, I didn't know how to pronounce it.
Is he a big time player?
I mean, he looks young. He looks like he's 19, so he's clearly playing. Like, if you look, there's a lot of older guys playing right now in the College World Series. The average height for all these guys left in the Super Regionals is like 6'2", 210.
Wow.
Pretty big. Anyway, Kent is in the stands looking exactly like you would expect him to look as a crazy baseball dad, staring at his kid, death stare as he's taking in that bat. It was a funny little visual. It was floating all across the internet yesterday.
Yeah, I see one right here where he's just sitting there as everybody's standing up in the ninth inning. He's just like, I'm just watching my kid's baseball team. He's got the Texas A&M. I see it right here.
Classic Jeff Kent look.
But I get bothered by that because I know it didn't end well with Jeff Kent, and I know he is a red ass, and some people took that the wrong way. But you know what? Those are 5 of the best years for not only a second baseman, but think about a 5-year stretch for a San Francisco Giant. He's on Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, Orlando Cepeda. Jeff Kent's right up there.
His 5-year run offensively is as good as anyone's.
So I get a little pissed off about that. And I know I heard he's come around. Maybe Jeff Kent doesn't want it, but his 21 should be retired, in my opinion. Nobody in Giants uniform should ever wear 21 after his 5-year stretch. Like, think about it. He won an MVP.
I know. But like, I mean, I'm seeing Matt Cain's 18 still out there, in terms of jersey numbers being used. I don't know. I
mean, I'm looking at Jeff Kent. So it comes over and
are you going to retire Kevin Mitchell's number 5? Are you going to retire
Jeff Kent had a better tenure with the Giants?
But he was also, I'm saying MVPs.
He was MVP,
Kevin Mitchell was also an MVP.
I'm just thinking about his 5-year run with the Giants. Jeff Kent, 175 home runs, 689 RBI. Okay,
but I think Matt Williams' 6-year run is equivalent to that.
Yeah, so get number 9 up there. I'm not mad at that. But 297 batting average. An MVP, multiple All-Star games. Jeff Kent was that dude.
No, he was. I'm just saying, they would argue, I think the Giants would say to you, like, now you're lowering the threshold for what, retired numbers are. And I hear you. I think
for that position,
I'm like on the fence on this.
Yeah, for that position, what he meant, protecting Barry Bonds. That's the other thing. You could just walk, you walked Barry, sure. Jeff Kent capitalized off that. No
question.
Made you pay.
He was the best hitter in front or behind Bonds. And that's like, I don't think it's arguable.
Yeah.
And remember, Moises Alou had a moment in time behind him, and he had a hell of a career. And he wasn't even close. He was at the end, but he wasn't even close to the production of Jeff Kent. Look, I hear you. All I'm saying is that, like, if you do that for Kent, you're opening the door on Kevin Mitchell. You're opening the door on Matt Williams.
That's fine.
Because, like, you look at those guys' offensive careers, and they're pretty damn prolific.
I just wish we saw more Jeff Kent.
I agree.
Especially now that Willie Mays is gone. We're going to need to see more of our legends. We need to see more Kevin Mitchell. We need to see more Will Clark. And Will Clark's around, but we need to see more. We need to see more Matt Williams, and we see him on the third base side as a third base coach. I love seeing Ron Woldus part of the post-game show, the pre-post-game, and Ron Woldus is still involved with the organization. I'm happy that Dusty's back around, and Dusty's going to be in Birmingham. I need more of those guys, but I don't also want to forget about the JT Snows, the Jeff Kents. JT Snow not getting a call back from Farhan Zaidi in his interest in coaching. Like, come on. like JT Snow's an all-time Giant.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the inner workings of how those things shake down. Like, I just don't. But look, if JT Snow wants to be a part of the Giants, you should find a role for him.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, if obviously there's got to be compromise. You can't want to be the GM if he's not qualified for it.
Yes, with Sam Lubman, I'm playing at Rickwood Field.
There's definitely some excitement going on. We've had a couple guest speakers come in that have really hyped us up, and we've been very excited to get that going. I'm excited because it's close to Nashville, so I've got family there, and obviously I've had both my dad and grandfather play there, so it's a special moment to play on that field because, I'm sure there's a few, but I don't know too many that all three of us played on. I know my dad played in an exhibition game at Wrigley, so that was one, and I'm sure there were maybe one or two throughout the minor leagues that
did
my
your grandfather
may have played at.
Yeah, did your grandfather ever get to Wrigley? I guess because that was probably pretty hard back then. So.
Yeah, I think he played there a few times, not a whole lot, but I don't know how many other places that has really happened.
That's I'm playing at Rickwood, and it's going to be special today. Again, gates open at Oracle Park at 12 o'clock. Can watch the game there. I can't wait to see what the celebrations are and what the ceremonies are. Seeing Barry Bonds here with Derek Jeter and CeCe Sabathia. Dexter, what's my buddy? Dexter Fowler was out there.
Yeah, he looks
at softball game. Barry Bonds posted a picture with him. I'm sure Griffey's
A-Rod will be there.
A-Rod will probably be there. Oh yeah, because it's Fox.
No, he will be.
Well, no,
Yeah.
A-Rod was there yesterday.
Yeah, he'll be there.
He's wearing the old school Yankee jersey with Jeter, and then you had David Ortiz there as well, wearing the old school Boston jerseys. There's something about those. No, they're impractical to wear in this modern day, but there is something cool about those old wool jerseys. They look so cool.
Oh, I love them. And the Giants wore the San Francisco Sea Lions jersey. That'd be a lot of fun there. San Francisco Seals.
It's a very confusing jersey because of the bear on there, because that's the only jerseys they could get, and even though they're called the Sea Lions, like there's a whole thing. Because I can't tell you how many times people are like, "Well, I don't get why there's a bear on their jersey," and you have to explain how they got it and stuff. But I think that's part of the. The broadcast has got to explain that.
You got to Google it.
Exactly.
Matt Barnes is in this picture. Matt Barnes
is there.
Dontre Willis.
So all the smoke is there.
All the smoke is there. All the smoke, baby.
Derek Fisher's probably not there.
Derek Fisher, I'm not sure. Bernie Williams, I see Bernie Williams in this bad boy. Wow. This is a great photo here. Barry Bonds posted it on his Instagram page. So, yeah, Rickwood Field today. And look, the Giants didn't get a damn win. And we've been talking a lot about Willie Mays, and we'll continue to do so, but the Giants just need a win. They've lost 2 straight series, one to the Angels, and you look bad at Wrigley Field over the last 2 games. They just got to figure out, they got to get rolling here. Keaton Wynn's pitching today with a 6.66 ERA. Yeah.
I'm going to be
Maybe the
real
devil
with
does have something to do with his fastball.
Don't talk about that.
I am almost 1,000% certain Fox, MLB, is not happy that Keaton Wynn is starting for the Giants. When they projected their rotation this year, they didn't have the Keaton Wynn start, penciled in. And I hope he goes out there and balls. But come on, let's be honest here. The Giants currently 36-39, 3 games under 500. They are 1, 2. Okay, so you've got basically the Rockies and the Marlins at 25, 26 wins. Then you have, this is the National League. Cincinnati has 35 wins. The Mets have 35 wins. The Cubs have 36. The Giants have 36. The Pirates have 36. The Diamondbacks have 36. They're going to be in, and the Washington Nationals also have 36. They're going to be in this third wild card spot, vortex, Bermuda Triangle all year. And we're going to continue to fool ourselves that they can beat, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams for that third spot.
Well, you look at it, the Nationals and Cardinals have 37 losses. Padres have 40. The Diamondbacks and Pirates have 38 losses. The Cubs and Giants with 39. And the Mets have 38 losses. And the Reds have 39. So the Reds, which is, Rockies are 10 games behind the Reds. That's funny. The Marlins and Rockies definitely out of it. But all these teams are within a game and a half of the last wildcard spot. So, yes, they will be in it. But how can they separate? Who's going to separate? The Padres will be active. The Diamondbacks I'm very intrigued with. What do they do? I don't anticipate the Pirates doing much. I don't anticipate the Cubs doing much. Or the Reds. But the Mets will probably be, they're in a big market. That owner, Steve Cohen, wants to win. I don't see him selling Pete Alonso anymore. I don't see that happening. So how do you separate yourself if you're the Giants? Well, you got to get more consistent play. One thing is Jorge Soler is seeing the ball better. I'll give him that. But the Ramos jinx is real. The morning roast toast. Morning roast jinx. Ramos 0 for 8 since he made his appearance on the morning roast. So what was it for Matt Chapman? When he joined the roast, what did he do for 2 weeks?
I think he'll hit 177 over the next 2 weeks.
Matt Chisholm, don't send us any more players. Send us some managers.
You brought up the Reds. You want to know the saddest stat in
we
baseball?
all saw how that went.
Who?
You had Gabe Kapler on. We saw how that went.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
You guys want to know the saddest stat in baseball?
What's the saddest stat in baseball?
The Giants have 24 stolen bases as a team. And the Reds, Ellie De La Cruz, who leads baseball right now, has 37.
Yeah.
By himself.
Giants, Dale Last stole the bases, right?
Huh?
Dale Last stole the bases, right?
Yeah, by 5, at least.
Well, 24 stolen bases going into Rickwood Field. Maybe there's something to that.
Just to give you an idea, there are 12 different... There's 12 different guys with 18 or more, and the Giants have 24 as a team. As a team. But they're more athletic this year.
Hey, you know what? Willie, 24, 24, 24 all around. But
that's the most Giant fans thing I've ever heard you say, Bonte. You know what? Just because we're dead last, the number means something, though.
We're going down to Rickwood Field. 24 stolen bases in honor of the Say Hey Kid. Come on, man.
Tyro Estrada leads the Giants, I believe, currently with 9 home runs. Soler might have tied him yesterday. There are 66 people in baseball with double-digit home runs, and the Giants are not one of them.
And look, Jung-Hoo Lee, I don't know if he's helping that. He had 2 stolen bases. He got caught 3 times.
That's tough.
Ned and Penny on YouTube. You also had Joe Lacob on at the start of last season, too. You know how that went.
No, not wrong.
Stop!
The morning curse. No, we did have TJD on. He played well. We've had Moody.
And Nick Bosa had a good year. We had Nick Bosa on. He was solid.
Nick Bosa. Well, Shasky wasn't there, so I don't know if the curse.
The curse is only half as effective.
Yeah.
Speaking of curses, the curse of not having the stolen base. Just listen to this. You're going to laugh. You guys are going to laugh. Okay. 107 for the Reds, 104 for the Brewers, 101 for the Nationals, 77 for Philly, 76 for Boston. They're running away like crazy. Then you get to the bottom, okay? The last couple teams. Oakland, 35 stolen bases as a team. The Braves, 33. The Tigers, 33. Dead last by 9 less. The Giants with 24. They also are top 5 in errors in baseball. So not only will they not get to a ball, not only will they not steal bases, they will also boot the ball.
Hey, they're more professional this year with Bob Melvin, so you know.
They wear suits on the plane.
I'll show up on time. National anthem. Everyone's there.
They put their hands over their hearts during the national anthem.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
They're not playing Pasoy at all. No.
Got that out of the
and we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
I will say this station does a great job. We do a great job of taking a little nugget like that and having the urgency. And they got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse. I didn't even know what Pasoy was until that was put in the article. Pasoy, I mistook it for something else.
Guru said that word at least 20 times in that first segment.
Yeah.
And he didn't know what it was until the first 10 minutes of the show.
And we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
I was just trying to make sure I didn't say something else. You know what I'm saying? I was like, that word can get somebody fired.
Don't talk about that.
What P word is that? Jeez. Oh, this is how big you know Willie Mays is. Gary Ratnich, who I don't think has tweeted in 5 years, sent out a tweet with him and Willie doing an interview at Cron 4.
I mean,
Gary Ratnich doesn't even know what his password was yesterday, Shasky.
Really? Is that what he said?
No, I just said. I mean, he hadn't tweeted. Gary Ratnich hadn't tweeted since July 31st, 2022, when it was him and Bill Russell doing an interview at Cron 4. Bill Russell was stopped by. His last tweet was July 31st, 2022. Gary Ratnich had to refresh, find his new. He probably didn't even know that Twitter was changed to X. And he sends out a tweet yesterday, had this in a frame for 27 years, Willie, the one and only forever. And it's Gary Ratnich, and Willie Mays is like, look, I've been watching you, man. You need to brighten up your tie. So I brought a tie from home.
Wow.
And Gary's like his jaw dropped. He goes, yeah, you got that makeup on too, man. So, you know. And I'm like, it's amazing.
Incredible.
That's the impact of Willie Mays. It's a small thing and maybe a little self-serving for Gary, but
what do you think Gary would say about the Giants having the 7th worst ERA in baseball?
Well, Gary always said, if you're going to lose, at least be entertaining. You can't lose and not be entertaining. And right now, the Giants are losing, and, you know, are they entertaining?
Not in a good way.
There it is. We'll end the show coming up on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank.
Worst batting average against.
Celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
I'm David. I'm John.
And I'm Chris. We're the three.
All right, we are back. Giants in Birmingham, Alabama to take on the Cardinals at Rickwood Field. This will be a lot of fun as they honor the late, great Willie Mays. 888-957-9570. We're talking to start the show about how Willie Mays, nobody ever brings up the fact that he only won one World Series. We don't bring up his championships or stats. We say, yeah, he was great. He was one of the greatest, if not the greatest. I think we're going to get to a point where we do that with Stephen Curry. Sure, he has the 4 championships, and I don't think he's going to be defined by the 4 championships. It's going to be defined by changing the game with the way he played, by, you cross half court, and all of a sudden you got 10 eyes on you because you're that devastating from the three-point line. The way he changed the game and extended the half court, I think he'll be remembered for that. But we're not, people are going to bring out, they blew a 3-1 lead. I'm sure some people will say that, and some people will try to nitpick some stats where he missed a shot in the last 20 seconds or whatnot. But we're going to remember the joy that he played with and how he changed the game. And Willie Mays, from what I'm hearing from all the calls over the last couple of days about Willie Mays, is that he's going to be remembered for the grace that he played the game with, the swagger, and how much he loved the game and how much he loved people in and out of the game. So that speaks to his greatness, Willie Mays, that is.
Yeah, it's interesting, though. I do believe basketball, the math is different. And it's because 5 players on the court and you play both sides. Right. You can get the ball at any time. The baseball math is different. We kind of know that it's different in equating. Typically in basketball, the greats are there at the end. There's no guarantee. Like, you could be one of the greatest pitchers of all time. There's no guarantee, Kershaw, that your team gets to the World Series. And it's completely out of your control. Although he hasn't been great in the playoffs. But you get where I'm going. Football, it does feel like the separator for the truly great quarterbacks, because you have your imprint on the game more now in this era more than ever. It does feel like the Super Bowls are the defining trait. But you could, like we were talking about Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, like, those guys are awesome. You could tell. You could just tell. I mean, they're just amazing.
It's a great separator for Eli Manning and Phillip Rivers, who are in the same draft class.
And
Phillip had the better career.
Way more decorated regular season career.
But Eli has the 2 Super Bowls. And he has the 2 Super Bowls that get elevated because they came against Tom Brady and the Patriots and Bill Belichick.
So
even though they scored 17 points in one and struggled offensively in the other, but he's going to always be elevated above Phillip Rivers, and he's going to be on par with Ben Roethlisberger, who I'd take Ben Roethlisberger any day of the week as a quarterback over Eli Manning. Off the field stuff, but Ben Roethlisberger, the quarterback, I'm taking him all day over Eli.
I want to play something fun with you in honor of Willie Mays. Can you and I come up with our greatest starting 9 all time?
Sure.
Let's try to find some consensus.
Oh, you want us to combine our starting 9?
Yes. Well, I want to make some arguments. So let's just go like this. Greatest leadoff hitter of all time has to be Rickey Henderson, but it's a crowded outfield. But I feel like I have to put Rickey Henderson in there strictly to bat leadoff. Am I wrong? He's the greatest leadoff hitter ever. I don't even think it's close.
Roberto Alomar?
I had him in the 2-hole at times, too, for Toronto. I mean, Cleveland. I'm
just thinking about the team. So you're putting Rickey in left?
This
over Barry Bonds?
Well, this is why we're having this conversation. I'm looking at this outfield, right, and I'm saying to myself, Mays, Bonds, Gwynn, Ted Williams. Who am I missing? Rickey Henderson, who we referenced.
Joe DiMaggio?
Joey D?
Ichiro?
Ken Griffey Jr.
Ken Griffey Jr.
I mean, but if I'm going to go center field, I'm going Mays.
Manny Ramirez.
I would.
One of the greatest right-handed bats ever.
To me, though, defensively horrific, so I'd put it in the DH slot.
Okay.
I know.
Wow. Anybody for the Big Red Machine?
Well, in the outfield, Pete Rose played outfield and got a Gold Glove in 1969 or 68, I believe.
He
also played like 7 or 8 other positions.
All those positions.
Yeah, so, but what do you think?
Roberto Clemente?
I know.
Willie Stargell?
I know.
What Frank Robinson? Oh, boy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about Rickey in this one.
Really? You're not going to have the greatest base stealer of all time and the greatest leadoff hitter of all time?
I could bat leadoff. I could have Willie bat leadoff and steal 40 bags on that team. I can have Barry Bonds bat lead off and go 40-40.
So
I'm not trying to. I'm just saying this is why I don't play these games, because it's like Ted Williams is great, Tony Gwynn is great, Ricky Henderson is great. Who are you starting above Mays? Who are you starting above Bonds?
Mays is my center fielder. I'm going Willie Mays in center field. Mays. And by the way, we didn't reference Hank Aaron as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Who I had written down here. Okay. So I got Mays in center field. Okay.
Frank Robinson.
I've got Mays in center field. Who are you putting in left field? You
Probably
referenced Manny Ramirez. Joe DiMaggio played left field. There's been plenty of Shoeless Joe Jackson, even though obviously banned from the game. There's been plenty others. I'm going Bonds, and I'm biased. It could be Ricky, but I'm going Bonds.
Where are you putting Frank at? Because Frank Robinson won an MVP in both leagues,
American and National League.
I mean,
and he might not be in my outfield.
Damn.
Because I'm going to probably go Ted Williams over Tony Gwynn.
Yeah, I would.
I'm probably going to go Ted Williams.
I've got to find somewhere for Frank Robinson. How can I not put Frank Robinson in this outfield? You know what I'm saying?
The science of hitting, the art of hitting.
Frank Robinson. Here, I'll look up his numbers real quick. I actually got him up right here.
The Splendid Splinter was a Triple Crown Award winner and an American icon hero who fought in World War II.
Two-time World Series champion, Frank Robinson. Two-time World Series champion.
Yeah.
The only player to win an MVP in both leagues. 586 home runs.
All-timer.
A 294 all-time batting average.
Incredible.
2,943 hits. 14-time All-Star.
Now
he has a Triple Crown in 1966. He has a World Series MVP. Ted Williams doesn't.
No.
He has a Gold Glove in 1958. Led the American League in RBIs in 1966.
Now go to Ted Williams.
Rookie of the Year. Jerseys retired by 3 different teams.
That's incredible. That's LeBron-esque.
I mean, he's in the Nationals Ring of Honor. He's in the Guardians Hall of Fame. He's in the Orioles Hall of Fame. He's in the Cincinnati Reds Hall of Fame. I mean,
so you're gonna make the case for him. I'm just being real. I'm taking Ted Williams because of who my dad was. That was his guy. But if you want to go Frank, I will.
Well, I'm gonna go Frank too because I'm a little biased.
That's fine.
He played high school baseball at McClymonds.
All right, so we'll take Frank Robinson. All right, no,
you can take one. How about we just do our own?
We're trying to do a consensus here.
All right.
This is fun.
I love Ted Robinson. Ted Robinson. Ted Williams.
I love Ted Robinson
batting average. Lifetime batting average 344, which is damn good. 521 home runs, 2,654 hits. 19-time All-Star, 2-time L.
19-time All-Star.
Frank had 14. 2-time Triple Crown winner. 2-time MVP. Played his entire career, of course, with the Red Sox. Didn't get that win. Didn't get that World Series. I'm not going to hold it against him. Ted Williams is great. I don't think, look, we're going to get to this, and there's no wrong answer.
Let's go Frank. I like the local angle.
We go Frank.
All right, we're going to go Frank. All right, so let's go around the diamond. I got Chipper Jones at third base, and you can't go wrong at third base. Michael Jack Schmidt.
George Brett.
Brooks Robinson. George Brett.
I got no problem going Chipper.
I'm biased. I watched him play.
Yeah,
and he's a switch hitter. Well, I think he balances my lineup out.
Well, I'm biased too because in fantasy baseball, I always ended up with Chipper.
I love Chipper.
And he would get hurt every year for me.
I love Chipper.
He would get red hot for 3 weeks and he'd get hurt.
So you like Chipper?
Yeah, we could go Chipper.
All right, Chipper at third. All right. Let's go around the diamond. Chipper Jones.
So our outfield set, Willie Mays,
Barry Bonds, Frank Robinson.
Damn, that's a damn good outfield.
It's an incredible outfield.
And oh gosh.
It's an incredible outfield.
Wow.
And I know there are going to be people going Michael Jack Schmidt and Brooks Robinson at third, and they're not wrong.
They're not wrong.
So, all right, let's go shortstop. I already know who I'm taking, and it's going to be controversial. I'm taking Alex Rodriguez. He's the greatest shortstop of all time. Offensive, defensive. He should have been. I know you got Jeter. I know you love Jeter.
I'm not going to go Jeter.
A-Rod, 700 home runs, and he was banned for a year and a half.
Pete Rose agrees, by the way. Greatest shortstop ever, not even close.
I think he's the best. I think he's one of the greatest players the game has ever seen. And I know he's a goof and he's a weirdo. He was one of, young A-Rod with the Rangers was unstoppable.
He was.
Like 3 straight 55 home run seasons.
Look, Barry Larkin is on the short
Larkin's
list.
A great answer.
He gets forgotten about. How about Robin Yount?
Robin Yount's a great one.
I love Robin Yount. I love Robin. Ozzie Smith, I don't think had that offensive power, but probably the greatest outside of Omar Vizquel at shortstop when it comes to the glove.
No argument.
Look, somebody's going to say Honus Wagner, but who the hell saw
Phil
Honus Wagner play?
Pee Wee Reese.
Who saw Honus Wagner play?
I didn't.
So I could go A-Rod.
You're going to go A-Rod? All right.
I'll go A-Rod. We're also forgetting about Ernie Banks. Let's play 2.
No doubt. But, I mean, A-Rod, 700 home runs, man. And Pete Rose agrees with me. That's incredible. That makes me feel so good.
I remember we interviewed him. It was Steiny Grew Dibbs, and he asked, like, who's the greatest shortstop ever? And there was a long pause, and then they didn't know. And I think Dibbs said, Cal Ripken. And he said, Cal Ripken. Like, laughed at it. He's like, it's Alex Rodriguez.
I know people hate him. I'm telling you, dude, he's one of the greatest ever. Second base. We going Joe Morgan?
Ooh. I see.
Are we going Robbie Alomar?
I love Joe. Rest in peace.
Joe Morgan, look at it. I mean I think he was a 2-time MVP.
But you know what? I'm biased.
Who are you going?
I go Alomar, man.
I love Robbie Alomar.
Robbie Alomar.
Okay.
My introduction to baseball, Robbie Alomar was all over it with those great Toronto Blue Jay teams.
Ryan Sandberg?
Ryan Sandberg. I'm taking Alomar. Alomar was a 5-tool player.
No question.
Power, speed, fielding, throwing. Now, nobody talks about it because of the act he had where he spit in the umpire's face. That was not a good look for him. And you haven't seen much of Roberto Alomar recently. I don't know if he's got some issues going on or what. But you look at his numbers. 12-time All-Star, 2-time World Series champion, ALCS MVP, 10 Gold Gloves, Shasky, 10 Gold Gloves.
That's incredible.
He's in the Baltimore Orioles Hall of Fame. I don't know why he's not in the Blue Jays Hall of Fame, but he damn near had 3,000 hits, 2,724, career batting average of 300, the solo bases 474. He's, of course, in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
474.
I mean, now I'll pull up Joe Morgan here.
Joe Morgan, 700 steals, 1,200 RBIs, 271 batting average, 268 home runs.
2-time MVP.
I mean, I'm telling you, dude, Joe Morgan, Big Red Machine.
I got no problem. You can go wherever you want to go.
I think we have to have Joe Morgan. I really do. How many All-Stars? You had 10-time All-Star for Alomar? How many for...
Joe had 10 as well.
Oh, my gosh.
Steiny would be mad if I didn't mention Rod Carew, his favorite player.
Thank you.
You know what? Put up Rod Carew.
Yeah.
Because the kids don't know about
Rod Carew. On Rod Carew.
Rod Carew, 18-time All-Star. AL MVP in 1977. AL Rookie of the Year, 7-time AL batting champion.
Wow.
29 retired by the Angels and the Twins. Obviously didn't win a World Series with the Angels or the Twins, but he had 3,053 hits, career batting average of 328.
How many stolen bases?
Doesn't say here. I'm not looking at his baseball reference page, so I'll look up the baseball reference in a second. But, I mean, Rod Carew's up there. I mean, I'll go Joe Morgan.
Okay. We're going to go Joe Morgan.
I got a soft spot for Alomar, but I'll go Joe Morgan.
All right.
Second base got to be Jackie Robinson. Wow, there's so many second
But Jackie also played first. He played a little everywhere.
Rod Carew, 353 stolen bases.
I'm going Joe Morgan. Are we good with that?
We'll go Joe Morgan.
All right, first base is where I think we get into some trouble here. First base. Lou Gehrig. Willie Mack.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know where
Albert Pujols.
I mean, you could make an argument for Frank Thomas.
Eddie Murray, switch-hitting 500 home run guy.
Jimmy Fox. Even though we've never seen Jimmy Fox play.
Well, no, we did. He was the character that was based off A League of Their Own. That was Jimmy Fox, if anyone wants to know.
Harmon Killebrew?
What?
Harmon Killebrew.
Harmon Killebrew is a great name.
It's a name that when you grow up and you're looking at baseball cards and you're looking at numbers, the same way we look at Willie Mays, are like, Harmon Killebrew, who the hell is that? And then you look at the numbers, you're like, oh snap. You go him. You go Hank Greenberg, which I saw Hank Greenberg is all-timer. Miguel Cabrera's an all-timer.
Yeah, Stan the Man Musial played first base. I don't know how much compared to the outfield, because I know he's playing the outfield as well. I mean, where are we going at first base?
I mean, you roll the dice. I mean, YouTube, help us out here.
I mean, where are you going?
I'm seeing
look 650. Look at Lou Gehrig's numbers.
Well, I mean, Lou Gehrig is an all-timer. And I feel like you got to have a Yankee on this list.
I know.
You got to have a Yankee, right? If you've got to have a Yankee, you go Lou Gehrig. Stan Musial's numbers are just insane, though. I mean, Stan Musial, I don't know
what I'm saying.
I mean,
Joe, we need you to break the tie here. Do you have a suggestion?
Sam and I were just talking now, maybe because it's our generation, but Albert Pujols with the St. Louis Cardinals is probably the greatest first baseman I've ever seen.
Does defense matter at all? Not that he was horrible.
Not that he was horrible with it. It does a little bit, but I'm still going Pujols.
Okay, you're going
all things
Pujols.
considered, I'm going
You know what? I can't go Pujols on my
Pujols got
team.
a couple Gold Gloves.
He does.
Yeah.
I can't. I'm not taking Pujols.
Yeah,
I'm going Stretch over Pujols, and I'm going to go Lou Gehrig over Pujols.
I'd go Willie Mack over Pujols if I had to.
Yeah, Stretch. Yes.
You know. So yeah. So
where are we going?
Yeah, I can't go Pujols. I can't go Pujols.
Who you picking? You pick this one.
Oh gosh. First base. I'll go with the Iron Horse. I'll go Lou Gehrig.
I love that pick.
I'll go with the Iron Horse. Lou Gehrig.
Okay. Now here's where it gets to me. We can have a great conversation. I think the greatest catcher of all time is Johnny Bench. Yogi Berra's in the mix. I think Gary Carter's unbelievably underrated. Mike Piazza offensively is there. Pudge Rodriguez.
I'm going Yogi.
You're going Yogi.
I'm going Yogi. I love Johnny Bench.
I want Johnny Bench so bad.
I mean, you could go Bench, by the way. You speak of Johnny Bench. I wanted that Johnny Bench Reds jersey at Mitchell, and that's so bad. I picked it up and put it down 10 different times.
The sickest gold jersey ever.
I might go buy it right now. It's just, I don't, it was so hard. It was so gangster. And I was like, oh.
I mean, Johnny Bench revolutionized the position defensively. And offensively was one of the most feared sluggers of all time. But Ivan Rodriguez, to me, is the gold standard defensively at the position.
Pull up Yogi Berra's numbers.
Yeah, I mean,
pull up Yogi Berra. So
what
Johnny Bench,
9 rings.
Johnny Bench, the great Johnny Bench. He had a stretch.
Give me the Johnny Bench.
1970 Johnny Bench.
Give it to me.
He had 45 home runs on 148 RBI, 293 batting average. 1972, 40 home runs, 125 RBI,
Come on.
270 batting average. Overall, 389 home runs.
Wow.
1,376 RBIs, a lifetime 267 hitter, but a 2-time MVP, Hall of Famer, 2-time World Series champ, 14-time All-Star, 10-time Gold Glove, World Series MVP.
Come on.
Now, pull up Yogi Berra.
Got him.
Go ahead,
2,100 hits.
Oh my.
285 career average, 358 home runs, 1,400 RBIs. He was also a manager, guys. Don't forget that. But if you're just talking about that, and then the longevity factor with him, I mean, he played for 19 years. Catcher? 19 years? What that does to your knees?
How many hits did you say?
18-time All-Star, 10-time World Series champion.
Wow.
3
I think we got to go Yogi over Johnny Bench.
I think if but Bonte, you said you got to have at least one Yankee on this list.
Yeah. Well,
if you're going to have at least one Yankee on this list, I feel like you got to go with Yogi Berra behind the plate.
I kind of
3-time MVP, 18-time All-Star, 10 World Series, and we watched the Yogi Berra.
Every single part of his digits on his hands has a ring.
I know.
He covered a whole hand in 5 years. 5 straight titles.
I mean, there was a picture. Yogi Berra always jokes that there was a picture with like Mays and a couple other guys, and he was like, I have more World Series than all 3 of those guys combined. I mean, this postseason accolades. Oh, gosh. He's so many World Series.
5'7", by the way. Not a big guy.
Yeah, I got to go Yogi. So you got Gehrig at first, Yogi at catcher. We're going.
So here's the lineup. We're going all the way around the line. Yogi at catcher. First base is Lou Gehrig. Joe Morgan at second. Third base is Chipper Jones. Alex Rodriguez at shortstop. And then around the outfield, Bonds in left, Mays in center, Frank Robinson in right. Now we get to our starting
we got a
pitchers.
DH in the starting pitcher. Do we go DH?
DH.
We're going Babe Ruth.
But it has to be you got to go Babe Ruth.
I mean, you could go Big Papi.
I'm going Babe Ruth over Papi.
You could go
Edgar Martinez.
You could go
Jim Thome.
Who else did we missing? Hank Aaron.
What
if they had Hank Aaron on his team?
Wow. Wow, Hank Aaron.
I mean, where do you go for DH? I'll let you pick DH. My pitcher for one game.
Yeah, give it to me.
I'm a little biased here.
Is it the Rocket?
To me, it's Bob Gibson.
I love Bob Gibson. You got to have a Cardinal in here.
Well, Bob Gibson.
I love Bob Gibson. I'm with you there.
Lifetime, his ERA, Bob Gibson had a 2.91 ERA.
We have to have Ruth on this list.
The 1968 year of the pitcher. 1968. Bob Gibson had a 1.12 ERA. He started 34 games that season. A 1.12 ERA. He threw that season with the 1.12 ERA, Spadonia Lubman. He threw 304 innings. 304 innings and had a 1.12 ERA.
So the closer's got to be Mariano Rivera, right?
Yeah, we got to go Mo.
Okay, Rivera. Now, who's the manager? Because I already know in my mind who I want.
Right.
Connie Mack.
You want Bochy? You want Bochy?
No.
Joe Torre?
No.
John McGraw?
Tony La Russa?
No.
Definitely not Tony La Russa. Tommy Lasorda?
It's Billy Martin.
You want that psycho?
Come on.
I think I wanted Bochy personally. I think
I'm teasing with Billy Martin, by the way.
No.
Come on, teasing.
Manager's tough.
I know. Sparky Anderson wants to throw his name into the mix. Joe Torre.
Whitey
Herzog, yes. Lasorda, as much as I hate him, Lasorda's in there somewhere. Bobby Cox.
Earl Weaver.
Wow, that's a good one.
Just so we can get the arguments.
Absolutely.
You want Lou Piniella just so you can throw a base at somebody?
Give me a base
No,
coach.
I don't want Lou Piniella.
You don't want Lou Piniella. He's got one ring with the Reds, the Nasty Boys.
Who is our manager? Sam, who would your manager be?
Ooh, I think I kind of want to go with Earl Weaver there. Just
all time?
All time? Man, all time, though. I mean, it's kind of hard to go against like a Connie Mack or a John McGraw, but I'm going to stick with Earl Weaver right now.
Oh,
Earl Weaver.
Joe Torre?
We know our pitching staff would be depleted after about 6 months.
Some bullpen games.
Torre's got the rings. He's got the hardware.
We got a lot of Yanks on here, though.
Yeah, I don't know. The manager's tough. Maybe let YouTube and Xfinity Mobile text line Lou Piniella. Sandy Koufax.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
All right. My final thought is this. Bonte and the crew and I put together what it would be our all-time team. We got Yogi Berra behind the dish. We got Lou Gehrig at first, Joe Morgan at second, Chipper Jones at third, Alex Rodriguez at short, Bonds in left, Mays in center, Frank Robinson in right field. Starting on the hill is Bob Gibson. Babe Ruth is DHing for him. And Earl Weaver is your manager. And I think we have, 7 fights in the first inning amongst these guys?
Oh, man. My final thought is, what is going on in the NBA at Klay Thompson as he practices with Team Bahamas? Gary Payton II picks up his $9.1 million player option. What is going on in the Warrior land? Things are quiet. Things are quiet as free agency is right around the corner. This may be the biggest offseason for Joe Lacob and company since they've owned the team. What is going to happen with the Warriors over the next couple of weeks here? What is going on with the Dubs? That's my final thought. Love and Spadone, what you got?
Just as we were talking about, the starting pitcher you would want in this all-time starting 9, Bob Gibson, absolutely a great call. A great one there.
Great call.
Just in my lifetime, I think of just the greatest pitchers who I would put the ball in a must-win, for your life situation. Clayton Kershaw, Randy Johnson are right up there. But for me, if I had to pick one guy, it's Greg Maddux. What I saw him do over his career, especially what he would do to the Giants, I mean, that guy was just absolutely methodical in his dominance.
I might take Andy Pettitte over Maddux in October.
That's a good point.
I mean, I'm not talking.
Well,
I'm
you
not
didn't say
talking
October.
smack.
You
I'm
just
just
said
saying,
we're putting together a starting 9.
Well, I'm just saying,
you too.
I'm just saying.
Fight on the garlic fries and baseball guys podcast.
I'm taking Verlander over Kershaw, by the way.
That's what I'm saying.
I know it's close,
taking
but I'm taking Verlander. Hell, I'm taking Dave Stewart over Clayton Kershaw in a big game.
David Cone.
Oh, absolutely. Dave Stewart is, big game
Some honorable mentions, Reggie Jackson. Somewhere on there. You don't put him in DH.
So hard.
It's impossible.
Think about some of these guys.
Talk about the fights in the clubhouse, by the way. He'd be the enemy number 1. Another guy, Ricky Henderson, obviously you guys mentioned, just not enough places, stuff like that. I'd probably put Bonds at DH just because I can, and I'd put Ricky left. By the way, Ricky Henderson only making 10 All-Star games. I know he played for a lot. It's kind of crazy just to think about that. He cut his career in half numbers-wise. He's still a Hall of Famer, but...
I mean, we don't even have Hank Aaron on this team.
Exactly.
To be fair, Hank never led the league in home runs in any singular year. there's a lot of his totality of his career is unbelievable. There's no question about it. He's a cumulative guy, and I'm not trying to diminish him in any way. But we're picking amongst the greats.
But he had 3,771 hits.
I know.
Even though he played a long time from 54 to 76. Hank Aaron batted 305 for his career.
There's no doubt.
He's a World Series champ. He's an NL MVP. He was a 4-time National League home run leader, 4-time National League RBI leader.
In baseball, I'm saying. Baseball.
Gotcha. So, I mean, God, we don't even have Hank Aaron on this team. What are we doing? That just shows how stacked and how so good these players are. And there's a lot of diversity with this baseball team. That's it for us. Enjoy the game today. Enjoy the game today. If you're a Giants fan out there, if you want to know the history of the game or learn about the history of the game, tonight is a must watch telecast between the Giants and the Cardinals down at Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama. We'll get more in the NBA tomorrow with free agency. Pascal Siakam, $190 billion. $190 billion for Pascal Siakam? Yikes. Monty Williams getting fired. Steiny Goo will touch on that. Or actually, Steiny and Evan Giddings. Evan Giddings in today for Daryl the Guru Johnson. That was it for us. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. Get the fastest internet to all of your devices.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
Remembering the
I'm out.
Give me the meat.
Oh.
What if I told you I missed it? I was putting...
Hit me again, Spadoni.
No. Give me the meat. No. Okay. Shoot. I shouldn't have asked for it. Oh, man. Hey, I don't want to hear a word. I don't want to hear a word. I'm sticking up for my man Goo today.
Not even going to mention the day of the week.
That's Evan Giddings.
Don't talk about that.
He's in for Goo. Goo was... Oh, let me tell you something about Goo yesterday.
I can't catch a break, man.
He played hurt yesterday. Halfway through the show, I'm like, what? I'm like, Goo, what is going on with Goo? And then I forgot. He came in yesterday. He's like, oh, my stomach's killing me.
I'm out.
And he just got worse and worse. So get well soon, Guru. Evan Giddings will have your back. So yesterday, we talked a lot about Willie Mays, and we were batting around a ton of things, no pun intended, before the show. And the boss says to me, what hit you yesterday about all the talk about Willie Mays? And I said, well, he clearly affected a lot of people, even people that he never knew, and he inspired people that he never knew. And he also said, well, it doesn't feel like anybody has a bad thing to say about him, or anybody, there's nothing out there about Willie Mays that compromises his integrity. And so we just started batting around names of the greatest athletes and their reputations and how it affects the way people look at them. And so I'll just jump off right here. So Nahigian goes, well, I mean, Willie Mays, he was perfect. Like, he was the perfect superstar. He was one of the greatest players of all time, which is part of the category. And he was perfect. And I said, how about Curry? How about Steph Curry? Like, what do you think of when you think of Steph Curry? He's pretty close to perfect too, isn't he?
Oh, I think that's why it's so hard to believe that there will ever be anybody like Willie Mays, because while Steph, I think, is about as perfect of a superstar as there is and we'll ever see, all we heard yesterday or the day before in his passing was, in addition to all the great things about his character and his impact, is like he was the greatest player ever played. And there's some debate, right? But I think the overwhelming consensus is that Willie Mays is the best to ever lace him up. You know, not to diminish Steph, but I don't think anybody's going to remember Steph Curry as the greatest basketball player to ever play. So that's where I think he's so unique. But to kind of broaden it, like, you're right. The idea of a great athlete being non-controversial is extremely rare. Like, it doesn't happen. And so while Steph might not be the greatest basketball player ever, I would argue that because of the amount of eyes or camera phones or just overall coverage that he has, Willie Mays played in a much different time of our country that made things difficult.
Right.
But with how much attention Steph Curry gets, you could make the case that it's harder to not be controversial, to not have something, the but, right? When people write your obituary or when they eulogize you, there's the but. Well, he was a great player, but.
Right.
He was a great person, but. There's no buts about Steph. There's no buts about Willie Mays. And that is distinctly unique.
Yeah, and just letting everybody in on how this comes about is, you know, it kind of was born to me, this, what we're talking about out of the Giants. And we all talk about the Giants. They need a star. They need a star. They need a superstar. They need a star. They need a star. And we just started thinking about, okay, well, like, what kind of star would you want? What kind of player would you want? What kind of personality would you want that player to have? And we just started batting stuff around, and that's what we're going to do to start the show. Because the boss was like, okay, well, let's go through some of the great ones. And he said, Joe Montana. What about Joe Montana?
Well, why isn't Joe Montana Willie Mays, for example? I don't mean it that way, but
he's arguably the greatest in his sport.
What do you think about Willie Mays, Joe Montana? And I said, well, Montana doesn't get that love because I think 49er fans consider him a little bit aloof, and also because he has seemed to distance himself a little more from the 49ers than some of their other players like Rice and Steve Young. And so we're just we've just been batting around names and how big of an imprint, a positive imprint they've made on a city, on fans, and maybe even on the franchise. And what would you want? I mean, would you want a Steph Curry? Would you want, Barry Bonds? Well, you can't think about Bonds without thinking about PEDs. Okay, what about Ricky Henderson, one of the greatest to ever do it? Well,
self-proclaimed.
What do you okay, let's just do it this way. What do you think of when you think of Ricky Henderson?
I think of Oakland, California.
Okay.
I think of a hometown kid who got to the major leagues and did some things that we've never seen before. Like that's where he is kind of like Steph. Or Steph is kind of like Ricky. He broadened your imagination about a sport. Like, it was impossible to think that someone could steal as many bases as Ricky did for as long as Ricky did. But also to have the power of a leadoff hitter was pretty rare. Someone that hit at the top of the order to hit 25 to 30 home runs a season, that could take you deep, that had a great eye, that was basically a walking triple every time he got to first base because he would steal second and third. That just never happened before. There were players that stole bases, but there was never a player that had the entire package together. So, who also had the distinct connection to a community that he was from.
Right.
So that's why I think of Ricky, and why Ricky is so great to me is because Ricky's also still in the community. Ricky also still does things for his hometown. And I think that's one aspect of it. But you touched on Montana, which I think is at the center of everything about a superstar that you want. I think, obviously, you need to be great. I think you do need to be a champion. You have to have achievement. But you also, in spite of all of that, the game is not about you. Like, when I think of Willie Mays, I don't think about somebody that drew everyone to him. He played. He spoke with his glove, his arm, his bat. Curry, everything does gravitate around him, but he doesn't make it about him. It's about the game. It's about the team. Montana, however, and I think it's because of after he got traded, feeling, spite for the 49ers, and even some of the ways he kind of conducts himself now. It seems to be about money. It seems to be about, his brand, the Montana brand. And so I think from that standpoint, it does appear to be a little less selfless than, say, the greatest greats that are able to be selfless. Like Willie Mays, I think what we heard yesterday for 4 hours, is a pretty selfless guy.
Yes. And that's kind of at the heart of this. You're listening to Mays, and apparently he had it all. He had it all. He was among the greatest. He had an unbelievably magnetic personality. Kids and adults liked him. Men and women liked him. Black and white liked him. It just feels like he was the total thing. Now, you said Ricky Henderson. And anybody wants to jump in here, 888-957-9570. Okay, when I think of Ricky Henderson, I think I know he's an Oakland guy, but I think he should be bigger than he is. In terms of, and I'm not saying he's not loved in Oakland and the Bay Area, but to me, Ricky Henderson's stature as a player is greater than the love that he should get, if you know what I mean. Like, I know he's in Oakland, you can see him out and about, but what held Ricky back? Was it his ego?
What held Ricky back was, he would probably say Ricky.
True.
Ricky was always trying to get his, but that was the era that he played in. It was post-free agency. Right. He was one of the biggest superstars. He came about at a time when you could make $1 million, and that just wasn't, like, Willie Mays couldn't make $1 million in a season. He couldn't.
Right.
He might have been one of the most high-paid players for the time, But I do think that's also part of it too, and why to me someone like Steph Curry is great is because Steph Curry can command $60 million in a year, which is just unfathomable, I'm sure, to someone like Willie Mays, and yet it doesn't feel like he acts like he is $60 million better than the next person.
True.
He acts like he is just another guy.
You know, I think what also was a factor with, and we're just going to throw some names out here. Ricky Henderson was, and he addressed this in his Hall of Fame speech. You know, Ricky didn't speak well at the start of his career. He wasn't easy to understand, and he had a little bit of a stutter, I believe. And when he was inducted, he made the focus of that. He wanted to give a great speech, and he'd come a long way. But like even something like that is a part of why someone is thought of with more magnitude than others. I mean, the fact that, you know, Ricky Henderson might have been more difficult to understand early in his career. We couldn't get to know him as well. And then what we found out, or what we think about him now, Ricky loved himself some Ricky. Okay, great. We threw Tim Lincecum out there. Why was Tim Lincecum as big as he was? He's like, seriously, okay, he had long hair. But I'm not saying he shouldn't have been as big. I'm saying why? What was it about Lincecum?
Because he was the freak. He was a freak. Seriously, there was nobody like him. Like that's I think what captures our attention.
What part of him was what part of it couldn't you replicate?
The fact that he was like 5'9" and threw 98 miles an hour. There just aren't guys that do that. Like
let me just throw
the smallest.
Isn't that Pedro Martinez kind of?
And how do people think about Pedro?
Okay,
like people love Pedro. I mean, Pedro's one of the greats. So, but I think that's part of it is like to have such ability inside of that frame. I think it's also one of the reasons why Curry's so popular is because he kind of looks like an everyday guy when he's on the court among giants. You know, Tim Lincecum is small, and yet he is able to dominate people that are far larger than him and people that we just, I don't know, inherently believe are better. But Tim Lincecum was always like, it's funny because I don't think there's much that's controversial about him. Yeah, he enjoyed a joint every once in a while. Posted pictures about how many In-N-Out burgers he could eat, which was impressive. But, you know, he never did anything bad. Like, he never got into trouble. He never even drew much attention to himself. He just spoke with his fastball.
I mean, see, I think the weed thing had a lot to do with Lincecum and his, you know, the reason he was kind of the elevated superstar of that group. Like,
well, because also he was the best.
True. Okay.
For a time.
Okay, look at a guy like Buster Posey. Would you want to? Was Buster Posey he was a great player. Was he a great face of the franchise? Well, you would say, oh my God, yeah. He's a family man, and he never did. Yeah, but he didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. He wasn't a rah-rah guy. He didn't.
What do you think, Curry says much?
Curry is far more outgoing. Curry plays the game better than Posey played the game, I think. And I'm talking about the game off the field. Like, Curry knows what he's got to do outside of the game. And I don't think Posey was as interested in that as Steph. Like, Steph's got stuff outside the game that are important to him that he spends time on. Whatever, you know, he does all that stuff in Oakland. But Posey's just, he kept to himself. And is there anybody out there that really believes that Buster Posey, you know, was a dynamic type of stuff? Like, Buster Posey left stuff on the table with the fans because of his personality. He just did.
I would disagree.
Really? You would?
I don't think he left stuff on the table. I think he was himself. I think he was genuine.
He absolutely was himself. There's no doubt about it. But himself, because he was himself, there was less of a connection to the fans. Like, Willie Mays made a connection with the fans because of his personality, his play, da-da-da-da-da. Well, Posey's a great I'm not comparing him to Mays, but Posey, but guess what? He's not that interesting.
No, but I do think that's an interesting comparison because I don't remember Willie Mays saying anything off the field very controversial. In fact, he was just positive. Like you could make a case Willie Mays was pretty boring. That's one of the reasons why people loved him. It's because he was just happy. Like he was just a good person. And then on the field, that's where you saw who he was. That's where you saw the flair and electricity from everything we heard about yesterday. Willie Mays was able to bring pizzazz to a game that was kind of bland.
Well, see, I think another part of it is Willie Mays' personality. Like in his day-to-day life, he was accessible, and he let the common person in, and he embraced the common person. Posey didn't. Posey's a great guy, but the connection an athlete makes with the city, I think, is half on the field and half off. And maybe it's not the percentage exactly, but when I look at a guy like Buster Posey, you know what? If he would have had a more dynamic personality, he'd be thought of more popularly out here. Hell, maybe he'd be thought of as more of a surefire Hall of Famer throughout the league, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think part of it has to do with the sport. Like baseball's not expressive as a game. Perhaps. But I think like Tim Lincecum at the peak of his powers is more beloved in that the 2008 to 2010 years than Buster Posey. Like I still remember where I was watching him pitch game one. Like his postseason debut was one of the greatest performances I've ever seen. Tim Lincecum threw a 1-0 shutout, struck out 14 against the Atlanta Braves. He was unbelievable. But over the course of time, Buster Posey is more Mr. Giant than Tim Lincecum is. Like he's more presidential. He's more of a representative. Doubt. And that's where I think his value lies. It's not that I don't look at Buster Posey as leaving anything on the table. I just think that's Buster Posey.
Oh, yeah, and I think
if anything, if he tried to force it might have backfired on him.
No, what I'm saying, some people have the natural personality that will allow them to reach a level like Willie Mays, and there are others that don't, and they don't really want to. And we're trying to construct in a way the perfect superstar, because that's what it felt like Willie Mays was. Like perfect. Like if you could put a Willie Mays on your team in any sport, you would take him. And so what kind of player do you want the Giants' next superstar to be? You want him to be charismatic. You want him to be like Lincecum. Like that's what I mean. People would, if I said to Giants fans, your next superstar is going to be either like Tim Lincecum or Buster Posey, they're taking Lincecum, right?
Posey's got 3 World Series rings, though. Well, it depends on what you value. Like, if I want to be entertained, I'm going to go watch Tim Lincecum. But if I want to win, if I want stability, if I want professionalism, I'm going to go with Buster Posey.
What about if you're a fan? Like you're a fan of the team. You still would want Posey?
I liked watching Buster Posey play.
Sure, we all liked it, but we didn't love it like Lincecum.
Dude, you couldn't get him out.
Who?
Buster Posey.
It's about
Buster Posey, one of the greatest hitting catchers of all time.
No doubt, but it's about charisma, isn't it? It's about making a connection. Like, to me, Steve Young has now made more of a connection with the Bay Area sports fans than Montana. Like, Young has overtaken Montana. 510 says Posey's like Mike Trout. And I would say, exactly. I'm not I'm almost assuming greatness on the field, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, it's not about who would you rather have, Lincecum at his peak or Posey. It's like, come on, we'd want Lincecum, right?
Well, if I'm paying to watch one game.
No, I'm talking about you're talking about watching a guy's career.
Watching a guy's career?
Yeah.
Well, I'm taking Posey's career.
I know, because Posey's a better player, but if they were kind of the same, if they're both the face of your franchise, I think most fans would opt for the guy who's charismatic, maybe even a little controversial, maybe a little edgier. Like, why did Iverson make such a connection in Philly?
I think because he represented Philadelphia. Like, people identified with him.
Exactly. And I just think that's how you get to the next level. And Posey, did he do it? Probably not. Ricky, did he do it? Probably not. Bonds, no. Montana, great player. Image off that.
Well, like to your point, someone like Pablo Sandoval might have been more beloved than Posey at times because he was just more fun. Like, but he wasn't nearly as good as Posey.
No, I know. And if I told you that you could have Buster Posey or another catcher named Buster Posey, but he's got Pablo Sandoval's personality, that's all I'm saying is you want Pablo Sandoval's personality, right?
Yeah, I mean, you want something that is more than just the game, but what I'm saying is that, if you can give me a decade long of dominance.
Okay, I got all right. Yeah.
And to also represent your franchise. Like, I'm going to be honest, one of the reasons why Curry is a great face of the Warriors and always has been is because he never gets into trouble. Like, he never does anything that compromises both his own brand, but also the brand of the Golden State Warriors. And I think he understands that better than a lot of people.
Okay, then let me pose this to you. Well, why doesn't like LeBron stays out of trouble? LeBron James. I mean, he's been married forever. He's got kids. He's never in trouble. But people don't love him like they love Curry. Or do they? Do you think they do?
Well, part of it is he might be faithful to his wife, but he hasn't been faithful to one basketball team for his entire career.
Okay.
I think part of it is LeBron also crowning himself the chosen one when he was like 20 years old. Putting it on his back as a tattoo. Like, there's a lot of me about LeBron. Like, yes, you're right. He's never been arrested. He's never been in trouble. He's never been unfaithful to his wife. He, by all accounts, it seems like a good dad. He's trying to help his kid get somewhere that he might not deserve, but that's also the job of a parent, like
right.
to further your kid's. Like, he's a good person, I think, but LeBron makes it about LeBron. At least that's what I get from him.
Right.
Curry, everyone else makes it about Steph. Steph doesn't make it about himself. That's where the difference lies between him and LeBron to me.
Yeah, another guy I've kind of thought of, and I know he's been on multiple teams, but it's about I've just gotten to think about, man, if you were in the town where Willie Mays played, think it'd be unbelievable. It would be unbelievable. And now the player I'm going to name is not on the same level, but he's a hell of a player. How'd you like to be a fan of a team with James Harden as the best player on the team? It's like, there's no connection there. You know what I'm saying? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're just batting some stuff around here. What do you want in your face of the franchise? Will there ever be another Willie Mays? Is it even possible in this day and age? Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
I am scared of Willard. It's okay to acknowledge things. I'm scared of Willard.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. No snickering, please. My man is sick. Plain and simple.
It's bothering me.
And it just happens to be a Thursday. So stop.
Payday for due.
No. So Willie Mays has a lot of us thinking about what we want in a superstar and face of a franchise and what separated Willie Mays from your run-of-the-mill, if you will, superstar. And why did Willie Mays make such a connection with fans in New York and fans in San Francisco? Of course, it was because he was a great player. But and I'm going to get to Paulie in a sec. But I'd love people to weigh in here at 888-957-9570. Okay, I'm going to throw this player out. Give me an answer for this. And I'm not saying he was. I'm not saying these guys aren't Willie Mays. But I'm looking at some guys who I think made a connection. Maybe some guys who didn't make a connection, and I'm asking the question, why and what do you want? And this may be before your time. But it shouldn't be. Why did Warrior fans have such a connection to Monte Ellis? Monte Ellis.
Before my time, that was my favorite player growing up.
Okay, perfect.
I love Monte.
Perfect. Why?
Because when I was in 7th grade, because when I was in middle school, he was exciting. And he was like, I don't know. He did things on the court.
Hold on. You just said, I don't know. And that's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, yeah, obviously we're trying to define it. But, dude, Monte was box office for the Warriors. Dude, like the Warriors stunk. I mean, it wasn't like I was there to watch, them win 60 games or 73. I was there to be entertained. Monte Ellis was walking entertainment because, well, I'm going to be honest, he had the ha-ha.
But
he got buckets.
But he was, and I don't mean this negative, he was awful off the court. Not as a person, but just as an interview. He was unbelievably shy when he first got here. He was drafted as a 17-year-old. So
Mississippi Bullet.
Yeah. And so he was uncomfortable doing interviews. He did not like it. He was a little insecure. He was self-conscious. He was younger than everybody else. So he was pretty quiet. I mean, over the course of time, he opened up a little bit, but to me, a guy like Monte Ellis, it stopped once he left the court. Like, was there anything extra with Monte Ellis that pushed him into a category that other players didn't have, if you know what I mean? I'm just throwing out some questions. 888-957-9570. Willie Mays got me thinking about, what kind of face of a franchise do you want? What kind of superstar do you want? We all want a superstar, but if you could get any superstar, who would it be? Let's go to Paulie. Paulie's in San Francisco. What's up, man?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Doing a great job. And poor Guru, hope you feel better. We'll see you on Monday, I hope. I'm turning 50 next week, and there's always one player still stuck in my head that even his own teammates were fans of his. Even his opponents were fans of his. Beloved by the world. Made more money in endorsements than Michael Jordan did during his heyday for that one set of years. The only unfortunate thing, I think you guys know who I'm talking about, was his career was short-lived, and that's Bo Jackson. I mean, if you think about it, you showed up. When I was a kid growing up and he was playing for the Royals, and I'm a diehard Raider fan, I'm a diehard A's fan, I was more of a Raider fan, and I would go to those games and sit in the bleachers. And I remember one time I went to the game and the Royals, and Danny Tartabull was starting for him, and I was so mad. And he came out, though. Bo Jackson, knowing he's a lot of Raider fans in that stadium, he went to batting practice. He came out there. I mean, this guy, come on, you guys. Let's talk about Bo Jackson. I know it was a short-lived career, but who else? I mean, what was his flaw?
Well, okay. Thanks, Paul. I appreciate the call.
Well, I think it's hip, but
Well, I think it's first of all, Bo Jackson had a stuttering problem when he got into the professional sports. Like again, it took him a while to make a connection with the fans. I'll tell you what. Here's the other thing I'm thinking about Bo Jackson, and I get it. And Jim Barnett says your greatest strength's your greatest weakness. Can you really be, the guy if you're playing two sports? If you know what I mean?
But I think that's what people loved about Bo Jackson.
No doubt.
Like he made you reconsider what was possible for an athlete. And I think that's at the center of all of these people that we're talking about is they make you reconsider what's possible for their sport. Steph made everyone reconsider what a weapon the three-point shot could be. Willie Mays made you reconsider from what it sounded like and what I've read, how you were able to bring flair to a game. It just, all of these guys make you reconsider what's possible. And I think there's, the Bo Jackson thing is interesting because the short-lived career, it always makes you wonder. And then you start to hear tales about players. Like there's something mythical about Bo Jackson. There's something mythical also about Willie Mays because there's not a lot of footage about him. So it's almost like the legend grows more and more as they get older because, I don't know, if it's the whole tale about the fish, you got it was a couple inches, and then by the time you're in your 90s, the fish is, a trout that's 150 pounds. But like the fish just always keeps getting bigger.
What fish?
When you catch a fish, every year the fish gets bigger when you tell the story, right?
Oh, like a fish story.
Yeah, exactly. Like, when you talk about your 81, you'll eventually start to put more flair on it. There'll be more drops as you get older because you're going to remember that, right?
Yeah, we can get into my golf game. No, I'm just kidding. Here's my point. I'm going to name you this, and it's not really a point. It's just my opinion. So I'm going to name you two players, and I just want you to assume. I don't want you to say, oh, well, this guy's a little bit better or that guy's a little bit better.
I'll try not to be literal.
Correct. These are two greats of the game. Which one would you really want to be the face of the franchise? Would you want Magic Johnson or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
Magic.
How come?
He's Magic. I mean...
Because he's more exciting? More charismatic?
Yeah, I think so.
Exactly. And so Willie Mays had that. Like Joe Montana didn't.
There's also,
like Bird didn't really even have that. Bird didn't have it.
But you like Bird more than you like Magic.
Well, that was more a regional thing. I love them both now. But as a kid, yeah,
How come? Magic was charismatic.
I like the Celtics. That was the biggest reason. Now I started liking the Celtics because of Bird.
But Bird is boring.
He was. Not as a player, though.
That's what I'm saying, though. I don't think Willie Mays was like...
Who was Willie Mays like, if we could is there anybody today?
I don't know. Probably not. Because this is the thing, too. Like, Willie was... I think one of the reasons that he was as big as he was in San Francisco is because he was also big in New York. Like, there are very few athletes that are able to own both coasts and that are legends in both places. Because generally when you leave, they kind of, they throw you away. You're someone else's now. But because Mays was entrenched in Harlem, where the Polo Grounds was, like he was a man of the people. I don't know if you could really do that now. I don't know if you could go outside and play stickball in the streets with kids. I don't even know if you could go outside and go down to your local shop and just have a cup of coffee without being absolutely swarmed or people pulling their camera phones out. Like all of that stuff was a product of the time, but Willie Mays was the greatest to possibly ever play, but he also was, I think, seen by most as a man of the people.
Yeah, if I gave, just hypothetically, because I love hypotheticals, if I gave you your choice, okay, you can have it. You could have had any of the five following faces of a franchise: Jordan, LeBron, Magic, Bird, Curry.
If I could, repeat that?
I'm going to give you the number one pick for your face of the franchise. Is it Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, LeBron James, or Steph Curry?
Well, I'm biased. Steph.
I would take, and this is what I mean.
To me, it's between him and Magic.
I think I'd agree with you. I think I totally agree with you. I'd probably take Magic just because he was a little edgier. But again, Magic had the HIV. Like, we found something out about Magic that we didn't,
Well, Magic
wasn't flattering.
Magic had a vice.
He did have a vice. I think everybody's got a vice. What's Curry's?
We'll find out.
I do believe everybody's got a vice / dark side.
No. Turnovers. just kidding. That was a rib. Sorry. No, but I think it's interesting. Like, you think about Magic versus Curry, and I think partially because all the things that I've seen written and made about Magic, they highlight the good.
Right.
They don't really talk much about the bad. But I mean, I don't know. Like, the first image that popped into my mind with Magic Johnson was just his smile.
Right, exactly.
Like, his smile is magnetic.
What about Jordan? Real quick.
Jordan?
Yeah.
Oh, I think of him in the air.
Okay.
Like, I think of the Jordan logo.
See, I think of over-the-top competitiveness. Just over the top. Not necessarily even that, I don't mean it as a bad thing, but in my mind, I do think, sometimes you can do that. But that's what Jordan was, and that's why a lot of people loved him. No doubt about it. Scott's in Hayward. What's up, Scott? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, really enjoying the combo. This is a fun morning for you guys. I want to say Willie Mays, I think, is unparalleled. You guys were looking for a comp, but Willie really embraced the entertainment value. He was a showman. I read that he wore his hat one size too big, so when he'd run the bases, it would fly off in dramatic fashion. He would actually make dramatic catches even more so by going into an unnecessary slide. I mean, this is one of the greatest defensive players of all time, and he was so good, he would make plays look harder than they actually were just to entertain the fans. I can't think of another athlete that does anything like that. I mean, you've got great dunks in basketball, you've got some showmanship, but nothing like what Willie Mays reportedly was. I think he was truly one of a kind. I think he's the greatest to ever strap him on. Keep the show going, gentlemen. Love it.
I love that word, unparalleled, because he might just be right. Here's another guy that popped into my head, Chris Mullin. Chris Mullin. What pops in here? Chris Mullin. He was. I would put him on the upper tier of connection with the fans, or let's just say fan favorite, if you know what I mean. And he was a hell of a player.
Oh, I'm a little too young, but I'd probably think of Run TMC. Like, I think about him as a part of a group, not an individual.
He was, I think by his own admission, he was not a leader, or more of a leader by example. He would talk to the press, but he wasn't overly exciting when he talked to the press. But, what was the connection that Mullin made with the Bay Area? And again, we're just throwing names around about what you want in your superstar.
But I do think, okay, so for example, the Rickwood Field game tonight.
Yes.
Willie Mays, to the caller's point, did bring a flair and an excitement to the game that bridged confidence and cocky. But he was always more confident because he could back it up. Like, it's not cockiness if you can do it. You kill him with kindness. You do it with a smile. You do it with, I don't know, just a machismo that's like very individual. All of that did start at Rickwood Field because that was a natural part of the game in the Negro Leagues. It was not just about the substance. It was about the entertainment value. And so Willie Mays was able to bring that to the major leagues. And unfortunately, around the time of his leaving was also around the time the Negro Leagues folded. But that's also why, like, the game tonight to me is relatively meaningless. But everything around the game, everything about Rickwood Field, everything about the reason that they're playing, the Giants and the Cardinals are at 4:15 on Fox, because it's essentially the Willie Mays Classic. Like, that is the birth of everything that we're talking about in regards to Willie Mays the person, because that's where he was born and that's where his game was founded.
Yeah. For example, Nahigian was asking us, he was just running down the players or great players, and he said, "What do you think of when you think of this guy?" And so let's okay. And it all starts with Willie Mays because he is obviously or apparently the gold standard for everything an athlete should be. How loved he was. Okay, so like he said, Chris Mullin. Why is he? And I said, well, I think a lot of people with Chris Mullin, it was when he went into alcohol rehab his rookie year, came back, and has been a success story ever since. Like that, you got to have a story that people can really relate to also, I think. That's a monster part of it. Like when Mullin came out of rehab and became the player he became easier to want to support, I think, as opposed to if that had never happened.
Yeah, but I think that there are athletes that are relatable without having to go through, like traumatic experiences.
No, I get that. What I'm saying is,
like Curry's led a pretty trauma-free life from what we know.
But yeah, what I'm saying is, if Chris Mullin is loved right now at 90, like he's a 9 on a scale of 10. He's 9 out of 10. If he would have never gone in to rehab and either it never would have gotten published, it never got publicized, or he just played his career and didn't drink. Like that's one of the reasons that he isn't a 7.5. That kind of thing pushes him to 9. Those are the kind of things that I'm trying to pinpoint in a way.
Yeah, well, Chris Mullin a lot better than I do. I'm gonna be honest, like Chris Mullin doesn't really cross my mind. I don't feel connected to Chris Mullin.
All right, Barry Bonds.
It's also because I'm from a different generation. I don't feel connected to Bonds because he never let us in, and he was always deflective. Like I think that's where, we were talking about Ricky Henderson earlier. Ricky Henderson, I think, is a more, affable person than Barry Bonds is, but he didn't really let people in. Now, he wasn't as, at least from everything I've read about Bonds, like Bonds he literally had his own part of the clubhouse. Like the guy, it was the San Francisco Giants and then it was Barry Bonds.
Right.
That doesn't mean that I don't think that Bonds is the greatest hitter that I've ever seen in my life. And I will take that guy 11 times out of 10 on any team that I'm building. But if you're talking about representatives in, faces of franchises, Barry Bonds is the face or was the face of the Giants. Sometimes it felt like for the wrong reasons.
Gotcha. Here's another one I'm throwing out. By the way, 888-957-9570 is the number. Willie Mays has us thinking about athletes who make an indescribable or an incredible impression with the fans. He was an icon. How do you get to be an icon? So we were just throwing all these. Here's another name Will Clark. Like, where does Will Clark fit? I mean, the Bay Area loved Will Clark. Why? How come? Like, that's what I wanted.
I think because he was a tough SOB.
I think you're right. Like some of these questions I'm asking, I think we know the answers to, but I kind of want to get into it a little bit.
But I don't think you have to be that kind of person. I don't think you have to be the tough SOB or the expressive person or the hard ass or the red ass. I don't think you have to be that to be a fan favorite.
No, but I think the reason it worked for Will Clark was because it was, it's who he was. He was unbelievably competitive. He was an RA. He was a red ass. And
still is.
Yeah, and it to me, I always found it interesting that in an area like San Francisco that's supposedly liberal and progressive, Will Clark was kind of a throwback, and it was pretty conservative, but nobody really cared.
Well, but also back in the day, there were blue collar parts about the city. I don't think that's really the case now. And not to say that there aren't blue collar people that still live in San Francisco, but I don't think that is what it's, known for. Like, yeah, I mean, I wasn't around San Francisco in the 80s, but it felt like more of a people's place than it is now. You know, like, all right, if there is an athlete to represent the Bay Area right now, not named Steph Curry, who is it? Like when people around the country look at the Bay Area and say, that's the athlete. That's the athlete to represent the Bay. Like what does that even look like now? I mean, is it probably is Christian McCaffrey.
Well, here's what I would say. Like when we start talking about, well, who could be the next guy? There's two guys I thought of. Like the one guy who I think would have a chance to just blow up like a Curry, believe it or not, is Brock Purdy. Like I think if Brock Purdy is the quarterback of the next 49ers Super Bowl team, he's going to be he's only been here a couple years. We don't really know him. It seems like he's a goody two shoes. You ever heard of that term?
Yeah.
Okay, because that's an old one. But you know what I mean? So if Purdy blows up, he's probably going to be more like Steph Curry than Allen Iverson, if you know what I mean. And like, here's what I'm saying. I think on balance, if I told you, if you could close your eyes and go with my imagination for a minute, Curry and Allen Iverson are the exact same player. When you measure them, they're equal. I think most people would rather have Iverson be the face of their franchise if all things were equal on the playing field.
Maybe in Philly. I don't know about in the Bay Area though.
I don't know either. That's why I'm fascinated by this discussion. You know what I mean? Like, here's the other guy I was thinking about.
I would push back on Purdy though.
How come?
Dude, he's boring.
Well, but he's going to get less boring.
He's a good player, and I hope he has a lot of success.
But so's Curry. Curry's boring, kind of, isn't he?
But Curry is not afraid, and I don't think he's ever been afraid to kind of put himself out there. Like, he knows he's boring. Like, he knows he's, he kind of has lame tendencies, but he's not afraid to put himself out there. He's also not afraid to potentially be the butt of a joke.
Sure.
He's not afraid to let people in. Like, I don't know a thing about Brock Purdy except he loves Christ. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, like, what do we know about this guy?
But that's my point. If he's going to be here for 10 years, we're going to learn a lot about him. But now you might be sitting here saying, you know what, we probably won't really learn a lot about him because that's who he's going to end up being. And here's another guy that fascinates me right now. Fascinates me because I think of this guy as, wow, this guy's got a blank slate. Like, because everybody comes in with a blank slate. Everybody. Like Macklin Celebrini. We know nothing about this kid. Who's
hasn't been drafted yet.
Who's going to be a San Jose Shark. Apparently he may be, he's a phenom. But we don't know anything about him. So we're going to find out who he is and what he is. And I get hockey's not quite basketball or football out here, but he's got a chance to, if he's as good as everybody says he is, or if he's better than everybody says he is, like then he has a chance to get to a level that a guy with his ability wouldn't get to unless he has something special. And I actually think one of the things he's got, believe it or not, is a great name. Macklin Celebrini. Like even that kind of thing sometimes I think works for a guy. Anyway, 888-957-9570. I see a couple people want to jump in here. We're just talking about faces of franchises and reputations and why was Willie Mays on a level that no other athlete seems to have gotten to. And how do you get to that level if it's even possible? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was also sponsored by Safeway.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Head to Safeway this week for tons of amazing deals.
sometimes I'm listening to that show and I'm thinking, oh my God, how does Steiny do it?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, they give me a break from Guru every Thursday, so that helps.
Hey, get off my guy. I know I'm in for him, but I won't take any Goose slander today.
We love you, Goo.
No chance.
Goo's under the weather. No doubt about it. Goo's under the weather. We're talking about...
By the way, someone earlier threw out a bar, which was the Goo flu game. That was yesterday. He was playing hurt.
He was playing hurt.
For a good, 3 hours.
The only difference between the Jordan flu game and the Goo flu game is Jordan kind of won.
Oh, Goo got his shots up, though.
Yeah, but he was hurting. He was hurting. Willie Mays passed 2 days ago, and the tributes have just been pouring in. And one of the phrases I continually hear about Willie Mays is universally loved. He was universally loved. And so we are talking about how does a player become universally loved? And, what are those things? What was it about Willie Mays that allowed him, or why did he connect with everybody? Why did Willie Mays connect with everybody, whereas anybody else or most other superstars, they can't make that kind of connection? So we're talking Buster Posey. Here's what I mean about Posey. And I get it, I'm not putting Posey on Mays' level as a player, but Buster Posey, face of the franchise. Okay, what do you think of when you think of Buster Posey? To me, I think of quiet, I think professional, I think mature, I think soft spoken, but kind of like E.F. Hutton when he talks, people listen. A great teammate. Okay, so why? So that personality, to me, okay, you know what? Who's he going to connect with? Well, you know what? He may connect with a lot of men and women executives who like his approach. He probably connects with old souls, if you will, or the OGs who love the people who did their job and shut their mouth. But he doesn't make a connection in another realm because that's not resonating with certain people. Let's say it's not resonating with a kid in high school because that's not their jam, if you will. So, I'm trying to figure out, Willie Mays got everybody. He got the whole pie. Most other guys get a lot of the pie, most of the pie, some of the pie, just a piece or two. And I'm trying to, just kind of pinpoint, what was it about Mays that he had that others just can't get there? And maybe it's nothing more, Evan, than the times we live in.
Yeah, I don't want to rewrite your face of the franchise list, but I think Mays is probably above Curry. Like you said, Steph Curry is the greatest face of a franchise ever.
Okay,
Willie Mays.
How come? Why?
Because he was the greatest in his sport, but he was also, from all accounts, the greatest person in the sport.
Okay.
And he is revered by legends as the greatest. So I think, and we'll hear more about it, in coming years when people talk about the reverence they have for Steph. But because Steph was never considered maybe he was for a year or two, but never universally considered the greatest player in the game. I think he might have evolved the game. Like he created a revolution in the game. He might have had more impact on it than any player in his generation. But I don't know if anybody ever considered Steph Curry the greatest individual player. So I think that's the difference to me. And then to also be the representative, and again, I think we're splitting hairs here. I mean, if Steph is the second greatest face of a franchise ever. But to me, if you're talking about a face of a franchise hierarchy, Willie Mays would be the top of the pyramid.
Gotcha.
Right below it, for me, these are the guys that I consider on the level right below him. 1A or 2. Curry, for sure. Kobe. I think you also have to put Tom Brady there. And to some extent, also Derek Jeter. Those are like the guys that just have it. Like when you think of a franchise, you think of those players. So they would be just beneath Willie Mays on the face of the franchise pyramid for me.
Who was, well, and see, this is kind of what I mean. Kobe, he's lost a lot. He lost people with what happened in Colorado. He just did. So he'll never get the whole thing. And obviously he passed now. It seems to me what you're saying is Willie Mays, the difference between Willie Mays and Steph is Willie was just a better
player.
Okay. Let's say they were the same level. Like, it doesn't feel to me like Curry had the charismatic personality that Mays did. Like, that might have separated Mays. Even though...
I mean, I think Curry's pretty charismatic. I actually think they're... I do think they are pretty similar. Of course, the difference is the times in which Mays grew up in.
No doubt.
He had to deal with so much more than Curry did. And so, naturally, his impact by how great he was had left more of an imprint on... for example, what we talked about yesterday, social reform in the city, or, I don't know, like the Housing Discrimination Act in 1968. Like, these are all things that he furthered by just being himself. I don't know if he was necessarily outspoken on a ton of these things in the ways of Kareem or the ways of Muhammad Ali or Bill Russell, whatever.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that he wasn't impactful in his own way because he chose to represent and further, the times by just being himself. Like Curry can't really do that. Now he has his own impact. Right. He has his own way that he does things and helps people, but it's just a different era.
Let's go 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into the conversation, we're talking about faces of franchises and what separated Willie Mays besides the fact that he was one of the greatest baseball players of all time, because he had something magical. He had something magical that Mantle didn't quite have. That DiMaggio, well, some would say DiMaggio kind of had it, but I can't speak to it. But what separated Willie Mays from Ted Williams? What separated...
Well, Ted Williams was an ass.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. Let's go to Brian. Brian's in Walnut Creek. Hey, Brian, how you doing, man?
Good. What a great combo. I mean, every sports town in America should be having this because you can't help but smile. I grew up in Wisconsin. I'm the AKA Badger Brian, so forgive my insight from that perspective. I would say this. The Bay Area has been blessed with Willie, Joe, Steph. Likewise, I was blessed with Hank Aaron, Reggie White, and now Giannis. What do they have in common? Mm-hmm. The word you're looking for is humility. That's the word. You can be the most athletic and competitive guy on the field. You can be a tremendous leader, which all these guys were. But the one thing they all had in common, with maybe the exception of Joe, is humility. And that's something you don't find today, with the one glaring exception. I can't think of anybody in any sport that would be a more magnificent face of a franchise than Giannis. And I'll just let it go at that. Love you guys.
Appreciate it. Well, you know what? One of the things Giannis, and this is the other thing, circumstance dictates a lot of this. Giannis isn't from the United States. And I'm not saying he's not revered in Milwaukee, but that, if he can never become the Willie Mays of basketball because he didn't grow up here. Like, that was part of Mays' magic. He grew up in New York. I mean, he grew up in the South, but his
became a star in New York.
His playing career began in New York. And that's a big part of his story. And for whatever reason, New York always kind of resonates with people.
No, but in a way, and I think Badger Brian is talking about his impact on Wisconsin, and that's his truth. But I do think that Giannis could have a different impact, which is on a global scale.
Yeah,
he's from Greece. He's Nigerian. He connects with a lot more people outside of America than maybe even Willie Mays did. Now, I would argue that's also because of, just exposure. I mean, I'm sure if people are able to watch Willie Mays play in I don't know, Europe or Africa or South America, they would recognize his greatness. I mean, it's the reason why everyone still knows about like Pele, because he was able to impact the globe with how good he was.
What kind of face of the franchise do you want? And I get it. If you're not a great team, you'll take any kind.
Yeah.
It's like I always remember when Durant and Draymond Green got into it in L.A. and the B word was used. The Hawks were in the very next day here, and Travis Schlenk, who worked for the Warriors, was asked about it 18 times. What do you think about? And he kept saying, "We'd love to have those problems here in Atlanta." It's kind of funny. Like, but what? Here's a guy, great name, but Tim Duncan. Like Tim Duncan, really? You want it to be Tim Duncan? Do you want your fan? And I'm kind of playing devil's advocate a little bit. You want your franchise player to be quiet and fundamental? Ugh. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I also think there's a lot of people in San Antonio that would say, dude, that's our guy.
Absolutely. But he'll never be everybody's guy because he's a snooze.
But if he was the greatest, again, I think that's where Mays separates himself. I think Curry, I think a lot of people love him because there's just a natural association with him. Like he seems like the everyman's player, and he's damn good. But Willie Mays was literally the best player.
Okay, but if let's say I have Tim Duncan as number 1 on my all-time player list in basketball. It's actually not the most outlandish thing.
It's close.
Okay.
Sure,
well,
I'll go along with it. I'll go along with it.
Because, here's why. You're making me go along with that Willie was the greatest, hands down.
That's what everybody keeps telling us.
Well, for the sake of this conversation, I'd rather say, Willie was one of the top 5 players in history.
Okay.
Top 5, top 10.
Okay.
So's Tim Duncan.
Sure.
You want Willie Mays. This is great from the Xfinity mobile text line. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into this. What made Willie Mays connect with everybody? 925. Mays was so beloved because he was a kid in a man's body, and he connected with the community by actually being out there amongst the community. It was a different era, but he got out and played ball with the kids in the streets. You wouldn't hear anything like that in this age. Yeah, that's clearly a big part of it, that he had a childlike personality. Let's go to Nick's in Berkeley. Bottom line is we got to get Curry to have more pizzazz. Seriously. Stop mumbling off the court when you're doing your press conferences. Say something a little bit edgy. I'm kidding. I called Steph the greatest face of a franchise ever. So, I'm just kidding. What's up, Nick?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, so my dad, when he came to this country, he sneaking to the polo grounds and he sold peanuts to the fans. And he told me when I was playing Little League one day, he was like, man, you should have seen Willie Mays play. He was the greatest. And he would have hit 800 home runs if he had played in a different park. And when Shafty said that the other day, he said the exact same thing that my dad told me like 30 years ago, that he would hit 800 home runs. Maybe 1,000 even, because he's the dude. And he was left field like 450 feet. That's ridiculous. He's out there running 40-yard dashes to make, outfield line drive catches, man. Willie Mays was incredible. He was doing freakish athletic, things that people weren't doing at that time or couldn't do. And he was hella cool about it, too. He wasn't a snob or nothing like that. And, right. He was out there, just talking to people, man. And he was so humble. He would, he'd move runners over and shit like that. He wasn't tripping. He wasn't like trying to pop out with like somebody on second. He's trying to hit a ground ball or something.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, I got it. For example, I think if Michael Jordan to me he could have been Willie Mays if he had a different personality.
Well, yeah.
No, but I'm using yours. Like, you say Willie's the best player ever. That's why I'm using Jordan. Like, if Jordan's the greatest basketball player ever, who would you rather have? Would you rather be in a town with Jordan leading your basketball team or Mays leading your baseball team?
Mays. I think so.
I think so too.
However, if you value winning, you would want Michael Jordan. Mays only won one World Series. I do think it's interesting we're talking about all the greatness about him and how incredible he was, and people will continue to call. I would love to hear stories for anybody who's seen or heard anything about him as a player, but he never won a World Series in San Francisco.
Well, but baseball is a sport that historically had fewer playoff players. Like baseball's got a bigger list, I think, than any other sport of guys who never got there. And it's because we don't call Ernie Banks a loser because we understand that you can be the best player in baseball on a baseball team and you still might not be very good. In basketball, if you're a great player, chances are your team's going to be pretty good.
True, but Willie Mays played in 4 World Series or 5 World Series, well, including with the Birmingham Black Barons. He was a .230 hitter in the World Series. But that's not a part of him, and people, I don't think we're going to discuss that.
I had no idea.
Yeah, he underperformed in the postseason. He had some incredible moments. Obviously, the catch is iconic. He hit 1 home run in 6 playoff series.
He stunk.
But we're talking about him like he's the greatest player ever because he was.
Well, how come, you know what? I'm asking this rhetorically. Well, how come nobody ever has met, I've never heard ever anything up until 45 seconds ago about Willie Mays in the postseason. If you would have asked me 3 minutes ago, hey, Steiny, how do you think Willie Mays did in the postseason? He made, 6 postseasons?
Yeah.
I'd be like, I have no idea. I'm sure he was pretty good. Well, actually, he underperformed in the playoffs. And you're right.
For how good of a player he was, he underperformed. Yeah.
And I that's almost another part of this conversation, me thinking, well, are people kind of sweeping that under the rug because they want to remember the most perfect image of a player? I mean, we didn't.
I think it's the lasting image of the man is greater than the image of the athlete. Now, the athlete is a part of the person, but that's where I do think Willie Mays separates himself because we listened to 4 hours of calls yesterday, and not a ton of it was about the player. It might have been 50-50. I would say it was more 60-40 to the dominant side of the person that he was. And there aren't a lot of people that were old enough to watch him play around, anymore.
Right.
So a lot of it is just, hearing stories and tales and then interacting with him once or twice. But because of how good of a person he was, it did affirm all the greatness that we knew about on the field. People might nitpick Curry and some of the postseason, shortcomings in the future.
Right.
But I think people are going to remember him for the best.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. I also think that's one of the things that, works for Willie Mays is one of the, just off the top of my head, maybe one of the reasons we didn't talk about his playing as much as the man is because it's just assumed he's the best almost. You know what I mean? You don't have to, if some guys, if Willie Mays is acknowledged by 90% of baseball fans that he's the greatest player ever, in a way, you almost don't even have to talk about his game because he did everything great. He hit for power. He ran. He could field. He had a basket catch. He could run. What's to talk about? He was A1 at every facet in a way. Let's go to John in Berkeley. Hey, John, what's going on, man?
Hey, that's probably me. It's Don.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Don.
That's fine. So I wanted to just mention that there's an irony in Willie Mays having this joy and flair and being universally loved and also being the godfather of Barry Bonds, who could have been Willie Mays if he had a different personality, like you were saying about Michael Jordan could have been Willie Mays if he had a different personality. Barry Bonds had so much skill and was an amazing player to watch. As said rightly, he would have been a Hall of Famer just on his pre-steroid accusations. I'm not going to say pre-steroid use, but pre-steroid accusations. And then it all fell apart with his demeanor and his being insular, and like you were saying, that he had his own little world. But I also just want to mention about Steph Curry that what strikes me about Steph is that because he's perceived as such a nice guy and a humanitarian off the court, a lot is forgiven for how in your face he can get on the court with his dancing and his shuffle and his night and all these things that we love about him as Warriors fans, but that probably would put off a lot of people as he's being really a jerk if it hadn't been for him being such a nice guy in all other respects. So thanks for having the show. I think it's worthwhile. You know, sports heroes are a big part of my life, all the way back to Mickey Mantle. I'm 73 years old, and I grew up in New Jersey, so I was a Mickey Mantle fan because that's who I could watch on TV when I was 5 and 6 years old, and I didn't get a chance to see Willie Mays except for the 1962 World Series when I think he went 1-for-4 in the game 3 that I saw. So about the 230 average. Anyway, that's what I got.
Thanks, John. Appreciate the call. I mean, the thing with Barry Bonds was, I mean, he saw how his dad was treated. And that was going to be part of Barry Bonds. His dad had some issues, and Barry, as a kid, watched his dad get eviscerated by the media and by fans. And Bobby didn't have a great reputation. He was a hell of a player. Bobby Bonds was, I'm old enough to remember Bobby Bonds. That guy was dynamic. He was more dynamic than Barry Bonds. His dad was more dynamic. Bobby Bonds was faster than Barry, for sure. And Bobby had a flair about him, but he didn't let people in either. Bobby didn't. So,
I mean, I think it's also interesting too that, I mean, I think Barry Bonds was the best player of his generation. I always felt like Ken Griffey Jr. is more popular than he was. Like, people liked Ken Griffey Jr. more than Barry Bonds. And I think a lot of it had to do with the demeanor. And it had to do with, I don't know, just Ken Griffey Jr. was cool.
He smiled. He had to smile. And you know what? Like, this is another thing. Draymond Green. Draymond Green's smile is unbelievable. And I'm dead serious. When he smiles, it's like magic. Magic Johnson I'm talking about. And you know, if he, obviously, he's got other issues, but that's could be part of the reason why he might be elevated over another player. Like, he just looks like he's happy when he smiles.
It's always fun game.
888-957-9570 is the number. Couple really good texts on the Xfinity mobile text line. Jump into this conversation. We're talking about Willie Mays and how he resonated with seemingly everybody. And is that possible these days? Is it even possible? What do you want out of your star or superstar? 888-957-9570. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Remembering the great Willie Mays. Icon.
Oh, hey, Steiny. I listen to you a lot, except when my wife's in the car, then it's music.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Guru. Shut up. Don't even go there. He's sick. My guy is sick, and we don't pile on when people are sick.
God
Unless it's a Thursday. Oh, man. Willie Mays has really got us thinking about why was he universally loved? Who's universally loved now, if it's even possible? But you brought up something interesting. 888-957-9570. I'm going to grab some calls in a sec if you want to jump into this conversation. But go ahead. So Willie Mays.
I'm going to tear him down.
He's universally loved.
I'm not going to do that.
No, I know, but I mean, you were going over his numbers. He did not perform well in the postseason, right?
No. Well, for a player of that caliber, no, he didn't. In 5 World Series, which now includes the Negro League World Series because of the inclusion of statistics, which will be honored later tonight in addition to a litany of things at Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama. But he was a .230 hitter in 5 World Series across 21 games. Drove in 6 runs, didn't hit a home run.
And I guess
won one World Series.
I guess what I would ask is, why have I'm a sports nut. Ever since I was a kid, I was 9 years old when Willie Mays was a Met. I think I have I'm pretty solid on baseball history. Why have I never heard that Willie Mays didn't do much in the postseason?
What do you... So I
don't know.
Well, no, I'm genuinely curious, though. Yeah. For baseball, do you think about underperformers? Well, like players who didn't come up big in big moments in the postseason. I think we think about moments, like Bill Buckner, or, I don't know, someone dropping a fly ball. But I don't know if we think about the players, like their overall, like how were they in the playoffs?
Well, I can just speak for myself. The one thing I think baseball, where fans don't come down the players' roads as much, is because very few teams made the playoffs back in, let's say, the 60s. So there was just an understanding among baseball fans, especially when you had like the Yankees dynasty. There was more of an understanding with baseball fans that there are guys who are just unbelievable. They just can't get to the postseason because their team's not good enough. Ernie Banks obviously is someone who comes up. Like nobody ever says, no, Ernie Banks. I mean, they say it, but they don't hold it against him, I don't think. You know what I mean? Because it's just understood that a lot of baseball players had the numbers were against them in terms of the percentage of teams that made the playoffs. So I feel like baseball does have more players who you just give them a break because they never played in the postseason, because that's the way it was.
That's true, but it wasn't as if he didn't, though.
Right, but you're absolutely right as far as playoff performances. Like I don't come to think of it, I don't know how guys played in the postseason, in the glory years of baseball in the 50s or 60s, if you want to call them that. You're right. I don't know.
I mean, it could have been omitted. I think part of it, too, is like he did win a World Series very young. I mean, I think he was in his early 20s in 54 when they won as the New York Giants. But at least the way that I think most people view baseball, the playoffs can accentuate or like further your legend or further your lore. But it's really about what you do in the regular season, because you got 162 a year. And if you're playing for a quarter century like Willie Mays nearly did, well then, yeah, I'm thinking about the 660. I'm thinking about the 301. Like I'm thinking about the 12 gold gloves. I'm thinking about the 24-time All-Star appearances. I'm thinking more about the body of work than comparatively the 5 World Series, which is pretty small. So, yeah, like he didn't perform well in the postseason, but I think because of the rest of his greatness and the rest of the statistics, it just overshadows that
I hear you.
That small part.
Well, somebody on the Xfinity Mobile text line 415. This is kind of interesting. Reggie Jackson. Reggie Jackson was a great player, but most of his reputation is from what he did in the postseason, right?
Yeah, totally.
So now he hit a lot of home runs in the regular season.
563.
Was it that many?
Wow. Yeah, he had a crap ton. He also owns the record for most strikecouts in a career.
Okay.
But
oh man, he would have fit in great right now.
Yes, I think he would have fit in whatever era.
Will's in Richmond. Hey, Will, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing today, Steiny?
Doing well, thank you.
Always good to talk to you. Just real quick, though, you just kind of threw the reverse argument back on something I had mentioned to you in regards to an alternate world. If there were playoffs back in the 50s and 60s, and Willie would have had a bigger body of work, what could we have potentially seen? And, of course, in the 50s and 60s, there were no playoffs. You won the National League pennant, you won the American League pennant. Those two teams played in the World Series, and that was it, okay? Yep. So you don't have, postseason records like that. But the reason I called, I was listening this morning to John Miller, and he had touched on something very important, in regards to, an athlete's popularity, how he's out there in public, and that was the word style. Willie played with style. The way he caught the ball, the way he ran the bases, even the way he jogged off the field. And I keep thinking, of the catch.
Right.
And, everybody says the great catch over the shoulder. But it's kind of like when you look at that play, you slow it down. He's running into the abyss at a dead run, and he's going straight at the wall. Now, we don't know how far out that wall is, but he's running flat out like he's, it's all or nothing. I could die or catch this ball. And when you look at those high, sinister walls, it looks like something, out of a superhero movie or something. It was amazing.
Right.
But Steph Curry has style. And it first came out about 7 years ago when one of the pregame shows flipped to the game, the pregame, the Warriors were going to play, and they show a camera shot, and all you see is basketballs flying out of the end of the tunnel and into the basket. And I don't know who it was at the time that says, you know what that is? And then they flip to another camera. It was Steph Curry in the tunnel flying off those haymakers and swishing them one after another. And just to elaborate, I know you got other listeners, but when he steps to the line, he his teeth in his mouth, he kicks that mouthpiece out and is holding it on the edge of his lip, while he's, shooting these free throws. And, if you want to take it a step further, when he's on the golf course, in the Caesars, and he's strutting down the fairway, and he gets to that one hole, and all the fans are just sitting there beckoning him to throw a basketball, and he swishes a couple or misses. But that's style.
Right
there.
Good stuff. Thanks, Will. Sorry about that, Will, but yeah, Curry definitely has style, but I think absolutely. I think it's interesting. His name came up before the show with our boss Nahigian. Nahigian was not here for the whole entire Steph era. I think he came in 15 or 16.
His bandwagon,
but he said he used to hate Curry's mouthpiece. It was one of the reasons he didn't like Curry, because of that damn mouthpiece hanging out of his mouth when he's shooting foul shots. So, it's funny how that can be interpreted. Like, okay, here's one. We were talking about Kobe.
Yeah.
Kobe, tell me if you agree with this if you're a listener. Kobe looked like he was headed toward possibly becoming more famous after his career as a basketball player than when he was a basketball player. It felt to me like Kobe was going to dive headfirst into entertainment and music, and sports would still be part of his life. And, women's sports issues. I think Kobe might have been headed for something greater than just thinking of him as a basketball player.
Yes, but I mean, it doesn't take away from what he was as a player.
Right.
I mean, he's just it's associated with winning. Like
That's Shaq.
So I think Shaq is like I love Shaq. Like Shaq's just cool.
Right.
Shaq he's self-deprecating. He's figuratively and literally the largest personality in any room that he walks into. But I feel like he also makes everybody comfortable. I don't know if Kobe Bryant, when he was playing, made everybody comfortable.
Right.
Because he was a psycho competitor. Curry is extremely competitive. But the theme throughout there, to me, is how genuine they are. Like, what I see on the court is also what I believe them to be off the court. Like, they play like themselves. I don't know. Like, I feel like I get a glimpse into who they are by watching them play. You know, Curry is like he can be a little cocky. Like, he can be competitive. He can be petty. He can be a showman. He can be an entertainer. He can also just kind of float a little bit sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, Kobe was so unbelievably intense. I know Shaq was a killer too, but Shaq was also, he had some fun on the court. He would kind of mess with the guys. He was on the bench joking with his team. Like, Kobe was always just zeroed, like locked in. And that's what I think of when I think of him as a player. So it really is, as far as, you know, who you want to kind of, I guess, represent you, I guess it just depends on your personality.
Right.
And that's why I think that someone like Curry, maybe compared to Kobe, probably resonates with more people because there is the psycho killer, a part of him, but he's also the everyday guy. Whereas Kobe, it just felt like he is just willing to do literally everything to risk life and limb for a W. And I don't know if that hits home with everybody, but it hits home with a lot of people.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. In the wake of Willie Mays' death, we're just batting around what makes an athlete elevated in terms of the connection with fans. And here's an example I'll give, because there's more to just the game. You got to have more than just the game. For example, and I love this, alternate universe, all right?
Okay.
In an alternate universe, James Harden wins 4 titles in Houston. You think he's going to be as loved as Steph Curry? I don't think so. I mean, he'll have 4 titles, but I don't think James Harden, believe it, I don't think he'd have the connection with Houston that Steph has with the Bay Area. And it's because I think less people like Harden as a guy.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
And that quote's part of the reason. You know what I mean? So the caller earlier who said, man, you guys have been blessed in the Bay Area. Well, yeah, yes and no. I mean, yeah, we got Curry. We also got Bonds. You know what I mean? But we did get Willie Mays.
I mean, like Barry Bonds is, I don't know, he might have had a little bit of help, but Barry Bonds is, in my opinion, like he's a greater baseball player than Curry is basketball player. But I don't think people will ever view him on the same level as Curry because of everything else. Like Bonds is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Right.
Curry is one of the greatest things that I've ever seen. But Curry is a far superior, representative, face, leader, everything else that is involved in being a winner. Curry checks every single box. So, like the talent, the individual, I would say, yeah, I would give the nod to Bonds. But if you're asking me who I'd rather want on my team,
yeah,
it's Curry, 10 times out of 10.
And that's kind of what I'm saying. Even in all these alternate universes, and this is to me why Curry is among the greats when it comes to connecting with the fans. I'm just thinking about Chris Paul. Say Chris Paul had 4 titles. He's still, and he's in one city. Like, he still wouldn't be what Curry is here. And I think part of it's just because, he's considered a little bit, I don't want to say dirty, because I don't think he is a dirty player. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm missing the boat. Maybe, who was Chris Paul's first team?
The Hornets.
Charlotte?
New Orleans.
Okay, New Orleans. So he goes to New Orleans and wins 4 titles. I mean, I still don't think he's he's Steph Curry in the Bayou.
No, I think it's because of Curry's game. Like again, he changed the game. So there are people that have more rings than Curry, but there aren't many people that changed the way the game is played like he did. From everything we've heard about Willie Mays, it sounds like he changed the way. I don't know if people played the game, but people tried to play the game like him.
Right.
When kids go out and practice basketball, they're starting at the 3-point line. It moves from outside in. I'm imagining back in the 50s or 60s and 70s, after you saw Willie Mays played, you wanted to go practice the basket catch. You wanted to play with your hat a little bit bigger so it would fly off because you wanted to be like Willie. I don't know how many athletes there are that you could look at and say, I want to be him. There were certain things that I would practice as a little leaguer because I just thought they were cool. Like, I love the way that Ichiro would step to the plate and kind of untuck the top of his jersey. Like, I thought that was cool.
Right.
That was just his thing. But there is something to, that was me just as a baseball fan, but there's something to, like, Willie Mays was at the height of baseball when it was America's sport, so everybody wants to be him. Basketball in the Bay Area is massive. Curry's probably one of, if not the most popular athletes in the world. That's why people practice and shoot the deep three as much as they do now. People wanted to be just like him.
Right. And I'm not like, I've just thought of Shaq and Kobe. They were teammates. And Shaq was considered less of a hard worker than Kobe. Let's put it that way. I also think with Shaq, there's something very tangible, and that is he's huge. He's 7'2", and I think that works against a player in a way because it mitigates his greatness on the court almost. Well, Shaq's the biggest player. Yeah, he's got four or five rings, but I mean, he's Goliath. So he's got Shaq almost has to do extra, which, by the way, I think he's the big lovable teddy bear, right?
Yeah.
And I think more people love Shaq now than when he played. And I'm not talking about people that just didn't like him because he was on the other team.
Yeah, but I also think Shaq is one of the few people that did live up to his stature as a player. Like, when he played, he looked and was the most dominant player on the court.
Right.
So I think that works against a lot of big men because they're supposed to be, physically imposing because they're bigger than everyone else, but they're not. Dwight Howard is a physically imposing figure, but I don't know if he was the most dominant player to play. Like, Shaquille O'Neal was the most dominant player maybe ever. Like, people talk about him in the same conversations as Will, not statistically, but in how he could impose his will on a game. So you're right. And now it's like, he's on TV and he makes a lot of jokes and he comes down people's road, but he's lovable.
Right. We're asking what it was specifically about Willie Mays that made him universally loved, and if there's anybody else out there like Willie Mays. Here's a great one, and this is a big part of it because we don't have to. You don't have to be a stickler. Okay, I'll give you Willie Mays is the greatest baseball player of all time.
Yeah.
Will you give me this one? Jerry Rice is the greatest football player of all time. Just meet me halfway. Just say yes.
No, I will give you that.
There are some people that believe that.
Well, he's got the biggest gap at his position between him and the next than anybody else.
Okay.
I agree.
I mean, he was loved out here, but not like Curry. Or am I wrong? Like, Jerry Rice didn't say a lot, but that.
You think it's because of Montana? Like if Curry played alongside LeBron, and they both came up together at the same time, I don't know if we would look at Curry like we do.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about Jerry Rice. Like, it feels like he's more charismatic and open and almost he's got a better attachment now to the Bay than he did when he played here. I think, what was it about Jerry Rice that made him a little extra than just one of the greatest football players? To me, it's he brought with him the look good, play good. And he was clearly among the hardest workers in football. Like, he just outworked everybody else. But he didn't have a lot of charisma when he was a player. And maybe that's the reason why people don't think of Jerry Rice the way we think of Mays.
I think it also has to do with the position. Like, as wide receiver, you are dependent on someone else to help you be successful. That doesn't mean that Jerry Rice isn't he's the most statistically dominant football player maybe ever.
I know.
I mean, you could even make, like, I don't think, Peyton Manning and Brady, maybe there's a conversation there for regular season, but no, like, Jerry Rice is the greatest wide receiver ever.
How about a guy like Mahomes?
Mahomes has Curry-like qualities. Like, he's kind of boring. But what he does on the field is not boring. Like, what he does on the field is electrifying. Right. And you have to watch him because he's going to do something that just makes you go, wow. Like, how the hell did he do that?
Yeah.
I still remember his first full season as quarterback, Monday Night Football against the Denver Broncos. He's running to the sideline on a 3rd and short on a game-winning drive. He throws the ball left-handed. And he completes the pass and he gets a first down. He goes down and wins the game. Like, that's something I have never seen before.
Yeah. Devin Smith on the YouTube chat, and this is exactly what's driving me today. Ricky Henderson is my GOAT. Okay. So Ricky Henderson, the same reason why people are drawn to Ricky Henderson, confidence, excitement, a little bit of ego. Like, some people like that. Not everybody does. So he only is a favorite player or makes an attachment with the guys that love the characteristics of his personality. And that's why I've become infatuated with Mays over the last 2 days. How do you get everybody on your side? How do you get to be universally loved, which is being thrown around with Willie Mays? And is it even possible anymore? And who's the closest? But I don't know. When there's something about hearing everybody talk about Willie Mays, from Priest yesterday to Maudie, that there was something different about Mays than your ordinary greatest player of his generation, one of the greatest players of his generation. I'm just trying to nail it down a little bit. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. If it fades out of its own accord, then it phases out of its own accord. We got plenty of other stuff to talk about. Warriors got some action or some issues. That segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
I listened basically to you guys and the guys before you, Steiny and the over-emotional one.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. Guru, I'll tell you what. I'm going to tell you a little secret. I don't want to hear anything about Goo missing Thursday. Because let me tell you something. If you were sick as Goo was yesterday, you would have missed work yesterday.
I almost missed the segment.
He played hurt yesterday, my man.
Willis Reed.
And you know what? He did the best he could.
I don't like that tone.
A for effort, but no. Hey, so get this.
Get off our guy.
Get this. So here's a new one. I'm going to start this segment with a little story. It'll take about a minute.
I'm timing you.
Did I tell you that my daughters, when I was gone for a week, my daughters redid my downstairs office?
You mentioned something about that. Yeah.
It was in disrepair because water got into it when the rain, and so I stopped. It's a cool little space, but I haven't used it in 2 years because ants came. It was all bad.
Is that the one with the fat head on the door?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Anyway, they fixed up my office. It looks great, and there's one thing left to do, and that is mount the TV. The TV we're talking about mounting, not anything else. Just get your mind out of the gutter. So
you put it there.
So Best Buy is going to come. Best Buy or Geek Squad. I guess I should know if I'm going to rip them. But okay. I think it's Best Buy.
Okay.
They're coming tomorrow.
Could be the Geek Squad at Best Buy.
I think that's probably what it is.
Yeah.
So anyway, guess what? They're coming tomorrow to mount my TV.
Yes, they are. When?
You know what their arrival window is?
Talk to me.
This is a new one. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. You've got to be kidding me.
Wait a minute.
I swear to God.
So someone's got to be there in between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m.?
All right. The arrival window, the original arrival window was really 2 hours. 10 to 12, 2 to 4. Then, without anybody really noticing, it became a 4-hour window. There's no doubt. It went from 8 to 12 or 12 to 4. Well, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. is not a window. That is a day.
No. That's more than a day. The work day is from 9 to 5. How can you have a day? Maybe I haven't been a member of the Geek Squad, but a 12-hour work day? Are you kidding me? Can we at least whittle it down to? Is it gonna be before or after noon? Seriously, what's up, Kay?
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
We got breaking news.
Oh my God!
JJ Redick is the new head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. JJ Redick is per Woj 4-year deal. For less than Danny Hurley money.
Now they're really building a dynasty down there.
Yeah, okay. All right. Congrats to him.
I can't wait for the pod.
I like him less now than I did a couple years. Not because he got hired by the Lakers. I like him less now than I did
They're
2 years ago.
They're going to be the first team or the first coach player. They're going to do a podcast live, like at halftime. I guarantee it. It's going to be the first of its kind. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be branded as, and it's going to be. Oh my God! It's going to be one of the reasons I hate him this season.
What if I tell you I think that's within the realm of possibility? I absolutely think it's within the realm of possibility that LeBron and Redick could do a 10-minute thing at halftime, and I'll tell you why. Because if there's one misconception about halftime in professional sports, it's not really this sacred time where the coach comes in and we got to do this and we got to get into 1-2-2 and we've got to keep our arms outstretched on defense and get into the passing. Yeah, little. But most of the time they're just on their phones. Most of the time they're just
checking Twitter.
Remember when
and Curry said
Matty
he checks
Barrows?
Twitter at halftime? Oh, yeah, the
Barrows.
Athletic story about Shanahan at halftime.
Yeah, and he's like, the lead was, I thought it would be better, being in a halftime locker room, but there's nothing going on. Everybody just sits in their chairs. Some guys get retaped. Some guy, I guess McCaffrey eats like a peanut butter, he eats something.
Yeah, you got to get some calories in you.
I think there's plenty of room for a podcast.
But there's not like a win-win for the Gipper speech at halftime in a football team because there's 54 people on the roster. I do think there might be more. Like, the one thing I am curious to learn about J.J. Redick is because like at Duke and even as a player, he was kind of like a little bit of an MFer. Like he had an edge to him.
He was a poor man's Christian Laettner.
That's not bad.
Laettner was hated.
Yeah, people hated J.J. Redick.
Yeah,
and I feel like the way he kind of talks about old times, he also hated a lot of these people too. But so maybe he brings some edge to the sidelines or I guess the locker room. But I don't know. Just the optics of it, the optics, Steiny. I don't like thinking about LeBron literally being a co-host with his head coach.
Let's get the official word from the Laker fan in our group, Joe Spadoni.
Oh, I know he hates it.
How do you feel about the Lakers hiring J.J. Redick? We all know Spadoni loves the Lakers.
Why not?
All righty.
And there is your...
Hey, you know what? I get a sense.
Our Lakers insider.
That gives me a sense of how people feel about it. A couple things NBA related that I was thinking about, and I don't know how far we're going to get into it. I just have it written down. Monty Williams got fired, and I can't stop thinking about the San Francisco Giants.
Okay.
Do you have any idea what the connection might be?
Was Willie Mays his favorite player?
No.
Okay.
Monty Williams got the largest contract of any coach in basketball history last year. What was it? 6 years, $78 million.
Yeah, until like two people passed him.
Yes, exactly. So after 1 year into a 6-year contract, he's been fired. So why did he get fired? Well, here's what happened. The Detroit Pistons fired Troy Weaver, their general manager. Then they brought in candidates, and they ended up hiring Trajan Langdon, who went to Duke also. Trajan.
Mm-hmm.
And no self-respecting general manager is ever going to accept a job. I shouldn't say ever, but most will not accept a job if they don't have control of the head coach or the manager. So clearly, Trajan Langdon became the GM and was like, I'm not the GM if I can't hire my coach. Boom. Monty Williams is gone, even though he's owed $65 million. Okay.
Missed out on Redick.
Now let's go to the San Francisco Giants.
Okay.
If the Giants don't make the playoffs this year, I think we can all agree Farhan Zaidi may be in a little trouble.
He will be in trouble.
Okay,
I don't know if he'll lose his job, but
okay. But if
he's going to be hot.
But this is a long way to get to. Bob Melvin's in trouble. Like, Bob Melvin's in trouble. If the Giants don't make the playoffs this year, and Farhan Zaidi gets fired, Melvin's gone. He's gone. Because the new GM is not going to be like, I want to be your guys' GM, and, I'm okay with Bob Melvin. It's like it's the very first fundamental hire that a GM makes, the coach or the manager. They've got to be able to make it. Now, Farhan.
I was going to say, the current regime didn't do that.
Right. They let Bochy manage one more year. So maybe, but Bochy had 3 rings.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like Bob Melvin's obviously not as accomplished as Bruce Bochy is, especially with the San Francisco Giants. But I could also argue that the reason Farhan still has a job is partially because he didn't make the immediate choice to move off of Bruce Bochy. So I think it was actually kind of a strategic choice of, well, if we come in and, at the time he was taking over a farm system and it stunk and it was, kind of eroding the entire Giants organization. They were over the hill as far as competing for championships, but they're trying to figure out how to age gracefully, right? Okay, so you give him a year. You kind of get a mulligan your first year. I don't know who this Pistons GM is or what his track record is, but the moment that you make the move for a new coach, especially 1 year into a 6-year deal of Monty Williams?
Yeah.
Worth $80-ish million?
Yeah.
Owner's still forking out that money. That's guaranteed. That's out of his pocket. He can't do anything about that. The moment you move off the head coach that you have a large investment in, well, that new head coach better help you win soon. Otherwise, the moment you make the choice to move into a new manager or head coach, your clock begins to tick. I think the clock ticks longer in baseball because it takes longer to build up your system than it does in basketball. But I would almost... I don't know if Monty Williams wanted to stick around, but I almost feel like it's kind of dumb to move it to a head coach that no one knows anything about.
Well, I think as it related to Monty Williams, apparently he was going to have to interview again, and he probably was like, hit the pike. I'm not interviewing. Why would I interview? I have the job. You know what I'm saying? But let's get back to Melvin, because is this kind of what you're saying?
Unless there's somebody you can envision doing a better job than him next season, then you should keep.
Give me a GM, any GM.
Dave Dombrowski
who's not working right now.
He's the GM of the Phillies.
Okay,
president of baseball.
Epstein's not working, right?
Yeah, he works in the commissioner's office. Okay. Or he works for Major League Baseball.
Let's say there's a great GM out there who's the best GM that's unemployed.
That's unemployed?
Yeah.
I think all the best ones are employed.
Okay, Jimmy Smith.
Sure.
There's a guy named Jimmy Smith.
Brian Cashman might get fired. My God.
So Jimmy Smith, the GM, Farhan gets fired and Jimmy Smith comes in. What you're saying is Jimmy Smith might say, you know what, Larry Baer and Giants ownership, I'm just gonna kind of take this year to evaluate. Not gonna do anything with Melvin. Just gonna get a lay of the land, watch this team, see who I like, see who I don't like. So by doing that, you're saying, okay, the clock's not even ticking on that guy yet.
I don't think so. I don't think there's enough of a reason right now for me to believe that Bob Melvin is a bigger problem than Farhan Zaidi.
I agree with that.
So if you come in and you move off of a manager, which is completely within your right.
Right.
Like Bob Melvin still might be a good manager. And then you just told him to kick rocks.
The interesting thing to me is maybe that has something to do with the quality of candidates. So remember when Kenny Atkinson was rumored to get the Charlotte job?
Yeah.
Okay, so I heard two things about that. One is...
Sources say.
One is the reason he didn't take the job was because his family was entrenched out here at that point, and he didn't want to move his family, or he didn't want to move back. That's fine. Do I believe it? Yeah. But I also heard that one of the reasons he may have turned it down along with others is because they were mandating that the new coach of the Hornets keep some of the assistant coaches around whose contracts were not up.
Yeah.
So the other thing that's a part of this is, are you going to get the best coaching candidates if you got to hold on to assistant coaches that you might not want? Are you going to get the best GM candidates if the Giants were to say, well, boy, we just hired Melvin, give him another year at least? Maybe a great GM's like, yeah, that's not how I work.
I think that's fair. Look, I think anybody who comes in here is like, the Giants need a shakeup no matter what. Like I did look at Bob Melvin as a shakeup compared to his predecessor, because I think that Kapler and Melvin are diametrically opposed as baseball people. But if you're the new president of baseball operations and you come in and you're trying to essentially rebuild this thing from the ground up, you have to determine which players you want to keep, but staff and personnel, Maybe you do just want a clean house. But I don't look. I'm looking at this team right now, and a lot of it is because of how banged up they are. This team isn't very good. Like these players are not great. So I personally can't blame Melvin for not being able to extract 90 wins out of a 80-win team.
Right.
I don't know how many people across baseball can do that.
I was thinking, honestly, if I were hired as the GM of the San Francisco Giants and Kapler was the manager, I would have fired him right away. That would have been my first order of business. Kapler, see you later. Now, Bob Melvin, I've just gotten hired to be the Giants GM this offseason. He is so much more of a, you know what? He's not going to hurt us for a year. You know what I mean? Or
I would have a conversation with him. I don't think I'd have a conversation with Kapler.
Exactly. I think
I've seen enough.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly
Melvin's a guy you could at least talk to, and I don't know if I'd ask him to interview again for the managerial position, but I probably would at least say, "Hey, Bob, what are you thinking? Like, do you want to be a part of this?" Because I think someone like Melvin is looking for stability. I think that's why he came to this position, because he didn't have it in San Diego. It's actually kind of funny if you ask him anything about last season.
Yeah, what's he do?
He didn't talk about it fondly. In fact, he's not chipper whatsoever. He's a little defensive because in his mind, San Diego, it feels like, was just like that place was not for him. That's not how he likes to manage.
You hate to see it.
You really do.
You really hate to see it.
I mean, he's no J.J. Redick, but
J.J. Redick, the new head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, and Joe Spadoni, our resident Lakers fan, said, why not?
Actually, this is good.
Great. It's classic.
This is good. Means a brand new ABC crew.
That's what you call a silver lining.
We all
ladies
win.
And gentlemen. What are they going to do?
What? Oh, the ESPN broadcast?
Oh, my God.
Well, Jeff Van Gundy is scooped up.
I know.
Dude, L.A. got some big boys this offseason.
Spino, were you here when I said congratulations to Jeff Van Gundy becoming the next head coach of the L.A. Clippers? He's going to be.
No, he's not.
If you don't think he's going to be the head coach in the next 4 months, please.
We can bet on that.
Tyronn Lue's better than him as a coach.
No, he's not. No.
When was the last time Jeff Van Gundy was a head coach?
A long time ago. He's like, you know what this is going to be like? Hubie Brown. Van Gundy's going to do to the Clippers what Hubie Brown did to the Memphis Grizzlies.
Hubie Brown should be on the lead, taking J.J. Redick's job.
You know what?
Honestly.
If he can hold on another season, he should be the man.
Dude.
I'm serious.
Hubie's like 90.
He's like the anti-John Sterling. He's still nailing everything in terms of broadcasting.
No, but the issue is that I don't think Hubie could work with a three-person booth. It's all about Hubie. I mean, you got to feature your best player. And even at advanced age, speaking of we're later on today, there's a Rickwood Field game in honor of the Negro Leagues. One of the greatest pitchers to ever come through there is Satchel Paige, who pitched until like he was age 50. Hubie Brown is like the Satchel Paige of broadcasters right now. I mean, this guy's still got his fastball and is throwing thousands of complete games.
God, where was I a couple days ago where they were talking about Satchel Paige, and you probably know a lot about him.
He threw over 50 no-hitters.
Is that it?
You kidding me?
Yeah, they were playing with a ball of yarn, essentially. I mean, you couldn't hit that thing out of the infield.
But there was the story that I think Mays told a lot of people who retold it yesterday, that one of his at-bats against Satchel Paige, I don't know if it was his first one or not, but Willie goes down. Oh, Willie got a hit off of Satchel Paige in his first at-bat. He got on board against him. Satchel didn't like that. So next at-bat, he comes up and he gets him 0-2 or 2 strikes. And as Satchel Paige is throwing the third pitch, he tells him, basically, sit down. Like in mid-pitch. Willie Mays swings right through it, strikes out. Like,
was it a postseason game?
It could have been. That's a shot. That's a low blow. But it was those kind of things. Like I also read like Satchel Paige was somebody who could move players. Like they always talk about Bob Gibson. Like he would tell a third baseman exactly where to play. Ball's coming to you. Like Satchel Paige would do that on the mound as well. Willie Mays had the ability to do that in center field, to move outfielders where he wanted them. Like the manager, outfield wasn't his domain.
Right.
That was Willie Mays. Willie Mays put people exactly where he wanted to because he knew enough about the hitter, the trends, all of that. So another part of his game, too, which probably gets overlooked, is just how intelligent and smart he was, not just how athletically gifted.
You looking forward to that game?
I am.
Tonight?
I am.
What's the one thing, and if people want to talk about the Rickwood Field game, we can do that. What are you going to be looking for? Like, why? I guess what I'm saying is, if let's just say hypothetically, this game were in St. Louis, and you were like, "Yeah, I'm not going to watch that game." Why are you watching tonight?
I'm watching tonight at Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama, because I think it's an opportunity to learn. I think it's an opportunity to educate ourselves on things that don't often come into our sphere. Like there's so many different distractions and things and places to put our attention. And I mean, I love history, so that's one part of it too, but it's also a part of history that's often overlooked. Like people don't talk about the Negro Leagues. And one of the reasons why I think the inclusion of statistics this year was in one breath a good thing, and you want them to be equal. In another breath, it's complex because I've also read that a lot of people didn't like it because the whole point of the Negro Leagues was because they weren't included, because they weren't equal. Yeah. So combining these statistics in a way takes attention away from what the Negro Leagues were and the foundation, the origin of it in the first place, which was because of racism, was because of segregation, because of them not being allowed to be included in the white man's game. And so a lot of these things, to me, are just different reasons why to, number one, pay attention to the game or the field itself. Like the game is relatively meaningless to me, but the opportunity to educate myself about Rickwood Field, about Birmingham, Alabama, which of course plays a massive role in the foundation and fabric of our country. And the fact that this is, number one, the longest standing professional stadium in the country. It was founded in 1910. This stadium has seen multiple wars. It has been through a Great Depression, a great inflation, a great recession, and has still stood the test of time. There's a lot of things about it that are great as far as the players that have come through there. Willie Mays, obviously, being one of the greats. But it's also one of the very few places in which integration was allowed in a specific place in the Deep South before integration was possible. Like whites and blacks were allowed to sit together and watch particular baseball games. Now, it didn't happen all the time, but that was a rarity. There were some good things that happened there. There were also some bad things that happened there. Do you know who I think the first prominent play-by-play broadcaster was at Rickwood Field? It was Bull Connor. Okay. Bull Connor is, of course, infamous during a lot of the boycotts and, the whole civil rights movement because he was the guy that unleashed dogs. He was the guy that turned fire hoses on black people. Right. He created a voice for himself through Rickwood Field. So there's a lot of, I think, intricacies and pieces about the history of our country that run through that place, not just with baseball, but also with everything really that we know about the 1940s and 50s. So it is a symbolic place that I hope tonight brings people to just a place of understanding, or I don't know, just a willingness to learn more about what happened. Because until you understand the past, to me, we're always going to be, I don't know, just a little stuck and not be able to do the most with our future.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to just, one, I want to see how the stadium looks.
It's been redone.
What it looks like. I'm sure it has the a classic old-time feel. Or, it's got to be like, remember Conseco Fieldhouse in the Pacers arena that was new about 15 years ago? It was an ode to old Indiana basketball. Like the scoreboard was those little lights. Mm-hmm. And in the lobby, They would have all the games, but it was like a train station. You ever see those numbers flip? I'll explain it to you on the other side. All right, 888-957-9570. I see Connor in San Leandro. He's got a question about Rickwood. And you know what? I just happen to be working with somebody who knows a lot about it. And that's my guy, Evan Giddings, today. So he'll answer a question about Rickwood. All right. That's about it for this segment. And I don't have a read, so we'll be back on 95.7 The Game.
Remembering the great Willie Mays.
Oh, that song Elton John sings. I know it's not much, but it's the best I can do. This song's for you. You ever heard that?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's on. It's not one of Elton John's most popular songs.
Is it on Apple Music?
The album, I believe, is called Friends.
I'll check it out if it's on there.
I think. It's not. It's
I got a lot in the queue, though, Steiny. I'm gonna be honest here.
Oh. Yeah, we got to talk about the greatest concert of all time.
Yes, we do, and I'll save that for Guru because I know that he's... I could do 4 hours with Guru.
On what?
On Kendrick Lamar last night at the LA Forum. My God.
By the way... he couldn't sell out Staples?
Oh, my... That's neither
Crypto?
Neither here nor there. No, actually...
Forum holds like 9,000
I didn't watch it live
people.
because I was actually watching Bill Burr live yesterday. I went down to San Jose with Lucas Alexander, director of sports, my brother and my roommate. And we had a fantastic time. So I was late to the party with Kendrick Lamar, but I get home, and I get on Twitter right before I'm about to go to bed, and I just see millions and millions of impressions about this concert because it was the first time that Kendrick Lamar performed Not Like Us live, which is, of course, the diss track of the century at this point. Of course. Yeah, as you well know, Steiny. And he brought out what felt like the entirety of the West Coast and a ton of notable LA figures in unity. It is going to be written about. That is one of the more culturally significant moments that I have witnessed. I went back and watched the entire thing. It's like an hour and a half.
Sounds to me like he wanted to be very confrontational.
See, that's what he wants you to think.
Huh. All right, well...
Steiny, do me a favor.
Coming back?
All right, do me a favor. I'll listen to Elton John tonight. You go watch Kendrick Lamar's performance. How about that? It's like 10 minutes.
I'll pass.
Are you kidding me?
You don't have to listen to Elton John. Connor's in San Leandro. He's got a question about Rickwood Field. Hey, Connor.
What's up, guys? Evan.
Yeah.
Evan, if you do that rundown with Guru, I would definitely subscribe. Listen to that on the Odyssey app. All 4 hours, man. Absolutely. So, I want to start off about the question that I was going to talk about here by saying I think that what Rob Manfred and what MLB have done with combining the stats is just about one of the most incredible things any of our modern leagues have done in some time. So I got to give Rob Manfred a ton of credit. I criticized the heck out of ghost runners on second base for extra innings, but this was a great move. And part of the reason it was a great move is there's no easy way to do it. Like, it's just surrounded by difficult questions. So as we're talking about the history of the Negro Leagues and how they were born out of segregationist America and Birmingham, I do wonder, and I really do want to hear like a nuanced conversation out of it. I'm not trying to demonize anyone, but is it a good look for the MLB to be selling us all this merch and profiting off of, what really was born out of MLB's original decisions not to be inclusive? And, obviously Jackie Robinson, sports in general, play a huge role in advancing social relations in this country. But given in 2024 how expensive some of these jerseys are, I do wonder where the profits are going and if they are being reinvested in the communities that helped to make the Negro Leagues what they were and are giving us these great stats that, again, Rob Manfred and MLB have done a great job in sort of reincorporating. So thanks for taking that difficult question on the air. It can't be easy to have to chat about that.
Thanks, Connor. That's why we're not gonna. No, I'm kidding. Just kidding.
Dive into the deep end, Steiny.
Well, I mean, look, people can be cynical about it. And I just want to affirm something that you were saying on the other side about, and I first heard it from Howard Bryant, who is a journalist and commentator.
Meadowlark Media.
Yeah, that he, by incorporating the Negro League stats, you are diminishing the league because now they are being just absorbed. So the Negro Leagues, maybe in a generation, people aren't even going to talk about the Negro Leagues because they're just going to assume that they were in the major leagues, which they weren't.
Like, for example, when we were bringing up Willie Mays' statistics earlier.
Right.
So he has an extra 10 hits. Yeah, I don't know how much that necessarily improves his legacy, but, it's not as if those were equal.
Right.
And I'm not saying like he was playing against lesser competition or anything. What I'm saying is that like those are in a separate category, or were in a separate category at the time. Like, players were not allowed to compete in the major leagues.
Right.
And the only issue that I guess I feel like people have with it, like, for example, it's as long as there is a continued emphasis on the education of it, then it is fine. I think the fear that Howard Bryan is trying to illustrate is that once you incorporate it, once you absorb it, well, then there's kind of a track record of a lot of, let's say, Caucasian educators to just kind of sweep it under the rug. Like, for example, in Jackson, Mississippi, and I think this is appropriate, like they tore down Andrew Jackson's statue from City Hall. He was former president. He was also a slave owner. So people didn't obviously like the fact that they're hailing this former slave owner. Well, it's not an issue necessarily to tear down the statue, but it is an issue to then not educate people on why the statue was torn down.
Right.
And it's basically just no longer a reminder of white guilt, essentially. So as long as you're continuing to inform people of why these decisions were made, to the caller's point, why these statistics had to be incorporated in the first place, why they had to be absorbed by Baseball Reference in the first place, well, then there's not as much of an issue with it. The issue is that people don't believe that over the course of time that people are going to continue to do that.
I get that. I mean, my thought, the last caller's Connors was thinking about who gets the, and we're watching some of the pre-game festivities now, and there is a marketing element to this, absolutely. But that's not the one that I thought of. What I thought of was, and it's cynical, but what has baseball been lacking lately? It's black homegrown players.
Yeah.
Right? Where did the black kids go who aren't playing baseball, who used to play baseball?
There's never been a smaller black representation in the major leagues.
Exactly. Well,
since integration.
Well, I'm not saying one event does that, but you start making a focus these kind of things, and maybe you restir interest in baseball among black kids.
Yeah, I mean, I think just the idea of exposure, right? Like, that's how people learn about these things. And they were, baseball was institutional in the South, and a lot of amazing players, not just Willie Mays, have come out of the state of Alabama and have come out of Birmingham, have come out of Mobile, have come out of different areas, and there's also, just like a reason to have this game. It is supporting the field, which, again, by the way, is the longest standing professional stadium in professional baseball. But also, for example, like there's a historically black college, Miles College, that is going to start playing games there in 2025. So this is a kind of game that can, bring to light and expose that program, can bring exposure to historically black institutions, and the fact that there are still baseball programs that are competitive and that can produce great players. Like, I think Ricky Weeks, former player for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yeah.
He went to historically black college. He went to Southern, I think.
Okay.
So, like, these are, and again, why I'm interested in the event tonight is because it's an opportunity for exposure to all these things we're discussing, but also a reminder to a lot of this has to do with self-education, to go and independently figure out for you why these things matter. And, it could just be a trip down, I don't know, Wikipedia wormhole or whatever. But the fact that you're learning about it, the fact that they're putting it on television, to me is significant. It is important. And it is, I know it's about Willie Mays and him, his tragic passing, or not tragic, but an unfortunate passing right before the game. But it is also bigger than him, so to speak.
Well said. Well said. Yeah, I'm going to be watching. Definitely. Just going to be watching because it's going to be different. to me, I enjoyed the Field of Dreams game, and I am interested in learning about the Negro Leagues and this stadium, which is the oldest stadium, baseball stadium in the United States. So, Giants Cardinals. What's that? A
4:15.
4:15.
4:15 start. Yeah, this is a good point from the 510, the Xfinity Mobile text line. While I do enjoy the records being blended by Manfred, I do wish they could have made one exception for Lamont Wade for tonight to bend the rules for the right reason. So what he or she is referring to is they added an extra roster spot for this game, and the Giants asked to have Lamont Wade on the roster because, he's the one black player.
Right.
And it was declined because he's on the injured list. So Lamont Wade is technically not active for this game, even though he is essentially the representative for the Giants.
Gotcha. I'm gonna watch the game, Movid.
Who's Mo?
Just one of our texters.
Okay. No, come on.
On the Xfinity Mobile text line and YouTube chat saying, "Stop lying, Steiny. You're not going to watch the game."
Now the real question is, and I hate to put you on blast,
watch
Steiny.
some of it.
I hate to come down your road.
Might not be live, but go ahead.
Are you going to watch the Say Hey Willie Mays
Yes, I will.
documentary?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
I absolutely will.
It's on HBO. I'll give you my login. Shout out Nelson George.
I need a YouTube TV login. That's what I need.
Guru can help you with that. I don't have YouTube TV. Yeah.
That's apparently the best one. But, if you're a streaming person.
I don't have television, so I wouldn't know.
Hey, wait, what?
I use my computer to stream everything. Like I have apps.
You don't have a television at your apartment?
That's more like a monitor. But yeah.
How big is it?
30 inches, maybe.
30 inches. So that's about...
It's a little bit bigger than this computer screen we're looking at.
What are you doing? Get a TV, get a big screen. Oh my God.
Sonny, do you know what city we work in?
How much?
The televisions are like thousands of dollars now.
No, they're not. They're like cheap as hell.
All right. Well,
let me see what I can do.
Yeah, help me out. By the way, when Geek Squad comes over sometime between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. tomorrow, ask them to bring an extra screen.
Yeah, I'll ask Best Buy what their specials are on big screens. Hey, I forgot to tell you this.
I'll just wait till Black
you were
Friday.
sitting there. We got our boss, Matt Nahigian.
I know him.
Listen, he's honest to God. He's a great guy, but sometimes he's just not the brightest bulb.
I didn't say that, Hefe.
Did you hear what he said? No, I stand by it. Did
you talking about yesterday?
No, I'm talking about today.
Oh, well, we don't have to talk about
No, yesterday was a...
He did have a funny text in the chat yesterday, though.
He asked me the dumbest question I've ever been asked in my entire life.
I feel like you say that a lot.
No. Wait till you hear the question he asked me. Now, how stupid is this? God love him. Hey, Steiny.
Yeah.
Do you think you play too much golf?
That's not a stupid question.
That's the dumbest question I've ever heard in my life. Of course not. Oh, my God. Read the room. Steiny, you think you play too much golf? I just walked out of the room. I didn't even answer him.
Well, a couple weeks ago when you were despondent about how you were playing, you probably would have said, yeah, I think I actually am playing too much. I'm just in a rut. I need to get out of it. But now because we're shooting an 81, we're feeling good about ourselves. We can actually hit the fairway. Well, now we can't play enough. See, it's not just about when you're on top, Steiny. You reveal who you are when you're on the bottom.
Well, I revealed who I was when I went on vacation back east and played those hard courses and shot terribly. By the way, I got to say, your boy's hitting it well right now.
What does that mean? Like I don't play golf, so I don't know.
So all right, it's kind of weird.
Like when I hit the ball well, it means I just I hit it.
I mean, first of all, I played well the last 2 or 3 times, but that doesn't mean I'll play well tonight, for example, or later today. So I've been in a little rut. Yeah, golf handicaps keeps us 16, 16-5, 16-1, 16-9, 15-9, 16-2. It's not going anywhere. So I go back east and I play golf, and the courses were really hard, and my scores were really high.
High's not good, right?
No.
Okay.
Anyway, I've come back and I've played 3 rounds of golf here in the last week and a half. I've been better. Like something happened. I don't even know what it is.
You think it's a mental thing?
I feel like I'm swinging a little harder. I feel like I'm making better contact. I'm definitely getting off the tee better.
The only thing we need right now is a couch.
The only thing, yesterday I shot an 89, and you might be like, well, 89. But see, this is
bogey golf? I feel like that's good.
Well, but here's my point. I had 2 terrible holes. I had a 7 and an 8 on, I had a 7 on 9 and an 8 on 15. I lost the ball at a place where I just never expected to lose a ball. And the 3-minute rule, right?
No. What? I just told you I don't golf.
But so you don't know anything about golf.
The 3-minute rule.
Yeah. So if you hit a ball,
I have an idea, but I don't want to go there.
If you hit a ball,
Stephen A's got the 12-minute rule.
Obviously, if you hit a ball in the fairway, it's in the fairway, and you go hit it again. But sometimes you hit it in the rough. Sometimes you hit it in the woods.
Okay.
Yet when you're on a course, not the pros, you have 3 minutes to find your ball. And if you don't find your ball in 3 minutes, then you got to drop another one and take the penalty. It's a way to speed up play.
Who's got the timer?
It's self-invoked. You just have to, it's the honor system.
See, this is the problem because I'm too cheap. Like I wouldn't leave without however many balls I came with. Because then I got to spend money on more balls.
Well, you could find, okay.
Yeah, so I'm searching in the rough, and if I find someone else's ball, that's now mine.
Okay, no. Well, if it's under 3 minutes, put that ball in your pocket, assuming it's not an errant shot from another hole. But put that in your. Let's say, where's my ball? Where's my ball? And after 30 seconds, you see, oh, there's a ball. Oh, it's not mine. You don't play that ball.
Why?
You take 2.5 more minutes to look because you're going to have to take a penalty.
Well, what if I find my ball in under 2 minutes, but I also see another ball? Well, then I got 2.
Then play the one that you played and keep the other one. Yeah, keep it. You can keep it if you want. A lot of people do that.
By the way, speaking of golf, I actually do have something. Did you see what Tiger Woods' son shot?
I have that written down in my notes.
Charlie Woods.
Yes.
This kid's a phenom. He's 15 years old.
Okay.
Didn't he just qualify for like the junior amateur tour?
Qualified for the junior amateur.
Yeah, he shot a 71. Now that's something.
Jeez.
You don't need no 3 minutes.
Well, that'll make you want to hang up the clubs. I watched, you know what I thought? Okay, that's part of my thing. And, not everything's a discussion, right? But what do you think? I saw that about Charlie Woods. And who do you think I thought of? And said,
I don't know, somebody's son?
Yes,
Curry?
Correct.
Curry? Cannon?
You're on the right path.
Caius?
No.
What?
I'll just cut to the chase.
Dylan Curry?
I kept thinking about Bronny.
They got a podcast coming out.
I kept thinking about Bronny James and comparing the 2 sons of these unbelievably great athletes, one in basketball and one in golf. And I just thought to myself, you know what? Good for Tiger. Like, good for Tiger. He's kept his kid out of the news, doesn't really use him, doesn't really talk about him. He's not pushing anything as far as we can tell, which is different than LeBron. Like, Tiger seems to be allowing Charlie to create whatever he's going to create. LeBron seems to be trying to pave the way for Bronny creating something that he might not be able to do on his own.
But I think that comes from the experience of the 2 fathers. Like LeBron didn't have a father growing up, and it was just his single mom. And Tiger had apparently just a maniacal drill sergeant, like Navy SEAL type dad who basically forced him to do all this stuff. So the fact that Charlie is as receptive as he is, I think is pretty impressive. Because, we don't know what Tiger's like behind closed doors. Like, he might know everything that this kid needs to be successful and is just like, I want to jump in, but I don't want to be my dad.
I got you. Did you, what was I going to say? So LeBron, though, at one point has said Bronny's an NBA player. Or
he's
right?
going to be.
Well,
he also, did you hear what Rich Paul said?
I did not.
Which is that Bronny will only be working out for the Lakers and the Suns, and that is strategic. Like that.
Well, the Lakers have 3 first-round picks.
Dude, apparently. I can't wait to see how J.J. Redick uses Bronny James.
7.
That was a joke.
No,
Are you reading?
Yeah.
Why?
This is what he's talking about.
Oh, I see the one.
Steiny, as a former athlete, you should be better than a 16 handicap. That's embarrassing. Work smarter, not harder.
No. Actually, I would push back on that because I did learn last night, thanks to Bill Burr, that you are actually in a very interesting part of life. Now, I have not gotten there yet. But
careful.
Well, no, but so golf keeps you sane or balanced. It's part of it, right?
Yeah,
you said you can't play enough. You're in, according to Bill Burr, the drop dead part of your life. So essentially, if you drop dead, like you lived a long life, sure. but if you die, it's still young. Like you're still too young. It'll be tragic. Everyone will be sad.
Yeah,
and it's because you haven't been able to admit a puppy's cute for like 55 years, and then you just boom, drop dead. Like you don't tell anyone about it, and you just boom, you drop dead. So the fact that you're able to use golf as an outlet to get these pent up feelings, these emotions that you've been just pushing down and down and down just for years. No, I would push back. 16, Steiny, that's great. That's perfect.
It's going to get lower. I mean, I could feel it. What's that song? Things are going to change. I can feel it. Is that Beck? I believe it's Beck. No, it's
Tristan?
No, it might not be Beck. It's help me. Remember, it's at the end of the song.
Beck's a guitarist, right?
That you're thinking of Jeff Beck. There's Jeff Beck, one of the greatest guitarists of all time, and then there's Beck, kind of the alternative guy. I
got to listen to him and Elton John now.
You don't have to.
Well, if it gets you to watch something that I want you to watch, then yeah, we can trade.
I'm giving you my word right now. I'm going to watch the Willie Mays documentary. As Eric Musselman would say, irregardless of what you do. Irregardless is not a word. It's regardless,
dude. I used a word that didn't exist the last time I was on with you.
Okay. Guru does that every day.
Well, no, come on. Well, I thought we agreed we were taking shots at the guy.
I hope he's napping.
Oh, no. The proper word was presumptuous. I'll just let you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the song's called Loser. I'm a loser, baby. So why don't you go?
And the fact that you like that song is why you're in the drop dead era of your life. You need to find a song called like Winner or, I don't know, something more uplifting. Come on, man.
Well, dude, I'm 3/4 done with my life. I got 20 more years.
Don't think like that. Willie Mays lived to be 93.
I know.
You're a little over halfway.
Right, but I'm just saying, on balance, 3/4 of my life is pretty much over. What am I going to do I'm in the 4th quarter. You know what that means? Winning time, baby. Winning time. I'm going to pull an anti-Steph Curry. I'm going to start thriving in the 4th quarter. All right, just kidding. You guys know I like to tweak you. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto line, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policy?
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
All right. Evan Giddings in the house. Oh, I'm going to be honest with you. Is this Kendrick Lamar? Because I kind of liked it. What did we come in with? If you like
this, you'd love Kendrick. How about that?
I do like it. Who is it?
Isn't this Summertime? By Will Smith, right?
DJ Jazzy Jeff featuring Will Smith, yes.
Yeah.
So it's old.
Yeah. Late 80s, early 90s.
Was this the first
I like it.
Song to win a first rap song to win a Grammy?
Ooh, good question.
I think Will Smith was the first rapper to win a Grammy.
Yeah, you're looking at the wrong guy.
I could be wrong.
Yeah,
I'm sure the text line will let us know.
You're looking at the so the other day. I should probably save this for what's bugging you tomorrow, but it's what's bugging me today.
Well, we've discussed a lot that's bugging you.
No, we haven't. What?
Yeah.
My golf game's not bugging me.
Apparently, the boss asking very fair questions.
Well, the boss always bugs me. So yesterday morning, I come in to work and I'm like, I usually get my coffee, and people need to know this. I usually get my coffee here at work rather than go to a coffee shop.
I have noticed you've been coming in with breakfast more often.
I have. I've been hungrier in the mornings. So Wednesday, I'm coming to work and there's nobody here. There's nobody in the city, of course, because of Juneteenth. Yeah, this is yesterday.
Of course.
By the way, just once again.
Goose should have aired you out yesterday.
Once again, Steiny working holidays. That's okay. So anyway, I go to the coffee shop across the street and there's literally nobody in it.
Capital One.
There's nobody in it.
Why is that a problem?
Well, I'll tell you in a minute.
You don't have to see anybody on your way to getting coffee. There's nobody in line.
There's 3 people working there, and I walk in and nobody. I'm like, yes, sir, can I help you? I said, yeah, give me a bacon and egg sandwich and a cup of coffee.
Whoop.
Okay. And the guy goes, can I get your name? No. I'm the only one in the coffee shop. I'm going to be the guy standing over there in the corner. You don't need to know my name.
Yes,
There's nobody there. Hey, dude, your bacon egg, thank you. I mean, come on. He doesn't, nobody else was in the place. Nobody.
No.
You don't need to know my name.
They have
don't
to
even
put
need
the
to know
order
me.
down under a name.
Why? There's one person in the place.
Because there's a field to fill out when you're behind the register that is, where's the order, what is the order, and who is it for? They can't just say the letter N. I don't know. Your name is Matt. It's the easiest thing to say in the world. What's your name? I'm not going to tell you. Are you kidding me?
Well,
who are you?
The minute I say Matt, if he realizes it's Steinmetz, it's over.
So just say it's Guru.
Then I have to get into a 15-minute conversation about the Warriors. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to do that to a guy whose name I don't know.
Someone is like, oh, you're the guy that wants to... Well, I guess there's a lot of things you said. Honestly, okay, what is the... And aside, what is the most random take that you've been reminded of by somebody who approaches you and they're like, hey, it's Steiny. Are you kidding me? Like, you said that? And then you say, oh, yeah, I did.
Susan does not like the to hell with the kids or the hell with the kids.
Really?
Yeah, she doesn't like that.
I feel like that's something you're known for.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, people think it's shit.
What was the origin of that, by the way?
The truth. The origin was the truth. No, I mean, listen. Now, people know how old I am. Here's the bottom line.
Really, the hell with the names.
The bottom line is, and anybody in my generation will tell you this, here's the bottom line.
Okay.
When we were kids, we were to be seen and not heard. We weren't considered because we were kids. Grown-ups were selfish. Grown-ups did what they wanted to do. Grown-ups didn't cater to kids all the time, 24/7. So my bitterness, perceived, I mean, fake, is now everything's for the kids. Hey, we're going on vacation. Hey, what do you say you and me what do you say we get, go on our own little vacation? No, bring the kids. Bring the kids. Let's go out to a restaurant. Get the most expensive thing. Let me sit in the front seat. Like things that have you ever heard of the kids' table?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you haven't.
Yeah,
you
I used to sit at it.
Yeah, not anymore. There is
I'm
no
not a
kids.
kid anymore.
My point is kids now get to sit at the grown-up table. And I'll tell you what, I saw something the other day that was repulsive. And it was a 3-year-old sitting at a bar. I mean, come on.
That's cool.
That's not cool.
What do you mean? If the place...
So now you know where the hell with the kids came from. That's all. The hell with the kids?
Dude, our guy Tony at Old Ship lets his kid come sit by the bar while he's working.
That's different.
He's a kid at a bar.
That's different.
And he's on his Game Boy and he's eating his French fries and he's letting everyone else swear like sailors.
First of all, he's at the lower handicapped part of the bar.
Oh, he's at the kids' bar.
Well, he's at Tony's kid is at the lower table at the bar.
because he's 4 feet tall.
Exactly. Well, at least
a high chair's not going to get him to the top of the bar.
The point I'm making is when he sits there, Tony's kid, he's unobtrusive. He's unobtrusive. You don't even notice him. The kid I'm talking about, I mean, he's ordering double shots, it felt like. Anyway.
Well, he gets his lemonade or, his sugar-free soda. I don't know whatever he drinks. I just know he's locked into some handheld device that I can't name.
Okay, here's one. This would have never happened in the past. You ready? This was unheard of back in my day. The Golden State Warriors are playing the Denver Nuggets, and Steph Curry load manages that game, and a little girl starts to cry.
Yeah.
And the Warriors give her tickets to another game that Steph Curry's going to play. And what are we doing? You know what? Back in 1974, I'm 75.
Yeah.
I'm going to a Philadelphia 76ers game. They're playing the New Orleans Jazz. You know who didn't play? Truck Leonard. He didn't play. He was one of my favorite players.
God forbid Truck wasn't on the court.
He wasn't. And you know what? The Jazz didn't send me any tickets to go the next time he played.
Might as well call him Kawhi Leonard.
Sucked it up. Let me ask you this. Oh, you know what else? I'll tell you. I'll be honest with you.
Oh my God.
Last time I was in New York.
Ken, let me off the leash.
Last time I was in New York. I don't know if you know this about me, but I'm being sincere. I love Broadway. I love Broadway shows. My sister was a thespian, and I went to all her school plays, and I just love it.
Yeah.
So this is a few years back. I'm going to see Kinky Boots. Have you heard of it? It's great.
No, I'm sure it's great.
It's absolutely a wonderful, wonderful
wouldn't
performance.
Pick the one.
Well, guess what happens?
Yeah.
Before the play starts, they say, Steve Johnson will be playing the role of Bill Mueller.
Okay.
That's an understudy. That's like when Steph Curry doesn't play. Nobody gets their tickets back. You're going to a Broadway play. Guess what? You may not get the star on a given night.
No, but you might get the up-and-coming star.
Yeah, what, Eric Pascal?
No, do you think that when he was an understudy, anybody is now complaining about Denzel Washington playing King Lear because he is a man of the stage? No one knew at the time that Denzel was going to be Denzel, but he was somebody that took the stage and made it his. You might have seen the next Steph. Not the Steph, but the next Steph. And this is what pisses me off about your generation in general, is because you blame us for the problems that you create. Blaming your children for parenthood that is, I don't know, a little more lax, that's on you. Okay, my parents, God love them, were very kind. They were not how their parents were in many ways because they learned and then they created, I would like to think, a decent, halfway solid child in myself. And yes, I sat at the kids' table. Should a child have to sit at the kids' table?
Yes.
That's up to the parent. And it sounds like you didn't put the hammer down.
See,
you didn't put your foot down.
No,
and you had a chance to put the kids at the kids' table where they may or may not belong because you couldn't keep it together yourself. Mm-hmm.
My rules are the right rules, okay? My rules are the right rules. And what I'm saying is our generation is catering too much to these punks, and it's not good. Oh, it's not. That's all I'm saying.
Well, the one thing I will agree with you on is sometimes we hype up kids. You know what I mean?
Yes, we do.
We hype up young athletes a little more than we should. Especially when
let me
they should be at the kids' table, but they're not.
Yeah, let me bring it back to the I'll make the parallel. Let me bring it up to the San Francisco Giants.
Okay.
First of all, for every Denzel that was an understudy,
you hate when I do
there's
that.
1,000 understudies who never made it.
Ian McKellen.
And quite frankly, who stunk. Most understudies, you stink. That's why you're an understudy.
Yeah, but the reason why I watch SNL is because I might be seeing the next big thing, because that's a place where the budding stars go. Now, I think SNL right now is it's kind of down, but I wouldn't have known that Kate McKinnon was going to become Kate McKinnon, or I wouldn't have known that, I don't know, Will Ferrell was going to become Will Ferrell.
Okay,
if I didn't watch SNL.
Follow me here, because I'm going to bring it back to sports.
Please.
Ask me what young player. Okay, I'll just put it this way. You know who I think's going to stink? You know who I think stinks?
Well, probably a list, but who's at the top?
Right now?
Yeah.
Right now, who's at the top of my...
Who stinks?
Yeah.
Of the young players.
Elliot Ramos.
No, why?
Elliot Ramos.
Why would you say him?
And I'll tell you why. He's just the latest. In a plethora of players in this area that hasn't done a thing yet, but we're going to anoint him. We're going to anoint him. Oh, you 306 weeks. Oh, he's going to be the net. Didn't we do that with Trey Lance? Didn't we do it with Trey Lance?
No, we didn't.
Oh, please.
You know why? Because he played 3 games, and then he broke his leg.
You know who else is going to be great? James Wiseman. He averaged 12 and 6 his rookie year.
Had only been done by so many big men.
Yeah.
This is James Wiseman.
You stink.
Well, yeah.
Actually, I really like the kid, but he's not.
No.
How about Joey Bart? How good was he? Joey Bart. We heard Joey Bart 4 years in a row. He can't play. What are we doing?
Yeah, he stunk. He's hitting all right now.
Here's a great one, and I mentioned his name early in the show. Remember Eric Paschal?
Oh, yeah, first team all-rookie,
First team all-rookie.
He was a tweener.
I tell you what, you get Paschal and Curry on that pick and roll, and we may have another. He's not even in the league anymore.
You know who I loved?
Who?
Kai Bowman. The Boston College Eagle. Dude, that guy was electric for about, half a season.
Remember who
on
this
15 win
Speaking of electric, remember this guy?
Yeah.
Oh, this guy's going to be good. This guy's unreal. This guy's Jordan Bell. Started a finals. Oh, I think we found our center.
Who was saying that?
Oh, please. Everybody was gung-ho about Jordan Bell.
Kevin Durant liked him.
Oh, when we go small at the 5. Oh, Jordan Bell with his athleticism. Oh, God, he fits on the... Please.
Oh, great call from the YouTube chat, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Mr. Irrelevance, Christian Arroyo. You remember that name? I'll give you another one. Noah Lowry. That was another big one for the Giants. Big up-and-coming pitcher.
Exactly.
Arroyo was a position player.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, everyone knows he was the Northwest League MVP. In single A, he dominated.
The 415 has just mentioned a name that is on my list. Anybody remember Anthony Randolph?
Oh, dude. I got to tell you.
Oh, yeah, let me guess. You thought he was going to be great.
If he was born...
Oh, my God.
10 years later, Anthony Randolph...
Would have stunk worse.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Oh, he would have shot the 3 better. He would have been able to guard multiple...
Oh,
No, Anthony Randolph was born in the wrong generation.
I got a couple other names. Remember this guy? By the way, whatever happened to Javon Kinlaw?
He's still on the team.
Oh, is he good? I thought he was supposed to be great.
Injuries derailed a good thing.
Okay.
He's a Jet now.
Damn it.
What about, I mean, the guy in our backyard.
Wait. So Kinlaw's got a second contract.
Marco Luciano.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Luciano?
Been hearing about
we don't know yet.
Exactly.
What about, I know you love this guy, Matos. You see what he's doing in Sacramento right now, Steiny? He's tearing it up.
Yeah?
He's got like 5 home runs his last 6 games.
No, he's going to be great.
I mean, Slater's home.
Yeah, he's going to be great. I mean, again, order the rings. Come on. How about, here's a great one. Oh, this guy just needs some time to develop.
Who?
Alan Smilageach.
No. Oh,
he's going to be good. What?
I got a better one for you.
Give it to me.
You remember Justinian Jessup?
I do.
Dude, they had him in the hopper for like 3 years. He was supposed to be our Larry Bird. You know, you draft him 1 year, you pick him up after when is he in Australia, and he comes over 2 years later and just dominates. He who's my guy? The Ginger Ninja, Nico Mannion.
His dad was a good player, Pace Mannion. His father's name was Pace, Pace.
Also played in the wrong era.
Interestingly, like to play in the half court. I don't know why. You know what? I must be a pretty good actor. Seriously.
Well, you were taking notes from the understudy.
That's not bad. I can put on a show. Steiny has an issue with today. You just sound old, Steiny. Everything stinks. You are aging horribly.
Drop dead at any moment.
Yeah, I'm serious with all this. It's an act. It's theater of the mind. It's radio. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Joe.
Somebody smart said
Joe's in the 818. Where's that?
818? I don't know.
Where's the 818?
That's Burbank.
Oh, all right.
Hey, how you doing, Steiny?
Dynamite. I'm in a great mood, and I'm aging gracefully.
You're the best. Listen, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I noticed that Peyton opted in for about his $9 million for his contract.
Yeah.
And I've always loved him, but the problem is at 6'2", and the amount he gets off the ground above the rim for his when he's stuffing the basketball. He when you think about his height, and he's coming down about 5 or 6 feet onto hardwood. I just think that he's always going to get injured with his calves and ankles. And so I wanted to ask you, Steiny, do you think they should move him in a trade? What do you think about that? And I also wanted to add one thing, and then I'll let you answer that. Sure. I always love listening to you and Goo. You're the voice of reason, and your train of thought, I love it. You know, a lot of fans I talk to want the Warriors to start to try to improve for the future and rebuild. And Steiny wants to trade the farm. Goo wants to trade the farm to get a 35-year-old aging star. And I always love that you are just kind of on the other side of that argument. So anyway, thanks a lot.
No, thank you so much, Joe. I know there's a lot more out there that don't call. No, he's right. Joe's right. Joe's right. You know what's funny?
You might be the voice of reason, but that's why I'm here today. All right, to knock you down a couple pegs.
Fair. No, I'll be honest. Like this is why I think sometimes people like our show. Well, we do peel back the curtain. So he asked me about Gary Payton a second.
Someone brought up a fourth wall.
I mean, what is that, by the way?
The fourth wall?
Yeah.
Isn't that when you're on the stage and you interact with the audience, like you break the fourth wall?
Oh, I think you're right. I guess.
Well, you would have known if you were paying attention to the understudy on Broadway.
Well, the bottom line though is the fourth wall in my life is broken. I mean, it's shot, and it's gonna be shot
again. That you didn't know what the fourth wall. I actually think you did, but the fact that you said you didn't means that it's just a part of things, right?
In theater, they call that an aside.
Okay, yeah, when the actor,
an aside, dude.
Well, an aside is a little different than interacting mid-play with the audience.
Yes, but
an aside is part of the play.
You break the fourth wall, though, when you do an aside.
Okay, fair enough.
It's like you have a line. You're like, hey, Steiny, ode to thee shall be they. And then you look at Ken and you wink and you go, huh. Like that's breaking the fourth wall.
So
That was terrible Old English.
So, fourth wall. Oh, I'm going to break it again.
Okay.
So, Evan and I are talking. We got a lot. I think we have some good stuff to talk about. Well, guess what? There's quietly about 5 pieces of Warrior news that we're going to get into. I mean, we're going to get into it. The question is, when are we going to get into it? And the Willie Mays stuff has just been wonderful. I've had great conversations with Evan and Goo. And so he asked me about Gary Payton II, who has opted in. Oh, boy. And I'll tell you about...
Good for Gary.
I'll tell you about Gary Payton, but we're going to talk a lot of Warriors tomorrow.
I think we are, yeah.
We are going to talk a lot of Warriors tomorrow because, among other things, we had Monty Poole reporting that Clay wants 3 years, Gary Payton opting in. We got a big date coming up with Looney on June 24th. The draft is next Wednesday. Chris Paul's got a big date coming up June 28th. So we're going to get into the Warriors tomorrow. But as for Gary Payton II, he's injury prone right now. He's just injury prone. That's why, it was one of the reasons why he opted in. I wouldn't trade for Gary Payton II just because he's become a little bit unreliable because of injury.
Had James Wiseman, I'd probably trade for him.
What?
If I had James Wiseman and I could trade for Gary Payton, I probably would.
Oh, I get what you're saying because they were traded a few years back.
Yeah.
Well, I mean...
No, I look forward to breaking it, like to digging into the meat tomorrow.
I mean, honestly, the thing with Gary Payton II is it's probably not good news. I mean, it's not good news.
What do you mean?
That makes them less flexible. The Warriors would have loved for Gary Payton II to test free agency, but he was hurt last year, and he didn't have a great year. He still, when he plays, he's effective, but he had to exercise his $9.1 million. What there was thought of was that he was going to opt out and then re-sign with the Warriors, let's say maybe at 3 years, $14 million. So he gets more big money or more total money, but it's spread out over 3 years. That's not happening. No. Gary Payton II is on the cap and on the tax, and it's a second apron issue for $9.1 million.
It's significant also because it is the first domino. Like it is the first domino of Warriors free agency. That's the news. And then the dates that you're talking about, 4 days for Looney to make a choice, Chris Paul 4 days after that. Of course, Klay Thompson coming up late June 30th, July 1st with free agency. So, yeah, now the wheels are churning. The gears are moving.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Right on the money there. And so once again, those dates, June 24th, the Warriors have to make a decision on Kevon Looney. On June 28th, they have to make a decision on Chris Paul.
The second.
His name's Chris Paul. That's all I'm calling him now. I'm not using nicknames. His name is Chris Paul. So the Warriors, at least as it applies to Kevon Looney, they have two choices. They can waive him and owe him $3 million, or they can keep him and pay him $8 million, but then he's $8 million against the cap. The handcuffs feel like they're getting a little tighter on the Warriors. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing...
I used a word that didn't exist the last time I was on with you.
Okay. Guru does that every day.
Hey.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's going to get back to him.
Do you hear this beat, though?
Yeah.
This is the Not Like Us beat. This is Kendrick Lamar. This is what I want you to go home and watch.
Okay.
Because it is a culturally significant event that occurred last night.
All right.
And I know you like that stuff.
I like to keep up with the times. Yeah. You know what? The text lines, comments come in left and right on the YouTube chat and on the Xfinity mobile text line. And you know me, I like to have good-natured banter. But every once in a while there'll be one that I'm like, this guy is a D.
Okay.
And we've got a D from the 925 on the Xfinity mobile text line.
Derek?
There was no shot Gary Payton II was ever going to opt out. You're clueless. How do you do this for a living? Now, for whatever reason, that one got me.
Why?
That one bothered me. You imbecile. There was talk, you horses behind, that Gary Payton II was in fact going to opt out. And he was going to opt out so he could renegotiate his contract over the course of multiple years instead of one. Don't call me clueless.
I was going to lay out. That was great.
What is wrong with these people? So no, you seriously
faking it, kind of.
No, so
yes.
No, you were. Listen, all kidding aside, it does sound like what happened last night at the Forum was pretty impressive.
It was because so Not Like Us. This song is global. It is the song of the year already. I don't know how another song could surpass it. And it's because it's involved in perhaps the most notable rap beef in a long time, and it involves two titans in the industry. Kendrick Lamar and Drake. Whatever side you're on is up to you. The reason why I love talking to Guru about it is because he's on Drake's side, and I do want to know if he still is after last night, because Kendrick Lamar brought a ton of people together. Number one, it was just a great concert.
Okay.
Tyler, the Creator, was there.
Of course.
Someone like J-Rock, for example, doesn't perform often. He brought him out.
How come?
You should ask him. He also brought out members of the Black Hippie Crew, which very seldom are all seen together in the same place. I'm talking Schoolboy Q, J-Rock, Ab-Soul, Kendrick Lamar. So they all performed, and it was just a great concert. But everyone was wondering if Kendrick Lamar was going to perform Not Like Us, because he hadn't performed it yet. The song came out, but he hadn't done it live.
Gotcha.
So he did. And it was introduced by Dr. Dre, obviously godfather of West Coast rap, all the rest. And it was just a great build. Everyone in the audience was into it. It was electric. And the way that he was able to use the crowd was also something that great performers do. I've had the pleasure of seeing Kendrick Lamar in person. He is an absolutely fantastic performer. Whoop. And it was great. But then he ran it back, and he ran the song back again, and he ran the song back again. He kept performing
out of material.
Song.
Was he out of material? That's what bands do.
It was the crescendo.
That's what bands do when they only have 4 songs.
No, that's what you call a coup de grace on Drake, because the entire world was watching on Amazon Music, and everybody I'm very jealous of. But he brought out a couple of also notable people from LA. It wasn't just about...
Okay. Like who?
Russell Westbrook was there.
Oh, really?
Someone like DeMar DeRozan was there.
He's from LA.
He's from Compton. And DeMar DeRozan was actually in the song. Now, that's notable because DeMar DeRozan used to hang out with Drake when he was a Toronto Raptor, the reporter of the coast. It was a unified statement by the West Coast, by Kendrick Lamar, by the industry, that Drake, you just ain't it. You just ain't it. It was a momentous occasion, and I just think you should go and watch it. Okay. On Juneteenth is his pop-out performance.
Okay. Now, what happened? Drake,
unbelievable.
What's Drake going to do to,
that's the
as
thing.
the kids say,
you
clap back?
You can't.
What do you mean?
You can't.
He'll just put together the Toronto Raptors.
I'm out. No.
Rappers. The Toronto Rappers.
That's a 2.
Shoot, if I wouldn't have butchered it, it would have been a 3.
It would have been a 3.
Why can't he just get everybody from New York to do something with him?
So that's the problem. Drake doesn't have a coast. He's Canadian. That's the biggest part of this. The entire West Coast.
Xenophobia?
What do you mean?
Isn't that when, you hold it against somebody because they're not American?
Oh, well, partially. But it's also because he's just Drake. He's just corny, in my opinion. But
I love Canada.
But he doesn't have a geographic set of representatives to bring out. Like if he's doing a show in Toronto,
right?
Who's going to be on stage with him? You know?
Oh, I mean, you could
like
get
people like New York is its own entity.
I'll tell you who we could get. Here's who would be there. He would have Neil Young. He would have Jamal Murray. He would have Andrew Wiggins. He would have, why can't I think of my favorite guy who's dead? Gordon Lightfoot would have been there. Alanis Morissette, I think, is Canadian.
Thank you. From the 707, the Bay Area himself, E40, was the narrator at the beginning.
So, let me tell you, LA might have to be put on notice that Toronto's coming from the north of the border.
Yeah, sure. This is from the 510 also. I'm a 60-year-old white dude, and I think Kendrick Lamar is awesome. Get on it, Steiny. So people from your generation are even coming around.
Well, as Mark Willard would say, it's one guy on the text line.
Actually, I think he said 8. But there's a lot more than 8 that were there, that watched, and that I think we're just able to have a great time. Like it was a party. Yeah, well, LeBron James was there. I was talking about people that he brought up on stage.
Gotcha.
YG, Russell Westbrook.
So I got to believe
DJ
LeBron
Mustard,
was
DeMar DeRozan.
Was jealous of everybody on the stage, even though he knew they were from L.A.
No, but he was there rapping to the song the entire time because it's
Shea
a great
Gilgeous
song.
Alexander,
SGA,
R.J. Barrett. Yeah, I'm missing a lot of musicians too. We're gonna get it going up in the.
Just watch it.
They might. Somebody says Steiny won't last 5 minutes watching that. I'm gonna try.
It's like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
I'll send you the clip.
Please do. Yeah, please do.
There's also another culturally significant event that's happening. That's at Rickwood Field.
Yes,
which
sir.
I can't wait to talk to Mark Willard and Dan Dibley about. Because I'm sure they're very excited.
I mean, we have TVs on, and sometimes you just look at them and. Can we take the Lakers seriously? That's what they're debating on a show. All right, let's see. No read on this break. We got the Celine Dion. You don't want to mess. Oh, Joni Mitchell. Love Joni Mitchell.
Yeah, you do.
Love her. Willard and Dibbs coming up on the other side on No Read, 95.7 The Game.
Shop protein at Whole Foods Market. Get 16 ounces of organic Rancher 85% lean organic grass-fed ground beef bricks for $6.99.
Goo's not feeling well. He wasn't feeling well yesterday, and he gutted it out. Appreciate that, Goo. Love you. Willard and Dibbs are going to be in shortly.
Yeah, room's a little bare right now.
They're taping an interview that later on they'll pretend is live.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, as long as we're breaking fourth walls, let's just break it.
They also might have, been trying to set it up like it was going to be live.
That's what I'm saying.
No, but you just told people that it's not live.
That's right. I know I did.
Why? Why would you burst their bubble like that?
Listen, there's nothing worse than doing those taped interviews, and you try to pretend it's live, and then what happens? The texts start coming in, and they say, nice try, but we can tell it's taped. You must be upfront with people. That's one of the lessons I learned as a child and a kid that they're not learning anymore.
You literally said radio's theater of the mind.
When I want it to be. What's so hard to understand?
It's not your show. You don't get to make choices for them.
We are...
we're all a team, but...
So we were talking about Canadian artists because Drake's going to put together a dream team. And Kay said Rush. Rush is Canadian. They never did it for me. I never liked Rush. In fact, they're one of the few bands that I kind of don't like. They got one of the worst songs I've ever heard. It's almost as bad as Walk It, Talk It, Walk It, Talk It.
Those are the Migos. Show some respect.
Yeah.
By the way,
Today's Tom Sawyer, that song is lousy. There's too much screaming in it. All right.
Neil Young's from Canada.
I know. I mentioned him early.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
All I know is The Weeknd, I think, is from Canada.
Okay.
This guy named Nav, who my brother likes him, and I can't stand him. But basically, Drake's out of bullets. That's pretty much what it's come down to. He's in trouble.
So it's a real...
It's a rap. Shut up, priest.
No, let me ask you seriously. So is there real acrimony between the two?
It certainly appears like it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, there's a subject broached that we can't, discuss on air, but Guru and I will talk about it. We can't get to the cafeteria because you're golfing. Because apparently you can't golf enough. And that's a stupid question.
We'll work on my short game tonight.
Oh, you know who Drake can bring out?
Who?
John Fogerty.
Oh, my God. What a classic.
It was around 10:30 from yesterday. Check it out on the Odyssey app.
Did my friends get a kick out of that? Oh, my God. I mean, y'all, I don't want to repeat what happened.
I got to say, you handled it just about as well as anybody can.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm just glad it didn't get out there.
What do you mean? I've been telling everybody.
No, I mean, like,
the streets are
actually
flooded.
Viral.
Oh.
Because I think it's possible that you could have heard that clip and thought, this guy doesn't even know who he's talking to. Listen, I don't like to point fingers, and I won't, but it was not my fault. That's all I'll say.
I won't point fingers at anybody. Specifically, I'll just point them around the room. No, you handled it great. You did a great job. So good of a job that Spadoni and I were laughing our asses off.
It was class. It was an all-timer.
It was an all-timer.
I believe it was an all-timer.
It was an all-timer.
Hey, we got Fogerty.
I'll tell you what, thank God YouTube was down.
You know what?
Otherwise, it would have gone viral.
I think you're right.
Someone would have clipped that.
I think you're right. Giants playing the St. Louis Cardinals, Rickwood Field, yes, Birmingham. 4:15 first pitch. My guy. They lost 2 out of 3 to the Cubs. Did you know? I know, and I'm not saying this to start a fight. Do you know there are 9 teams in the National League right now that are between 1 game under 500 and 4 games under 500?
I didn't know that.
9 teams.
I also just found out that Rickwood Field was constructed before the Panama Canal.
A man, a plan, a canal, Panama. You know what that is?
Teddy?
A man, a plan, a canal, Panama.
Oh.
It's a palindrome.
Yeah.
It's a palindrome. Means if you read it backwards,
I got it.
It's exactly
I got it.
the same thing. It's fascinating.
A man. Well, technically, you leave out the P at the beginning, right?
No.
A man. A plan. Oh, you use all.
Yeah.
Shut up. Shut up. Where are these guys?
I know. We are really.
They don't get in here by 2.
You know what?
What'd you say to me yesterday?
Like, I'm not.
There was a natural break.
There wasn't that. Sometimes conversations just die naturally, and there's nothing to be ashamed of. What? Like, seriously, where are they?
I don't know. Grandy, do we have an update?
I don't want to be a horse's behind.
This interview had better be good. Wait, no. Oh, they're taping it with.
I'll deem whether it's worthy.
Is this Kirkjian? No.
Kirkjian can do it live. It's not that big.
Kirkjian's great.
He is great. Kirkjian would like to. No.
He's talking about the significance of Rickwood Field.
No, I get that. It was about the Giants. Oh, yeah. Let me, here, I'll show you.
Oh, because they're all in lock jam for the NL wild card?
That's correct. That is correct.
By the way, Cardinals, I think, officially overtook them.
Yeah, and the Mets are 1 percentage point back. Okay, here you go. You ready? This is unreal.
Kay still doesn't believe in them.
You cannot convince me this is good for baseball. Not that they're doing it on purpose. You ready for this?
Sure.
Arizona, 37-38. Cardinals, 36-37. Padres, 38-40. Pirates, 36-38. Nationals, 36-38. Cubs, 36-39. Giants, 36-39. Mets, 35-38. Reds, 35-39. That's unbelievable.
There's 7 teams within 1.5 games of the final wild card spot.
Yes.
And the Giants are among them.
I mean, can't you feel the pennant fever coming?
There's a race.
Oh, yeah.
A race for 500.
Oh, there's a race.
Dude,
Yeah.
81 games might get you into the postseason this year.
Is that a Valkyries?
No, it's the Town FC. And before we get into my sweatshirt and everything else, I do want to, on the one hand, apologize.
Chastise me. This is the chastise me segment.
What?
No, this is not. This is actually the praising of you for a number of reasons. I'm going to start with Evan because, my God, I had no idea. But first, I'm going to say, on behalf of Mark and I, we want to apologize for our tardiness, but we had a chance, and you're going to hear it later today, to talk to Willie Mays' best friend.
Best friend.
Oh, awesome.
A family that took Willie in the 60s, helped him out financially, and became a major part of his life. Turns out Mark has a deep personal connection through like 2 degrees of Aaron Oberholzer to this man. Gary Shimano is his name. We're going to replay the interview in the 5 o'clock hour.
I bet you have. In the financial world, he's built a name for himself.
So we had a chance to interview him before the show, and I'll just say that he was emotive and expansive in his thoughts and feelings about Willie Mays, and that's why we're a little late to the handoff
fair
thingy.
enough.
Yeah.
And so I just want to apologize to you and the listeners because I do love this 148 to 211, 212 if he's in a good mood.
Well, now we have to go to 217.
At
So
least,
thanks for that.
thanks,
I
Tiny.
appreciate that. But
Yeah.
No, these stories are unbelievable. The stories are unbelievable.
Crazy.
Willie lived with this family for a little while.
Yeah.
Yes, the Shimano family. And,
Heard of that name.
And indeed, not to go into the weeds because what people care about here is Willie Mays, but I've known the name for years without knowing this part of it. I've known who Gary Shimano was because one of my absolute best friends in life, Aaron Oberholzer, who played on the PGA Tour, Gary was one of his sponsors when he got out of high school and helped start his career. And so I've always heard Aaron refer to Gary Shimano. I just thought of some guy who had some dough. I had no idea until recently that this is like Willie Mays' best friend.
Wow.
And the stories are absolutely bananas. So that was a special conversation.
Yeah,
we'll have that for
pretty
you.
cool.
5 o'clock today.
I'm so glad that you guys came clean because I took a jab at you.
At me, not him.
No, both of you.
No, you're
No, that's
afraid of
fine.
him.
When?
Well,
That's fine.
But that doesn't mean I can't take a shot at him when I don't think he hears.
That's a good point. That's very
like
fair.
when you're scared of someone, you take shots at them when they're not around.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So Grandy said, hey, these
Say it
guys
to
might be a little
say it to my
late.
face, Steiny. I'm right here.
I just told the listener, I said, Willard and Dibbs are taping an interview that they're going to pretend is live.
No, we won't.
Well,
exactly.
We might have had we not been late, but the more I thought about it, and I think might be sharing the Bob Costas from yesterday, which was spectacular. So Mark and I were kind of quietly discussing an exit strategy with a couple of back-to-back tape pieces today.
We're rushing and follow you out the door today, Steiner. You better leave at 2:17. We're leaving at 2:16.
And it's funny because Lucas Alexander, our great producer, the director of sports, I texted him. I texted him and I said, "So Lucas, with the Costas in this piece, 5 o'clock, we're out of here." And he said, "Who do you think you are, Chris Townsend?"
I was going to mention it. There was nobody better.
Well, the only one who might be better is the man to your left. Hello, friends. During the pandemic, tell the story about how you were mailing it in on the other side.
Above board
syndicated.
Now.
You can do that when it's syndicated.
And it led to FP getting in trouble. That's what the beauty of it was. The beauty of it was, so I'm doing the night show at the other place. The pandemic hits. Right? I'm a guy with 3 kids and a show that at times goes till 1 a.m.
Okay.
And I don't have a huge house. So I'm like, I can't be sitting here on school nights going, "Hey, Gabe Kapler in the 7th inning." I can't, it's the pandemic.
Right.
I'm talking to a wall. So what I would do was for the 6 o'clock show, I'd get in there at about 5 o'clock. I'd connect to the guys down the line and I would record about a half hour of content. And then we would just lay that in it would all be timed out, and they would lay that in the back end so that I could get off the show about an hour early because the kids were going to bed. Well, I move over to 95.7 The Game. In comes FP and a completely new program director, and FP starts recording stuff and getting out of there early, and the PD's like, "What the hell are you doing? You're not allowed to do that." And apparently he's like, "Well, the last guy did." He's like, "I didn't know. I thought that's what you were allowed to do." So anyway, pandemic radio, yes. Guilty as charged.
And today, Gary Shimano will join us on the back end of the show, and you're going to want to listen to it because the Willie Mays stories are without comparison.
Just unbelievable.
Can't wait. Well, while we're in the space and before Steiny thumbs illegal,
I'm actually getting, I still don't know this by heart.
I know you don't. And before I praise you, I want to spend some time praising Evan. And I already tweeted this because I was in my car driving in, and your knowledge of the Negro Leagues, your knowledge of Rickwood, your knowledge of things that happened 70 years before you were born, I was both awestruck and quietly just proud of what we have between you and Lucas and Grandy, and we, go to Sterling and Ken and whatever, all the young
I'd throw Spadoni in there too.
I would too. Yeah. And I'm trying to think of all the young people, and I do love the young people, but what you were doing, and you did about 7 minutes, and I could tell it was no notes. It wasn't like Dibber on Wikipedia, stammering through, trying to figure out what he's reading. You have knowledge. And I was like, wow, Evan Giddings, I was impressed.
Oh, I appreciate that. And but I think that's what the event is about. I didn't know everything about it. I was interested in the Negro Leagues when I was a kid just because baseball, and I think being in the Bay Area, you play with all different kinds of people, so there's connections that I guess pique your interest. Like, for example, when I was in high school, I played for a guy named Brian Gwynn, in shortstop management. Shout out to him. His kid played at Cal, but his father was the scout who signed Ricky Henderson. So that was somebody that was, prominent in the Bay Area baseball community. So all these things just kind of pique your interest, and you start reading about things. And I feel like Rickwood is the perfect time for that for a lot of people to, at your own, level or however long you want, to go back and think about things that happened before to educate yourself and to ideally learn something that's kind of cool. There's a lot of things that happened that weren't very cool at that time, but that also paved the way for a lot of the situations that we were obviously talking a lot about with the passing of Willie Mays. So, it was kind of one of those things where Mays passes away, and I got to do the show with Steiner today. I've been listening to a podcast or two about Rickwood, but then all the different pieces of, knowledge from the past, they all just come flooding back, and you realize how much you actually know about something. And if I have a chance to share it, it'd the perfect time to.
Well, and I love your answer earlier when it kind of was, and I forget which one of you brought it up, but like, what are you looking forward to most? Yeah. And even with everything that you just said about all that, your answer was, it's probably going to lead to, it's an opportunity to learn even more. I felt that, like, when you threw the question out, it was one of the first things that popped into my head. Like, I can't wait to check it out to see more about what we don't know, because there's no way that we're going to know all of it. There's no way that we can even begin to experience all kinds of things about it. I'll tell you that in our conversation with Gary Shimano, there may be a development about Willie Mays at Rickwood Field that nobody on earth knows.
Shocking.
Nobody on earth knows about Willie playing at Rickwood Field, except for those that close to him. And so those are the kinds of things I really look forward to, in addition to, because I kind of agreed with what you said too, Steiny, like, I want to just see it.
Yeah.
Let's like we've seen the build-up pictures. Now, what does this look like in a Major League Baseball game? You know, they've done this the last few years with home runs flying into the corn.
Yep.
Like, I can only imagine, you know, what's going to happen if to whoever hits one out tonight. And, like, is that what kind of emotions, if Yaz hits one out, knowing that he's the third generation to play there? Like, what, I mean, he's hit one at Fenway before. Is this hit him even harder? I don't know. Like, this is a special thing. These uniforms, the visual side of it is going to be different.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I just like to say I appreciate the way you said that, because you didn't make me sound like the heel that I really am. And it's that, hey, what is Evan looking forward to? Well, it's an opportunity to learn and expand and cultural, and I just want to see a stadium.
Yeah. I'd like to see a victory, for crying out loud. Can we get a win?
Seriously.
You know, can we get a win? That's somewhere on the list.
Well, you got him on the mound, so he'll be all right.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a 4.
Keaton Wynn doing the...
It's a sneaky 4.
It's not bad.
And for you, I wanted to praise you for your acknowledgement of your daughters for redoing the man cave. Yeah. I had no idea that it got flooded out, although I'm picturing it, knowing, and that's actually where I was when we found out about Kobe Bryant and the Kobe Bryant passing. I was actually in that very room with the TV mounted on the wall, and you telling the story about your daughters redoing it, I think, is incredible. And then the other piece that I want to praise you for is the death of the window. The death of the 8 to 10, 10 to noon.
Oh, yeah.
The window has somehow gone away to where your window for the TV install is 7 to 7. Oh. And I'm driving at Highway 24 and the 580 interchange, and I'm stuck in traffic. And as you're saying it, I'm saying the exact same thing. That's not a window. That's a day. And actually, I said the off-air version, which is, that's an MFing day.
Right.
But you said it perfectly, and I'm like, this guy, as much as Evan's in his bag, and I can't wait to tweet that, I'm like, Steiny, you are so right, because it used to be, you know, hey, Comcast, we'll be there between 8 and noon.
Exactly.
Okay, 8 noon seems like expansive, and okay, I can block out 8 to noon. I know it's going to probably be 11:51. It could be 8:03. Either way, you got me. 4 hours, I'm here, and Xfinity always comes through. Much like the text line brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. But 7 to 7, that's unacceptable.
Is there a wider window? Like, you might as well just tell me, well, it'll be there between Tuesday and Thursday.
Exactly.
Like seriously.
Well, that's what's coming next.
How much further are you going?
That's what Amazon does. What's wrong with that? That's what I feel like there's been appointments. Like, we'll be there sometime between 8 a.m. and, I don't know, 8 a.m. the next day.
Delivery, they can drop it off in your doorstep.
Peter Goober would say that's under-promising and over-delivering, which is what you want to do.
I guess. Yeah, that's definitely better than the opposite.
Yeah.
Oh, I got something to ask you, actually.
Okay.
So, one of my daughters is graduating from school in London, so she's into soccer, and she asked the family to try to get interested in the Euro Cup.
Yeah.
Which is on now.
Yeah.
So, give me something to look for. Now, the problem is most of the games are going to be during my show, but we're going to watch Saturday Belgium versus somebody.
It's a big one, and Belgium is one of the pre-tournament favorites.
They're in trouble, right?
They're stacked. Yeah, they had a difficult result in the opener, so they're in I don't know if it's quite a must-win, but it's a big one. And the games are usually and correct me if I'm wrong, Grandy, but they're usually like 5, 8, and 11 a.m. our time. There's usually 3 games a day.
Yeah, I think the last one normally starts at noon. The last one today just ended.
Yeah, Spain still, did they hold on 1-0?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
Spain, Italy. Yeah. It was, it's a good one. So the Euro is it's the European Championship, which happens in the years where they don't have the World Cup. So it's a World Cup year. 2 years later, it's the European Championship. 2 years later, back to the World Cup. It's about the best soccer theater you can get between nations.
Nice.
Yeah. Unfortunately, in our region, we have an equivalent, but it's
the CONCACAF.
It's a knockoff. The CONCACAF. Honestly, the Africa Cup of Nations would be the next closest thing, in my opinion. And again, Grandy, correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as like tournaments among continents,
right?
The CONCACAF. It's a joke.
Well, so, like, how do you pick a side? Like, I'm assuming your daughter Steiny is rooting for England.
Correct.
Because she lives in London, but
Correct.
I don't know.
Well, I'm half Italian. I'm rooting for Italy.
There you go.
But you're also...
The Azzurri.
But the other half is, like, Anglo-Saxon or something.
German.
So, fine. But you could take...
The host nation this year.
I root for both, like in the Olympics.
But you can't do that. You got to pick a side.
Are you going split cap on me?
No, I'm saying, I like both. I like all countries.
You're asking a guy who is not a fan of anything to root for something.
No, I root for the United States to lose.
Clip that.
Exactly.
Clip that.
And his favorite golfer is Patrick Reed.
Yeah,
so there you go.
For Germany and Italy, that's basically the axis.
Let's open up the conversation. What do you root for?
I root for people that I've got a relationship with of some kind, some kind of connection.
He was a Hawks fan for about 5 years.
Right, but what?
Yeah, 4 years and 2 months.
Well, the further we all go, the less of a relationship you're going to have with anyone who's actually affecting games.
Wait, one more time. I'm sorry.
The further we all go, the older we get.
Right.
The less of a connection, a direct connect you're going to have with anyone who's actually playing.
Playing?
Right.
But like running. Like, okay, for example, like seriously, if Bob Myers gets his next job, I'll root for that.
You root for that team.
Yeah,
and you're a T-Wolves fan because did you play college hoop with Finchie?
Well, he's from my area. He came later than me, but he went to the same college as me.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And you know him a little bit.
Yeah, I see him when he comes out here and kicks the Warriors behind.
So you're a Finch fan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was rooting for the Timberwolves.
Yeah.
It was crushed.
Exactly.
We actually did get to see Salty Steiny after the conclusion of the Western Conference Finals, which I gotta say made me feel pretty good.
Well, you guys do what you do, and I don't like it.
Yeah,
That's all.
I hate to see it.
Yeah, you really
I hate
do.
to see it.
So we're people that you have a relationship with who you don't root for. Is that what you're saying?
Essentially.
Okay.
I think it was after
I just want to make sure. Just trying to understand.
But I think it was after they lost game 2, he comes in and just goes, "How do you guys do this?"
That's right. That's right.
How do you root for a team when they lose? I was like, yeah, that's called being a fan.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a roller coaster.
I'm out on that.
Yeah, for sure.
No, trying to think, like if Steph Curry ever makes it to the senior tour or the Champions Tour,
right?
I will absolutely root for Curry. No doubt.
Then how come you don't root for the Warriors now? He's on the team now. You root for him as a golfer, but you won't root for him as a basketball
That's a little
player?
complicated, Mark.
That is complicated, but it's true in essence. I feel like I can't root for local teams because
might have to rip them.
It's just because that's who I am. It's just like I can't.
Hashtag Mavs and 6.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
And you want to say that you were put up to that? I said it. And
I didn't say it.
You know what? And
you weren't put up to it, and you didn't take one for the team. You did that because you like to be that guy. You like it. You like to be the villain.
I did that because Willard baited me, and it was the start of me being afraid of him.
I actually didn't bait. You did it before I even said anything.
Did Willard stick it to you?
Actually, Whitley was in on it, too.
I called you out after you did it. I didn't even know you were going to do it. I didn't bait you. I didn't bait you.
Should have taken Kings
I remember
in 9.
one crossover where you were like, you interrogate him. Steiny, do you really believe that?
Yeah.
Or are you just saying it?
Because you had already done it. That's what I'm saying.
I know, and I had to lie and say, no, I really believe it.
It was wrong. But don't accuse me of baiting you.
Stuck it to me.
I didn't even say anything to you about it before you did it.
I don't even want the backstory out because then it's gonna rehash it and.
Oh, it will never die.
No, I know that.
It will never die.
Just like Steph Curry always says to me, well, I'm not a true point guard.
Right? Wow, he always talks to you?
Well, because he said that. Steiny said that back in
every
09 or 10.
Yeah. When he wasn't a true point. He still isn't. Now, he's gotten around that, but... All right, guys. Hey, seriously, what time?
You should probably...
What time is the interview?
5 o'clock.
Okay.
5 o'clock. Gary Shimano, and not only the best Willie Mays stories you've ever heard, I would argue it's not going to be breaking news. It's something that nobody knows. Nobody knows.
That's called a tease, Steiny.
Is it happening tonight or has it happened already?
Oh, it happened a long.
Oh, this is going to be good.
It happened in 1947
ish.
All right.
Yeah.
That's a 2 hour and 45-minute tease.
Where is that tease happening?
95.7, The Game. This guy is such a D.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Don't say it out loud. We're on the air now. Don't say it out loud. Yeah, I'm telling you, nobody knows that. And nah, I know. I'll fix the camera. Relax, Lucas. I'm just sitting down. We're good. How's everybody doing today? That was it's an interesting day, and we'll continue letting you know what's coming up here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Gary Shimano, who is essentially he and his brother and his dad, Willie Mays' best friends. And Willie lived with them for a period of time, and the stories are unmatched. Everything you've heard about Willie Mays in the last 24 to 48 hours, I promise you, this will take it to a completely different level. And so that happens at 5 o'clock today at Willard and Dibs. 888-957-9570. We can absolutely get into this Rickwood game that's coming up here in a couple hours. I do have something to say that is very, very parenthetical, if you will, about this. And I heard the guys bring it up earlier. I saw it yesterday. Yesterday wasn't the day for it. Yesterday was Willie's day. Today, I want to say something about this. It's a small thing. It's not a big deal, but I still find it annoying. And it's this. Major League Baseball is doing something right now, not just today, over the last few weeks, Negro League numbers, all of the things they're trying to do. They're doing because they're trying to show what? An awareness.
Yeah.
An awareness to their history, as negative as it is at sometimes, our whole nation, right? And they're trying, though you can never right those wrongs, they're trying to acknowledge and show awareness. All right, you're going to show awareness. You're already making a huge exception here, are you not? You're playing a Major League Baseball game in front of 8,000 people. You're doing it on a Thursday in Alabama. You have a day off in the middle of a 3-game series. You have an extra roster spot. Tyler Fitzgerald was called up today. You are making all kinds of exceptions in the name of what? Awareness. So when the San Francisco Giants ask you if they could have a special waiver to activate Lamont Wade for one day, let me help you, baseball. Here's the answer. Yes. The answer is yes. Yes. But they said no. They said no because, catch this, it would be unfair, right? It would be unfair for us to let Lamont Wade come off the injured list and then go right back on to the injured list. We want everything to be absolutely equitable. You do? Then why'd you add an extra roster spot? Why are you having...
For each team, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Why are you having teams that are on, like the Cardinals are on a homestand right now. They flew to Alabama. Does that help them? Like, if we're going to get by the book, then you got to act by the book. If you're going to leave the book for a second because you're like, you know what? This is special. This is different. Let's you know what? Let's add the Negro League stats back in because we want to be aware and we want to acknowledge. And for those moments, you can take this quote unquote faux fairness that doesn't even exist anyway and throw it out the window. Are you telling me that the Dodgers are going to march on Major League Baseball offices because the Giants were allowed to activate Lamont Wade for one day? If we're going to acknowledge race, let's acknowledge race and let Lamont Wade be active in this baseball game today because it would mean so much to him.
Yeah,
that's good enough for me.
Well, I mean, the team could have activated him.
No, fair point.
They could have activated him.
Fair point.
And they're going to activate him soon. So if he's healthy enough to play, then activate him. And, you can have somebody who's not going to play be deactivated. So I understand that Major League Baseball has these rules. And in many, many times in the past, there have been special requests to Major League Baseball for this sort of a roster move. Some have been approved, some have not been approved, and for whatever reason, they felt like this one was not one that passed muster. And I agree with you. It would have been a perfect opportunity for them to, quote, do the right thing. But the team did, in and of itself, have that opportunity. And Lamont Wade Jr. is going to be reactivated, in the next 3 days, 5 days,
I don't
6
know,
days?
actually. I don't know. I have no idea when they're going to activate
And they
him.
could have activated him and then immediately put him back on the 10-day disabled list, or the IL, which tells me that he's probably going to be ready sooner than that. Otherwise, they would have done that.
I actually don't know what the rules are because that's what they were basically what they asked baseball is, can we take him off for today and then have him right back on
and not have him be on the 10-day?
Maybe not
Exactly.
changing his eligibility for the future. And
That's
they said
what it
no.
was.
Yeah,
They
said
wanted
no.
to have just a 1-day waiver to where they could activate him and he could play because, like any player, let's say they activate Blake Snell and he goes out there today and pitches and he gets hurt. Well, he goes right back on the IL, and that's just the way it goes. So they could have done that with Lamont Wade, reactivate him, he plays today, and then they put him back on the 10-day IL. But my sense is that he doesn't need 10 more days, which is why they were asking for the special waiver.
Yeah, and you're not wrong at all. You can turn this toward the Giants and say, hey, why don't you just play a player short for the weekend, and you have an extra off day now after the series starts, right? You have tomorrow off,
right?
And so why don't you just play with one less player on Saturday and Sunday and into Monday or whatever, and then activate Lamont Wade. Fair point. That's a fair response.
And couldn't they have just made Lamont Wade that extra player that they were given? Like, instead of calling Tyler Fitzgerald up, couldn't they have just made Lamont Wade that extra player?
Well, but that extra player goes right away after the game. It's gone right after the game.
So he would have to go back on the IL,
and I think
or they'd have to make another move.
You'd have to start over again. So again, I want to circle back to what I said at first. This is not a big deal. I just think it's emblematic of other things with Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball, the whole idea of so many different things is that they'll make exceptions here, and then suddenly over here, oh my gosh, we've got to keep everything in between the lines. Isn't that a funny line? In between the lines. You don't care if your strike zone's in between the lines. You're still letting human beings mess around with that all day long.
And the whole thing about the check swing, to me, is maybe the biggest joke, because how many check swing appeals do you get a game? Like 5 or 6?
At the most.
And it's a coin flip.
Totally.
You're asking somebody who's 110 feet away to see a bat in real time and the plate?
Well,
it's a swing.
Funny thing about that is if you made that reviewable, I don't even know if most people know the rule. You could watch the review,
right,
and you'll have two different people be like, that's a swing, it's not a swing. Did you see the Rocky Dodger thing the other day with Teoscar Hernandez?
No.
Okay, check swing, 2 outs, 9th inning, 2 men on, they're down by 1. 2 men on, down by 1, 9th inning, 2 outs. 2 strikes, high fastball, Teoscar Hernandez, hard check swing, Appeal to first base, safe. Bud Black goes nuts. And he's right. Like in slow-mo, it was a swing. It wasn't the most obvious thing of all time.
Yeah.
But it was clearly a swing. Rocky Dugout goes crazy. Bud Black gets tossed from the game. Next pitch, gone. 3-run homer. Dodgers win. Right fielder watches the ball go over his head, then starts gyrating in the direction of the first base umpire, livid, furious with what had just taken place. Would review fix something like that? I don't know. But that's kind of my point, and It's not a perfect example. You allow imperfections to take place all over the place, but you pick your spots in, well, no, we've got to. Well, now we're a librarian. I'm sorry, store closes at 9.
Yeah.
I'm not letting you in at 9:01, even though you're screaming at the door. Lamont Wade has been saying for 2 months that this means the world to him. Who's it hurting? Who's it? Just let the guy in the game. Let the guy in there. I don't even know if he would have played. Could have gotten announced.
He would have played.
But he could have gotten announced.
Yeah.
Could have walked out on the field and been announced as part of the roster. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, what if baseball says that to him? Hey, we'll let you activate him, but you can't play him. You got to play this game with 26. I bet the Giants would have said, fine. We'd play most games with 26.
Yeah. I know what you're saying, and I'm not playing devil's advocate just to play devil's advocate, but the Giants had the power to do what they wanted to do and not have Major League Baseball have any factor in it. Because if you look at their roster, they're not going to play every player today. And I know it's difficult to, deactivate a guy. It's not like you're going to send Logan Webb down for 3 days just so you can activate Lamont Wade. I'm sure Logan has options. So you could send him to AAA and activate Lamont Wade for the game and then bring Logan back in time to make his next start. You could do things from a roster manipulation standpoint if it was that meaningful to you. I agree with you. Major League Baseball should have done the right thing with one of the few black players in Major League Baseball. What are we at, 8% or 7%? And a guy who was dying to get out there and be a part of it, who was close but not quite ready. Major League Baseball could have done the right thing, but they didn't.
Yeah, and again, I hope no one's like, oh, this is fake outrage. It's not outrage. I'm not outraged.
Right. It's just disappointing.
It's something I noticed that it's like, why? Why? I don't like it when and forget sports, I don't like it when companies do this. Like, just the whole idea of right now is to not be formulaic. That's the whole idea, isn't it? What are we doing today? You're playing a baseball game in front of 8,000 people in Birmingham, Alabama. Like, loosen up. Loosen up. It's kind of actually been my message to baseball my whole life. Loosen up. You know what I mean? If Madison Bumgarner were sitting in the room with us right now, I would say all kinds of things first. 2014, most insane individual performance I've seen on a baseball field my whole life. Age 21, 2010, Game 4 in Texas, unbelievable. So many different things about who Madison Bumgarner is. At the end of all that, I'd be like, you ever think about loosening up? Like, just, right? That's what I think a lot of us would love to see baseball do. Just chill. Chill.
And I do think baseball is getting there, getting closer. Like, social media now is a lot more baseball friendly. There are many more clips that are shared and that are viewable, and the bat flips and the excitement that players are now showing on the field. That is, I think, a large way toward them loosening up. But this is a good example of something they could have done very easily to do the right thing, quote unquote.
We're sponsored by the San Francisco Zoo. Love to hear your phone calls, 888-957-9570. What does today mean to you? 888-957-9570. Also, got some interesting commentary on Brock Purdy. We've got some breaking news out of the NBA that we're going to pass along to you. Coming up next, sponsored by the San Francisco Zoo. Celebrate San Francisco Zoo and Gardens 95th anniversary all June long. Meet our amazing rescued animals, including the very rare axolotl. Join us in our celebration and be part of a legacy. Visit sfzoo.org to learn more. This is Willard and Dibs.
The great Willie Mays. Icon. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, there's a lot to get to, including the NBA breaking news. I just want to put a bow on this and respond to one text that we just got and start by saying thank you so much for texting in and listening to the show. It means a lot to us. Now, I disagree with the take, but let me read it to you. You decide what you think.
Okay.
And again, reacting to the fact that, in my opinion, Major League Baseball misses the boat by not making a special exception for Lamont Wade and letting him be activated for this game and then put right back on the injured list. I think your response is very fair. The Giants could have just activated him and then dealt with a player who can't play for 3 or 4 more days. Absolutely fair response. But I would argue that while we're sitting here doing something that is completely different than what the rest of baseball is doing, and an extra roster spot is being given for this day, and this whole day is about awareness, and it is especially about awareness and acknowledgement of black players in baseball, to not make an exception for Lamont is a mistake, because no big deal. And this is what I mean. So 415 texts in and goes, rejecting Lamont's request was a no-brainer. It's a slippery slope. If you let him, the next request is for a World Series game. Request is, well, you did it for a meaningless game in June. Why not do it for a playoff game? 2 things grab my attention here. This ain't meaningless. In fact, it's the opposite of that for Lamont. It is wildly meaningful. He is taking the lineup card out today. He's been talking to the organization about this. I know this for a fact from the moment it got announced. This is a huge deal to him. And if somebody was ridiculous enough in a World Series game to say, and I don't even know what the idea would be. You're telling me that in the World Series, someone's going to be like, we activate an injured player for 1 day and then put him back on the, what? That doesn't even make sense.
Right.
And secondarily, say no to that. You said no to this. It's not a slippery slope. This is completely different than anything baseball has ever done in its entire history. Therefore, I think that you can step outside the box for a second and not suffer anybody doing anything in the future.
Yeah, and the response to John Shea, who asked, the response was, quote, rules are rules. And so, yeah, rules are rules.
Absurd. No, they're not. Well, you bend them all the time.
Yeah, and you bend them at your own whim. And if you didn't feel like you needed to bend it here, then, yeah, you don't want to establish precedent for future games. And maybe you've got somebody in the Field of Dreams game that comes up later in the year, and somebody who's from nearby that cornfield in Iowa, and they want to play in that game because, my family grew corn too. So it means a lot to me. Could you bend the rules for me? I understand their point about rules are rules.
Yep.
And what you're saying, yeah, this is special. And it's at Rickwood and you're celebrating the Negro Leagues. And Lamont Wade is one of the few black players in your league. And he's fighting hard to play. And, he wanted a quick waiver so he could come out for a day and then go back on the IL for 4 days or 6 days or however long it'll be. And they shut him down.
Did you see what the PGA Tour board just did earlier this week?
They do it all the time.
Exactly.
Special exemptions for players.
Tiger Woods was just unanimously approved by the PGA Tour board to essentially have a lifetime exemption for all major tournaments.
Well, he got it for the U.S. Open. He didn't qualify for the U.S. Open. He was not eligible, but he got a special exemption for the U.S. Open.
Do you know what the PGA Tour board did? They looked at each other and went, rules aren't rules, because this means more. Now, in this case, to
money,
us.
It means more to them.
It means more to us than it does to him, maybe. But they basically looked at one another and went, this is different. This is different. And by the way, I'm a big fan of that. You know what I can't stand? And if you're a parent, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, I'm a parent.
You're a parent. And I don't like this whole idea of okay, let's say, youth sports. Do we have to treat everybody the same? To what age level do you treat everybody the same? Because if you keep treating the kids who, when they swing, they miss by 5 feet, if you keep treating them the same as the players who show some ability, I kind of think you're actually doing them a disservice. It doesn't mean that you're wildly different and have all these, but yes, there are different rules for different people everywhere you go in life. In fact, many people earn that, right? If you're on time every single day and then you're late once, your boss is going to be like, we're good here. We're good here. This happened once. If you're late all the time and then you're excessively late once, I mean, what's the rule? That doesn't exist. Rules are rules. They get bent all the time for special people in special situations. I find this would have been one of them in my mind. That's all.
Yeah, could have been, would have been, and could have been, and then maybe should have been. But the Giants also had their opportunity to do what they needed to do to make sure that he was able to do that.
You're right.
And they didn't. So maybe it wasn't as big of a deal to the Giants in Major League Baseball as it is to Lamont Wade Jr. And if I'm Lamont Wade, I'm thinking, all right, Giants,
just activate me.
Activate me.
Yeah.
If they won't do it, why don't you do it?
No, this is I'll turn it on the Giants as well without knowing how many days I don't know. I don't know what the situation is. Privately, the Giants might have been like, "Hey, baseball, we're going to ask you to activate Lamont. Will you please say no?" It's kind of like because maybe they're like, "We can't have him out there. He's not ready. We're not missing the rest of the season." This means something to Lamont the person. But it very much flies in the face probably of what's best for Lamont, the baseball player.
Right.
And the Giants, the baseball team. So I don't know. I don't know the backstory. But it would have been nice, even if it was just a figurehead move, for everybody to be like, let's get the guy on the field tonight.
Yeah.
Let's just get him out there because it means something extra to him. Did you see what Bob Melvin did with Mike Yastrzemski? He pulled him aside before the game. He said, "You want to play left field tonight? Because that's where your dad and your granddad played. That's the grass that they were standing on. You want to play left?" Mike said, "I'm good. Put me where I normally play.
Right.
I just want to play in the game." But Bob was willing to do what?
Mix it up.
Let's make tonight different.
I don't know how much left field Mike Yastrzemski's played. Probably not a lot in his career.
I mean, you know.
A lot of center, a lot of right.
Catch the ball when it gets hit to you.
Different angle.
Yeah.
Certainly
But it's
different.
New field anyway. It's not like he's knows the angles off the wall or anything like that.
You're dealing with a lot more right-handed hitters, and when you're in right field, the angle's going to be different coming off a righty. I'm sure it's a little bit of an adjustment, but Yaz can handle it. He's a great fielder.
We mentioned NBA breaking news, and we'll take your calls on anything today, 888-957-9570. Tim Kirkton is going to join us in 20 minutes. We love Tim. Can't wait to talk baseball with him leading up to the Rickwood game. The NBA breaking news, the Chicago Bulls are trading two-time all-defensive guard Alex Caruso to the Oklahoma City Thunder in exchange for guard Josh Giddey, who, of course, some of you will know there's a backstory to Josh Giddey this year, was facing allegations, have largely been cleared. I don't know if it all came to a perfect clarity moment, but Josh is no longer facing any charges, but the Thunder are going to move on from him anyway. They send him into Chicago in exchange for Alex Caruso. Caruso, a name that has been attached to the Warriors for some time. They've been known to at least have some interest in Alex Caruso at recent trade deadlines.
Yeah, that's a good trade, I think, for both teams because Giddey needs a fresh start, and he has a chance to go now to Chicago and be a little bit more of a featured scorer for that team, and Caruso becomes a great defender for a team that needs another great defender. And so I think Oklahoma City is a team that, again, we talk about all the teams around the Warriors and what they're going to do, how the Warriors get better. Well, Oklahoma City got better today.
Yep, I agree with you. And every single day right now, it just feels like a drum beat that's getting a little bit louder. That drip, drip, drip from the sink in your bathroom is getting worse, and it's getting real close to the time where you need to call someone because it is now June 20th, which means we've got, what do we got here? 12 days left until July 1st, but a lot of stuff is going to happen even before that. Whether it's the Looney deadline, the Chris Paul, we got the news of GP2 yesterday. He's opting in for $9.1 million. We're going to start getting a steady flow of information in terms of how these teams are going to reboot themselves.
Yes, and you have to figure out if you're the Warriors, how do you reboot yourself and get better? And if that includes Klay Thompson, then so be it. And if it doesn't include Klay Thompson, well, you better make a big swing to bring someone in.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, again, Tim Kirkchin in about 15 minutes. There's another piece to our conversation yesterday that I really wanted to kind of circle back to, just because obviously yesterday was just Willie stories. And by the way, plenty of room for more of that today. If you didn't get your Willie story on with us yesterday, your attachment, your inspiration, your meeting with him, your watching of him play, that's all welcome at 888-957-9570. And we've told you a couple times that essentially his best friend, the Shimano family, and Gary Shimano, who's now 79 years old, is going to join us we'll play that at 5:00 today, and it'll be stories like you've never heard before with regard to Willie Mays. Just absolutely incredible. But one of the things I'm really walking away from this week with is the idea, and I point this somewhat at the Giants, but really baseball as a whole, and maybe even sports as a whole. I was thinking about this. A presence like Willie Mays, someone who is not just that great, but the way that he worked his way into people's homes and into people's hearts, this legendary sort of figure. Now sports is so data-driven, and there's so many camera angles, and there's so much social media and distraction and all the things that we know, and the yellow line and the box behind the plate. We know so much information so fast that I think it sort of starts to take away from the majesty of the great player. And I wonder if what we're doing right now with Willie Mays, and there are others, right? There are others from that generation. But will it be like this ever again? Will players of today, 50 years from now, when they pass away at age 90, will people sit around and talk about the players the same way, share stories, and talk about the things that they did on a baseball field or even a football field? I was thinking about sports today. Go through the big three.
Yeah.
Basketball, baseball, football, and tell me if there's any player that has that kind of aura around him that Willie had and others like that. Even go back to more recent times. We're watching Derek Jeter right now on the television in here. Someone who has that kind of aura where everybody who watched him or was around him will have a story to share when someday they pass on.
I think there are many of those people, but we talk about them and we will revere them in a different way, because when you talk about Willie Mays and all of the networks want to show the B-roll footage and you want to recap his highlights, there's only so much footage that's out there. And I'm thinking about some of the people that you were referencing in the big sports, whether it's Michael Jordan or LeBron, whether it's, Kobe Bryant is a great example.
Yep.
When Kobe passed and everybody wanted to rhapsodize and remember Kobe Bryant, we had a ton of footage. Almost every single game he ever played has been captured on tape, and we can see highlights from every game. You could probably go somewhere and see every shot that Kobe Bryant ever attempted in the NBA, and there's a lot of them. So the amount of legend around these players isn't the same, because Willie Mays, even if you were old enough to watch Willie Mays in person, his games weren't all on TV. His games weren't all captured. There was no Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok. There weren't these vehicles for everyone to digest and to know everything about them. For example, we know every single thing about LeBron James and his wife and his kids. Yep. We know where his younger son goes to high school, for crying out loud. Willie Mays, I don't know anything about his personal life or his kids unless I look it up, because he was in a different era. So I do think that we will remember and we will eulogize these stars in a big way, but it's in a different way, because even people who are 80 years old and they remember watching Willie Mays play, you don't remember watching Willie Mays on TV, on MLB Extra Innings, and Steph's a great example. I mean, he's a global icon because he's really good at what he does, but also because you have access to him as a golfer, as a dad, as a humanitarian, and the rest of it.
I mean, maybe this thought is a little prisoner of the moment, I'll admit it, because you watch the NBA Finals that we just experienced, and I'm just like, meh.
Right.
Like, who's grabbing my attention? Boston wins, and everyone's like, who's the MVP? Yeah, I don't even know. It just... Steph and LeBron are examples of what I'm talking about, but they're both, the curtain's fallen now.
Yeah.
The curtain's fallen there. And I don't know. Even like Giannis, Embiid, it doesn't feel the same. Go to baseball. Analytics is driving it. Sure, there's a Bryce Harper, there's an Aaron Judge, maybe. Let's see if that goes that way. NFL, Mahomes absolutely has that.
And Ohtani in baseball, you could put there.
Sure, although Ohtani, I would say, is going to, and he probably will now with the Dodgers, but you're going to need a playoff story. You're going to need to do something here in October. Sure. You can't just stop in September every year. And then...
That's the Mike Trout effect.
You can't. Yeah. And look what's happened. I think Mike Trout is largely like this great player who's going to go down as... But then he got leg injuries and none of us ever really knew him ever again. Like, that's what Mike feels like right now. Like, it just kind of dissipated. There's no great October moments from Mike Trout. So Shohei's going to need those, but it's not a bad example at all. Yeah, maybe it's a prisoner of the moment thing, but I was just thinking about listening to the way people talked about this legend and the way it makes people feel different than just, wow, that guy's good at sports.
Sure.
And I maybe it will. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, maybe it won't too.
But it feels like the data, the info, the robotic nature of all of it is taking away from that.
Yes, and I also think the player movement and also the fact that now, and we talked during the handoff thingy, the crossover, about the European Soccer Championships. We now have the ability to watch European soccer almost every single day of the week, and we watch golf, and we watch the WNBA. I watch the LPGA. We watch cornhole. I watch competitive tag. There's a lot more that's available to the sports, person. The Olympics are coming up, and all that's going to be on TV. So now, even if you're a sports fan, your audience fragmentation is a lot greater than when it was when Willie was around. When Willie was playing, the NBA, that might have been even pre-George Mikan. The NBA was a tiny little league, and the NFL was a regional product, and baseball was it. It was baseball, horse racing, and boxing. And even at that, most of it wasn't on TV. And now, baseball. You love it. I love it. Most of the people listening to us love baseball, but the audiences aren't quite as big as they used to be for any of this stuff.
It's one of the first things they taught me when I was learning the game of basketball was the Mikan drill.
Oh, yeah.
The Mikan drill, which basically was just like right hand layup, rebound it with your left hand layup.
Yeah.
Rebound it with your right hand layup. Let's go to Richie in Queens on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Richie. What's up? Richie, you there? And scene. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hi, Rich. What are you doing?
I'm sitting here finishing up my lunch.
What are you eating?
I got this story about. I'm eating Carl's Jr.
Oh,
nice.
Perfect. Working on the figure, huh?
Yeah. Well, hey man, you can't say no to that double famous star. Come on.
It's almost Friday, Rich. You're good. Go ahead.
So I got this story about Willie Mays, and even when it happened, it blew me away. I'm in my 20s. I'm working at the Menlo Medical Clinic, okay? And I'm a medical records clerk, all right? And I'm, pushing my cart. I got these records, and I'm pushing down the hall. And also one of the doctors sticks his head out and sees it. Hey, Richard, come here. I got somebody I want you to meet. I'm like, okay. So I walk into his office, and inside the chair, I look. Dude, it's Willie. It's Willie Mays.
Oh man,
it's really freaking Mays. It's standing there, and he's got this amazing grin like he always does. And I'm stunned. I am blown away. The say hey kid. I'm looking at him. So then the doctor goes, "Hey Rich, stand over there next to him. Take a picture with him." I'm like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah." Okay. So I walk over next to him, and we're standing. together, and we're arm in arm, and we're looking at each other and we're smiling. The doctor snaps the picture, and I just gave him a big hug. I told him, I said, I am an enormous fan. Like that. He said, yeah, but that's because you're an enormous person. And I thought, dude, Willie Mays thinks I'm an enormous person. I was walking on cloud nine for that year after that. Okay?
That's so
that's
good.
the type of guy he was.
Yeah.
He's a stellar man, a stellar guy, and really, you were infectious by his personality when you were around him. I enjoyed that. And listen, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Rich, thank you.
Right on, Rich.
Appreciate
Great
that.
to meet you last weekend at the Fremont Bank grand opening. Got a good, healthy dose of Rich. It's awesome.
Love that. 415. Mookie Betts, to me, has the Mays aura. His height being slighter in stature makes him more magical with what he can do on a baseball field. Mookie Betts, and we've had this conversation, you like to make fun of me for it. Mookie Betts, to me, is the most likable Dodger, I think, of all time. Honestly. I still hate him.
Yeah.
But only because of the uniform he's wearing. I find him to be one of the most likable and watchable Dodgers
he's
of all.
incredible.
He's just an incredible player. But to put him in a sentence that includes Willie Mays, like you just said it, I don't think Mookie Betts is the most recognizable player on his own team.
Right.
So
right.
like eulogizing Mookie Betts one day, are we going to get a full board of calls if we were in LA for 4 days? Talking about the time that Mookie Betts and then fill in the blank? No.
The chef. I would put the chef on that level.
That's what I mean.
Steph Curry.
Yeah. Steph, LeBron, Patrick Mahomes, maybe in baseball.
I mean, Tom Brady?
Brady, yes, but now retired.
Right.
Aaron Judge? Maybe.
The Mookie Betts one's interesting. Yesterday I ran down the Willie Mays accomplishment, 3,000 or more hits, 300 or more homers, 300 or more steals, and a batting average of 300 or higher. Mookie Betts, 262 homers. He's going to get there. 31 and a half years old. Career average of 295.
Got a shot.
181 stolen bases.
At
31, all he has to do is steal, 15 a year for 8 years.
But he's in his 30s and a game that doesn't like to send anybody anymore, but okay.
1,571 hits.
So he's halfway there.
So, I mean, he's only 31.
Yeah.
If he plays another 9 years, that would be 150 hits a year.
He ain't getting any more hits in July. I know that.
Good point with the broken hand, fractured hand. But anyway, just putting into perspective what Willie did in those categories, it's unbelievably difficult.
Well, that's part of what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
Analytics is a stat stealer. Now, maybe that doesn't matter to you, but analytics is you give up stats in favor of the team. No pitcher's getting 20 wins anymore.
No.
You're just not getting them. You don't pitch past the 5th or the 6th inning. There's too many outs to get still. So there's no more 300 wins in pitching. Give me a break.
Without injury, Trout probably would have gotten there.
Probably.
He's hitting 299. He's got 378 bombs, 1,648 hits, and 212 steals.
Yeah, he would have gotten there.
He was trending.
He would have gotten there. But he's probably going to come short on hits now.
Right.
And potentially steals,
and steals too, yeah.
Nobody wants him running anywhere anymore.
Seriously.
Just run to the
Just
dugout.
stand there and swing.
Yeah. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-9570. We are taking your calls throughout the show. And Tim Kirkjian of ESPN, one of the foremost baseball voices out there, is going to join us next on Willard and Dibs.
Well, the only thing better...
That's a good question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Special day, special week. No question about it. Rickwood Field behind home plate tonight just has nothing but a big 2 and a big 4. That's it. So if this game, like we said a couple days ago, if this game wasn't already enough about Willie Mays, it really is now. And so really excited to talk to Tim Kirkjian of ESPN about all of it. Great historian for the game, great voice for the game as well, joining us right now here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Tim, thanks for coming on. How you doing?
I've been better, fellas. It's been a rough week for all of us. You don't have to live in the Bay Area to be really sad about what happened this week.
No question about that. We share that with you. I wonder if you'd share with our audience some of your interactions with Willie Mays through the years.
Well, at Cooperstown several years ago, I want to say 20 years ago maybe, I interviewed Hank Aaron and Willie Mays at the same time. And I'm thinking to myself, this has got to be, that was the highlight of my career. I'm standing next to arguably the 2 greatest living players, 2 of the 5 greatest players of all time. And I got to interview both of them. That's about I had maybe 5 interactions with Willie. And as you guys know, with each one, I was more amazed by the size of his hands. It's the first thing I noticed, because I was told he's got the biggest, strongest hands you've ever seen. And that's what I noticed from that interview I did with Hank Aaron and Willie Mays, with this dinky little sports writer standing in between them. It was really, really cool, and Willie couldn't have been kinder to Hank and to me. So that was my first interaction with him, and I'll never forget it.
Only 1,415 home runs between the 3 of you, Tim, as I include you in there. Try to make sure that I have the total right, unless I missed one of yours. What was that moment like as far as the stories they were swapping, with Willie having started his career just a few years ahead of Hank?
Yeah, that was what really struck me, is their recall was amazingly good, especially Hank Aaron, who I did a game on TV, and he sat next to us for 4 innings and told an hour and a half of stories. I was stunned. And Willie was the same way. And what really struck me, fellas, about Willie Mays was this, just how gracious he was with his time to all sorts of people in the game. Like Ken Griffey Jr. told me that when he was 17 years old, Willie sought him out to meet him. Reggie Jackson told me that when Reggie was a rookie, Willie Mays came by to meet Reggie Jackson. "Where's Reggie Jackson?" he would say. Johnny Bench told me in the 68 All-Star game, Johnny's first All-Star game, and of course he's scared to death, Willie Mays comes up to him and whispers in his ear, "You should be starting the All-Star game." And Johnny told me that's what validated his season, that it proved not only do I belong here, but I should be starting, because the greatest player I've ever seen told me that. And Juan Marichal told me that when he was a young player and he came up, the first thing that Willie did was take him out to dinner before he ever played a game for the Giants, and then went and bought him a bunch of clothes at a clothing store. This is maybe the underrated part about Willie Mays, was how gracious he was with his time, of course, to his teammates, but even those elsewhere, because he just wanted to sell the game properly and get everyone included, and he was great at that.
Tim Kirkjian, ESPN. The stories are amazing, and of course, it's too easy if I just said, "Hey, will there ever be another Willie Mays?" Everybody would say no. But here's something we've been discussing, and I wonder if you'd weigh in, Tim, which is that the age of analytics kind of devalues individual stats instead to push up the team. We're also just a much more cynical society. Do you think that players of today, someday it will feel like it does right now with Willie Mays? Or do you think the majesty, the aura that surrounds ball players will not be the same?
Well, I don't think it's ever going to be the same as it was back when, say, I grew up in the 60s. I just know that when Ted Williams went to the pitcher's mound during the 99 World Series, those players in 99 were completely in awe of Ted Williams. They were afraid to go up and speak to him. And then Cal Ripken and Tony Gwynn, who had a relationship with Ted, drew everyone in there. And that was the same that people felt, certainly about Hank Aaron, and more than any, about Willie Mays. And I just hope that our players today recognize, who came before then. And I'm just not sure we have that exact same reverence. We acknowledge that the players today are bigger, stronger, faster, and maybe better than ever. But I'm not sure there's anyone we're going to look back on in today's game and with the same reverence as Willie Mays, because, frankly, Willie was better than everyone. It's that simple.
And does that make how much better he was than everyone even more impressive? The fact that he was only 5'10 and 170. I mean, this is not Ellie De La Cruz or Aaron Judge or some of these other incredible athletes. Willie was a great athlete, but smaller of stature. Does that make it even more impressive what he was able to do?
Yeah, I think so. But having spoken and met Willie many times, sorry, I would never call him small of stature in any way. And it was because of those massive hands. Pete Rose told me, he said, I weighed the same as Willie Mays. I was as tall as Willie Mays, and I hit 160 homers, and he hit 660 homers. That's where the strength came from, in his hands, wrists, and forearms. As you know, Dwayne Kuiper once told me, he said, my dad, Dwayne Kuiper's dad, used to tell him, you always have to win a handshake with whoever you're shaking hands with. Dwayne Kuiper, as we know, has incredibly strong hands for a guy who wasn't an incredibly strong player, but he had great, strong hands. And he said, you couldn't win a handshake with Willie Mays. Nobody could. So when I look at that body, 5'10", 180, I want to say in his prime, that's the perfect baseball player's body. This game is not built for Aaron Judge's size, which makes what he's doing even more remarkable. Willie Mays had the perfect build to be a great baseball player because of his speed, because of his power, short arms, not a giant strike zone. If I would build a baseball player, I would have him look exactly like Willie Mays.
Tim, when was the last time you interacted with Willie?
I probably saw him maybe 7 years ago, and he was starting to fail a little bit then as far as mobility. I saw him at the ballpark a couple times in San Francisco. I had a nice chat with him, and but that was probably the last time, maybe 7 years ago. I spoke to him on the phone multiple times after seeing him for the last time for stories that I was doing, but that was probably the last time. And, that was another thing that made him so special, is he would just go to the ballpark in order to talk to the players. And Griffey Jr. told me a story once that he was walking past the manager's office in San Francisco somehow, and Willie Mays screamed at him, Griffey, get in here. You have enough home runs to be in this room. And Griffey thought that was like the greatest thing ever. And that's how Willie dealt with so many people, with so much respect for younger, older, other team, his team, everything.
Here's why I ask, and this is not an easy question to ask, but now that Willie has passed and we're all starting to hear from those who knew him the best, it's starting to strike me that Willie was struggling the last few years, maybe in ways that we fans didn't really realize. And one thing that I loved about this game tonight and the Negro League stats and everything that's happened recently is I was sort of thankful that I'm like, even though Willie didn't make it to today, he knew all of this was going on. And now I'm sort of wondering if he was aware that all this was going on, because I really hope that for him. Do you have any knowledge of that?
I don't know exactly what he knew and when he knew it. And that's a shame, because this is a celebration tonight of Negro League baseball, and those amazing players that came from that region. Satchel Paige, Billy Williams, Ozzie Smith, Hank Aaron, and of course Willie Mays, and many, many others. But with his death, I think it's going to be an even greater tribute to Willie Mays, and I'm sure they're going to do it right at Rickwood because it's such a historic place, and he's such a historic player. Fellas, I still am not sure, despite everything we've said, that people truly understand how great Willie Mays was. When he broke in 1950 at age 51, at age 20, the major leagues had never seen anybody like him. He was the greatest combination of power, speed, and defense the game had ever seen. And I believe 73 years later, he is still the greatest combination of power, speed, and defense that has ever played the game. You guys know, if he hadn't missed 2 years of military service, he would have hit over 700 homers.
Yep.
If he hadn't played at Candlestick Park for all those home games, he would have hit over 700 homers. He's the greatest base runner I've ever seen. He's the greatest defensive outfielder of all time, center fielder. And, he won a Gold Glove in center field at age 37. I'm not sure everyone, even today, appreciates how great he was then and how great he was the day he died.
And even after winning that Gold Glove at 37, he went on to play 5 more seasons, including as a 42-year-old, where he still appointed himself pretty well with the New York Mets. Tim Kirkshin here on 95.7 The Game. Is Major League Baseball starting to do a good enough job to alert the younger fans to what's gone on before, such as this Rickwood game and Willie Mays?
Yeah, I think it's really important. Look, I'm hopelessly biased on this because I'm 67 years old and I've spent my entire life looking forward, but also looking back at the people who came before. I mean, this is the only game where it really, really matters. People who played 100 years ago, and those guys are still relevant, as opposed to, say, football and basketball, which I just don't think you can make those comparisons. So I think it's really important for Major League Baseball to alert everyone and inform everyone this is how it used to be, because the greatest players from 100 years ago, the greatest, biggest, strongest, best players, I believe could play today. And I think if we dropped Willie Mays in his prime into today's baseball, he would be the best player on the field, period. I believe that. I'm not sure everyone else agrees with me, but I think given this is a skill sport and he was as skillful and as athletic as anyone who ever played the game, I don't think he would have any trouble adjusting to today's game.
Tim, we get so few clips. Those of us who didn't get to see him play, everybody knows the center field catch, the one where it goes straight over his shoulders and he grabs it. But there's just not that many highlights compared to what we get today. So I'd love to draw on your experience outside of the ones that maybe we know. Is there a memory of watching him play baseball that stands out to you?
Yeah, well, first off, the catch, I asked Bob Feller, who was on the Indians at the time, I said, was that the greatest catch you've ever seen? And, Bob Feller looked at me, he goes, that wasn't that great of a catch. We knew he was going to catch that ball. No one in our dugout was surprised that he caught it. And it was a compliment because he was saying Willie Mays was out there. We knew he was going to catch that. And Willie told me once that, and he's a very humble guy, as you know, but he said that wasn't even in my top 10 best catches that I ever made. And it is the greatest single defensive play in the history of postseason baseball. But you asked me a personal memory. When I was 8 years old, I was hopelessly in love with baseball at age 8. Trust me. But the 65 All-Star game comes on, and I'm 8 years old. And Willie Mays, we just got a color TV. So now I'm watching a baseball game in color for the first time in my life. And this perfect baseball player steps to the plate and hits a home run to start the All-Star game. And I was captivated by Willie Mays before then. I was mesmerized by him after then, because an 8-year-old kid is sitting in his living room watching a color TV, and his baseball hero from 3,000 miles away hits a home run to start the All-Star game. And I said, all right, that's it. He's the greatest player I've ever seen, and here it is. 60 years later, he's still the greatest player I've ever seen.
Is that, I guess, that time and that fact that you just had a color TV, and I'm sure it was the only TV in the house as it was when I was a kid, a little bit younger than you, but is that partly why the impact of Willie Mays was so much greater than even any player in modern baseball, because there's so much other content that's going to distract us now?
Right, absolutely. And when you only get to see a guy play 2 or 3 times a year on television, it is appointment viewing. So when you get to see Ronald Acuna Jr., who's ridiculously good, but you get to see him every single night, that's a great thing. Don't get me wrong. But when you see Willie Mays and you only get to see him, in the 71 playoff game or the All-Star game or, the Saturday game of the week once in a while, you're not missing that. And I think in this case, less was better because you really got to appreciate, oh my goodness, I have to watch this game because Willie Mays is playing, as opposed to today where you could say, well, Willie Mays is playing, but he's playing tomorrow night on TV also or in person, so I'll just wait for that. You couldn't wait in the 60s to watch Willie Mays play.
Tim, you just called him the perfect baseball player.
That's what Johnny Bench called him.
Yeah, I'd love to hear
Johnny
more
Bench,
about that.
Well, Johnny Bench, I said, tell me about Willie Mays. He said he's the greatest player ever. He was magical. He was perfect. Fellas, he led the league in stolen bases 3 years in a row. He hit 660 homers. He's the only player ever to hit 300 at career average, 300 homers, and 10 Gold Gloves. And, of course, he went 302, 660, and 12 Gold Gloves, which would have been 16 if they had given him out when he really started his career. He was, as I said, a great base runner. He had a tremendous throwing arm. He was the best defensive center fielder I've ever seen. So when we talk about 5-tool players, which we overdo that, he is the ultimate 5-tool player. He was better than everyone at everything. That's how good Willie Mays was.
We've been playing with the fact that he's the only 3,000 hit, 300 homer, 300 plus batting average, and 300 steals guys. And Mark and I have been going back and forth and trying to find players who've gotten close, and not many have gotten that close. But you mentioned Hank Aaron before. Hank actually one who approached it. He ended up with 240 steals. Would you say that Hank Aaron is maybe the second best player just behind Willie that you ever saw?
Yes, no doubt. He's the second best player that I ever saw. And please, I'm not taking anything away from Hank Aaron because, by the way, he was a great defensive right fielder. He had a really good throwing arm. He was an excellent base runner. But Willie was better than him at all of those things, and Hank will be the first one to tell you. Plus, this cannot be understated. Hank told me once, I was boring. I just was there every day, and I just accrued a bunch of hits and homers. Willie had a flair and a style to him that nobody else had, and that has to be factored in also. Reggie Jackson told me Willie is Jim Brown. He is Michael Jordan. He is Steph Curry shooting jumpers before the game. He is Barishnikov. He is Simone Biles. That was the comparison that Reggie Jackson made, that Willie Mays was all of them put together. And that is quite a compliment coming from another Hall of Famer, Reggie Jackson.
How rare was that in those days to be a showman?
Well, again, nobody did it like he did. And we have a lot of showmen today, but Willie's basket catch, it's always amazed me that no one has ever duplicated that. No one's ever really tried to do it like he did because only he could do that. And when I say he was a showman, he just played with a flair and a style. Believe me, he was not running around the bases, raising the roof, or going, 1 mile an hour in order to show up the other team. When I say style, I mean scoring from first on a double. I mean that hat and that helmet flying off. I mean him going to the alleys and making catches. I asked Felipe Alou, how good was Willie Mays? And he said he was too good. It was like he was so much better than everyone else that he was too good. I'll never forget that.
Tim, thank you so much. What awesome perspective, great stories. Really, really fun to have you on. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, fellas. See you.
Okay.
Thanks, Tim.
Tim Kirkchin, ESPN, the perfect baseball player.
Yeah, from Johnny Bench. And, if you think about all the tools, and he ran down a lot of the accolades, and I know that you and I have to kind of rely on numbers to put perspective on a player that neither one of us was able to see firsthand. But, yeah, he led the league in stolen bases 5 consecutive years, or 4 consecutive years. And then he realized when he had Willie McCovey there that stealing bases was actually going to hurt the team. It would take the bat out of Willie McCovey's hands, so he pretty much stopped running.
Well, that's the whole 40-40 story from Jose Canseco being the first to ever do 40-40. Willie Mays in retirement was quoted one time as saying, he's like, I didn't know 40-40 was a thing. If I did, I'd have done it every year.
Right.
No problem.
Right.
Like, no problem. Truly.
He hit more than 40 homers 6 times. So in any of those years, you think he couldn't have nabbed a few more bases?
Oh, piece of cake.
He went 35-38 in 1957. He went 36-40, led the league in steals, 1956. He had a 51-24. He had a 47-19. I mean, he could have stolen 40 bases in his sleep.
For sure. But that's smart baseball. You don't want to take the bat out of Willie McCovey's hands. Is there anyone that's just stuck in my head, the perfect baseball player? You think about athletes now.
Yeah.
And it doesn't need to just be baseball. But, again, Mahomes is the only one that comes to my mind right now where you're like, does anyone make you feel that way right now in sports where you're just like, dude, you check every box, all the tools you're supposed to have, you have them. You know what I mean? You could look at a Steph. Well, Steph's small. Not a perfect defender. Giannis, not a great shooter.
The first name that came to mind, I don't want to say because he's been the villain for the better part of 10 years in this town.
Who's that?
It's LeBron James.
Well, but no, see, I think
I don't know what's missing in his game.
He's not a pure outside shooter. He's not a pure shooter. You know what I mean? Like
his
LeBron,
shot, though, has evolved with the game.
But like that's kind of, I think, what a lot of people are getting at with Willie. Nothing needed to evolve. It was all just perfect.
Yeah.
Like upon arrival, this guy just had he had all the tools. I'm not saying LeBron's a bad answer.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like that, it took a while. And even now, it can be clunky at times.
Career high 41% from 3 this year.
Yeah.
So I just think
took him 20 years.
Right. Well, the 3 wasn't a thing until, partway through his career. But that's the first name I thought of. I'm not saying he's Willie Mays. He's not the Willie Mays of basketball. I don't know if there ever will be anybody who could be of their sport like that.
Is Mahomes a perfect quarterback?
It sure seems to be right now. He can run a little bit when he needs to. He can make all the throws. He's won back-to-back Super Bowls. I mean, what do you want from the guy?
Yeah, no, I'd like him to stop, actually.
Yeah.
Would be better.
Tiger Woods was one that you could put up there. And the other one I just thought of is Roger Federer, a guy who can come to the net, great backhand, forehand, service game, all 3 surfaces. Tennis talk, though.
If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibbs, free Odyssey app, wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, subscribe to Steiny and Goo and Bonte and Joe as well. All the great conversations from the week honoring the great Willie Mays. John Miller and Dave Stewart, for example, were on the Morning Roast earlier today. Let's get back to your phone calls, your memories, your impressions, your perceptions. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
on 95.7 The Game.
So a couple of things, people.
Come on.
First of all, I just find it to be a conversation unlike probably any that we've ever had or that you usually hear on sports radio. I'm imagining that almost all of you out there don't know who Gary Shimano is.
I didn't until yesterday.
Yeah, he's a Bay Area guy and is I'm told is a little bit of a big deal in the financial world, and his dad was too. But certainly not in the sports world, other than that he was a great golfer. He won the French Amateur. Like, he was a great player.
Really?
Yep.
Le French Amateur?
Yeah.
Amateur?
He's a great player.
Apparently.
Yeah. So that's what you may or may not know about Gary Shimano. Why are we having him on? Well, the Shimano family, Gary and his brother and his dad, were once called the best friends I've ever had by the great Willie Mays. And Willie Mays, Gary's dad was his financial advisor and helped him after his divorce and helped him negotiate contracts with the Giants. And Willie lived with them for a period of time. And so this conversation will bring, I'm confident, both amazing stories about Willie Mays and things that I promise you, I don't care what level of historian you are, things you do not know about Willie Mays. And we're going to have that coming up for you at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
This afternoon.
It was a great conversation and a couple of absolute stunners in there. And you did a good job with a couple of follow-ups. And it's just neat to hear stories not only about Willie, but from Gary and the time. And, you got a definite look at Willie Mays, the human being, and some of the things he went through and the way that Gary and his family were able to help Willie out.
I also want to add this, though, based off of our off the top of the show conversation. Again, not a big deal, but just call me mildly annoyed that baseball handled the Lamont Wade Jr. situation the way they did. If you're not familiar with what happened, the Giants basically applied for what amounts to a special waiver to say, hey, Lamont's not totally ready to come off the injured list, but can we have him active for this game and then go right back to the injured list? Your response, very fair, because baseball said no. And you said, well, the Giants could have just activated him.
Yeah.
And then they would have had an injured player active for a few more days until he's ready. That's certainly a fair response. Susan Slusser got an actual quote from Lamont earlier today, specifically about baseball not granting that request. And here's what he said, quote, I thought it was going to work out. I don't see why it wouldn't. Bomel really pushed for it, and I appreciate him doing that, but you've got to follow the rules. But I mean, for something like this, you would think that they would make an exception. I feel like we make exceptions in this league for other stuff as well. That is exactly what I said 90 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to do this, good Lord, look at what you've put into doing this, baseball. You're in Birmingham, Alabama, at Rickwood Field. You've put millions of dollars into helping this place be major league ready. The people who have found their way out to Birmingham tonight, unbelievable. Barry Bonds is on the field.
Reggie Jackson's
on the field. Terrell Owens is on the field. He's from that area. And this means something to so many people. Someone earlier said, why would you do it for a meaningless game? Good Lord, you're missing the point, in my opinion. To many people, this is maybe the most meaningful game that Major League Baseball has ever held. Let that statement resonate with you for a second. And Lamont Wade is one of them. And so to choose this as the rules are rules, no, they're not. No, they're not. Across sports, across life, everything. Exceptions get made all the time. I'd argue that every single one of us asks for them most places that we go. you try to negotiate things. Hey, yeah, I know a guy. Can we look? I know that this is the normal rate for the room, but hey,
we're in Monterey, starving at 11:08.
How'd it go?
We walked into the Intercontinental Hotel on Cannery Row. Breakfast ended at 11, and my wife said, "Is there any chance that we can get in for breakfast? We're hungry, and the baby is starving." And luckily, the baby was crying, and they're like, "We'll see what we can do."
Yeah, but still, rules are rules.
No, we did not get the rules.
But it's printed on the wall.
It was actually on the menu. It was
whatever.
Little flimsy
Put the menu on the wall.
To the window, to the wall.
Thank you.
The eggs were cooked. The eggs were served. Rules were not rules in that moment. So to your point, rules are not always rules. And I wonder what other exceptions Lamont Wade is referring to that have been made.
Well,
if they're, what kind of other things they've done. And I know that there's a lot of different games they're doing. The Field of Dreams games. They do the not the Cooperstown game, but the Williamsport game every year for the Little League World Series. So they do these one-off games in other spots. I wonder what other exceptions that Major League Baseball looks to make.
Well, gosh, I could make baseless accusations right now, although maybe they're not all the way baseless. But I'd argue, I'll give this as an example. And I do think that this has happened even this year, for example, in Major League Baseball. If you're a big time player, oh God, the rules don't exist. You wouldn't believe what baseball will do or what all sports will do if they feel like one of their financial moneymakers is threatened. And I'll give you this example. To me, this is the best one. At a time, and Lucas, you'll love this, at a time when the University of Southern California was getting absolutely dragged through the punitive portions of the NCAA.
Cheat on.
Because Reggie Bush's family had accepted a house or help with a house during his Heisman Trophy campaign, which has now been returned. USC got absolutely crushed. Not eligible for this, not eligible for that. We're vacating everything. Give me your Heisman Trophy. You're not allowed to keep that either. And the process itself took almost 2 years. Almost 2 years for the infractions committee because, we're all spread out all over the country. For us to all get together and make a decision like this, it takes a lot of time. Well, they were not, at that point, financially motivated to do anything quickly because all of those players for USC were already in the NFL. Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, Lendale White, the whole group. But when the infractions committee got an accusation about Cam Newton 4 weeks before the national championship game, what happened? Oh boy, they all found each other that week and could not have had white smoke come out of the building quicker to emerge from the bowels of wherever they were to say, no harm, no foul, please allow the game to go on. Now, why would you do that? Sounds to me like somebody's bending the rules, or at least the process. Well, because you were financially motivated to do so.
Right.
And by the way, you'd have done it here too if you were financially motivated to do so. And that's what stinks about it, because at least what you're sort of presenting to us is that this is one of the few things that's not about money. And I'm cynical enough to know that it probably is on some level. I don't know what kind of gear is being sold because of this game. Steiny had a great point earlier today, is the fact that baseball now suddenly wants the Negro League stats to all be included and let's go to Rickwood Field. Is that because the numbers in the black community are lower than they've ever been before and you're just trying to attract them? Like, that's a very cynical idea.
Yeah.
But boy,
probably not wrong.
It's definitely a piece of this puzzle.
And the other cynical piece to this is the fact that Lamont Wade Jr., playing or not playing, is not going to move the needle.
No.
It's not going to make the money. If Barry Bonds was in this spot, if Barry Bonds was Lamont Wade Jr. and he had a hamstring and he was fighting like heck to make it back and it was close and, he was pushing to make it back, they waive it. They make a special.
Of course they do.
Without a doubt, they do that. And like you said earlier with Tiger Woods and the PGA Tour, they're doing that not because they have a deep and unabiding affection for Tiger Woods. They love Tiger Woods, but they love how much money Tiger Woods has brought in more than they love Tiger Woods. So, Tiger, you get to play in every major for the rest of your life as long as you want to, because, you've done a lot for us. We're going to do you a solid, and we know that if Tiger's in the hunt or if Tiger's going to maybe make the cut in the second round, people are watching. We talk about it, and it brings in dollars. And unfortunately, the cynical part of this is that Lamont Wade Jr. does not do that for the nation and for the Rickwood Field game.
Well, let's go to Barry Bonds then. Okay, let's talk about baseball and steroids years ago. You think that they had any idea what was going on? Of course they did. When did it finally have the whistle get blown? Well, the government gets involved. Mark McGuire, Rafi Palmeiro, everybody ends up in court. But when did that happen? Yeah, after they were done.
Exactly.
After they were done making money. Yet Barry Bonds takes us through a home run chase after all of this has gone on. He is beyond caught. Like, hello. The Balco scandal goes crazy.
Yeah.
Greg Anderson takes the fall. Did anybody step in and go, dude, we got to get this guy out of the game?
Off the field.
No.
Immediately.
No. What you wanted to, you waited till after the home run chase was over. Then it was like, okay,
Exactly.
now we can get, now that Barry's up at 762, now we can get high and mighty about it.
And keep you out of the Hall of Fame and blackball you from getting another job elsewhere. And basically, now that we've cashed in on all of the run that you had, the love for you and the hate for you, well, now we can go ahead and discard you. And that's what Major League Baseball is essentially doing with Lamont Wade Jr. I'm not disagreeing with you as far as what baseball should have done. Do the right thing for Lamont Wade Jr. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm adding the other piece to where the Giants could have, allowed themselves to maybe have one piece of competitive disadvantage, or maybe Lamont Wade, because I don't even know if he'll be ready in 10 days from now.
I don't even know if he's ready tonight. I don't even know if he would have played. Maybe all he wants to do is put his feet on that dirt and get announced.
Exactly.
I don't know. Let him do it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You know what I mean? Like, this is the stupidest comparison that I could think of, but it's what's resonating in my brain right now. I think sometimes, based on the rules that are in place, we have a complete delusion of our mind, and we freak out about staying within the lines. I did this for years with my kids when in kindergarten or first grade, you're like, it's time to make breakfast and we got to get to school. And a kid is running down the hall naked laughing with a tow truck in his hand. Instead, because he doesn't give a rip if he's on time to school. And the parent is freaking out and you're stressed and you're like, God, we're going to be late. And it took me 3 kids before I went, who cares?
We could be late.
What happens if we show up at 8:47?
Detention. First grade detention.
Nothing. Call her outside the line sometimes because nobody actually cares. You really think the White Sox general manager would be like, I saw that. We want a player on Thursday next week. No one's going to do that.
At the end of Willie's life, is he lamenting that time in 1981 when he was late on his PG&E bill? You know what I mean? Not to make light of any of it, but you're right. Like
who cares?
Don't sweat the small stuff, it's all small stuff.
When you can do something, and I'd say do sweat the small stuff if the payoff is not large either. But dude, like, what is tonight about? Tonight is about the history of the African American player in this game, and you basically looked at the lone black representative of the San Francisco Giants and said, no, not for you. Not for you. Okay, well, then who are you doing this for? It's wonderful that all of us have like started to learn more. And there is an acceptance and there is a righting of wrongs, or at least an effort, because you're never going to be able to right the wrongs. All of those things. But like, this is where you're going to draw a faux line. So I appreciate Lamont speaking out on this, and he didn't do it in some sort of like angry, livid way. In his quote, I guess you've got to follow the rules. But also, go ahead and say it, Lamont. You would think that they would make an exception. And I just want to tell Lamont, you're right. You would. You would think.
Yeah.
But they didn't.
No, and I think the number, according to a story I'm looking at in the AP, is 6%. 6.2% of baseball players on opening day rosters are African American, and it's been plummeting since the early 90s. I'm looking here, 1991, it was at 18%, and as of 2023, it was 6.3%, and it dipped down a little bit now to 6%. So to be cynical about why Major League Baseball is doing it, I do think that that's a part of it, but it's also what we were talking to Bob Costas about. I know we're going to play parts of that or all of it later in this program, but he was saying, Major League Baseball has tried to do a lot with the RBI program and other inner city programs to try to make that number go up again, and they haven't been able to do so.
I mean, if I were Major League Baseball and that were my goal, let's say it's even, like a cynical idea that we're talking about, but what you want to do is reach the young black player who might be sitting there watching on TV tonight. I have an idea.
What is that, Mark?
Why don't you put Lamont Wade at home plate and interview him and let him express to America how much this means to him? Because I don't know, that might inspire somebody sitting at home. I mean, it's great how many people are there. It's great that Barry Bonds is there. We're getting on to a point where the young black athlete that might be watching this, I hate saying this, can make us all feel old, never watched Barry Bonds play.
Oh, God.
You're 13 years old. You're at home. You're watching baseball tonight. Oh, Barry is your Willie Mays. Oh, yeah, I heard all about him. Dad told me he was really good. Never saw him.
Dude, you're hitting me right now because I just had brunch with my kids, and they're 23 and 21, which means they were born in 01 and 03.
So Barry
stopped playing in 2007.
Yeah, they were barely
They were 6 and 4 when Barry took his last swing, or rather when he took his last intentional walk. They were 6 and 4. So that's not my 4-year-old who's a big baseball fan has no recollection. Of Barry Bonds.
No. And they're in their 20s. So if what you're trying to do is grab that kid right now who's going to be,
for example,
who's going to be recruited in the next 2 years, and he's sitting there going, football, baseball, basketball, and you're trying to get that kid, I don't know, I'd put someone who's on the roster. I'm not saying Lamont Wade's a star, he's not, but I'd have him stand at home plate.
Right, exchange the baseball, the lineup or whatever.
Put this year's all-star stats up on the screen. Here's Lamont Wade. Next thing you know, Lamont Wade sheds a tear because he's like, I can't believe we're here right now. This means the world to me. This means the world to me that baseball cares enough. How about having Lamont tell the story? Yeah, I'm hurt right now. I shouldn't even be in this game. But you know what? Baseball showed an awareness about what this actually is. And my goodness, it means the world to me that baseball did this, so that I can be a part of this and acknowledge the cultural history that's taking place. You don't think that would get maybe like someone's attention?
No doubt. No doubt. You're right. Yeah. It's a miss.
It's a miss.
Meanwhile, on the other side, the Cardinals will lead the game off with their only African-American player, Mason Wynn. He's leading off the game. So the Cardinals have one African-American. The Giants have one. He couldn't get activated. Mason Wynn leads off for the Cardinals. I don't know if you saw the other curiosity. It's more than a curiosity. It's actually going to be an unrelated, groundbreaking moment in this game tonight. Brandon Crawford's playing third base.
What?
Brandon Crawford will not play shortstop, and he will play in the field for the first time in his major league career.
I didn't even know he was starting.
Brandon Crawford will play third base for the St. Louis Cardinals. He will bat seventh and play third base. Mason Wynn leads off and plays short. Brandon Crawford's playing third base for the first time in his career.
So when the Cardinals come to the plate in the bottom of the first, it's going to be Wynn versus Wynn?
Yeah.
No, that's kind of fun.
It's a win-win. It's a win-win situation.
All they do is win, no matter what.
Brandon Crawford playing third.
That is weird. How many starts does he even have this year?
I'll tell you, he's got
a bench player.
Yeah, he's got a grand total of
he's got 42 at bats.
Starts.
Yeah, he's got 42 at bats is all.
Yeah, 13 starts, all at short. And I'm looking at his career fielding, and he has played 1,631 games at short, He's DH'd once. He's pitched once.
Yes, he has. We do remember that.
He leads baseball in ERA, I believe, all time.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Third base, Brandon Crawford.
Why not?
Of all the things we're going to look for tonight, that's one that you'll see and you'll be like, what the hell is he doing over there?
I pinch hit Lamont Wade and have him bunt. Leg it out, Lamont.
Yeah, leg it out, Lamont.
Yeah, that's great. Let's go to Billy in Oakland. Hi, Billy. What are you doing? You're on Willard and Dibs.
How you guys doing today?
What's up?
Good, Billy.
You know, I'm 69 years old, so I've seen a lot of sports in my life, and Mays was incredible. But he transcended the sport. And in all my life, I was thinking, what other athletes, if any, have transcended their sports and become like societal icons at that level? And I could come up with 6.
Okay.
And those 6 are Muhammad Ali, Mickey Mantle, Michael Jordan, Arnold Palmer, Babe Ruth, and Jesse Owens.
It's
each of them,
It's a good list.
Yeah, it's an interesting list, though. I thought for sure you were going to say Jim Brown.
Yeah,
no Jim Brown?
Yeah, I guess Jim Brown would be there too. But to me, these guys were beyond the sport. I think of Jim Brown, I think of football. These guys, I don't just think of the sport. They were like societal icons.
Yeah, it's an interesting list. Billy, thank you very much. And I guess we would have to define societal icon first. Like when I think of Jim Brown, I think of a lot more than football, to be honest with you. When I think of Mickey Mantle, I think of baseball. Was he a big celebrity and star? Yes. Did he transcend and cross over into other parts of the world? I'd argue no. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn. I wasn't alive back then. But
Jesse Owens, for sure, that's a great poll.
Jackie Robinson's not on the list, and Mickey Mantle is. That's probably different than my list.
Yeah, and honestly, you can't really put this guy on the list, but O.J. Simpson is somebody who. What he did to transcend going from an athlete to an actor,
no question,
to being a celebrity. But, what happened after that obviously prevents him from being on that iconic list.
Changes the conversation just
without
a touch.
a doubt. Yeah. And,
Yeah. And don't forget Brock Purdy.
Are you getting there?
I'm kidding.
Throwing beers at a country concert.
Yes. Yes, he was. And he gave a big LFG, too, while he was up there.
Whoa.
Big LFG.
Man.
He did. It was off mic, but anyway. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll continue to take your calls. And also coming up next hour, if you missed our conversation with Bob Costas, we loved it. We want to share it with you again. We'll do that. Coming up in about a half hour. And then I'm just going to go ahead and call it. I think the most unique conversation that has taken place since the passing of Willie Mays in a public space. And that is basically with his best friend, Gary Shimano. And we'll have that in an hour. We are presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
Shop protein at Whole Foods Market. Get 16 ounces.
always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 888-957-9570, the number, and we're just getting like unique sort of audio from dignitaries around baseball. Such a special time, and the fact that Willie Mays passed away this week leading up to it. My goodness, it's just sort of like, I don't even know what word to use. It's sad, but it's poetic and appropriate in a way, in that it brings Willie's greatness and all of the stories that everyone wants to share. It brings them to the forefront as everyone arrives in Alabama for this game. And again, we're learning more, and you will learn more when you hear from our conversation with his best friend, Gary Shimano, at 5 o'clock. I don't know exactly how aware of everything that's going on this week Willie was. I do think that Bob was onto something, Bob Costas, when he said to us yesterday, he referenced the statement. I mean, I said it a couple times earlier this week. I'm like, Willie did an interview 2 days ago.
Right.
I don't think Willie did an interview 2 days ago. He said Willie released a statement, and then he goes, actually, I think one was released on his behalf.
Yeah.
We're just gathering that those in the know that Willie was really struggling the last couple of years. And so I don't know to what level he was aware of everything that is taking place in his honor. And I have no idea what happens when you die, but maybe he's got a better view of all of it now.
I would imagine. And if you have that belief in the afterlife, then certainly he's sitting up there and looking down at the festivities that are now just 25 minutes away from first pitch at Rickwood Field, and I'm sure he would be having all the feels up there in heaven about the memories of him playing on that very field as a 17-year-old, and just coming up as a youngster and living in Birmingham, Alabama, and being close to the field, and realizing that someday he probably at that age, at 15, 16, when you're already a great athlete and you're a great ball player, you're thinking, I could see myself playing here in the Negro Leagues, and then Jackie Robinson breaks the color barrier, and it becomes a possible dream that maybe Willie could play in the major leagues someday. And so here we are now, 2024, which is 70 plus years since he first played professional baseball, and he passes away, and now there's a game on the field where he grew up. It's just an incredible full circle moment.
52 plus 24, that would be 76.
Yeah,
76 years
76
ago that Willie Mays was there at Rickwood Field.
And not lost on me the irony or the coincidence of it being 2024, which is the number that Willie wore, and it's the number that no one ever will wear again as a San Francisco Giant.
Yep, and is in very, very large block numbers on the grass right behind home plate at Rickwood Field. So, as you put it, all the feels, and your Willie stories are still completely welcome right here on Willard and Dibbs. We have some interesting stuff to play for you from those dignitaries, from Barry Bonds, from Reggie Jackson. We'll have that for you in a few, but let's go to Richie in Queens on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Richie, what's up?
Guys, can you hear me?
We got you.
Good. I'm sorry. I'm in Pennsylvania, and sometimes the satellite doesn't work too well.
Yeah, it's a Willie, little. Richie, it's a little muffly.
All right, I'll speak. Can you hear me?
That's good. That's good. Fire away, my friend.
All right. You know what? I go back to 57. 10 years old, I saw Willie Mays play against Cincinnati. My dad brought me when I was younger. I don't remember. I went out and obviously devastated when they left. I listened to Les Kiter. The big thing was the All-Star games, guys. In 62 and 63, they had 2 All-Star games. He had like 380 in the All-Star games. I got to see him in 74, on 75, I believe one of those years, in Candlestick. And Bobby Mercer was playing for the Giants. And by the way, Bobby Mercer hated playing in Candlestick Park. He just despised it with that trade for Bobby Bonds. So I got to see him there. And obviously, I got to see him when he came to Shea Stadium. he was my idol. I followed him. You know, we grew up in the 50s. We had Duke Snider, we had Willie Mays, we had Mickey Mantle. Duke hit more home runs than anybody in that 8-year period. But Mays was just an amazing, you know, and you touched on it when you said, obviously you got to see him very limited back then. Well, you know, I didn't see him, and it wasn't like, unless it was an all-star game, you know, or they played the Mets when they came in, whatever it was, 8 times a year. So it was really limited, and people used to say, how could you root for a team in Frisco? You're in New York, and you don't get to see him. I said, hey, I just can't change my allegiance. But, you know, the thing, too, I remember, Guy, a highlight, he could never hit Sandy Koufax, ever. You remember when Roseboro hit Marichal hit Roseboro with the bat?
Like it was yesterday, Richie.
Yeah, and Willie Mays hit a 3-run homer off Sandy because Sandy was so shook up. So that was one of the few highlights. And obviously, I remember the 1-0 game. I remember hearing that on the radio and getting highlights about Marichal versus Spahn, 1-0 16-inning game. And when he came to New York, he was treated with such reverence. And obviously, the 2 years he played here, he was on the downside. But so many wonderful memories of him. And I met him one time about 20 years ago. He was at a dinner. He was, I guess, at that time, he was like 71 or 72. He was still pretty spry. He was in for an old timers day, a game, and you know, I got to shake his hand, and he had such big hands. He was 5'11". I'm 6 foot. I thought he was always so much bigger, you know, when you put him in the limelight. But it's such an icon, and you know, if we can have a few Willie Mayses on this team, and the Wade situation, they probably could have made an exception, guys. You know, I guess they didn't want to start a precedent, but you know, I'm looking forward to the game tonight.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to them, and hopefully they can win a game in his honor. But just wanted to share those memories, guys, with you.
Thank you for doing it, Richie. Yeah, that's awesome. My gosh, how many people have talked about this man's hands? I never got to shake Willie Mays' hands, but they. They must have been bigger than Mickey Mouse's. I mean, my God, everybody who has had an opportunity to shake hands with Willie Mays is like, my God, your hands are just huge for a guy who was what 5'10", 5'11". So
win the handshake, as they would say.
Win the handshake. Hard to do with him.
He homered off Warren Spahn more than any other player in Major League history. 18 homers off Warren Spahn. Had a lot of Spahn on the show this week.
Yeah, Warren Spahn has had a moment or two.
A week.
Yeah.
What was his first big league hit was off Warren Spahn after he went like 0 for 23 to begin his career.
Remember?
Yeah.
And he has in the past, and in the documentary, talked a lot about the pressure that he was feeling, pressing a little bit, and have that very, very slow start. And then, just needed a bat against Warren Spahn to get right. And then it was all good from there.
The pitcher who had the most ownage on Willie Mays
was
Bob Gibson.
Oh.
Struck him out 30 times in 92 at-bats. Willie did get him 3 times for home runs, but career batting average of 196. Bob Gibson, tough on righties, Mark. Back to you.
Bob Gibson, tough. Period. Yeah.
Drysdale struck him out 29 times, but he had 13 homers off Dawn, and he hit 330 against Drysdale.
My God, he had like almost an entire season against these pitchers. You know what I mean?
227 at-bats against Drysdale.
Like just against one pitcher.
Right.
That's half a season.
Yeah, I mean, there's some names on here. Steve Carlton struck him out 15 times in 62 at-bats. And Steve Carlton's a guy I remember watching as a young kid. So that just speaks to the Willie Mays, like the spanning of his era, or the spawning of his era.
Steve Carlton,
as we get more Spawn in there.
Very Randy Johnson-esque, who also had a cup of coffee with the Giants at the end of the career.
Hey, look at you.
Steve Carlton.
Yeah. It's a great callback right there. Some of the great Giants.
Just so weird. It's so weird when the all-time greats, you know, this is Willie Mays with the Mets. And I know he had some amazing moments with the Mets, including his last ever hit, you know, right here in Oakland. But it's just always so weird to me when someone, and you know, gosh, not to make it about this, but Klay Thompson's name flashes into my head right now because we're sitting here moving toward this potential idea of Klay Thompson and the Orlando Magic being like Willie Mays and the Mets. I don't know exactly the way it's going to go or I don't know that Clay's only got a couple years left in his career, but it's always so weird to me when someone who is so iconic and attached to one organization goes and puts some wackadoodle jersey on in his 30s or 40s for the end. It's just a weird feel.
Yeah, it's an odd one, and I'm not ready to face that with, Klay Thompson. Just loving the Willie Mays retrospective, and another pitcher that Willie owned, somebody who you remember, the Hum Baby, Roger Craig.
Roger Craig.
Yeah, Willie had ownage on Roger Craig. 7 homers in 79 at-bats. He hit .316 against the Hum Baby.
Okay. Got him.
Got the Hum Baby, no doubt.
Him. Yeah, not surprising.
Yeah.
It's funny, too, when you're like, Bob Gibson struck him out 30 times in 92 at-bats. That's just like a normal hitter now.
Exactly.
You strike out a third of the time. That's just, you know what I mean? Elliot Ramos, as much as we love him right now, he strikes out a third of the time. At least a quarter of the time. Yeah. At least a quarter of the time. Back then, there was like, he owned him.
Totally.
It's just a regular hitter now. All right, check this out. Speaking of what greats would do against greats, Barry Bonds is on the Fox set within the last hour on the field at Rickwood Field. Derek Jeter is in his media bag, and he asks Barry Bonds a specific question. What would you do if you faced Satchel Paige?
Playing against both of you two were probably two of the most confident players I ever played against. Tell me right now, on the spot, what would you do against Satchel Paige?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Gone. You lost your mind, Jeter. Gone. Simple. Gone. Read about it on ESPN, Fox News, whatever else you want to talk about. You got to believe in yourself. If I don't believe in me, who going to believe in me?
Gone. And to rub salt in it, he looks at the Fox crew and says, read about it on ESPN.
Totally.
They're like, wait a minute, what? Barry Bonds on a mythical matchup against Satchel Paige.
It's pretty funny. It didn't take him long to answer gone, as if Barry would ever say, well, I think he'd have my number.
Maybe ground out to second base.
Yeah, if I'd be lucky to square it up, maybe I could get one through between first and second. I mean, heck, I don't know.
I mean, that's what we always talk about with the ex-greats. Sometimes you love it, sometimes you don't. About, oh gosh, we would have beat the Warriors, this, that, the other. I spoke, in fact, yesterday about one of my favorite parts about Willie Mays is that he never really did that. I mean, yes, he might have answered that question the same way, but he never made it about, gosh, the athletes today, the game today, I don't like watching it anymore. He was supportive to the end of players today. He was supportive to the end of Barry Bonds, even though Barry went through what Barry went through. Barry cheated the game at times. At times, was also an all-time great. Willie was supportive of him until the end. I feel like Willie was someone who, no matter what his age was, he was living in the present. It's one of the best things, I think. It's what we're all trying to do.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to do it. You start thinking about what you have to do later and what you've already done and all the rest of it. But Willie able to do that not only as a player, but as a human being, and all the events that he went to representing the Giants as an ambassador and representing the brand for all those years. And everybody who talks about meeting him and, the callers we've had and the people who actually know him personally, that's the impression you always get, is that Willie was always there with a handshake, with those giant hands, and somebody who would always appreciate those moments.
By the way, though, Barry's wrong. That's not what would have happened if Barry faced Satchel Paige.
No?
No, God, no. Satchel would have walked him.
Yeah.
The manager would have held up the 4.
He would have given him the 4.
Yeah, you're getting the IBB. Go ahead and go to first base. I'm going to go after Jeff Kent if I'm Satchel Paige. Reggie Jackson on set at Rickwood Field. And we thought this was really interesting and great and important for you to hear. This is what Reggie said when he was asked what Willie Mays meant to him.
I think Willie Mays meant to me the same thing that he meant to most people. He was a Baryshnikov on the baseball field. As far as being given the most skills, you've got Babe Ruth, you've got Hank Aaron, you've got Lou Gehrig, you've got Barry Bonds, you've got Alex Rodriguez. These guys that were gifted all of these skills, but the guy that got the most skills, I believe, of anyone, run, throw, hit with power, defense, as well as baseball instincts. He had 6 rather than 5. Was really a special player. I think that he had a lot of things to say about the game, but at the time when Willie was playing, Hank Aaron was playing, the Willie McCubbies were playing, the Bob Gibsons were playing, they grew up in an era when you had to complain about the game or complain about society, you suppressed it. Today's player doesn't do that.
Oh, that's an interesting comment right there at the end. They played in a time where if you had a complaint, whether it be about the game or about society, you suppressed it. And today's player doesn't have to do that. And I would just like to continue what Reggie just said there. My opinion, not speaking for Reggie, I think those players, Willie very much included, are a big part of the reason why today's player doesn't have to suppress it. And I do think you'll remember what I'm talking about. I know our listeners, I'm not going to ask you to be able to reference a phone call that we got, but we had a very special call yesterday from Ron, and he talked a lot about how Willie inspired him because he was so accepted by society at large, and there was so much joy surrounding his baseball. It helped Ron with self-belief that maybe the world one day would not see him, a black man, as a lesser person. That was powerful. I think there's a lot of what Reggie is talking about in that as well.
And I hope that the modern athlete can have that sense of history and, that perspective, something that Tim Kirkshin was talking about before, not only from, a racial standpoint, but just a baseball standpoint, appreciating what's come before you so that you have an understanding. And that's really, for me, what today is about, just watching this game from Rickwood Field, is being able to learn, like Evan Giddings was saying today. It's such a great appearance filling in for Guru today on Steiny and Goo, talking about the importance of just watching and learning and listening and, learning more. I learned more today from Evan just about the Negro Leagues and Rickwood Field.
I feel like every day this week I've gone to bed knowing more about this than I did when I woke up, and I think that's awesome. That's a gift. That's what a lot of this is about, at least for me.
Hey boys,
what's up?
I've been listening back here to the TV, the Fox broadcast, and all sorts of luminaries, as you've touched on, have been on TV getting ready for the Birmingham game, the Rickwood game. And Reggie Jackson just told a wild story that really paints the picture of what it was like being a young African American playing baseball in the town of Birmingham. That was once known as the most racist city in the country. We have the sound, and I just think you got to hear it.
Okay, let's hear it.
Coming back here is not easy. The racism that I played here, when I played here, the difficulty of going through different places where we traveled. Fortunately, I had a manager and I had players on the team that helped me get through it. But I wouldn't wish it on anybody. People said to me today, I spoke, and they said, you think you're a better person? You think you won when you played here in Concord? I said, I would never want to do it again. I walked into restaurants and they would point at me and said, the can't eat here. I would go to a hotel and they say, the can't stay here. We went to Charlie Finley's country club for a welcome home dinner, and they pointed me out with the N-word. He can't come in here. Finley marched the whole team out. Finally, they let me in there. He said, we're going to go to the diner and eat hamburgers. We'll go where we're wanted. Fortunately, I had a manager, Johnny McNamara, that if I couldn't eat in the place, nobody would eat. We'd get food to travel. If I couldn't stay in a hotel, they'd drive to the next hotel and find a place where I could stay. Had it not been for Raleigh Fingers, Johnny McNamara, Dave Duncan, Joe and Sharon Rudy, I slept on their couch 3-4 nights a week for about a month and a half. Finally, they were threatened that they would burn our apartment complex down unless I got out. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. The year I came here, Bull Connor was the sheriff the year before. And they took minor league baseball out of here because in 1963, the Klan murdered 4 black girls, children, in 11, 12, 14 years old at a church here and never got indicted. It was, they were from the Klan. Life magazine did a story on them like they were being honored. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. At the same time, had it not been for my white friends, had it not been for a white manager, and Rudy, Fingers, and Duncan, and Lee Myers, I would have never made it. I was too physically violent. I was ready to physically fight some. I'd have got killed here because I'd have beat someone's ass, and you'd have saw me in an oak tree somewhere.
That's some of the most powerful stuff that we have heard all week. That's from Reggie Jackson, and all of this audio is courtesy of Fox. It really makes you feel a lot of things, and there is, unfortunately, you can put a baseball game in Birmingham, Alabama, and it is not going to be a sufficient apology or right the wrongs for not just where baseball was, but where the country was. There's no way to do that. But I think that's at the core of what is the tiniest point about this game tonight that we've talked a lot about today, in wishing that there had been a special exception so that Lamont Wade could be a part of this, and he is going to pull the lineup card out, and he is out on the field right now, and all of these things, is when you hear Reggie talk about that, that's when I go, look, stop talking about the rules. This is bigger than baseball.
Right.
It's so much bigger than baseball. And you'll say that in your advertisements for the game. I do wish that some had taken the step to act like that as well and understand that this isn't even just a rule that was meant to be broken tonight. The rule does not apply in a situation like this, because this is so much more important than the outcome of tonight's baseball game.
Right. And the outcome of tonight's baseball game will be two teams who are scratching and clawing to get to 500 so they can maybe be an afterthought in a wild card race that won't be resolved for another 3.5 months or so. So no one baseball game will ever be as big as, what we're watching and we're witnessing on TV, and the ceremonial first pitch being thrown out by one of the few remaining Negro League players who's still with us, and to see Lamont Wade next to him.
Right next to him.
It makes you feel even a little bit more sad that he can't play in the game, but at least he's there, and you can see the big smile on his face and the honor he must feel to be able to be a part of tonight, which is a historic game. This is not just 1 in 162. And I'm glad, Lucas, I'm glad you and Mark played that from Reggie Jackson, because
that was powerful.
Yeah, and it's just the things that I'm continually learning and reminded about. The 16th Street bombing in 1963, where 4 school children were killed in church by a bomb set off by the Ku Klux Klan. It's just things in our history that we need to constantly be re-educated about and reminded about, because these are things, unfortunately, that still happen in America today, 60 years later.
Yeah, exactly. I do love the looks in the eyes right now of the living Negro League players who are out on the field. They look they look very, very proud to be acknowledged. And, come a long way, long way to go. Speaking of learning about these things, I tell you what, we've got a really special 90 minutes for you right now. First off, our conversation with a great baseball historian and great broadcasting giant in Bob Costas. We had this conversation yesterday. If you missed any portion of it, all about Willie Mays and the history of this is just fantastic. We'll have that for you coming up next. And then coming up at 5 o'clock, Gary Shimano, Willie Mays' best friend. You have not heard these stories. You have not heard this information. There is stuff in that conversation that nobody knows about Willie, and you are going to want to hear it. And that's coming up at 5 o'clock right here on Willard and Dibs.
No easy way to transition.
fans. We're seated down the right field line, and I'm on my father's shoulders when he says to me, Bobby, look, see that player right there? That's Willie Mays. As if he was saying to his son the equivalent of, son, that's the Washington Monument. That's the Grand Canyon. You'll never forget having been here. That's Willie Mays.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And we love that. We've played that now for ourselves about 3 or 4 times this afternoon as we get ready to hang out and are blessed enough to talk with Bob Costas. That's from the Say Hey Willie Mays documentary that's currently on HBO Max. Bob and many others have just unbelievable stories and perspective about the life of Willie Mays, who he was as a ball player, a person. And Bob joins us now on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Bob, how are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing? You know, I'm so glad that HBO, and they did a great job with it, was able to get that done, not only while Willie was still with us, but while he was able to participate in the documentary. It was maybe 3 years ago that they spoke with him, and 2 years ago that the film came out. And Willie, you could tell that he was aging, but he was still sharp in his observations and still aware. And I'm just very glad that they made that and that Willie and his family were able to see it. And now it's part of the historical record, and it's archived forever on HBO Max. And if people haven't seen it, especially if they're Giant fans and Willie Mays fans, they should make it a point to look it up.
You said in the piece that I saw today on Yahoo Sports that it's both poetic and poignant that he died just a couple of days before the game and now just one day before the Rickwood Field game. Tomorrow that will be, in many ways, to honor him. Explain more about what you think about just what you said in that statement.
Well, Willie did play in the Negro Leagues briefly as a 17-year-old with the Birmingham Black Barons in 1948, and he played at Rickwood Field. And as baseball's greatest living player, no dispute about that, when they first came up with the idea of having a game at Rickwood Field and having the Giants participate against the Cardinals, it would be a tribute to the Negro Leagues overall, but also to Willie Mays. That made perfect sense. So his presence will be felt there tomorrow night. There's no question about it. And it is poignant, obviously, that he passes away and that there will be a ceremony so soon after his passing that acknowledges his place not only in overall baseball history, but his place in Negro League history.
Bob, you were once quoted as saying you had to have seen Mays to appreciate him. So for a couple of people who did not get to do that, how do you go about best describing it?
Well, the numbers themselves are staggering, but his charisma, his presence, the flair and genuine style, not something contrived, not the kind of exhibitionism you sometimes see today. A guy hits a double in the 4th inning of a game on July 8th and acts as if he climbed Mount Everest or something. Willie had actual style in everything he did. Even fielding a routine fly ball with that basket catch, or the way he loped out of the dugout back to the outfield as an inning began, or walked from the on-deck circle to the plate. Everything about him exuded style and dynamism and excitement. So it's one thing to be great. Even if he was boring, the statistics tell you that he was indisputably great, one of the greatest ever, just based on the pure objective accomplishments. But then there is the presence of Willie Mays, and he was well aware of that. And he often said, you have got to entertain the people. And by now, just about everybody who cares has heard this story, but it's true. He purposely wore a cap a half size too small, so that when he was sprinting into the gap to rob somebody of an extra base hit or racing around the bases to turn a double into a triple, the hat would fly off. That was one of his signatures, and people would go crazy about that. He was a genuinely great player, and he was a genuine, not a contrived, a genuine showman.
And how much did that dynamism, as you put it, and the showman and the flair, how important was that to a new market like San Francisco in the 50s when they leave New York, they come out here, and they're trying to really expose people to what Major League Baseball is?
Yeah, and I understand. I mean, I was just a little kid then. I saw the one game at the Polo Grounds in person. You played the clip from the HBO thing. I was 5 years old, and I don't know if my dad had a crystal ball, if he knew that the Dodgers and Giants were leaving after that season, and they might never return, and his son better see Willie Mays play, but that's the way it played out. But so I don't really have any firsthand knowledge of what happened upon Willie's arrival in San Francisco, but from what I've heard from those who were around and what I've read, Willie was not embraced as enthusiastically as you would think. Part of the reason was that although Joe DiMaggio never played in the National League, obviously was a Yankee, he was a San Franciscan, and he had played in the Pacific Coast League, and people felt a certain allegiance to Joe DiMaggio, another great center fielder. And maybe some Giant fans, it seems so peculiar now in retrospect, they wanted not someone they adopted from New York, they wanted their own guys. And almost as soon as they arrived, along comes McCovey and Cepeda. So they were San Francisco Giants in the minds of some fans, at least initially. And Willie was a transplanted New York Giant. But in the long run, even though Cepeda and McCovey were Hall of Fame players, not only the greatest Giant of all time, but arguably the greatest player for any team of all time is Willie Mays. So the weight of the evidence just made the case for Willie, not just as a player, but as a presence, because he was not only the best player, he was the most entertaining and exciting player to watch.
Just an incredible baseball historian, Bob Costas, who is a very big part of the documentary on HBO Max, Say Hey, Willie Mays, and he's joining us right now on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Bob, I've also loved reading about your perspective as a New York kid at the time of Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle, and how baseball fans everywhere sort of had to choose, were you a Mantle person or were you a Mays person? What can you share about that dynamic?
Yeah, and first I'll lay this out. I was a Mantle person almost by default. I remember that one game because my dad took me to the game in 1957, but by the time I really become aware of baseball and start to learn about it, the Dodgers and the Giants have left, and the Mets don't exist yet. So the only team in New York is the Yankees. They're a great team. They win the pennant almost every year, and Mickey Mantle is the greatest player in the American League. I have a cousin, my lifelong closest friend. He's a few years older than me, and he was a Willie Mays fan because he was old enough to grasp it and understand it. And he stayed a Willie Mays fan, even living in New York, when Willie went out to San Francisco. And when the Mets existed, his mom and dad would make sure that he went to games when the Mets played the Giants and Willie Mays came to town. So it's just a matter of timing that I became a Yankee fan, and therefore I was a Mickey Mantle fan. But even then, as a kid, I recognized that while a healthy Mantle, and I'll get back to this in a minute, but a healthy Mantle offensively was certainly the equal of Willie Mays. But although Mickey, before his legs gave out, was a good center fielder, Mays was a super great center fielder. Mantle was very fast and a high percentage base stealer who could beat out drag bunts. But Willie was just a great genius base runner, not only his speed, but his sense of the game. He virtually never made a mistake on the bases. He just knew everything he needed to know, the strength of the opposing outfielder's arms, what the game situation was. He was just superlative in every big way and little way when it came to baseball. So even when I was 10, 11 years old, I knew that maybe as a hitter, Mantle could make a case. But as an all-round player, then the nod had to go to Willie. But in fairness, and younger fans may not appreciate this, they'll look at Baseball Reference and look at Mickey Mantle and say, oh, sure, he's an obvious Hall of Fame player, but he's not in the same class as Mays and Aaron, and that's based on cumulatively. But if you were to cut it off after their first 12, 13 seasons, Mantle, especially as a hitter, that is a legitimate argument. Mantle's slugging percentage, his homers per time at bat, his on-base percentage because he walked more than Aaron or Mays did, those numbers stack up very favorably, but then for a variety of reasons, his prime was shorter, his overall career was shorter, and the cumulative numbers of Aaron and Mays zoom past him. So by the judgment overall, they rank ahead of him. But in his prime, Mantle was a damn good player.
Yeah, without a doubt. Bob Costas here on 95.7 The Game. How much do you and all baseball fans who are older miss the 5 tools as opposed to what we have now, which is the 3 true outcomes?
Well, I don't know that everybody is confined to the 3 true outcomes. You know, Mike Trout has had injuries of late, but he was pretty close to a 5-tool player. Early in his career, he stole a lot of bases. Shohei Ohtani might be a 6-tool player when he's also pitching. When he comes back next year and pitches, he's a true unicorn. Mookie Betts is a great all-round player. Aaron Judge is a very good outfielder, started as a right fielder, now playing center field, runs the bases well, hitting over 300 now and on a 50-plus home run pace once again. So I don't think the 5-tool player is extinct. And in truth, a really great true 5-tool player was all at the level of a Mays or an Aaron or a healthy Mantle, a Joe DiMaggio, that kind of thing. That was always a rarity at any point in baseball history.
Bob, what if we go beyond baseball for a second? And Jackie Robinson was the first through the door, Willie Mays shortly thereafter, and the two of them did not always see eye to eye on how to go about handling those roles. And I know that you've spoken about Willie Mays' effect and the way he did it, you know, even, for instance, appearing on the all-white sitcoms and the effect that had on the way the black player was accepted by white America. How would you put all of that into words, what Willie's effect was?
Yeah, well, Jackie Robinson gently nudged Willie Mays to be more outspoken, but it just wasn't in Willie's nature. Not everybody, even if they're sympathetic to a cause, is suited to step out in that way. I don't know that Willie did that out of caution or timidity. I just think the way he was what was truest to his personality. Of course, Jackie Robinson wasn't just a trailblazer in baseball. Jackie Robinson is an important person in American history who continued to push for racial justice in the years that remained after he retired from baseball. And Willie had contemporaries like Hank Aaron, who became a civil rights hero because of the way he handled the burden of the bigotry he faced in the pursuit of Babe Ruth's record, and Bill Russell and Jim Brown and someone like Arthur Ashe and, of course, Muhammad Ali. Those people have an important place in America's social history, not just sports history. But Martin Luther King said to Willie Mays and others, this, of course, was when Willie was still an active player, MLK said, look, all of you, in some sense, have played a role in the civil rights movement because you force America overall, white America, to see you on your merits because sports is a meritocracy. And in how you carry yourselves, a fair-minded person can't deny your value as an individual. Now, fast forward many years. Barack Obama, in his first year as president, threw out the first pitch at the All-Star game in St. Louis, and he flew into the game on Air Force One, obviously, with Willie Mays. And he told Willie Mays almost the same thing. Willie, I wasn't just a fan of yours, but you and the other great players and other early, significant, embraced by America overall, public figures, black public figures, you all had a part in getting me to where I am right now as the President of the United States. I don't think Martin Luther King and Barack Obama said those things just to be polite. They could have said something else to be nice. I think they said those things because it was insightful and it was true. Was Willie Mays Muhammad Ali? No. But was Willie Mays true to himself? And was he a genuine national treasure, mourned by all Americans now? And does that matter? It does.
Bob Costas here on 95.7 The Game. Great historical perspective on Willie Mays and the off-the-field legacy. And I'm wondering, Bob, about the future of black players in Major League Baseball and what can be done to help encourage participation to get the numbers back to where they were a generation ago.
You can't fault baseball for not trying. The programs, RBI, reviving baseball in the inner cities, the academies, even celebrating the Negro Leagues and its history and what they're doing this week at Rickwood Field and the prominent African-American players. Obviously, there are many players of color in baseball, players of Hispanic descent, Asian descent, and there's no barrier based on bigotry any longer. Baseball wants, as all sports want, the best possible talent wherever they can find it. And those, players like Mookie Betts and others are out there encouraging young people, all young people, but in this case perhaps particularly African-American youngsters who are athletically inclined to consider baseball. I mean, you can't drag them kicking and screaming if the kid doesn't want to play, and if basketball or football has a greater hold on a larger percentage of young African-American athletes than baseball does. That's a shame, because baseball has a glorious history of black players, both in the Negro Leagues and in the modern major leagues. And the more players of all backgrounds that are out there, the better. But I can't criticize baseball for not trying.
Bob Costas with us. Bob, I have no idea if when people get old, they do have a say in when they go or not. But the fact that this happened this week, right as we prepare for Rickwood Field, I A, wonder what your comment is on that, but B, I also wonder how you feel that might even change tomorrow's festivities a little bit.
Well, I think it heightens the emotion around it. It's both poignant and poetic that he passes away so close to this event. He issued a statement, or a statement was issued in his name, only hours before he passed away, sending his regrets for not being able to be there. I had inquired with Larry Baer, the Giants president, only a couple of weeks ago, is Willie going to be able to make it? And Larry shook his head in a way that told me not only is he not going to make it, but he may not ever make another public appearance, which turned out to be the case. When they first announced the idea of this Rickwood game, Willie very much wanted to be there. It's part of his life story. And, what mattered to you in your youth matters all the more as you creep up past 80 and 90. So I'm sure that Willie in his heart really wanted to be there, but that heart just eventually gave out.
Yeah, and it's just so sad that it happened 2 days before the game would be contested. That's tomorrow, obviously, in Alabama. And even though Willie wouldn't have been there, it still would have been somehow more appropriate for him to at least be able to enjoy it from afar here in San Francisco. Is it too much of a stretch to think that maybe the entire number 24 could be retired throughout Major League Baseball in honor of Willie Mays?
Well, they did it for Jackie Robinson, understandably. There are some people who say that they should retire 21 for Roberto Clemente. The Mets retired 24 for Willie. He only played a couple of years, and he was diminished right at the end of his career, a couple of years as a Met. But the Mets' stated intention there was, we're retiring it as a tribute to Willie's place in the history of New York baseball. Yeah, he wore 24 for the Mets, but he wore 24 for the New York Giants. So that makes sense. I think that baseball has to be careful about getting on a slippery slope where every great player, should they then retire 44 for Hank Aaron? You could make a pretty strong case, just about equal to the case for Willie Mays. I think that these players have been recognized and honored and will continue to be more than enough. And there are other ways besides, having half the numbers in baseball retired eventually,
Bob, would love your perspective on this. It wasn't that long ago, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, ceremony here in San Francisco at the ballpark for Barry Bonds. And Willie comments at that ceremony, we got to get Barry Bonds into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Willie's effect on that and where that stands?
Well, in the writers' voting phase, Bonds and Clemens came pretty close to 75% in the 10th and final year. Then the first time that Barry came under consideration, only a few months later, by a Veterans Committee, he didn't get much of the vote at all. That doesn't doom him to that fate eternally, but he didn't get much traction the first time with the Veterans Committees. I have always said that you could make a case for Barry Bonds and maybe for Roger Clemens that's different than the case for others who were involved with steroids, because they were indisputably of Hall of Fame quality, especially Bonds, before the evidence shows that they ever took anything more potent than Flintstones vitamins and a protein shake. If Barry Bonds retires in the late 1990s, he's a near unanimous first ballot Hall of Famer, and deservedly so. He's an inner circle Hall of Famer on his true natural merits. And, people see things, not everybody, but too many people in social media and the worst aspects of talk radio, not guys like you, but we know what's out there to some extent. Everything has to be a hot take. Everything has to be binary. And so if you have a criticism of somebody, you hate them. I don't. Not only do I not hate Barry Bonds, I find a lot of things that are admirable and appealing about Barry Bonds. And even if that weren't the case, you cannot deny his greatness as a player. But there is a clear dividing line from clean Barry Bonds and steroid Barry Bonds. But if he were elected to the Hall of Fame, since there are some players in the Hall of Fame now who we can reasonably assume used performance-enhancing drugs, and they're not going to remove them from the Hall of Fame, I don't think that would be the worst thing ever. I have no problem with that. I think as somebody who tries to do honest commentary, and people don't always have to agree with me, I've said when asked, do I think that Barry Bonds' record, Mark McGwire's homers, Sammy Sosa's 360 home run seasons, do I think those are authentic performances? I do not. Do I think that Barry Bonds on his natural merits was an authentically great player? I absolutely do.
Bob, what a treat to have you today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Bob Costas on Willard and Dibbs. Fantastic to have his perspective at this time in the passing of Willie Mays. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Coming up next, this is one thing I promise you. This is going to be the most unique conversation that you have heard this week with regard to Willie Mays. Gary Shimano, who is, along with his brother and dad, basically best friends with Willie Mays. That's what Willie called that family, the best friends I've ever had. We sat down with Gary for a lengthy conversation to hear stories of Willie, learn information that we did not know. The most unique conversation with regard to Willie Mays that you've heard this week is coming up next with Gary Shimano on Willard and Dibbs.
The Bike Riders.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's Willard and Dibbs on yet another special day. It's really a special week. The whole thing has ended up being about Willie Mays in many different ways, shapes, and forms, and that's another reason why we're really looking forward to this conversation and allow us to introduce our next guest to you. His name is Gary Shimano. I think a better way to say it, though, is Gary and his family once called by Willie Mays the best friends I ever had. So, Gary, welcome to Willard and Dibbs and 95.7 The Game. And the first thing I want to do is offer you condolences on the loss of your very, very close friend.
I get very emotional. Excuse me.
It's okay.
Yeah, I accept that. It was a difficult time and is, but time heals all wounds, as they say.
It would be great, I think, for our audience to understand how you and your family came together with Willie. How did that all start?
Well, I attended Lowell High School in San Francisco, and when the Giants moved to San Francisco, as something for the community, they invited certain kids from high school to come out and work out with the team prior to the game, during batting practice, etc. And I was a pitcher anyway. I got a call to come out, and my family had season tickets at Candlestick. And so I went out there, and Bill Rigney was the manager. He says, can you pitch? I said, yeah. He says, well, get out there on the mound, pitch batting practice to these guys. Let them hit it. Don't throw it in with any speed. Don't prove anything. And I'm thinking to myself, my buddies are sitting in the stands. They all know I'm pitching the batting practice, and I can't lob it in. I thought I had a pretty good curve and knuckleball. And anyway, so I'm up pitching, and, at the time there was Willie and Orlando and McCovey and the Alou boys. And, it was a gang. And I'm pitching, and I'm throwing, my speed was 65 miles an hour. And that's like lobbing it into these guys. Anyway, so I'm throwing it as hard as I can, and they are killing it. In fact, McCovey was up prior to building the stands in the right field. There was just a scoreboard. And I threw Willie a knuckleball, Willie McCovey. He hit it so hard, he bounced it off the scoreboard in right field. Rigney comes out of the dugout, pats me on the tush, and says, okay, go shag some flies.
So that session was over.
So then after that, we went into the locker room prior to the game, and I'm there. My dad had a very dear friend named Jefferson Beaver, who had his own little savings and loan in San Francisco. My dad had put him on the board of a bank that my father formed called Golden Gate National Bank in San Francisco. So he went down with Jefferson. Jefferson knew Willie. And so they go in the locker room, and I will tell you the truth. The only guys that was nice to me in the locker room, they thought I was an intruder, was Willie Mays. I mean, I can remember Tom Haller just was a bad guy to me. But in any event, I sat with Willie and talked with him. He was so great. And then my dad came in with Jefferson, and they started to talk. And Jefferson said to Willie, Willie, given your situation, I think you ought to get together with Jake, see what you guys can do. Long story short, they met. Willie was not in good shape financially and was going through a very difficult time personally. And my dad said to Willie, look, I'll help you. I'll get involved. I'll negotiate your contract with Horace Stoneham, and I'm not going to charge you a dime, and then don't ever bring it up again. That's how it all started.
Gary Shimano, good friend of Willie Mays for the majority of Gary's life and a long time for Willie Mays, joins us here on 95.7 The Game. Can you give us a little bit more background on just that financial recuperation that your family and the bank was able to do for Willie Mays?
Yeah. Willie, like most people today, spent everything they made, and he was levered up. And so when my dad said to Willie, "You're on now a budget," and he negotiated the contract with Horace. Can you believe this? $61 or $62,000 for Willie. And he was on a budget every month. The bills all came to the bank, and they paid, and that was the beginning of Willie recouping.
Gary, can you give us a sense of what this developed into just inside your home through the years? Because the understanding is that it became normalcy, that Willie was around.
Willie, during a difficult time, for a very short period, lived with us. We lived in Seacliff, and so he would hang out, and he'd come over to the house, and we'd have dinner. He loved to play gin, my dad, too. And he had a Cadillac that said, say, hey, 24 in the license. And so when he was at the house, parked out in front, the entire neighborhood of all the kids knew that, hey, Mays is over at Shimano's house. So they all came over, and Willie went out in the street, played catch with everybody, and he became a member of the family. And it's interesting because Willie was introduced to a lot of things that he had never experienced before. We were a dedicated Jewish family, and he really kind of embraced that. And I can tell you every function that whatever the family had or whatever charitable event the family was going to, Willie went with my dad. And they were kind of like a twosome at these events. And Willie really developed a panache to be able to, talk with people, socialize, never said no to anybody for an autograph at any event. Like on Thanksgiving, Willie would come over at the house. We had a big Thanksgiving every year. And the only difficult time he had at my house was my mother, who worked for a week on the Turkey Day spread, went to Willie and said, Willie, I want you to try this. And it was bagel and lox. And so he took a bite of it, couldn't swallow the smoked salmon. And so he threw up. And it was so funny. Everybody felt bad for him, but I was laughing because a lot of people can't eat that, But, and then he just, we went out to every game and we watched it. When my dad's mother passed away, Willie did not like funerals. I'll be interested to see what happens. Willie did not want to go to a funeral ever. And when my grandmother passed away, a few days after, a week after, he called and he said, Dad, Jake, what can I do for your grandma? And he said, nothing. She's in a better place. He said, are you going to the game tonight? And my dad said, yeah. He said, well, I'm going to try to do something. I'll never forget it.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Quite all right, Gary. Yeah, Gary Shimano telling stories of Willie Mays. Again, the family that Willie once called the best friends that he had in his life. So yeah, Gary, take all the time you need, my friend.
So we go out to the ballpark that night, and Willie hit 3 home runs.
Wow!
And whether it was luck or he destined, or he really concentrated a little extra for the memory of my grandmother. And so, during spring training, at one time the Giants went to Palm Springs, and so my dad and mom would go down there and hang out with them down there. And then they went over to Phoenix, I think. But he became my buddy, and I was a young kid, and I went to USC. Who went to USC? Mark, you did?
No, that's our producer, Lucas.
Our producer did.
Fight on, Gary.
Lucas, okay.
I used to broadcast for them. That's as close as I got.
Lucas will know this. I was living in an athletic dorm. I played golf for USC. And I was in the dorm, and one day there was a knock on my dorm room. As the story goes, Willie walked into the dorm unannounced. I didn't know. He was playing the Dodgers. And he walks into the dorm. He says, where's Gary? Where's Gary? Upstairs, room 207. There's, 30, 40 kids having lunch when he walked in. They all follow him upstairs. He knocks on my door. I was taking a nap. I mean, what do you do in college?
Right.
So I opened the door. He says, "What you doing?" And I said, "I'm taking a nap." He says, "Put some clothes on. Let's get out of here. Let's go shopping." So we go downtown L.A. We go to the apparel mart, the gift mart. You know, everybody's giving Willie everything. Of course, I'm schlepping, carrying everything out, and it was a scene. So I became a hero of Mark's Hall at USC, and as the word spread, this was in the pinnacle of Willie's career. We went to the Dodger game and just had a ball.
Yeah, Gary, I'm trying to picture this. I mean, at the height of his career, the greatest ball player of all time is living at your house. He's showing up at your dorm. I got to think the world looked at you completely like, who is this guy? The greatest ball player in the world is just showing up everywhere he goes.
Well, I never told anybody, the story about what my father was doing for him, but they all knew that there was a relationship of some sort. It was one of the highlights for me, which I always go to the games, and I'd call Willie before the game and say, "Hey, Willie, I'm bringing Susan to the game tonight. Can you do what you normally do for me?" What was that? He'd sign a baseball. It'd say, "To Susan, Gary's friend, best wishes, Willie Mays." And he'd come out of the dugout, when they run out onto the field, and then we had our boxes right by the field on the first base side, because that's where the dugout was in those days. And he lobbed the ball up to me. I got it and gave it to the girl. There it was. She got her own ball dedicated by Willie Mays. Every time I had a date to go to the game, Willie came through.
That's so strong. I mean, I can imagine you scoring almost as often as Willie Mays, but there's a joke there that will be told off the air.
No, I never even got to first base with these girls. I couldn't score with a fistful of hundreds, but it was really fun. It really was.
You and I cut from the same cloth. Gary Shimano, family friend of Willie Mays here on 95.7 The Game. Can you just give us some insight as to what Willie meant to the Jewish community? I know that you are Jewish, and Mark, I know, is from a Jewish household, as is Lucas, and my wife is Jewish, so it means a lot to those of us here on the show. But he did more than just ingratiate himself into your family.
Well, there were so many charitable events that my father was active in. Not that we were a wealthy family, but my father believed if you couldn't give money, you had to give time. And so he took Willie around, and one day he took Willie to the Jewish Home for the Aged. And he walked there, and Willie was tremendously touched by the experience. And from that time on, not frequently, but every once in a while, he'd show up unannounced at the Jewish Home for the Aged and walk around and talk to people. And, it's interesting. I'm thinking here right now, I don't think we ever talked about religion or anything like that. He just knew where our interests lied. And he just became a member of the Shimano synagogue.
Gary, I wonder, and maybe you touched on it when you were talking about walking into the Giants clubhouse for the first time and who was nice to you and who wasn't. But when you look back on his life, the experience you and your family had with him and who he was, what sort of is the most surprising quality of Willie Mays?
His humbleness. I would say he was humble. He never talked about his exploits. He was just I guess he was kind of shy at times in social situations, but when he loosened up, he was always laughing. He's always having a good time. I don't think only time I ever saw Willie get upset was during a game, and he slid into second base to break up a double play, and Jose Pagan was, I think, the second baseman or the shortstop. Anyway, Jose Pagan thought Willie was trying to spike him and started to attack Willie. And Willie was really strong. I mean, he never went to a gym, but he had a body that only God could give somebody. He picked up Jose Pagan and bounced him on the bag at second base. That's the only time I ever saw Willie get upset.
Man, 5'11" of all business, I would not want to tangle with him at any of the relative bases. How much do you think, Gary, that it was just kind of pure serendipity that your father and Willie found each other? Your father, somebody who had done so much by hiring black tellers for the bank and so much of what he went through, as you mentioned before, in his childhood, and Willie and everything he overcame in Alabama. And these two men found each other at the perfect time. Do you think about those moments now as we reflect on Willie's life at 93?
Destiny acts in many funny ways. And, when I look back, it was just, if I didn't go to pitch batting practice, I doubt my dad would have ever met Willie. But my dad, it was good for my dad. It was good for the bank. They both really helped each other. My father gave Willie an office in the bank at 130 Montgomery Street. It was a glass enclosure in the lobby because my dad didn't believe being in an upstairs office. He wanted to see customers. He wanted to see what was going on. And so Willie would come in whenever, and he'd sit around. Of course, everybody came in. Everybody wanted a baseball. My dad used to keep probably 200-300 baseballs in his drawer. And, so that was good for the bank. It became Willie Mays Bank, and then Willie brought in, other celebrities to bank at Golden Gate National Bank. It was just deja vu, I guess, to say. I never really thought about that, but, I didn't mention, but he had an exceptional relationship with my brother, Richard, Richie, as we called him. And my brother was a big guy. And he and Willie hit it off. And when Willie learned how to play golf, they used to go out and play golf. It was really a funny story. I'm digressing. I'm moving around. I hope that's okay with you guys.
We totally love digressions. Okay. Totally. We've got all the time in the world.
So, we were playing golf, and I started to play golf at Lincoln Park, walking around with my father and brother, and my mother took it up in self-defense. And then at an early age, I think I was 11, my dad joined a club called Lake Merced, golf club in Daly City. It was one of the only clubs in the area that we would not have a problem becoming a member of. And as Groucho Marx said, why be a member of a club that doesn't want you as a member? And so we joined a club that did want us as a member. And so we're out there, and I was very close friends with George Archer, who won the Masters. I don't, if you're up to date on golf.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And so I called George up. My dad handled George's affairs as well, who has the greatest wife, and still does. Of course, George passed away, but his wife is just tremendous. Anyway, we go out to the driving range at Lake Merced. We pick up Willie. We go out to the range, give Willie, tee it up, give him a driver. He starts taking a swing at, can't hit it. I'm telling you, he struck out probably 10 times.
Wow.
Never, ever touched the ball. And he turns to Archer and my dad, and he says, how come this is so hard when the ball's not moving?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, how's it possible, Gary? How's Willie with that athleticism? I mean, he didn't have to be great, but how could he? I don't even understand. How could he not be better at golf?
I can't tell you that. But he progressed. He became a great putter. What touch he had. In those days, they had what was called billiard halls in San Francisco as social places to go. Country Club Billiards on Van Ness, right across the kitty corner to the House of Prime Rib. And Willie would say, let's go play some pool. And we'd get there, and they want to put us in a back room. Willie said, no, I want to play out here. All the kids wanted to play pool with Willie. And he was just so great to the kids. I remember going out to Candlestick with him one time, and there were some kids standing on a bus stop going to the game. He picked them up. All of us, he took us all to the game. He loved kids. He just got a kick out of it, and they used to kid each other. It was great. One day at the game, he really liked my brother. My brother's been gone almost, I guess, 20 years now. We go to the game, and prior to the game, at infield, Willie and a lot of guys came in, and they were in the infield, fooling around, playing. Willie used to play first base when they came in. And anyway, my brother's walking into the game or walking down the aisle to our box, And Willie sees Richie from first base, long way. This is not when it was close to the stands. He says, hey, Rich. He takes the ball. He throws it all the way. Oh, could have killed somebody. Hit my brother. Could have hit my brother in the stomach. I swear to God. I mean, that was Willie. You never knew what he was going to do.
We're talking with Gary Shimano here on 95.7 The Game and Willard and Dibbs. Gary and his family, best friends with Willie Mays. Gary's dad was Willie's financial advisor. They took Willie in, helped him through some hard times. Out of it, a lifelong friendship was born and stayed. Gary, when was the last time you talked to him?
Well, Willie's been in bad shape for several years. I do want to mention somebody who's an angel. She had a caretaker that devoted her life to Willie for many years. I would say, God, it's got to be 10 years at least, maybe probably more. Her name is Renee Anderson. This woman lived for Willie, took care of him. And as Willie got and started to lose his senses 2, 3, 4 years ago, it became difficult. But Renee was his quarterback and his front person. And when I would go down to see Willie as he progressed in this terrible disease, she would say, Willie only has an interest in the past. He can't reference current. And so I would go down to see him, and in his office, he's got all these trophies and pictures and everything. This was maybe 6 months, a year ago. It was a difficult time. And in his office, there's a picture of my family hanging on his wall, 2 of them. And I was shocked because after all those years, my dad had been gone and all that stuff, he still had these pictures up. It really was a special thing. And, it was a very difficult time. And so Renee would always keep me posted. We were supposed to, I would guess 3-4 years ago, I called up Larry Bear, and I said, is it possible that I could come out with my family and have a picture taken with Willie on the mound? And Larry Bear owed me a favor. I don't know if he ever paid me back or not.
Wow.
But when Larry Bear graduated from Cal, his first job was the general manager of the San Francisco Pioneers. You guys don't know that. But my partner, Marshall Geller, at the time decided that they were forming the first women's professional basketball league, and Willie loved to go to the games, and so we bought the franchise, and Jimmy Carter was the president and decided to boycott the Olympics, which was going to highlight women's basketball, and never happened, and so the league never survived. Today it's doing great, but I forget what your question was.
I just asked you when the last time you spoke to her.
Oh, yeah, I would say 6 months. Willie was in a facility, and so Renee was always the clue as to what I should do or could do.
Yeah, Gary Shimano, family friend, one of the closest friends of Willie Mays here on 95.7 The Game. One more from me, Gary, just wondering what Willie was thinking about the Rickwood game and a game being played today in his honor, and whether or not he understood and was aware of just how impactful this day was in honor of him.
I don't think so. I really don't. I know from other people how the memories. He turned pro at 13 playing baseball. He had to lie about his age, and that field meant a lot to him. But I never discussed it with him. I don't know what his involvement was, but I can tell you for sure that Major League Baseball wanted Willie to attend this, monumental event. I think it's tonight, and unfortunately, Willie's watching it from heaven.
Gary, that's interesting. He had to lie about his age. We've been sitting here saying that he started it at Rickwood at age 17. Is that not the case?
No, 13. He had to lie about his age to be able to play. It was a funny story when he used to tell it. He had to go out and pretend that he was older. He just was a quiet kid, but he could run with the wind. And so that was his beginning. He had such a fantastic athletic ability. And as a local story, we were members of the Concordia Argonaut Club, which was a Jewish men's social club. Not men's, it was just a Jewish social club on Van Ness Boulevard, of which Willie became a member. And he used to not work out, but he'd go down there. Anyway, Thanksgiving, a fellow named Mike Garrett, Lucas probably remembers him, Mike Garrett.
Sure.
The USC athletic director.
And not only athletic director, but a Heisman Trophy winner. Yes.
Right. We roomed together in L.A. for a year. And I said, come on up for Thanksgiving. So he comes up. I called Willie, and I said, let's go down to Concordia Club and play a little basketball. And I got Bob Lee, who was a quarterback from Minnesota, who went to Lowell High School with me. He was a great football player and a very successful man, great guy, still around, kicking, pretty good golfer, too. Anyway, we go down and play, and got a couple other guys. But I'll tell you, he and Mike Garrett were going at it. And Mike was maybe 5'10", maybe. And Willie wasn't too much taller. But I'll tell you, the rest of us just stood on the side of the court and watched them go at it. And they were both so competitive, but it was fun. So we went to the Concordia Club and experienced that a few times.
Gary,
go ahead. I want to add one story, if I may.
Please.
What a guy he was. I was the president of Lowell High School when they just moved out to by Stonestown, in the new school. We were used to be at Hayes and Masonic, and the school closed, became an adult school, and then we moved out there to by Stonestown. And we had a pretty good football team. The star of our team was a fellow named Tim McAteer, whose father was a senator and a power to be, and Tim was maybe one of the great athletes out of San Francisco. I hope he listens to this. And so we had a rally. We were in Turkey Day, which is what they used to call the championship football game in San Francisco, high school football. And I played football, but Tim was the star. And unannounced, we have this rally going on in the courtyard for the game. And who walks in? Willie Mays. And there's a picture in the article, I believe. I'm 18 or 19, and I'm talking to all my students, all my colleagues, my friends, the Lowellites. And Willie comes over, puts his arm around me, says, "What are you doing?" I said, "Willie, we got this big game tonight." He said, "Well, tell me about it." And he's kidding me. And then he grabs the wallet out of my back pocket. I posted a lot of this stuff on Facebook recently since he passed away. So many people that I went to school with have written me and said, "Geez, I remember that day and we'll never forget it."
Wow.
It was a special day.
I went to Lowell with my uncle Dan Giles, as a matter of fact. Old Lowell.
That's old Lowell. My brother went to old Lowell. I was there 3.5 years and then went to Lowell, the new Lowell.
Yeah, wow.
And it was, it was. There's so many of these things that I can talk about.
Gary, what? One other thing, you mentioned that he was 13 when he actually got his pro career started. Did that ever catch up and correct itself? Or what was he 93?
Yeah. I can't say that. I don't know. All I can tell you is that he told me he was 13.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he was such a great athlete, though.
Right.
But, I'll tell you a story because the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. My dad always wanted to be in the banking business, but that business was closed to people like my family.
Right.
And my dad attended high school with a fellow named Pierre Salinger, who became President Kennedy's press aide, a press guy, and my dad went back. He was appointed to public housing to develop public housing in San Francisco by Mayor Shelley. And it was a non-paid position, but my dad wanted to try to do something. And so he had told Pierre about his problem. He just couldn't get a California charter for a bank. So Pierre asked him, he said, Jake, can I tell the president about this? Of course, my dad was a Russian immigrant, came to America when he was 2, and this is a really funny story. So he goes back and tells Pierre about it, and comes back home. A couple of weeks later, the phone rings in the house. I answer it, and a lady says, is this Mr. Shimano? I said, no, this is his son. He says, is Mr. Shimano there? I said, yes, may I tell him who's calling? He said, yes, the White House. I said, Dad, I don't want to swear on the radio, but I said, Dad, this is BS. There's somebody on the phone who says they're calling from the White House. Well, it was President Kennedy. And
wow.
He said to my dad, he called him Jack, not Jake. He said, he says, I want you to come back to Washington, bring your attorney, work it out with Pierre. So he went back to Washington, met with the president. The president asked him 2 or 3 questions. He says, 1, Jake, a charter to a national bank is very valuable. Can I have your word you're not going to sell it? Absolutely. He says, can I have your word that you're going to cater to those people who do need loans, those people who need a break? Absolutely. That was my dad anyway. And in that respect, my dad came back and was the first bank to hire black tellers. And it was also being open on Saturdays because he thought the working man had a difficult time going to the bank during the week.
Yeah.
So, Saturday was a good day. And so that, they once again broke the barrier. And it was a special thing. I remember my dad got really upset one day. As my brother told me, because my brother worked in the bank, I didn't, that somebody said something unkind to one of the black tellers. Unkind would be a nice way of putting it.
Sure.
And the poor teller, young lady, just really lost it emotionally. And my dad ran out of the office, went behind the teller line, and one of the other tellers says to the woman, geez, I know exactly what you're going through. I really feel for you. My father looks at this woman and says, you don't have an idea. Your skin's not black. You can go wherever you want. She can't. And he took the girl into his office, relaxed her, and then made her the head of the tellers. And that was typical of Golden Gate National Bank. He got the charter, by the way. He got a national charter.
Yeah, I bet. Gary, my goodness. First of all, thank you. Thank you for sharing all of these stories. It's wonderful to make your acquaintance. 1-to-1, 2-to-1, and again, we extend our heartfelt condolences. Thank you so much for spending some time with us today.
I want to conclude with this, if I may.
Sure.
People want to know why Willie was called Say Hey. Well, Willie didn't. So many people came up to say hello, he couldn't remember everybody's name. So he'd say Hey, how you doing? When I lived with Mike Garrett at USC. Kind of the same thing. And all the kids would come up and, how you doing, Mike? He'd say, how you doing, baby? So that was his say, hey. Jared would say, how you doing, baby?
Nice.
Anyway, you guys, I listen to you guys. My son listens to you almost every day. And he's got 2 kids, Sam and Max, who are great athletes in Marin County.
Oh.
So, when I told him at dinner Sunday night that I was honored to be asked to be on your show, he says, well, tell Dibley he cannot referee a game.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, Gary, this has been a lovely conversation, and I feel like we're friends now. You tell your son to tell his kids quit reaching, stop camping in the key, because I'm watching them.
Yeah, I have a son, Ben, and another one, Jake, who's named after his dad. They're both great kids. I'm so fortunate. I'm the luckiest guy on the planet.
Yeah.
Well, and Gary, also just as an aside, our audience knows my friendship with Aaron Oberholzer, who was a great golfer and now with the Golf Channel, and you had a huge hand in helping start his career, and so I want to thank you for that too, because he means a lot to me. Just thank you for all of this.
Well, two of us sponsored Aaron.
Yes.
George Roberts and myself. I don't know if you know who Mr. Roberts is.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And it's the only guy I ever sponsored where I got my money back.
Well, then maybe no thanks needed. But anyway, perfect. Gary.
Thank you.
Wonderful to talk to you.
Anytime. Thank you.
Gary Shimano, best friends with Willie Mays. That was one of the more memorable conversations I've had, just because, as we said, just so unique. I mean, to get those kind of Willie Mays stories, not the, hey, he homered when I went to go see him, but no, he lived with me.
Right.
was really something else.
And the story about him showing up in his dorm and saying, wake up, let's go, we're going shopping, and throwing baseballs to him in the crowd so he can give them to the girls that he was out there with at the games to see Willie. Just awesome insight.
Yeah, we got to react to that a little bit more, and we will. Coming up next, we're sponsored by the San Francisco Zoo. Celebrate San Francisco Zoo and Gardens 95th anniversary all June long. Meet our amazing rescued animals, including the very rare axolotl. Join us in our celebration and be part of a legacy. Visit sfzoo.org to learn more. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Remembering the great Willie Mays.
when I look at that body.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What a week celebrating Willie Mays. And, we're still kind of buzzing off of that conversation with Gary Shimano, Willie Mays' best friend, and the stories that he shared. My mind keeps going here. I don't even know if something like this could exist in today's world. Imagine, and as Gary said, everybody in the neighborhood knew when Willie was over, and then Willie stayed there for a little while. And then he goes to USC, and he's in the dorms, and the Giants are playing the Dodgers, and Willie just goes over to the dorm and just walks in and starts saying out loud to everybody, "Where's Gary?" Like, he's over there. He's in room 207. You knock on the door. "Hey, Gary, it's Willie." All right. Imagine, like, the best player in the world in any sport does that now. You know what I mean? Like, pick your name.
Well, think about what we just had the experience to get to know a little bit when Steph Curry was in Sacramento to watch his daughter play volleyball.
That's a great example.
Pops into a gym to have a pickup game, and next thing you know, there's hundreds, if not a couple thousand people milling around. And, the word kind of got out in advance, unlike Willie, but if Steph Curry just shows up somewhere, you get that same kind of reaction where word travels and next thing you know, everyone's abuzz with, "Oh my God, the chef is here."
Well, and that's to play a pickup game.
Right.
What if it was, no, Steph lives with me. Or Steph, Steph walks into a dorm. Where's Gary? Like when Steph's in town to play the Lakers or something like that. And Gary's like, so some people would follow him up and, I got kind of popular. And you mentioned the thing whenever he had a date there. Hilarious. I just don't know how to relate to what he's saying or what ball players were like back then. Like, you couldn't even attempt to do that. If you walked into a dorm room looking for someone, you wouldn't even get to their room before you'd be mobbed and everyone phones
out. Yeah, everyone's phone out.
You know what I mean? Like,
selfies.
It's just like that. There was so much in that conversation that kept resonating that way for me, which is like, this is also such a moment in time. Like, you couldn't do this stuff anymore.
Yeah, and somebody, Locomoco on the YouTube feed talking about Shaq showing up to the dorms or, you see the
Like,
big
what?
diesel coming. Yeah, it's like, no.
Where's Gary?
Seriously. Room 206, there better be an elevator. I don't feel like climbing the stairs.
So much of what we're talking about this week with Willie Mays has sort of landed in my mind that way, which is that times like that, I don't know. And maybe this is just always the case, but times like that are not going to exist anymore.
Yeah.
Players like that are not going to exist anymore. Players who cross over to different ethnicities and religions and race and the effect they have on people in society, as opposed to just, wow, that person's really good at sports or that person's my favorite player. Like this, the whole thing has just been a great snapshot of the way life used to be. And I have no problem accepting this, but probably never will be again.
No, and life is not as simple as it was even 10 years ago or 20 years ago. Think about life in the year 2000 when the internet was just starting to be a thing and you had to your dial up. I give myself a 2 for the effort.
I give you a 3, except for that I wonder how many people I have no idea. Like,
exactly.
Dibs just made a noise.
Right. Granny didn't even look up because he doesn't know what dial-up is.
Nope.
I mean, that was 24 years ago, and he's only 28.
Dude, I had one of those IMAX, like those things that were the big, like sort of the clear box that you could see into the back of
tower,
them.
yeah.
Yeah, what were those called? Maybe it was just an iMac. I don't know if it was an iMac something. And I know that noise very, very well.
It was a simpler time. And, before you went out to go on a run or you went to the grocery store or whatever, you queued up about 40 songs on Napster to try to get them to download while you're gone. And you come back and you only get about 28 of the 40, and some of them didn't come all the way through or it was buffering. But it's a long way to say things are a lot faster and not as simple as they were 20 years ago, let alone 70 years ago, when a teenage Willie Mays was playing professional baseball.
I know that Lucas is teasing me to get over this, but I can't. Did Gary tell us that when he went and played at Rickwood, he wasn't 17, he was 13?
13.
That's what he said, right?
Yeah. It's a reverse Danny Almonte is what it is. Danny Almonte played in the Little League World Series and he was 16 and he was passing as a 12-year-old.
Well, and normally I'd be like, okay, Gary, who's maybe he's remembering incorrectly. No. That man knew Willie better than anybody.
Right.
So if the internet says Willie is 17 and Gary says Willie was 13, then Willie was 13. And if you then take that and go, all right, history books say he played at Rickwood in 1948. Was he 13 or 17? Did we just grab that? Because we do this now.
Yeah.
The whole lying about the age thing, which ball players do, did we take that and write history incorrectly? Was he not born in 1931? Was he born in 1935?
It says here May 6th, 1931.
Right, but
Westfield, Alabama.
But is that just going along with the made-up number that he threw out there? That was a different time. It's not like there were watchdog people who were like, where's your birth certificate?
Right.
I mean, it was the 30s. So was Willie actually, was he 89?
Tough to say.
When he passed away this week? We asked Gary, and Gary's like, yeah, I don't know. But he was 13 when he played at Rickwood Field.
I mean, and think about just that part of it. Grandy and I were going back and forth during the break, and, I was doing kind of the same thing you were, he's 89. And Grandy's like, no, the real incredible part of this is that he played professional baseball at 13. It's not the question about,
No, it's not.
No, and he was right to point that out. But when you think about that, and you have a 17-year-old.
It would have been incredible if he had done it at 17.
Right, and it was incredible that he did it at 17.
But he did it at 13.
Apparently he did it at 13. So,
what?
I mean, yeah.
What are we talking about? That's incredible.
Yeah. It's wild. His professional debut, May 25th, 1948, which he was born in May of 31, so he would have just turned 17, according to the records.
And according to Gary, he lied about his age.
There you have it. I mean, most people lie about it going the other way. Like you, claiming to still be 49. Got him. Because you're 57. Let's be honest.
I sound like I'm 77.
Yeah.
We're getting there, dude.
Yeah.
We're 6 months out.
I know.
7.
We're counting
7 months
down.
out.
We're
7
counting
months
down.
out. I don't even know what I'm going to do yet.
Yeah. January.
You got any suggestions? What's a good thing to do for your 50th birthday?
If you're not going to go, you're probably not going to go on a trip.
No,
because
probably
it's
we'll
right
go
in
on
the
a
heart
trip,
of.
but not, it's during the NFL playoffs. So we'll go on a trip, but we'll wait for summer. We'll wait till I'm 50 and a half.
Yeah, it makes sense.
You know what I mean?
You don't want to miss out on Niner playoff football.
No. We're
and
not
hopefully
doing
we
that.
will have Niner playoff football.
That's probably, that's probably championship weekend.
Yeah.
It's probably somewhere around in there.
I would say go into your local community and rent a small venue and just have a blowout. Throw a party. Have a bash.
Okay.
They got a couple of spots by you. And do me one favor. If you do that, get a bounce house for my daughter. Get a jumpy house for the kids.
I think the Super Bowl is on February 9th. Yeah. I'm going to turn 50 on a Friday. My son's going to turn 18 on Championship Sunday.
There you go.
So we ain't going
Watch
anywhere.
Party Willard.
Yeah, we ain't going anywhere.
What? Maybe you end up taking him to the game for his birthday. Niners hosting the Packers.
So the Niners have to get the 1 seed is what you're saying.
Or they can get the 5 seed and host the 7.
While we were talking to Gary, the Niners signed Ricky Pearsall to a fully guaranteed contract.
It's big.
Yeah.
That's weird because he was already going through OTAs. And what would have happened if something would have happened and he wasn't signed?
He's slotted though, so I don't think it's kind of a formality.
Yeah.
I don't know. Although at times it hasn't been for everyone. I know the Chargers used to have their first rounder hold out every year.
Yeah.
Anyway, Grandy, what are you doing? What are you doing here coming up in a little bit here for your best of little soiree thing that you do?
We got a ton to choose from today. I think we're going to kick it off. We'll go kind of in chronological order. We'll go back to the morning roast. John Miller was on earlier today, remembering Willie Mays. So that'll lead off.
Okay. Yeah. That'll lead off. But what else? What else you got cooking?
He's a little hungry for some touches here.
No. I'm fine.
There's Dave Stewart also on the morning roast. You guys had Kirk Chin on. The conversation you guys just had with Gary Shimano was awesome. You guys will be featured in some way.
Appreciate
Don't
it.
worry.
Oof, I was.
Only thing missing
I was
from our
very stressed.
Kirkshin,
Yeah.
you doing your Kirkshin.
I'm not doing. You know that I love to do the impressions for the people when they're on.
You better be careful.
Not
However.
Tim. Not Tim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I look at that body,
I mean, thanks for coming on, Tim. I could have. That's a good question. I could have done it, but
Was that so hard?
Yes.
The tone of the day was not befitting an impersonation.
It would have been awful to do it right to him. I don't think he would have liked it.
It gets better the more you do it. I'll be honest.
Tim's never coming on ever again. So that's also the last time Tim Kirkshin has ever appeared on 95.7 The Game. All right, look, we mentioned Grandy's coming up here, and indeed he is, and it is all brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Would you like to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, it's fun today.
All right, I agree. Let's do it again tomorrow for Dibs and for Grandy and for Lucas, for Whitley, who's here. Mark, shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. This time of year is filled with excitement. With graduations, Father's Day, and summer trips, it's a great beginning to summer adventures. Stevens Creek Subaru wants to remind you of all the opportunities to explore the open road and beyond in an all-new Subaru Solterra, Subaru's first all-electric